In the 64th year of Konoha, the familiar Chunin exam, the referee was about to announce the start of the competition. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the people in the venue felt dizzy. Ding! Binding to the ninja realm binding successfully. Inviting the entire ninja realm to join the chat group. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Tonari, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Himura join the live broadcast room. Inviting people from the Pure Land space. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto join the live broadcast room. System introduction. This system is called the Tomato Inventory System, which broadcasts random Ninja Realm events every day, covering the past, future, and present. The mall is open simultaneously, and tomato coins can be obtained through video speeches or complaints. Please familiarize yourself with the system functions, ninjas, and start the first live broadcast inventory in 3 minutes. As the prompt sound fell, everyone was stunned. In a luxurious room, Hiruzen looked at this sudden situation in shock. At some point, a huge light curtain appeared in the sky. Hokage-sama, are you okay? Instantly, several Umbu appeared beside Hiruzen. I'm fine. Is this an enemy illusion? Hiruzen shook his head and tried to remove the illusion, but it was ineffective. He immediately became serious and issued a notice. Konoha village is in a blockade state. All villagers, ninjas, and outsiders are not allowed to go out. The village is on level 3 alert. Understood. The Umbu disappeared instantly. In just a few seconds, the heads of various families in Konoha village went out to guard various parts of the village. Sir Kazekage, I'm sorry to make you laugh. The light curtain in the sky is really weird. Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, turned his head and looked at the Kazekage Raza beside him, and smiled reluctantly. Sir Hokage, you are polite. I'm also curious about things in the sky. Orochimaru, disguised as Raza, stared at the sky. In a Wagakure village, Onoki noticed the black barrier in the sky and became alert immediately. He's been in politics for many years and has a lot of experience in dealing with emergencies. The village is on alert at level 3. Call all the Jonin and keep a close eye on the front line. Understood. In the Sand Village, because Raza went to Konoha village, the acting Kazekage is Chiyo. What is this? Lord Chiyo, what should we do next? The village should be on alert first. Don't keep a close eye on Konoha village. All combat forces should pay attention to the rear and guard against the people of the Rock Village. Chiyo responded quickly and issued an order. In the Kirigakure village, Yagura Karu looked at the light curtain with a blank expression, and Obito, who was wearing an orange mask, stood next to him. What's going on? Did Madara come back to life? When Obito saw this, he first thought of Uchiha Madara. To be on the safe side, he launched an illusion and ordered that the Kirigakure village would once again implement a policy of isolation. In the Kumogakure village, in the Raikage office, Raikage AI stared at the high-altitude light curtain with a vigilant look. Mabui, what is this? Lord Raikage, the Umbu has gone to investigate. The village will enter a state of combat readiness first. Frontline ninjas can be temporarily transferred back. Mabui held the document and pushed her glasses. As the military advisor of the Hidden Cloud Village, she can play an important role at critical moments. Senju Hashirama, what's going on? Tobarama, did you do this forbidden technique? Senju Tobarama, brother, it wasn't me. Monkey, are you there? These two messages suddenly appeared on the screen. Everyone looked at the text and the two avatars, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Who doesn't know these two people? The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Although everyone was watching the two people's speeches, no one dared to respond easily. After all, everyone is a ninja, and it is instinctive to be cautious at all times. Uchiha Madara, what is this? Susanoo. Huh? Why can't it be chopped off? In the Pure Land space, Madara saw the strange scene that suddenly appeared and immediately activated the complete form of Susanoo. The huge blade chopped towards the screen fiercely, but the screen was not damaged at all. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, could it be the Senju clan's doing? Senju Tobarama. He, the evil Uchiha, started to guess again. Uchiha Madara. Izuna, don't pay attention to him. By the way, what material is this screen made of? It can't be chopped off. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This teacher, is it really you? In the mansion, Hiruzen first let the Umbu try to speak on the light curtain. After confirming that there was no danger, he spoke himself with confidence. Senju Tobarama. Yeah, It's Monkey, long time no see. This light curtain is very strange. I was wondering if you made it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, please don't flatter me. You are a master of forbidden techniques. Who can know better than you? Senju Tobarama. Haha, you are quite sweet. How is the situation in Konoha village now? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, Konoha village is doing well now. Shimura Danzo. Yes, teacher, with our efforts, Konoha is getting stronger and stronger. Senju Tobarama. Really? Seeing you say that, I feel much more relieved. How is Uchiha now? In the mansion, Danzo brought the consultant of Konoha village and knocked on the door. Mr. Kazekage, the next thing is Konoha village's private affairs. Can you? Hiruzen smiled and looked like a grandfather next door. Yeah, I understand. Orochimaru nodded, left the mansion, and there were still many Umbu around him. After all, this was to monitor the Kazekage. Hiruzen, tell me what to do now. Danzo looked at Hiruzen nervously. As a politician, he did a lot of shameful things. The same is true for Mitamin In and Udatane Koharu. They are in high positions, but they have embezzled a lot of Konoha's money. It's okay, don't worry. Hiruzen shook his head. Uchiha sure sway. By the way, Itachi, I entrusted the Uchiha clan to you. How is it now? Uchiha Itachi, very good. Uchiha sure sway, what do you mean? Senju Tobarama, why do I have a bad feeling? A list of tragic figures in the ninja world randomly, selecting videos. The cold voice sounded in everyone's mind again. Selection successful. Video title. The truth about the night of the Uchiha clan's genocide. Senju Hashirama. Wait, what does this title mean? Senju Tobarama. Monkey, Danzo, what's going on? Uchiha sure sway. Wait a minute, what's going on with Itachi? Why was the Uchiha clan genocide? Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, this is a bit complicated. Let's chat privately. Chapter 2. The subject of review. Uchiha Itachi, Terumi Mei. Why chat privately? It's better to share joy with everyone. Fourth Raikage, humph, in my opinion. This light screen is the handiwork of Konoha. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Orochimaru, hehe. In the Pure Land. Raza initially intended to reveal his demise at the hands of Orochimaru, but upon reflection, he pondered whether it would be prudent to align himself with the current situation. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, this is amazing. We can actually converse in this chat group. Listen up. I'm Naruto, and I will definitely become Hokage. Believe it. Sasuke Uchiha. Fool, this chat group is not meant for us to speak. Mika Uchiha. Sasuke. How wonderful. You're here too. Fugaku Uchiha. Mika. Within the Pure Land, Fugaku cast a meaningful glance at his wife, his tone laced with significance. Do not worry. My husband, I understand. Mika nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. As high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan, they were acutely aware of the reasons behind their clan's annihilation. Sasuke Uchiha. Mom and Dad, do not worry. I will avenge you by killing Itachi. In the Pure Land, Tobarama learned of the Uchiha clan's massacre and felt profound disappointment towards Hiruzen. Tobarama, how could the Uchiha be exterminated? Hashirama knelt, his eyes filled with despair. He had previously promised Madara to protect the Uchiha clan, yet it had come to this. Brother, in 2 minutes, the video will begin reviewing this matter. First, we must understand why the Uchiha were wiped out before making any judgments. Tobarama patted Hashirama and Appo's shoulder. He had once been the strategist of Konoha, renowned for his mental fortitude. When Hiruzen had sent him a private message earlier, he had already suspected that Konoha was mired in corruption and misconduct. System, 3 minutes have elapsed. We shall now play the first video. Please refrain from sending comments that may disrupt the viewing. The video slowly unfolded. The originally dim screen gradually revealed an image. Dark clouds loomed above, with a sliver of cold moonlight cascading through the gaps. A small figure emerged from the shadows, his tiny feet firmly stepping upon the water's surface. Surrounding him lay numerous corpses in disarray. Itachi and Appo's expression was grave as he constantly surveyed his surroundings. No matter where he looked, he was met with a plethora of weapons and pools of blood, countless bodies strewn haphazardly. He cautiously searched through this brutal battlefield with his immature steps. At that moment, the war raged on fiercely, with a cacophony of sounds intertwining. The tearing of weapons, the screams and cries of the people echoed relentlessly. Sparks from colliding cold weapons intermingled with the dazzling light of ninjutsu, flames swirling amidst explosive shockwaves. The entire battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos. At the tender age of 5, Itachi stood silently at a high point, gazing down at the savage scenes of war below. His face bore a complex and inscrutable expression. This was the great ninja war. Why do people engage in endless battles? Why is this world perpetually shrouded in the clouds of war? Itachi murmured to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. System ding. We now enter the speaking phase. Those who speak will receive explosive effects and rewards in tomato coins. The system's cold voice suddenly resonated, snapping everyone back to reality after the shocking visuals. After all, the previous scenes were overwhelmingly impactful. Many ninjas who had never set foot on a battlefield could scarcely believe the brutal reality they witnessed. Hashirama Senju, wait a moment. Did I not distribute the tailed beasts to you? Why are you still fighting? Tobarama Senju. Brother, you are simplifying the matter too much. Danzo Shimura. Such is the nature of war. But I fail to see how this video relates to the traitor of the Uchiha clan. Shursui Uchiha. The subject of review is actually Itachi? Has the Uchiha clan been eradicated? Itachi Uchiha. I am sorry, Shursui. Tobarama Senju. The malevolent Uchiha clan has now been entirely wiped out. How delightful. Tobarama Senju. Ahem. Kisame Hoshigaki. The subject of review is none other than Mr. Itachi. Reflecting on Itachi's life must be quite significant. Sasuke Uchiha. Silence. I do not comprehend why this light screen is reviewing Itachi, the murderer. Itachi, listen well. I have awakened my 2 Tomo Sharingan, and I will eventually kill you. Itachi Uchiha. My foolish younger brother. With your current strength, you are far from sufficient. Continue to hide and cling to life. Terumi Mei, by the way, why didn't Itachi kill his brother during the clan's massacre? Shouldn't he have eradicated the roots? Izuna Uchiha. I truly do not understand, Itachi. Why are you so merciless towards your own kin? Itachi Uchiha. To test my own capacity. Izuna Uchiha. Test your capacity? Are you out of your mind? To annihilate the entire clan for such a test? Mika Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Izuna, do not rush. Itachi's clan massacre must have deeper implications. Fugaku Uchiha. Thank you, Lord Madara, for your understanding. Madara Uchiha. By the way, why is your child so young to be on the battlefield? Tobarama Senju. Hiruzen. I had established a rule that one can only engage in battle at the age of 14. What is happening? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher. I am also unaware of how this occurred. This book strives to maintain character integrity. Chapter 3. A 5-year-old on the battlefield? Uchiha Fugaku, Lord 2nd Hokage. This matter is not the fault of the 3rd Hokage. It was my insistence to bring my child to the battlefield. Senju Tobarama, I see. But this child appears to be merely 5 or 6 years old, correct? Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, I wished for him to experience the true nature of war firsthand. Uchiha Itachi, Father. Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, I comprehend your sentiments. Senju Hashirama. Speaking of which, why have I not seen any members of the Senju clan participating in this chat group? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem. System. Calculating the value of participant contributions. Calculation complete. Uchiha Sasuke. Remarkably high level of engagement. Reward of 1 million tomato coins. Uchiha Sasuke. What use are these tomato coins? System. The system mall will soon open. The video will resume in 3 seconds. All participants are muted. The video continues to unfold. Time passes quietly, and a faint light appears on the distant horizon, gradually spreading upward. Amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, a small figure stands out prominently. Itachi, with a bewildered expression, surveys his surroundings. Water, water. A feeble cry breaks the silence of the desolate area. The 5-year-old Itachi instinctively rushes to assist, unaware that the voice belongs to a ninja from Iwagakure. He hastily retrieves a bamboo tube from his backpack and brings it to the lips of the fallen Iwagakure ninja. Having quenched his thirst, the Iwagakure ninja feels considerably better and blurrily opens his eyes. I apologize, but then he freezes, his pupils narrowing in shock as he notices the ninja tools on Itachi's person. Ninja tools. The Iwagakure ninja finally realizes that the child before him is a ninja of Konohagakure. Unappreciative, he swiftly rises, drawing a kunai to strike at Itachi. Reacting instinctively, Itachi strikes, hitting the opponent's neck. With a chilling crack, the Iwagakure ninja falls lifeless to the ground. Fugaku stands silently beside Itachi, observing the scene without uttering a word. The air is thick with silence. Itachi rises, confusion etched on his face as he gazes at the fallen enemy. Father, why did this ninja try to kill me? Itachi and Amp. Appo's innocent voice pierces the battlefield and Amp. Appo's somber atmosphere. But I did nothing. Because this is war, Fugaku replies coldly. War? Itachi asks, bewildered. War is not merely a conflict between individuals. It is a struggle between nations, resulting in senseless slaughter among strangers, Fugaku explains with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the 5-year-old Itachi gains a profound understanding of the brutality of war. So this is what war is like. This is the world of ninjas. Listen well, Itachi. Never forget the scene before you. Fugaku admonishes his son with a serious expression. System. Participants may now speak. Senju Hashirama. Why is war so cruel? Hanzo the Salamander. Haha. It is hard to imagine that someone as naive as you could be the god of shinobi. 4th Reikage, to me. The god of shinobi is nothing special. Kagaya Otsutsuki. The title of god of shinobi sounds grand, but I wonder how it performs in actual combat. Anoki. You are all too naive. You do not understand the true strength of Hashirama. In Iwagakure, Inoki shakes his head at the discussions taking place in the chat group. What a bunch of short-sighted fellows. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi's brother looks a lot like Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Enough, Naruto. Itachi is not my brother. I have long stated that I have my own vendetta. Kakashi Hitaki. Enough, Sasuke. Revenge is something best avoided. This is advice from someone who has been there. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. Let me ask you, if your family were killed by enemies, how would you feel? Kakashi Hitaki. Haha, you are still too young. Uchiha Fugaku. Enough, Sasuke. Let the elders speak. Children should not interrupt. System. The video continues to play. As everyone prepares to speak again, they discover they have been muted. The footage resumes, revealing a scene of devastation, ninja bodies strewn across the ground. The camera shifts to a cemetery in Kanahagakure, where individuals clad in black mourn solemnly. Though the war has been arduous, the toll of lives lost is staggering. It is rumored that the third Hokage intends to resign, and there is a suggestion to appoint Minato as the fourth Hokage. A member of the Uchiha clan glances meaningfully at Fugaku. Enough. Do not bring this up again. Fugaku interjects coldly, shutting his eyes and falling silent. What shall we do about Kakashi? Another clan member's voice emerges. Fugaku opens his eyes and follows the gaze of the others, resting on a short figure with white hair in the distance. He is not of our clan, yet he possesses the Sharingan. It is said that Uchiha Obito fought valiantly. Let us honor his wishes, Fugaku states solemnly. Lord Clan Leader, it would be better for the Sharingan to be reclaimed by the Uchiha clan. Don't stir trouble now that the war has just ended. Fugaku firmly interrupts. Understood. Lin Noera, I never expected this to be something that happened before. Kakashi Hitaki. Lin, so you can speak in this chat group too. Lin Noera. Of course. By the way, Obito, where are you? I can't find you in the Pure Land. Uchiha Obito. Lin. In Kirigakure, Obito stares at the messages in the chat group, his pupils suddenly contracting. He can hardly believe his eyes. The girl in the chat group is indeed Lin. The girl he has longed for day and night. However, even if Lin appears here, what can change? In this ninja world, war has never ceased, an endless cycle. As he gazes at the harrowing scenes in the video and then at Lin's avatar, Obito's eyes grow cold. His resolve strengthens, regardless of the cost. He must initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi to alter this cruel world. Lin Noera, what is wrong with you, Obito? Uchiha Obito, it's nothing. Namake's Minato. Obito, could you send a picture? I would like to see you, my student. Uchiha Obito, that might be difficult. Chapter 4, The Birth of a New Life? Minato Namake's. Obito, what has transpired? Obito Uchiha, Master, I find myself in an unfamiliar place, upon awakening. I was surrounded by emptiness, and my body is completely immobilized. Minato Namake's. Obito, are you feeling alright now? Obito Uchiha, yes. It's merely my inability to move. Kushina Uzumaki, how could this happen to Obito? Tobarama Senju, Obito Uchiha. Are you certain it is only your body that is unresponsive? In the Hidden Mist Village, upon seeing Tobarama's mention of him, Obito's heart tightened, prompting him to hurriedly send a private message to Madara. Madara Uchiha, do not panic. Tobarama has likely not yet sensed anything amiss. Reading Madara's message, Obito exhaled in relief and continued to observe the chat group. Obito Uchiha, indeed. Tobarama Senju. Tobarama, what have you discovered? Tobarama Senju, I recall encountering detailed accounts of a situation akin to Obito and Appos, in a certain text. Rin Noera, what do you mean? Second Hokage. Tobarama Senju, to put it plainly, Obito's soul may have experienced some form of tug. Could it be that he perished due to being trapped by a rock? Kakashi Hitaki, precisely, second Hokage, what conclusion have you drawn? Tobarama Senju, it is said that for the deceased to enter the Pure Land, their physical form must remain intact, free from obstructions. Rin Noera, however, considering Obito's circumstances. Tobarama Senju, young lady. I am well aware of Obito's situation. He is a hero who chose self-sacrifice to protect his comrades. Obito Uchiha, yes. Madara Uchiha, Black Zetsu. The video continued to play. Peace is hard won, Fugaku stated gravely. This is the duty of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, holding Fugaku's hand, gazed around in confusion, soon spotting a solitary figure nearby. The figure appeared pallid and emaciated. Mourning for the deceased is utterly pointless, Orochimaru spoke in a low, hoarse voice. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his long hair to sway. If death holds any significance, it is only when it can be exploited. What then? Is the essence of life? Itachi curiously inquired of Orochimaru. Life is inherently devoid of meaning. If one must discuss significance, it can only exist in the realm of eternal life, Orochimaru replied, gazing at Itachi with profound implications. Itachi observed Orochimaru's receding figure, his eyes reflecting silence and contemplation. Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, are you once again misleading the youth? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, cease your deceits and return to the Leaf Village at once. Orochimaru, huh? My ambition is the pursuit of immortality. I have no interest in your discussions. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Oh, still a brother of immortality, are we? Sasuke Uchiha, damn it. I cannot comprehend why the subject of this video is Itachi. Young Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. Your eyes still fail to discern the truth. Sasuke Uchiha. Who are you? Why do you share my name? Inoki. How can there be two Sasukes? Shikamaru Nara. Young, allow me to clarify. We too have been drawn into this chat group. However, if you close your eyes, the visuals of the chat group will appear in your mind. Naruto Uzumaki. Young indeed. At first, I thought it was an enemy illusion. Naruto Uzumaki. So, you are the grown-up version of me? Naruto Uzumaki. Young, precisely, little one. Tobirama Senju. By the way, why are there no members of the Senju clan in this chat group? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ahem. Shall we continue watching the video? Tans Shimura. Indeed. First Hokage, let us proceed with the video. Tobirama Senju. Monkey. Tans, do you too harbor secrets from me? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher, you worry too much. The video continued. Below lay an unfathomable abyss. Itachi stood at the edge of the cliff, quietly gazing downward. Life holds no meaning, he uttered, allowing his body to plunge into the void, feeling the fierce wind lash against his face. As he rotated in midair, he suddenly heard the cawing of crows above. Upon reopening his eyes, his body instinctively struggled, observing the rapidly approaching chasm below. In haste, Itachi drew a kunai from his pocket and aimed it at the cliff, yet it was swiftly deflected. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 more kunai, striving to embed them into the cliff to slow his descent. However, his efforts were soon thwarted by tumbling rocks, hastening his fall. As the kunai seemed incapable of withstanding the immense gravitational pull. In despair, Itachi secured the kunai upon his back and surrendered to the gradual descent. The scene shifted. Becoming clearer, Itachi gazed at the crows resting on the rocks, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, no one wishes for death, the crows cawed. Swirling in the high skies, soon a multitude of crows descended upon him like a dark cloud. Itachi looked on in confusion. You. He raised his palm, and one of the crows gently landed on the back of his hand. Itachi blinked, staring at the crow in bewilderment. Umbu of a Wagakure. Wow, this kid is incredible. Falling from a cliff at 5 and remaining unharmed, even acquiring a summoning. Akatsuki. As expected, this is the demeanor of the Uchiha clan. Meitarumi. What a charming young lad. Kisame Hashigaki. No doubt, Itachi-san and Amp. Appo's actions are indeed extraordinary. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. What is there to be proud of? I could accomplish the same at his age. Fugaku Uchiha. Mikoto Uchiha. The video persisted. Itachi stared at the gently flowing spring water, his eyes filled with confusion. What does life truly signify? The scene transitioned. Months slipped by unnoticed. In a hospital, Mikoto completed her postnatal examination and gently pushed open the door. Please take care, said the medical staff. Thank you, Mikoto replied. After the examination, she strolled down the street, hand in hand with Itachi. Mom, Itachi suddenly spoke. What is it? Mikoto inquired gently. Are you feeling unwell? Itachi asked, his face etched with concern. No, Mikoto smiled softly. Her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at her son. Listen to me. You will soon have a little brother or sister, Mikoto said, gently stroking her son's head. Itachi gazed at her in confusion. In any case, you will become an older brother, Mikoto continued, allowing Itachi to listen to her abdomen. Mom, I want a brother. Itachi stated. Oh, but a sister is also quite lovely, Mikoto replied with a smile. But I feel it will be a brother, Itachi insisted. At that moment, snowflakes drifted gracefully from the high sky, and one delicate flake silently moistened Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto looked on in astonishment. Ah, it's snowing. Uchiha Taijima. This child, Itachi, possesses considerable talent. Uchiha Izuna. Father, why do you say that? Uchiha Taijima. I have an excellent eye for people. Chapter 5. The Night of the Nine Tails. Everything is in disarray. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Your judgment is utterly flawed. Itachi is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Uchiha Sasuke, young enough. Reflect on why you alone survived the night of the massacre. Uchiha Sasuke. In the venue, Sasuke sat in the audience, gradually calming down upon hearing the words of his future self. Indeed, Itachi had the opportunity to kill him but chose to leave. This was peculiar from any angle. Uchiha Itachi. I said back then that it was merely a test of your character. If this leaves you bewildered, I apologize, my foolish brother. Uchiha Sasuke, enough. Cease your words. I shall undoubtedly kill you. Uchiha Mikoto, must it come to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, sigh. In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen gazed at the messages in the chat group, a wave of guilt surging within him. To be honest, he felt quite remorseful towards Itachi. This was all Danzo and Appo's fault. Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with me, Hiruzen muttered softly, as if this could alleviate the pressure in his heart. Uchiha Izuna, I am utterly furious. I must see how such a grand clan met its demise. Uchiha Taijima. Indeed, within the Akatsuki organization, Itachi opened his friend list, finding an array of friend requests from Uchiha clan members, all filled with greetings. Itachi's expression grew solemn as he fell into silence. The video continued to play. A baby's crisp cries echoed. It is a boy, He is your brother. Makoto gently embraced Itachi. Itachi reached out his small hand and gently touched Sasuke's cheek. His eyes filled with astonishment. This is life, a brand new life. Fugaka took the child from Itachi and Appo's hands and cradled him. Have you thought of a name? Makoto curiously looked at her husband. Let us call him Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Fugaka smiled faintly. Ah, that is a splendid name, but Makoto hesitated. Indeed. This is the name of the third Hokage and Appo's father. I have discussed it with the third Hokage, so do not worry. Is that so? Makoto sighed in relief. Naruto Uzumaki. So Sasuke's name was derived from the third Hokage's father. How peculiar. Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, it is nothing. Sarutobi Sasuke, it seems my son is destined to be an outstanding Hokage. Haratsuchi, hihi. Anoki. Indeed, Hiruzen even claims to be the strongest Hokage. Uchiha Madara, the strongest Hokage? Senju Tobirama. Monkey, why do you still claim to be the strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, teacher. During the difficult times in Konoha, I had no choice but to resort to such measures to intimidate our enemies. Senju Hashirama, is that truly possible? Second Mizukage. Yagura, are you sure you are not boasting, self-proclaiming the strongest Hokage? Fourth Raikage, Konoha is indeed hypocritical. The video continued. Sasuke. Do not squander this name. Strive to be a formidable man. Fugaku raised the infant high, a rare smile adorning his usually stern face. Itachi looked at his father with confusion, memories of his own infancy flashing through his mind. Back then, it seemed he too was treated in such a manner. For some reason, Itachi had always possessed an exceptional memory, even recalling moments from his infancy. Was I like this? Itachi's gaze was complex, his heart a tumult of emotions. The scene shifted to a park. Birds chirped merrily in the branches as Itachi strolled alone in the depths of the woods. Birth, death, birth, death. Itachi observed his surroundings while softly murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. Itachi turned to see a charming little girl standing there. Are you Uchiha Itachi from the same generation? Would you like to play together? Izumi, with her hands behind her back, looked curiously at Itachi. However, Itachi chose to ignore her. The other children around, witnessing Itachi's aloof demeanor, were filled with discontent. Hey, you are incredibly arrogant. Exactly, this guy is too much. I'm going to practice shuriken throwing, Itachi coldly replied. Is that so? Then we will practice shuriken throwing too. The group exclaimed, raising the stones in their hands and throwing them at Itachi. Do not do that. Izumi cried out in alarm upon seeing this. Just as the stones were about to hit Itachi, he seemed to have predicted it, effortlessly dodging them. The crowd froze, their anger surging. This guy is just putting on a show. He is too arrogant. They continued to hurl stones, yet no matter how hard they tried, the stones never grazed Itachi. Hey, you lot, stop it. Izumi shouted desperately. You be quiet. This is a battle among men. Itachi thought, while dodging the stones. Life will be born, life will perish. His mind flashed back to images of the previous war, the anguished expressions of people struggling on the battlefield, contrasting sharply with the current scene of children playing with stones in the park. What is the meaning of life? Life will fight. You bastard. Do not think you can escape. One of the children lifted a large stone and hurled it at Itachi with great force. With swift reflexes, Itachi caught the stone with one hand and decisively threw it back. The stone flew like a cannonball, knocking aside the stones in its path and accurately hitting the stone that his opponent was about to throw. The crowd was momentarily stunned, staring at Itachi, a single thought arising in their minds. This guy is incredibly formidable. Uchiha Taijima, despite being in a time of peace and not training much, he possesses such exceptional shuriken skills. Uchiha Izuna, this child's talent may rival that of our elder brother in his youth. Uchiha Madara, just a bunch of pebbles. Konoha villager, no matter how skilled he is still a madman who ruthlessly slaughtered his own clan. Konoha villager B, indeed, utterly inhumane, just a pure lunatic. Konoha villager C, absolutely. Uchiha Sasuke, young enough. What do you know? Everything Itachi did was to protect you. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, young brother. Within the Akatsuki organization, Itachi observed his grown brother's concern for him, a warm current surging through his heart. However, in the face of the insults hurled by the common folk, Itachi bore them with quiet dignity. After all, even he, at times, deemed his initial thoughts to be excessively radical. Chapter 6, Naruto. So I have my own parents. Tobirama Senju, monkey, I am utterly disappointed in you. How could you manage Konoha to such a state? Hiruzen Sarutobi, sensei. Tsunade Senju, sensei. Hiruzen is far too indecisive. You should promptly revoke his position as Hokage. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at his longtime friend who had so mercilessly struck at him, a flame of anger igniting in his eyes. Danzo, you despicable man. We had previously agreed to refrain from targeting each other, yet you were the first to attack. Tobirama Senju, enough, Danzo. Be quiet. Monkey, tell me honestly. Does Konoha still possess any elite combat strength? Hiruzen Sarutobi, yes. Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi Hitaki. Greetings, second Hokage. Tobarama Senju, ah? I recall you were the son of White Fang? Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed. Tobarama Senju, monkey, I now command you to transfer the Hokage position to White Fang. Shinobi, second Hokage, I am no longer in this world. Tobarama Senju. Is that so? Hashirama Senju, what is the meaning of this? The future adversaries are so formidable that not even White Fang can cope? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ahem. First Hokage, please do not be hasty. Terumi Meha. Konoha is truly hypocritical. I do not wish to expose it. Just watching the spectacle. Anoki. Watching the show? A fourth Reikage. Watching. This show is rather ripe. A fourth Kazekage. The video continues to play. Uzumaki Kushina gazes excitedly at the child in Makoto's arms. Is it a girl? Haha, no. It's a boy. Makoto smiled softly. He looks so adorable. What is the baby's name? Uzumaki Kushina asked with curiosity. In the venue. Naruto stared at the red-haired sister on the screen, a mysterious sense of curiosity swelling within him. Strange, have I seen her somewhere before? Naruto scratched his head, utterly puzzled. Before he could delve deeper into thought, Minato and Kushina sent him a friend request. Huh? Why is the fourth Hokage suddenly adding me as a friend? Naruto wondered. Yet he clicked to accept. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, long time no see. Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you, Hokage-sama? Minato Namikaze. Haha, I am not the Hokage. I am your father. Yuzuki Kushina. I am your mother, Naruto. How have you been all these years? Naruto Uzumaki. Is this for real? You truly are my family? But Grandpa Third told me my parents perished on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, that is because you are the Jinchuriki. Soon, the three engaged in an animated conversation, and Naruto finally comprehended his lineage. It turned out he had always had a father and a loving family. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, what are you up to? A private message from Sasuke arrived, leaving Naruto bewildered. Naruto Uzumaki. I am chatting with my parents. Sasuke Uchiha. Never mind. I have activated my 2-Tomo Sharingan. Once I achieve the 3-Tomo, I will seek revenge. Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't that dangerous? Sasuke Uchiha. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Naruto Uzumaki. I will join you then. The video continued to play. Itachi teased Sasuke, glancing at their mother, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. Curiously, he asked, Mom, will there be a little baby born in the fourth's household? Yes. I wonder what kind of child it will be. Makoto smiled and nodded. Mom is going out tonight. Make sure you eat well. I know. Dad has work. You must take good care of Sasuke. Makoto gently reminded. Itachi nodded seriously, gazing at the baby in the swaddling cloth with eyes full of affection. The scene shifted to the dark moonlit night, where atop the walls of Konoha, a figure donned in a tiger-striped mask and black cloak coldly observed everything. Soon, his body twisted and vanished in an instant. Tonight is a full moon, Sasuke, Itachi remarked softly, glancing up at the sky. A chill wind swept by, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Sasuke sensed something amiss and nuzzled against Itachi uneasily. What is happening? Itachi questioned, frowning deeply. Asuma Sarutobi, the night of the Nine-Tails is approaching. Irika Yumino, that dreadful calamity will once again appear on the screen. Konoha Villager. Humph. All of this is the doing of that damned fox. Konoha Villager B. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why the Hokage allows that fox to remain in the village. Konoha Villager C. Truly. Just seeing that fox ruins my entire day. Minato Namikaze. May I ask, who do you refer to as the fox? Konoha Villager, 4th Hokage. We are speaking of Naruto, that ill-fated fox, Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha Villager, precisely. The last time I saw that brat, I felt so unlucky that I beat him with a broom. Mask shop owner. Humph, that brat tried to buy a mask from my shop. I not only refused but also gave him a punch. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, you should understand. Minato Namikaze. Yes. In the Pure Land. Minato watched the messages exchanged in the chat group, a pang of pain striking his heart. After all, it seemed all too natural for the villagers to treat him. The Jinchuriki, with such disdain. He could only hope that the Hokage would take good care of Naruto. Minato and Appo's thoughts wandered, and a bittersweet smile appeared on his face, tinged with helplessness. Note, this book follows a conspiracy theory narrative. It cannot be helped. After all, many inconsistencies in the original work were not clearly explained by Kishimoto. Please refrain from criticism. I and Appo's am just expressing my feelings. Chapter 7. Who leaked the location of the Jinchuriki and Appo's delivery? Danzo. Kushina Uzumaki. I can no longer endure this. Naruto is my biological son, and Minato is my husband. Naruto is not the demon fox you so recklessly defame. Leaf Village Civilian. Lady Kushina. What is the matter with you? How can you say such things? Leaf Village Civilian B. Indeed, don't jest at such an inappropriate time. Minato Namikaze. Kushina. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alas, Minato, Kushina, it is all my fault. I am deeply sorry. The video continued to roll. What is this feeling? Itachi held Sasuke tightly in his embrace, an ominous premonition surging within him. Sasuke seemed to sense the disturbance as well, bursting into tears. It's all right, Sasuke. Don't cry. No matter what happens, your brother will protect you, Itachi whispered soothingly while gently stroking Sasuke's head. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Obito emerged like a specter. Now come forth, Ninetales. A chilling cold gleamed in Obito's eyes as he struck the ground with unhesitating force. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated as if the earth itself were being torn apart. The ground erupted violently, unleashing a formidable force. Immediately, a thick cloud of smoke billowed upward like a mushroom cloud. This overwhelming presence raged like a tempest, sending the unsuspecting civilians flying like mere insects. Countless building materials crumbled and collapsed under the onslaught of this power. Amidst the swirling smoke, a towering figure over 100 meters tall gradually materialized, the terrifying Ninetales. Witnesses gasped in horror, their pupils constricting in sheer terror. Could it be the Ninetales? Someone screamed in fright. Go, Ninetales! Obito commanded through his Sharingan, his eyes flashing with crimson light. The Ninetales began to rampage, mercilessly striking the structures of the Leaf Village. Its colossal claws fell like mighty hammers, uprooting buildings and hurling them into the sky. The beast howled upwards, its roar shaking the very heavens. The scene shifted to the Uchiha clan grounds. Itachi held Sasuke tightly, whispering reassurances when suddenly, the ground shook violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Itachi's heart sank, frozen in disbelief. The Ninetales has been unleashed, someone shouted in panic. Everyone run. The cry, laced with fear, rapidly spread through the Leaf Village. Itachi's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. He had not anticipated such a calamity. Flee for your lives. Don't just stand there. Escape is paramount, you fools. Panic ensued among the crowd, frantic shouts echoing everywhere. Itachi hurriedly dashed out of the room while cradling Sasuke. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated as the roof collapsed under the weight of some heavy object. Outside, stones rained down relentlessly. Shortly thereafter, numerous Umbu shinobi arrived like phantoms to provide assistance. As the smoke began to clear, the scene became increasingly visible. Itachi held his brother tightly, shielding him from the falling debris with his own body. Fortunately, they were not in significant danger. However, Sasuke continued to cry uncontrollably. Terrified by the horrifying spectacle, Itachi gently comforted him while slowly rising, surveying the devastation around him. The ground was strewn with bodies, numerous villagers lay buried under the rubble, blood staining the earth in a scene of utter chaos. Hashirama Senju, what in the world is happening? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was unfortunately attacked and captured during her delivery. Hashirama Senju, at such a critical moment for the Jinchuriki, does Konoha not realize the need for stringent protection? How could you allow this, Hiruzen? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, I truly did my utmost. Hashirama Senju, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there is a traitor within Konoha? Meitarumi, congratulations, second Hokage, you are correct. There is indeed a traitor in Konoha. And it was this person who leaked the location of the Jinchuriki's delivery. Anoki, to know such confidential information, this individual must hold considerable power within Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, step forward. Did you leak Kushina's delivery location? Danzo Shimura? Inside the organization, Danzo appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. When had he ever committed such a foolish act? Danzo Shimura, teacher, please let me explain. I cannot bear this blame. I truly did not commit such a nefarious deed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, then explain how the enemy knew Kushina's location. Minato Namikaze, third Hokage. I suspected there was a traitor in Konoha. Normally, during my wife's delivery, Konoha should have implemented strict surveillance. Ordinary civilians should have had no knowledge of it. Kakashi Hatake, precisely. At the time of Kushina's delivery of Naruto, the specific timing was something only those in high positions could know. Hashirama Senju, Danzo. You scoundrel. How could you leak such crucial information to the enemy? Danzo Shimura. It truly was not me. Danzo felt utterly wronged. This was absurd. Why should he bear this blame? He knew the date of Kushina's delivery, but he was not foolish enough to divulge such intelligence to the enemy. Danzo was furious to the brink of bloodshed. Hashirama Senju. If it wasn't he Danzo, then who could it be? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Mito Uzumaki. Was it you too? Kurenai Yuhi. I was with you the entire time, trying to stop the Ninetales. What do you think? Mito Uzumaki, during the Ninetales incident. I was assisting throughout. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, where were you during the Ninetales incident? Danzo Shimura, did I not mention before? I suspected the Uchiha were controlling the Ninetales, hence I was monitoring them. Hashirama Senju, monitoring, my foot, in the Pure Land. Hashirama watched his foolish disciple, so infuriated that he nearly laughed. It turns out that extreme frustration can indeed lead to laughter. With such a large Uchiha clan, one could easily send someone to control the Ninetales, thus resolving the issue. Even if they could not control the beast, they could have at least provided support. Instead, they merely sat idle under the guise of monitoring. Danzo, you are truly foolish. Chapter 8. Uchiha Izumi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, please calm down, sensei. Hashirama Senju, very well. I shall hold my temper for now. Let us see how you all respond next. The video continues to unfold. The onslaught of the Ninetales intensifies. The law enforcement unit issues orders for non-combatants to immediately head to the shelters. The air raid sirens of Konoha village blare sharply, piercing the atmosphere with a sense of urgency and dread. A multitude of ninjas swiftly mobilizes, striving to direct the panicked civilians to safety. Itachi clutches Sasuke tightly in his arms, running desperately through the throng of people. However, he does not get far before he spots a familiar girl in a narrow alleyway. "Mom! Dad!" Uchiha Izumi cries, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Come here quickly," Itachi calls out anxiously. Izumi turns her head, looking at Itachi with a face full of confusion. "Come on, hurry," Itachi urges again, his tone growing increasingly urgent. He dashes towards Izumi and grasps her hand firmly. Just then, a deafening explosion erupts behind them as a building suddenly collapses. Splintered wood and acrid smoke billow forth like a tidal wave. From an unknown location, another structure is struck by debris, emitting a dull thud. Through the swirling smoke, Itachi supports Izumi, his gaze serious and focused. "First, we must reach the shelter. Hold on tight to me," Itachi instructs, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Izumi obediently extends her small hand, clutching Itachi's garment tightly, appearing as vulnerable as a frightened little rabbit. "Over here, quickly," shouts a ninja in a state of panic. Surrounded by the frail and injured, the scene is chaotic, with the wounded assisting each other as they struggle to move. "You go on ahead," Itachi says softly, looking at Uchiha Izumi. Izumi's eyes brim with reluctance as she gazes longingly at Itachi. "They're all over there," she exclaims, as Itachi swiftly hands Sasuke over to their father, Fugaku. I knew you would be all right. Quickly, head to the shelter." Fugaku's expression is grave, yet there is a hint of relief and concern in his eyes. "Understood." Itachi nods, preparing to depart. At this moment, the Nine-Tails continues its rampage throughout Konoha. Suddenly, a colossal earth dragon bursts forth, followed closely by a golden staff that shoots like a meteor, striking the Nine-Tails with precision. "Drive it out of the village," Hiruzen Sarutobi shouts, his face pale and his voice weakened. His advanced age renders him unable to withstand such intense combat. "Everyone, do not slacken. Disperse and attack." Sarutobi steels himself, commanding the grueling battle. The scene shifts. The evacuation efforts are largely complete. "Captain, shall we also confront the Nine-Tails?" Several Uchiha clansmen express their concern, their eyes revealing a fervent desire to join the fray. "It is the duty of the guard to protect non-combatants." Fugaku shakes his head helplessly. "But Captain," the clansmen protest, "this is Elder Danzo's order." Fugaku's face is a mask of frustration, filled with unspoken grievances. He longs to assist, yet the obstinate elder has issued such commands. Soon, a violent commotion arises in the distance. Before long, the Nine-Tails vanishes from above Konoha. It has been sealed. Fugaku closes his eyes, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Finally, it is over. Those around him exhale in relief. The camera slowly ascends, revealing the desolation of Konoha village. Once bustling streets now lie in ruin, with debris scattered everywhere. The scene shifts once more to the interior of the shelter. Countless ninjas and civilians support one another. The sight of the injured, some limbless, is pervasive, and the air is thick with anguished groans. Itachi holds Sasuke tightly, his resolve unwavering. Beside him, Izumi resembles a helpless little bird, clutching at Itachi and Appo's clothing, finding solace only in his presence amidst the cacophony of despair. In the stillness, the cries of an infant ring out, growing louder, as if lamenting the tragedy that has befallen them. The camera rises again, encompassing all of Konoha, engulfed in misery. What is the meaning of war? Why must so many innocent lives be sacrificed? Itachi and Appo's eyes reflect a tumult of emotions, filled with conflict and sorrow. If only he could shield his younger brother from such tribulations forever, granting him the opportunity to grow up in a world of peace and tranquility. Akatsuki, it seems Itachi has done quite well in protecting his brother. Sasuke Uchiha, silence. That ungrateful wretch Itachi is just a white-eyed wolf in sheep and Appo's clothing. Do not be fooled by his facade. Deidara. Haha. Itachi has always cared deeply for you. Sasuke Uchiha, be quiet. I don't want to hear it. Makoto Uchiha, Sasuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sasuke, I sincerely apologize. This is all my fault. Sasuke Uchiha, Hokage-sama. Could there be more to the story behind the night of the clan massacre? Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's a long tale. Just continue watching the video, and you shall understand in due time. Tamura Danzo. Humph, the wicked Uchiha brat. Hashirama Senju. Danzo, how dare you speak? You are driving me to the brink of madness. Tobirama Senju. This is infuriating. I built Konoha alongside Madara. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama. How many times must I tell you not to call me that? Akatsuki, I have long heard of the unusual bond between the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. Second Mizukage. Is this what they call friendship in Konoha? Kushina Uzumaki. Hashirama. You might as well go live with Madara. I'm done with you. I don't want to see your face again. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. Sister-in-law, please do not be angry. I shall help you teach him a lesson. The video progresses. In the graveyard, all are clad in black, standing before the tombstones, weeping uncontrollably. Hiruzen, donning the Hokage hat, bears an expression filled with complexity. The parting of life and death is something he has long become accustomed to, including the loss of the fourth Hokage, Minato, and his wife, Kushina, among many others. The reasons for which remain unclear. Hiruzen and Appo's voiceover appears on the screen. Now, let us pay our respects to our fallen comrades. The scene shifts. Reflecting on the futility of life, all lives inevitably lead to death. Itachi gazes around mournfully, observing the devastation within Konoha, where repairs are underway. Itachi. A familiar voice calls from behind. Itachi slowly turns to see a lovely young girl rushing towards him. Thank you so much for last time. Had it not been for you, I might not have survived. Izumi and Appo's cheeks flush slightly as she shyly glances at Itachi. It is a relief to see you are safe. Itachi responds calmly. Izumi and Appo's forehead glistens with beads of sweat as she hesitates to speak. Chapter 9. The Isolation of the Uchiha Clan. The Dawn of War. Uchiha Makoto. Could it be that this young girl has developed feelings for Itachi? Uchiha Izumi. Well, perhaps just a little. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto Uzumaki. Speaking of which, Sasuke looked incredibly adorable as a baby. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up, you loser. If you keep saying that, I swear I'll punch you. Naruto Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, is this your friend? Naruto Uzumaki. Not at all. This guy just spends all his time acting cool. I don't like him one bit. Kushina Uzumaki. Hiki. But Naruto, you seem quite happy chatting with Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki. It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Second Mizukage, Yagura. So, are we being forced to consume dog food by watching this video? The scene continues. Izumi and Appo's cheeks flush crimson as she shyly gazes at Itachi, racking her brain for a topic to discuss. Is this your sister? She inquires. No. It and Appo's my brother. Itachi gently shakes his head. How adorable. May I hold him? Izumi and Appo's eyes brim with curiosity as she looks at Itachi. No. Itachi and Appo's gaze is resolute. His refusal unwavering. Why not? Izumi tilts her head in confusion at Itachi. Because I don't want him to cry. Babies don't cry, Izumi asserts. Reaching for the infant from Itachi and Appo's hands. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke begins to wail loudly, pushing against Izumi and Appo's face with tiny hands, displaying clear reluctance. He evidently prefers the warmth of his brother's embrace over being held by anyone else. Izumi is momentarily taken aback, gazing at the crying Sasuke in bewilderment. There. Don't cry. Itachi quickly takes Sasuke back from Izumi. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes sparkle with joy, his lips curving into a silly grin. Good boy, Itachi soothes Sasuke, his touch gentle and instinctive. Sasuke soon bursts into delighted laughter, and Itachi, cradling his brother, walks away from Izumi without a backward glance. Izumi clenches her fists in frustration, stamping her foot as she pouts. What the heck? Naruto Uzumaki. Ha! Foolish Sasuke. You were so hilarious as a child. Sakura Haruno. I never expected Sasuke-kun to be like this in his childhood. Ino Yamanaka. He looks even cuter. Truly, he is Sasuke-kun. Tenten Hihi. To put it simply, he is just a tsundere. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up, you fools. Uchiha Sarada. So, was dad like this when he was young? Sakura Haruno. Huh? Dad. Ino Yamanaka. Has Sasuke-kun already become a father? Uchiha Sarada. No, I come from the future. Uchiha Makoto. Wait. Does that mean you are my granddaughter? Uchiha Fugaku. Granddaughter? Uchiha Itachi. Young Uchiha Sasuke. That and Appo's. Right, mom and dad. This is your granddaughter. The scene continues. In a tense conference room, the atmosphere weighs heavily upon everyone like a leaden burden. The sudden attack has caused significant damage to the village. Taking advantage of this opportunity for revival, I intend to make some adjustments to the village's territorial planning. Danzo and Appo's expression is grave as he coldly surveys the assembly. The attendees, all leaders of their respective clans, are prominent figures within Konoha. I propose the Oil Woman clan relocate to this area. Danzo methodically outlines the territorial adjustments for other clans. The Nara clan's residence remains undamaged and should stay as is. The destroyed security force will be rebuilt right here. Danzo and Appo's serious expression remains as he emphatically points to the village and Appo's outermost edge. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan. Danzo-sama. Fugaku can no longer endure the situation, abruptly rising to interrupt Danzo. The Uchiha clan bears the responsibility of maintaining security in the village. We are the security force. This location is far too distant from the village and Appo's center, making it difficult to respond promptly in emergencies. Fugaku and Appo's face is stern, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo, revealing his concern. In case of an emergency, the Umbu will respond. Danzo's gaze is icy, his tone imperious. The security force frequently conducts training at the training grounds, right? Hiruzen suddenly interjects. Then, this land, suitable for training, can be designated for the Uchiha clan as their dedicated training ground. Hearing the Hokage and Appo's words, Fugaku reluctantly sits back down. Then I shall continue. With the relocation of the security force, the Uchiha clan must also move as well. The surviving houses will be constructed in this area. Danzo remains unyielding, continuing to issue orders. Watching the village brazenly diminish the Uchiha clan and Appo's rights fills Fugaku with indignation. Yet, he feels profoundly helpless, after all. On the night of the Nine Tails, the enormous Sharingan in the beast and Appo's makes it hard to dissociate the incident from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke, this is utterly unfair. Why does the village treat the Uchiha clan this way? Senju Tobarama, you have lived too comfortably. Your brother and father have always concealed the darker sides of the village from you. Uchiha Sasuke, second Hokage, what do you mean by that? Senju Tobarama, your experiences are limited. Your insight is insufficient. Naruto Uzumaki, but it's not just Sasuke who feels this way. I also think it and Appo's incredibly unfair. The Hokage should be impartial, right? How can they target the Uchiha clan like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, young Naruto. The situation back then was quite precarious. My grandfather had no choice. After all, the Uchiha clan was a primary suspect during the Nine Tails incident. Hanzo of the Salamander, the children of Konoha are truly naive enough to evoke laughter. First Mizukage, without absolute strength to support it. What is fairness? It is merely an empty talk. The scene continues. Within the South He Shrine, a stifling atmosphere envelopes everyone like a shroud. During the Nine Tails incident, the village's refusal to deploy the Uchiha clan was truly due to fear of us using the Sharingan to control the beast. A member of the Uchiha clan, face twisted in anger, questions the clan leader. Not only that, but there are even rumors that the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident is us Uchiha. They have pushed us into the corners of the village, clearly aiming to restrict our movements. Ultimately, since the time of the second Hokage, we have been gathered in a corner of the village. How is this different from being isolated? This time we have been pushed even further away. The village has always suspected us. Fugaku stood with his arms crossed, eyes shut tight, quietly listening to the grievances expressed by his clan members. Captain, we cannot possibly agree to this relocation plan. We must resolutely refuse. The clan members cast their gazes toward Fugaku. Uchiha Sasuke, father. What secrets are you still concealing from me? Chapter 10. This child. Such terrifying talent. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, let us continue watching the video. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't have time for this right now. Just tell me the truth, or I'll take you down. Anoki, This truly is a loving father and dutiful son. Fourth Kazekage Raza, indeed, it is quite a loving father and dutiful son. Vortex Boruto, is this what Sasuke-sensei looked like as a child? The video continues to play. Rest assured, I will negotiate further regarding the conditions, but the matter of relocating is non-negotiable. Inform the others, and the meeting is adjourned. Fugaku spoke with a serious demeanor, his gaze resolute. The scene shifts to a young Itachi, leaning against a wall, engrossed in studying a scroll. What do you think of this matter? Fugaku curiously inquired of his son. Go have a look, father. Itachi gently shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of tranquility. Fugaku and Appo's expression instantly grew complex, as if myriad thoughts surged within him. The scene shifts again, revealing a vast forest, with a massive lake at its center. I love it here. Itachi gazed at the beautiful scenery, his expression calm as water, yet a subtle fondness flickered in his eyes. Is that so? Fugaku replied, his gaze also falling upon the picturesque view. Father, teach me ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan's inherited techniques. No problem. Fugaku readily agreed. The two swiftly made their way to the opposite shore of the lake. Fugaku first demonstrated the technique for his son, slowly forming hand seals, followed by a blazing fireball erupting from his mouth. As the fireball emerged, the temperature of the surrounding air soared, and the water surface of the distant lake seemed to react to the heat, hinting at evaporation. After releasing the fireball, Fugaku turned to his son, prepared to explain. This is the Uchiha's basic ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Pay attention to the hand seals. Before he could finish, he noticed his son had already begun forming seals at an astonishing speed. Itachi swiftly completed the hand seals and released an even larger fireball than Fugaku's. I've learned it, Itachi stated calmly. As if it were a simple feat. Witnessing this, Fugaku's pupils slightly contracted, and a joyful expression spread across his face. It is noteworthy that Itachi is only 5 years old. Undoubtedly, my son is a genius. I am truly amazed. How proud I am to call him my son. The scene transitions again. As time flows by, year after year, day after day, the atmosphere within the clan grows increasingly desolate. We are about to relocate. Fugaku broke the silence. Indeed. Itachi nodded in agreement. What is wrong, father? Itachi noticed his father's unusual demeanor and inquired curiously. Fugaku appeared particularly composed, slowly lifting his gaze towards the distant buildings, his expression complex. Atop the buildings, numerous Umbu figures flickered in and out of sight, clearly surveilling them. It feels as if we are surrounded. I hope this is merely my illusion, Fugaku murmured softly. What are you saying? Itachi looked at his father with curiosity, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. It's nothing. Speaking of which, you're reaching the appropriate age, Itachi. Fugaku gently ruffled Itachi's hair, his expression softening. You will soon be 6, and then you can enter the Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy? At this moment, Itachi had no concrete understanding of the term. Senju Tobarama, monkey. I am utterly disappointed in you. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, the situation was far too complicated. I had no choice. Senju Hashirama, Madara. I failed to protect your Uchiha clan. I am truly sorry. Uchiha Madara, what significance does your apology hold at this point? In the Pure Land. Madara glanced at the chat group and Appo's messages, his gaze icy to the core. Although he no longer held much affection for the Uchiha, Senju Hashirama and Appo's attitude genuinely irked him. Uchiha Izuna. Precisely. Our Uchiha clan must receive compensation. Chiyo. Our Sunagakure is located in a remote area, lacking in resources. Konoha must provide some form of recompense. Fourth Raikage A. Coincidentally, our Kumogakure is even more isolated and equally requires compensation from Konoha. Anoki. Konoha previously killed numerous Iwagakure shinobi in battle. Do they intend to provide no explanation or compensation? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everyone. I have long hoped for peace among the ninja world, to cease the flames of war. Yet, Konoha and Appo's current situation is truly beyond our control. Shimura Danzo. Enough? Hiruzen. You are far too indecisive. Senju Tobarama. Tsunade, are you present? Senju Tsunade. I am here, Grandpa. Senju Tobarama. Does the Senju clan still possess any capable individuals to take on significant duties? Have any from the Senju clan stepped forward to assume the position of Hokage? Senju Tsunade. Uncle, that may be rather unrealistic. Senju Tobarama. What do you mean? Anoki. It means your Senju clan in Konoha has been extinguished. Senju Tobarama. What? The Senju clan has been extinguished? Within the Pure Land. Senju Tobarama stared at the chat messages, his eyes aflame with fury, wide open in disbelief. Even Senju Hashirama beside him appeared momentarily stunned, his expression one of incredulity. How could such a once mighty clan simply vanish? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei, I truly did my utmost. Hanzo the Salamander, for some reason. Witnessing Konoha in distress brings me a sense of joy. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Ahem, coincidentally, I feel the same. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Raza, do you harbor grievances against Konoha? Orochimaru. Ahem, let us continue watching the video. The video continues to play. Congratulations on your enrollment. Cherry blossoms gently fall from the sky as the Ninja Academy opens. Everything appears exceptionally splendid. In the back playground, Hiruzen stands elevated, observing the new students below. Everyone, congratulations on your enrollment. I hope you will strive to become ninjas and study diligently. Itachi listened to the Hokage and Appo's speech, his eyes slightly perplexed. Soon spotting Izuna in the crowd. Izuna waved her small hand at him, offering a gentle smile, looking adorable. Upon entering the classroom, everyone took their seats to listen. Coincidentally, Itachi and Appo's desk partner was Izuna again. It seemed they shared quite a bond. I believe some of you may have already learned ninjutsu at home, but in the Ninja Academy, you will also train in teamwork and collective action. The fundamentals are essential. You must study earnestly. The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly. The scene shifts as the new students begin practicing kunai throwing. The results were dismal for everyone, except for Itachi, who hit every target perfectly. The crowd was astonished. Yet Itachi felt his performance was far from satisfactory. Chapter 11. Goodness, is Itachi and Appo's talent truly this exceptional? Chiyo, is this the genius of Konohagakure? Shikaku, if I recall correctly, this child is merely 6 years old, right? Minato, brother Fugaku, your child's talent is remarkable. Fugaku Uchiha, I am grateful for your compliments, but my son still has much to improve. Young Sasuke Uchiha, no, compared to Itachi, everyone else pales in comparison. Boruto Uzumaki, by the way, Sasuke, is he really that strong? Itachi Uchiha, he is rather average. Kisame Hoshigaki, please, Mr. Itachi, do not be modest. During the era of Boruto, the crowd sat in their seats, gazing at the images materializing in their minds, their eyes filled with disbelief. After all, in a time of peace, most exhibited rather modest talents. Witnessing Itachi achieve Seichnin level at the tender age of 6 left everyone astounded. Inside a hamburger shop. Remarkable. I must set a goal to surpass Sasuke and Appo's brother. Boruto exclaimed, shaking his fists. Nearby, Samaire chuckled softly, while Sarada looked at Boruto with disdain. But honestly, Itachi is quite handsome, exclaimed Choji, gazing dreamily. Izuna Uchiha. So, I am increasingly bewildered. What exactly prompted you to annihilate your clan? Itachi Uchiha. To test my abilities. Izuna Uchiha. I shall test you with an array of expletives. Obito Uchiha. Izuna, calm yourself. The video continued to play. In the classroom. Students listened as the teacher posed questions, yet no one else in the class knew how to respond. Now, Itachi Uchiha, the teacher called out. The technique is water release, water dragon bullet technique. Itachi nodded and swiftly stood to answer. Well done, praised the teacher. The entire class was left dumbfounded, staring at Itachi in awe, thinking, how is this child so intelligent? Everyone should remember to learn from Itachi. The homeroom teacher commended Itachi Uchiha. The scene shifted as several classmates, feeling envious of Itachi, challenged him. Itachi, come on, call the challenger. All right. Itachi formed a hand sign. After confirming that neither had dangerous items, the homeroom teacher permitted their spar. Let the match begin. To everyone's surprise, as the challenger rushed toward Itachi, he was swiftly brought down. Itachi held the opponent and Appos, as head with his foot while securing his arm to prevent a harsh landing. This concludes our match. Witnessing this, the viewers were momentarily taken aback. Itachi was merely 5 years old, yet his taijutsu was already astonishing. What heights could he possibly reach in the future? Surely, he would surpass even the elite. The scene transitioned again, months later, as baby Sasuke gradually learned to crawl. Itachi clapped his hands, beaming with joy as he watched his younger brother. Good, good. Sasuke clung tightly to Itachi and Appos as clothing, unwilling to let go. I and Appos, am sorry, I will play with you next time. Sasuke, Itachi said as he placed Sasuke on the ground and closed the door behind him. Sasuke looked longingly after Itachi's departing figure. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha. Sasuke was so adorable as a child. Sasuke Uchiha. Shut up, idiot. Makoto Uchiha. You two share such a close bond. By the way, Naruto, did you know that before you were born, Kushina and I arranged a betrothal? Kushina Uzumaki. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Minato, what a pity. Though, Naruto is a boy. Fugaku Uchiha. Indeed, two boys cannot possibly end up together. Sasuke Uchiha. Heh. Naruto Uzumaki. So much has happened before. Kakashi Hitaki. If only Kushina had not revealed her location when she gave birth to you, the outcome might have been different. There must be a traitor in Konohagakure. How infuriating. I will catch them. Obito Uchiha. Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, why are you so silent? Obito Uchiha. Humph, useless Kakashi. I have nothing to discuss with you. Karatsuchi. Thus, the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rampage is Danzo. Inoki, spread the word. The Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by Danzo. Second Mizukage, pass it on. The sacrifice of the second Hokage was also Danzo's doing. Shimura Danzo, get lost. I refuse to shoulder this blame. Within the Root organization, Danzo read the messages in the chat group, his blood boiling with fury once again. What is this nonsense? I have no intention of continuing to take the fall. Tobirama Senju. Danzo, when I was ambushed by Kin and Jin, were you conspiring behind the scenes? Shimura Danzo. The video continued to unfold. At the entrance, Itachi sprinted from his room. Father, you are back? Itachi spoke softly. Please teach me ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Isn't that taught at the Ninja Academy? Fugaku replied, puzzled. Those are far too simple. Itachi shook his head. Seeing his child in such a manner, Fugaku was filled with astonishment. Indeed, he had inherited his father's genes. For you, it is undoubtedly simple. Go wait for me at the training grounds. Mikoto watched her son tenderly, reminding him, remember to come back before dinner. I will. Itachi nodded, and then pushed the door open as he left. The scene shifted. Look, Itachi is over there. Where? I see him. He is walking. How handsome. In the Ninja Academy, a group of girls gazed at Itachi with excitement. The subsequent events followed a rather familiar pattern. The other boys in the class glared at Itachi with displeasure. They simply could not comprehend what made Itachi so special. After all, he was only slightly more handsome than they were. How infuriating. Itachi is far too arrogant. Itachi walked alone across the playground, casting a puzzled glance at the raucous crowd, then continued on without looking back. Take care of him. No problem. A few boys in the back seethed with anger. Soon, 3 boys, hands in their pockets, blocked the corridor, resembling little delinquents. However, it was not long before the trio was taught a lesson by older students, simply because the latter found their swagger intolerable. You guys are first years, right? You bumped into someone, yet do you not apologize to me? The older student sneered, adopting a delinquent demeanor. Inoki, see, that's how it is in Konohagakure. It's just our own people bullying one another. Deidara, huh? Inoki, Deidara, you rascal. Why are you not hurrying back to the village? Deidara, I am pursuing my art. I will not be confined to your clay. Killer Bee, pursuing art. Oh yeah, Meichirumi, can those upstairs refrain from rapping? It sounds dreadful. Chapter 12, 5 years old. Mastering the shadow clone technique? Impressive. Red Sand Scorpion, eternal beauty is true art. Deidara, nonsense, Scorpion. Explosions are the essence of art. Red Sand Scorpion, hee hee. The video continues to unfold. It was clearly you who collided with us. What nonsense are you spouting, fool? The senior student, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in anger and raised his fist to strike down heavily. The 3 boys, terrified, fled in an instant. Stop right there. The senior student bellowed. The trio dashed through the corridor, quickly seeking refuge behind Itachi. Itachi looked at these little rascals with a puzzled expression, only to turn and see the towering senior student in the distance. Who are you? Are you in cahoots with them? The senior student demanded. Itachi glanced at the three hiding behind him and helplessly formed a hand seal. Are all first-year students so self-important? The senior student glared at Itachi. His face filled with fury and suddenly swung a punch towards him. Unfazed, Itachi extended his hand, using the momentum to execute a shoulder throw. With a thud, the senior student was sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. How impressive! The surrounding first-year students, witnessing Itachi's swift and precise maneuvers, had their pupils dilate in disbelief. Is it possible? A first-year defeating a sixth-year student? Itachi crouched down to inspect the fallen individual, then stated, "Please take him to the infirmary." "Yes, right away." A classmate hurriedly responded. "By the way, Itachi-kun is truly remarkable." One student couldn't help but exclaim, "What is the matter?" Itachi turned. His expression calm as he regarded the classmate before him. "You just defeated a senior student in an instant, Itachi." Itachi tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Soon, Itachi garnered 3 little admirers. The trio immediately positioned themselves in front of Itachi, adopting a protective stance, resembling a gang leader surrounded by followers. "Make way for Lord Itachi." "Please, don't do this," Itachi said, lowering his head in embarrassment. "Uchiha Makoto, haha. Itachi has become the king of the children. Uzumaki Kushina. I'm really curious about what Naruto will be like at school. I'm looking forward to it." "Minato Namikaze, Naruto, have you been getting along well with your classmates?" Uzumaki Naruto. "Yeah, I have plenty of friends, like Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, and that aloof Sasuke." Nara Shikamaru. Idiot, don't say that." The video continues. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a beautifully dappled light upon everything. Life is born, and life fades away. Itachi, shouldering his bag, strolled through the forest, while such questions lingered in his mind. The distant birds, startled by his presence, soared into the sky. Life gathers. Itachi approached a rock, where he saw the character for ninja carved into the stone. Confusion filled his eyes. What is a ninja? What is a village? Such questions began to emerge in Itachi's mind. The scene shifted to a warm home. First in all subjects last semester, he truly is my son. Fugaka beamed with pride as he looked at Itachi. "Dad," Itachi suddenly spoke. What is it?" "Please teach me ninjutsu. I wish to understand more deeply what it means to be a ninja." Itachi's gaze was resolute as he looked at Fugaku. "Terumi-me, is it really alright for him to start learning ninjutsu at such a young age?" Second Mizukage, Kage of the Mist, thankfully. The Hidden Leaf Village has Danzo. Otherwise, with so many prodigies emerging, the leaf might indeed dominate the ninja world. Hanzo of the Salamander. I thank Danzo for that. Anoki. Thank you, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Damn it. I'm not taking the blame for this. Senju Tobarama. Danzo. Shut up. The video continues. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Itachi flung shurikens, hitting all the targets in the trees with pinpoint accuracy. Remarkably skilled for such a young age, a voice chimed in. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, his form freezing as he gazed towards the source of the voice. Before him stood a figure taller than he, Shursui, the clan's acknowledged top prodigy. "I cannot compare to you, Shursui. You are quite the charmer." Shursui smiled lightly. "So, is the Ninja Academy too dull, prompting you to skip class?" Shursui inquired, curiously surveying Itachi from head to toe. Itachi remained calm, nodding slightly. "However, I did not skip class." The scene shifted again to the Ninja Academy. Itachi's shadow clone sat against the wall, intently studying a scroll, while the 3 little admirers gathered around him. Soon, the senior students returned, this time in a large group, clearly seeking revenge. "You are despicable." The camera continued to switch perspectives. Shursui flicked his wrist, and 5 shurikens appeared in his palm. At the Ninja Academy, Itachi watched the oncoming senior students, skillfully evading their attacks. He dodged their strikes with ease, yet upon turning, he saw his 3 little followers being beaten. Although Itachi's expression remained calm, a surge of impulse welled up within him. Just as he was about to rush over to intervene, a hefty student blocked his path. "What is with that look?" The fat student, seeing Itachi's composed gaze, was instantly enraged. The scene shifted once more. Itachi mimicked Shursui's movements, and with a flick of his wrist, 5 shurikens appeared in his palm as well. Without hesitation, Itachi hurled the 5 shurikens at a tree stump. Shursui, witnessing this, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The commotion at the Ninja Academy soon drew the teacher and Appo's attention. "Hey you lot, stop this at once. Cease immediately." Amid the crowd, Itachi continually twisted his body, adeptly avoiding attacks, which seemed ineffective against him. Before long, the crowd employed a tactic of sheer numbers, quickly surrounding the small Itachi. The hefty student clenched his fist and swung a powerful punch towards Itachi's face. Yet, just then, a shocking scene unfolded. Bang! The struck Uchiha Itachi instantly transformed into smoke and vanished. Meanwhile, the original Itachi, still training in the woods, sensed something amiss. The students at the Ninja Academy halted their actions. "What is happening? That guy actually disappeared? That is a clone. No, wait." The teacher at the Ninja Academy looked into the distance, his pupils dilating in shock. An explosive realization struck everyone in Amp, Appo's, minds. It and Amp, Appo's, the shadow clone technique. Good heavens. How is it possible that Itachi is so young, yet has mastered such a forbidden technique? This is a ninjutsu that even members of the Umbu may not wield proficiently. Inoki, this child possesses terrifying talent. Chapter 13, Early Graduation. What is this if not genius? Uchiha Makoto, remarkable, this child possesses extraordinary talent. Second Mizukage, Yagura, is this the prodigy of Konoha? Senju Tobarama, monkeys. Where is Itachi now? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, Itachi mentioned he joined an organization. Senju Tobarama, an organization? What organization? Hiruzen Sarutobi, he joined the Akatsuki, a group comprised entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas. Jiraiya, Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, how is the Akatsuki faring now? Nagato, everything is proceeding smoothly. Conan, indeed. The video continues. What happened? Shursui gazes at Itachi, who is turning to leave, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I must return, Itachi states calmly. I see. Shursui replies with a slight nod. By the way, Shursui, Itachi suddenly turns back after taking a few steps. Shursui, hearing the commotion, feels puzzled. Why must life engage in conflict? Itachi unexpectedly poses a seemingly unrelated question, pondering such matters at his tender age. Well, that is a difficult question. However, if conflict can be halted, I wish to see it come to an end. Shursui reflects for a moment, his gaze resolute. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Itachi's pupils constrict slightly, as if he has found a kindred spirit amidst the vast sea of humanity. I feel the same way. Their eyes meet, seemingly able to perceive each other's innermost thoughts. Shursui gazes in astonishment at the shorter Itachi, a look of surprise crossing his face, as he watches Itachi turn and run away. Farewell, Shursui remarks meaningfully. Watching Itachi and Amp, Appo's, distant figure. The scene shifts, time flows, year after year, month after month. The graduation examination at the Ninja Academy last year was the shadow clone technique, which Uchiha Itachi had already mastered, even the forbidden technique of the shadow clone. The homeroom teacher reports every detail about Itachi to the Hokage. Moreover, he has exhibited outstanding performance in other areas. I believe keeping him in school serves little purpose. The homeroom teacher shakes his head slightly. But he is only in the first grade, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi expresses his astonishment. Indeed, isn't it wonderful? With such talent, Konoha's future is promising. Danzo glares at Sarutobi, calculating that he must make Itachi his subordinate at all costs. That child is exceptionally gifted. And only through his guidance can he become a true powerhouse. He is on a different level than the other students, especially in these times of peace. Sarutobi retorts to Danzo with rare seriousness. He is a genius, is he not? Danzo turns to the homeroom teacher. I have never encountered such an outstanding student. The homeroom teacher nods, secretly considering that Itachi's abilities may have already surpassed his own. Allowing Itachi to graduate, is that also for his benefit? Sarutobi reflects deeply while puffing on his cigarette. Naruto Uzumaki, just seeing Danzo makes me nauseous. Uchiha Makoto, indeed, I feel the same. Shimura Danzo, humph. I've been contributing to Konoha long before you two were even born. Senju Tobarama, enough, Sarutobi, if you're present, apprehend Danzo immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, should we give Danzo another chance? After all, he has contributed much to Konoha. Senju Tobarama, enough, Sarutobi, you are being overly indecisive. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the video continues. In the deep of night, the Uchiha compound lies enveloped in tranquility. Graduation? Fugaku, upon hearing his son's words, is taken aback. You're in the first grade and already planning to graduate from the ninja school? Yes. Itachi nods firmly. The teacher said parental consent is needed. So I wish to invite father to the school, Itachi says, sitting upright on the ground, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke crawls nearby, slowly inching toward Itachi. Is that so? Truly, my son. Fugaku's eyes glimmer with a hint of pride. Sasuke reaches out, tightly grasping Itachi's clothing. Itachi looks down at Sasuke, who beams with innocent delight. Watching Sasuke's adorable demeanor, warmth floods Itachi's heart. Yamanaka Ino, I didn't expect Sasuke to be so cute as a child. Sakura Haruno, absolutely. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Makoto. Oh, Sasuke was so attached to his brother back then. Uchiha Fugaku, Makoto. Your words remind me of that time. Uchiha Sasuke, humph, I have no fondness for that guy Itachi now. Itachi, tell me. What have you been hiding about the massacre? Uchiha Itachi. Hihi, you are still too weak. You lack the qualification to know the truth. Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi. It's raining. Remember to take an umbrella, or you might catch a cold. Deidara. Hey, Itachi, your brother sure knows how to get on your nerves. Do you need me to teach him a lesson? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you with that yellow hair? Humph, you think you can take me on? Deidara. The video continues to play. Time swiftly passes, and Itachi soon receives approval for early graduation, leaping directly from the first grade to the sixth. In the classroom, the instructor announces, from today onward, all graduates shall undertake tasks commissioned by the village. Henceforth, you will form teams of 3, each led by a jonin, executing tasks under the guidance of your teachers. The class assignment list will now be revealed. Itachi sits in the corner, wearing his forehead protector, his long hair cascading beside his ears, appearing exceptionally handsome, a promising figure even at such a young age. Yamanaka Ino. I feel like Sasuke's brother is even more handsome than Sasuke. Sakura Haruno. Yes, I think Sasuke-kun is still a bit more handsome. Uchiha Sarada. Uncle and dad look so alike. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. Uzumaki Boruto. Indeed. The key is that his talent is extraordinary. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. In terms of talent, hehe. The video continues. As night falls, the music gradually turns melancholic. Itachi sits in the corridor, observing his brother holding onto him tightly. He has been a ninja for some time now, and at this moment, gazing at the forehead protector in his hand, a complex look fills his eyes. At such a tender age, he is already weary. Tears forming in the creases of his eyes. He is filled with confusion and bewilderment, questioning why the shinobi world is perpetually engulfed in conflict. As dawn breaks, Itachi walks alone through the streets and soon spots his father. Father, we shall discuss this matter later. Fugaku turns to the team members, speaking with a complicated tone. Father, have you returned from your mission, Itachi? A faint smile breaks through Fugaku's weary eyes, especially upon seeing the forehead protector his son wears, filled with pride. After all, his son is already a genin at such a young age. In terms of talent, he might be on par with Kakashi, don't you think? Brother, please allow me passage. Chapter 14. Is it Itachi's little girlfriend? Shikaka Nara. Indeed, in terms of talent, Itachi surely surpasses my son by a considerable margin. Fugaku Uchiha. Nonsense. Your child's talent is evidently more remarkable. Shikaka Nara. You are being too modest, Fugaku. Fugaku Uchiha. Haha. It is you who is truly humble, Shikaku. Anoki. Is this a mutual flattery session? Terumi Mei. Konohamaru Sarutobi. What are you talking about? I believe my talent is the greatest. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha. Konohamaru. With your current level, you have quite a way to go. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Naruto. I will definitely surpass you. Young Sasuke Uchiha. Young Shikamaru Nara. Ahem. Konohamaru. To surpass your older brother, you still have a considerable distance to cover. Young Naruto Uzumaki. Well, Konohamaru. Do your best, and strive to surpass me soon. Young Konohamaru Sarutobi. During the era of Boruto. The grown-up Konohamaru glanced at the chat group with an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Surpassing the 7th Hokage? What a joke. The 7th Hokage is currently the strongest being in the ninja world. He would have to cheat to achieve that. Boruto Uzumaki. TCH, my dad's Hokage position was just bought. What is there to be proud of? Kushina Uzumaki. Konohamaru, you are quite the charmer at such a young age, huh? Sasuke Uchiha. Mikoto Uchiha. Speaking of which, about Izumi. Izumi Uchiha. Although I don't quite understand what happened. Itachi made me live a life in a genjutsu. Itachi Uchiha. I am sorry, Izumi. The circumstances at that time. Izumi Uchiha. It's alright. I understand. Tuka Uchiha. I fell by Itachi's blade. I have a right to speak. I truly cannot comprehend why Itachi would commit such an atrocity against his clan. Inaheim Uchiha. Indeed, it seems utterly outrageous no matter how one thinks about it. Hiruzen Sarutobi. This cannot be blamed on Itachi. It is all my failure for lacking the ability. Fugaku Uchiha. Hokage-sama. This is not your fault. The Uchiha clan has always sought to integrate into Konoha, yet there have been inexplicable obstacles. Anoki. Now the question arises, who exactly are these enigmatic obstacles? Terumi Mei. Oh dear, this is difficult to guess. We must exercise our minds. Could it be Danzo? Fourth Raikage A. I believe Danzo is behind this. Danzo Shimura. Enough. I refuse to take the blame for this. Hamura Mitokado. Whether you accept it or not, the blame lies with you. Civilians of Konoha. I remember many people back then spreading rumors about the Uchiha clan. It turns out they were all falsehoods. Civilian B. Back then. There were even rumors claiming Naruto was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. It is likely that was also a rumor spread by Danzo. Masked Merchant. Danzo. You are truly a beast. Tobarama Senju. Danzo, look at the heinous acts you have committed. Not only did you disclose Kushina's location, but you also spread rumors indiscriminately. Danzo Shimura. Teacher, I admit to spreading those rumors, but I absolutely did not leak Kushina's location. Kakashi Hitaki. If it weren't for you, who else could it be? My father likely perished under the weight of the public opinion you created, Elder Danzo. Izumi Uchiha. Danzo, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Danzo opened his friend requests, all of which were filled with greetings directed at him. His expression darkened instantly. Why must all the blame be shifted onto him, making him the scapegoat? Goodness, you all are truly pushing it. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo. For the sake of Konoha, you must bear these burdens no matter what. Hiruzen's private message arrived unexpectedly, and Danzo was left utterly helpless and speechless. After a moment of silence, a glimmer of determination flashed in Danzo's eyes. Very well, since it is for the sake of Konoha, I shall bear this burden. This book primarily focuses on entertainment, with conspiracy theories present, but it is Danzo who takes the fall. Chapter 15. In Search of the Cat Ninja, Meeting Two Teammates. Nagato, Danzo is truly a beast. Conan, indeed. Jiraiya, Nagato, Conan, I am truly sorry for you both. Conan, Teacher Jiraiya, we bear no grudge against you. The video continues to play. In the distance, a vast lake glimmers under the sunlight, its tranquil waters sparkling. Itachi and Izumi sit quietly on the opposite shore. I'm sorry, Itachi, weren't you just with your father? Don't you need to stay by his side? Izumi inquires, her head tilted in curiosity. Oh, not at all. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met. Itachi's gaze falls upon the packaging of a rice dumpling. Yes, ever since you became a genin, a haven and amp, Oppos, seen you at all, Izumi gently nods, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. I apologize for not being able to properly celebrate your achievement. Come to think of it, I don't think I even managed to say a word of congratulations. I'm truly sorry. Izumi's expression shifts to one of regret as she looks at Itachi. You don't need to apologize so often. Itachi smiles, shaking his head, attempting to alleviate Izumi's guilt. Well, although this isn't exactly a gift, would you care for a dumpling? As Izumi speaks, she gently shakes her head, then opens the packaging and carefully retrieves a dumpling. This is from my mother's favorite dumpling shop, the three-colored dumpling. But someone as talented as you probably wouldn't be interested in such things. Izumi chuckles lightly, seemingly embarrassed by her suggestion, and begins to withdraw the dumpling. I'm sorry. I was too presumptuous. However, Itachi's gaze remains fixed on the dumpling, ignoring Izumi's words. Since it's already out, I suppose I'll just eat one myself. Upon seeing this, Izumi chuckles softly, attempting to lighten the mood. Itachi watches intently as Izumi slowly brings the dumpling to her mouth, unable to suppress a gulp. Kushina Izumaki, Itachi. You look rather unremarkable like this, haha. Itachi Uchiha. Izumi Uchiha. So that is what Itachi was thinking back then. Sasuke Uchiha he. The scene continues. Izumi notices Itachi and Appo's change in expression and becomes puzzled. Do you want to eat this dumpling? She asks, extending it towards him. Itachi, instantly shy, turns his head away, his cheeks tinged with crimson. The camera shifts, capturing the two as they sit there, sharing dumplings and exchanging soft words. Is it amusing? Itachi glances over, his shyness evident. No, not at all. Although we have known each other for some time, I am still not very clear about your preferences, Izumi replies, shaking her head gently. Her eyes filled with warmth. Things one likes aren't necessarily linked to one's achievements or gender, are they? Itachi murmurs, a hint of tension in his voice. Indeed, I was overthinking it. My apologies, Izumi smiles softly. As the audience watches this heartwarming scene, a wave of warmth washes over them. How wonderful it would be if the ninja world could be free from conflict and forever bask in such peace and beauty. Yet, alas, such a beautiful wish is ultimately difficult to realize. Kuratsuchi. Hihi, the scent of romance is quite sour. Second Mizukage, Kahaku. It's strange, in this pure land. We don't need to eat, yet I feel quite full. Fourth Kazakage, Raza. It's probably because you've consumed too much dog food. Kakashi Hataki. Hihi. This video is simply tormenting us single folks. Shinichiku Hataki. Wait a moment, Kakashi. Are you still unmarried? Kakashi Hataki. Yes, what of it? Shinichiku Hataki. Aren't you nearly 30? Kakashi Hataki. Dad, that is not important. The video continues. I'm sorry, but your earlier fierce demeanor almost made it seem like you were about to activate your Sharingan. Izumi giggles, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Itachi, teased by her words, grows even more flushed. Ah, that is quite funny. I won't laugh anymore. I'm sorry, Itachi. Izumi observes Itachi's silence, her curiosity piqued. My sincerest apologies. On a serious note, let me offer you a gift as an apology. Is there anything you desire? Izumi looks at Itachi with intrigue. Something I desire? Itachi ponders, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him. Izumi meets his gaze, playfully blinking her eyes, the charming beauty mark beside her eye adding to her playfulness. Now that you mention it, Itachi looks into her eyes, but the words linger on the tip of his tongue. Well, yes, but I can't provide you with that. Izumi shakes her head, her expression laden with meaning. Hey, a familiar voice suddenly interrupts. Itachi and Izumi turn their heads. A new mission has arrived. Don't get all lovey-dovey here. Their teammate sighs in exasperation. Who's being lovey-dovey? Izumi's cheeks flush as she hurriedly retorts. Itachi, yes. While I cannot give you what you desire, I will pray for you, wishing you to awaken your Sharingan soon. Izumi gazes at Itachi, her expression becoming somewhat complex. When that time comes, please allow me to congratulate you. Itachi blinks in confusion. Awaken the Sharingan. Is there a prerequisite for that? Itachi Uchiha. It's hard to imagine this polite fellow before me will one day become that unhinged version. Inazuma Uchiha. There must be some untold reason behind it. Fugako Uchiha enough. From now on, the Uchiha clan shall not discuss this matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi, It's alright, Fugaku. Speaking of which, I owe you all a debt. Fugaku Uchiha, Lord Third. Tobarama Senju, Monkey. Honestly, how did the Uchiha clan meet their demise? Hiruzen Saratobi, it's too complicated. Just keep watching. This video will unveil everything. The scene continues. Amidst a desolate ruin, the sights appear particularly chaotic, with broken walls and debris scattered about. By the way, how is the kunai you bought previously working out for you, Itachi? Granny Cat inquires, her gaze curious. Yes, it's quite effective. Itachi nods gently. Quite effective? That's easy to say. That kunai is sharp. Finding one like it outside would cost a fortune. Granny Cat's expression turns serious. My father also specifically instructed me to extend his gratitude. Itachi nods politely once more, his demeanor humble. Gratitude isn't necessary. But could you perhaps offer a discount on the next commission fee? Granny Cat inquires tentatively. That's a different matter altogether. The leading J-nin shakes his head lightly. Alright, everyone, prepare to commence the mission. You all understand the task at hand, correct? I understand, Teacher Mizuki, it's just to find a cat. But why the need for this thing? Tenma expresses his displeasure, an air of complaint in his eyes. Tianma remains as exuberant as ever, while Shinzi gazes discontentedly at her teammates, her brow slightly furrowed. What are you saying? After a brief bout of playful scuffling, the group finally comprehends that what they seek is not an ordinary cat, but a rare ninja cat. Uchiha Azuna. Is it merely a matter of locating a cat? Surely, it cannot be that difficult. Uchiha Taijima. Are the tasks during peacetime so lax? In the Warring States period, missions were primarily centered around assassination. Chapter 16. Itachi's Extraordinary Talent. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, a couple of relics from the old era. Uchiha Azuna. Hey, what are you talking about, kid? Senju Hashirama. By the way, why does Sasuke resemble Azuna so much? Senju Tobarama. Humph, they are both evil. Cough cough. Senju Banju. Brother, do you have something unsaid in your heart? The video continues to play. Itachi dons a cat accessory, his appearance evoking a fluttering of hearts among the viewers, especially the women. Yamanaka Ino. How adorable. Tintin. I must say, the Uchiha clan truly produces exceptionally handsome individuals. Temari. Kankuro. Can't you learn from Itachi? Just look at that horrendous makeup on your face. Kankuro. Sis, I am pursuing my own artistic expression. You wouldn't understand. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Temari. How's Gaara doing? Temari. Same as before. Why do you ask? Orochimaru. Cough cough. Fourth Kazakage Raza. It's nothing. In the Pure Land. Raza gazes at his children, relieved to see they are safe. The thought of Orochimaru's treachery stirs anger within him. Uzumaki Kushina. Speaking of which, Sasuke and Itachi really do look alike, the only difference being the tear troughs. Uchiha Makoto. Haha. It seems so. The footage continues. Hey, don't you feel embarrassed? Tintin glances disapprovingly at Itachi. Embarrassed? I believe fulfilling the mission has little to do with appearances. Itachi shakes his head. Alright. You two stop bickering. This is the photo of the ninja cat we need. The leading jonin steps forward, presenting the picture to the duo. The scene shifts. Can we truly find a cat with this? Tintin scowls at Hinata. To accomplish the mission, I suppose I must wear these cat ears too. How utterly humiliating. Yet despite her disdain, she admits, but it does suit you quite well. Enough of that. Let us gather intel. You two form one team, and I'll team up with Itachi. We'll split up temporarily, the leading jonin whispers. Soon, the group scours the surroundings for the ninja cat, and after some inquiries, they finally uncover a clue. Let us regroup. The camera shifts again. By the way, you must not tell that guy. Tintin is in a deep discussion with Hinata. Why are you so petty? I bet it's because Itachi is younger than you, skipped a grade, and graduated top of his class, and you hold a grudge against him? Hinata teases her companion. If it weren't for him. Oh, so you could be first then? Itachi, overhearing his teammates' conversation through the window, feels a complex mix of emotions. That is not what I meant. Tintin appears flustered. Itachi is impressive. Competing with him is futile. Who is competing? What is so great about being first? Itachi takes a deep breath and opens the door, halting the argument. We've located the cat. Let us rendezvous with Teacher Mizuki, Itachi states calmly. The camera shifts to a storage room, where boxes are stacked high. Sigh. I've been dumped. Those guys keep pressuring me to marry. It's infuriating. A cat languidly sits on the ground, drunkenly sipping beer and mumbling. It turns out it chased a female cat here. Hinata glances into the distance, her eyes twitching slightly. Yes, it seems so. Mizuki nods. Well, I suppose that completes our mission. Tintin hesitates. Alright, I'll scout ahead. You all wait here, Mizuki says, striding over to the cat. Hello there, what do you want? Listening to your words, I empathize and wish to have a conversation with you. Can you relate to the feeling of being dumped by a girlfriend? The ninja cat glares with anger. I understand, of course, I can relate to that feeling, Mizuki chuckles awkwardly. Really? So you're also unwanted? The ninja cat looks at the man before it, nodding. At that moment, the three who were preparing to ambush nearly burst into laughter. Just as they were conversing, negotiations suddenly fell apart. It seems the talks have collapsed, Itachi sighs softly. The trio vanishes in an instant to assist their leader. Had I known, I would have attacked right from the start. Tintin hurls a kunai. Unexpectedly, the ninja cat kicks the kunai away effortlessly. Kids, I have no desire to fight you. Seeing the cat flee, the three immediately pursue. Itachi glances at the swiftly escaping cat, accelerates, and decisively leaps onto the top of the storage room. At that moment, while running, Itachi hears the cries of his teammates, his expression bewildered. Meatball, soft and squishy, Hinata breathes wearily. That got. Itachi frowns deeply. He quickens his pace. Leaping from box to box, his mind racing. It's too agile. I need to devise a plan. Itachi fixates on the distant ninja cat, his gaze resolute. Uchiha Taijima. Is this even considered a mission? Are we not merely playing? Uchiha Azuna. Is life so leisurely during peacetime? Uchiha Torohime. Back then, everyone in the clan fought valiantly on the battlefield. Senju Tobarama. Ah, those were the days on the battlefield, Sai? Senju Hashirama. Haha, regardless. Founding the village was the right decision. Uzumaki Boruto, by the way, did the Hidden Leaf village get founded by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara together? Uchiha Madara. Indeed, young one. What would you like to ask? Uzumaki Boruto. Then your strength must be incredible, far surpassing my father's. Anoki. Youngster. You still do not understand the weight of being a warlord in the ninja world. Terumi Mei. Hehe, it seems Anoki, you're getting old. Always boasting about being a warlord. The video continues. The ninja cat maintains balance with its tail, and its whiskers enhance its spatial awareness. Itachi calmly analyzes the situation. He produces several kunai from his hand. Observing the ninja cat leap about, Itachi swiftly throws the kunai. They spin rapidly through the air. However, the ninja cat is already prepared, easily dodging them. Your kunai are decent, but if you wish to hit me, you still have a long way to go. The ninja cat taunts Itachi. Unexpectedly, Itachi merely smiles gently. Indeed, I thought I was just 5 millimeters away from cutting you, see? He extends his index finger. The ninja cat looks up. Above, the kunai dangles precariously, soon plummeting down, severing its whiskers in an instant. The ninja cat's pupils constrict, followed by another kunai crashing onto its head. The ninja cat immediately loses consciousness, falling from the height. Itachi skillfully catches it. With this matter resolved, he wonders if they can make it in time. The onlookers of the video witness this scene, their pupils dilating in astonishment. This child's talent is simply remarkable. Uchiha Torohime. This child, even in the Warring States period, would be among the most talented. Uchiha Taijima. This is not merely exceptional. I sense that this talent surpasses even that of my son. Uchiha Madara. It is indeed rather intriguing. Chapter 17. At merely 7 years of age, the second Tomo awakens. In the Akatsuki organization, Obito, disguised as Tobi, gazes coldly at the video. It is undeniable that Itachi is formidable. I wonder what his current strength is. With a wary expression, Obito glances toward Itachi, who seems to sense the scrutiny and turns to look at Tobi. Oh dear, how terrifying. This demeanor of Mr. Itachi is quite alarming. Obito quickly feigns ignorance. Hey, Tobi, must you always be so jumpy? Deidara shoots a disapproving glare at Obito. Itachi perceives the murderous intent emanating from Obito, his gaze laden with meaning. What was Madara contemplating just now? Sasuke Uchiha comments. Haha, you truly lack perception. Itachi's achievements are merely a stroke of luck. His innate talent cannot compare to mine. Pray tell, what is your current Tomo count? Asks Taijima Uchiha. What of it? If I possess 2 Tomo? Sasuke retorts. Itachi Uchiha, how many Tomo do you possess? Taijima inquires. 3 Tomo, Itachi replies. Oh, is there not much difference in talent then? Taijima quips. Bah, once I hone my skills for a few months, I too shall attain 3 Tomo. Sasuke declares. Is this a reincarnation of Indra? One observes. The video continues. Tenma clutches the cat's whiskers, glancing down to discover an abyss. His expression involuntarily twitches. This might very well be the end. In that instant, Itachi decisively throws a kunai with a rope, securing Tenma's foot. Excellent. No time wasted on either side. Itachi breathes a sigh of relief. I've got it. Tenma shakes the cat's whiskers in his hand. The scene shifts swiftly. Soon, Team Itachi completes their mission handover. Thank you for your hard work, Itachi. Next time, I shall account for the debts the Uchiha owe me. Sighs the elderly cat lady. Haha, we need not repay anything just yet. Chimes Iron Fire Uchiha. What a hellish joke this is. Dark Uchiha exclaims. Boruto, how fares your life at present? Light Uchiha asks. And you are? Boruto inquires. Nothing of consequence. Light Uchiha responds. The imagery progresses. In the twilight hour, the setting sun casts its golden hue, as 3 figures traverse a narrow path. How delightful it is to have obtained what we desired. Heart murmurs with a soft chuckle. Well, it could be better. Tenma frowns slightly. Can you not be a bit more cheerful? Was it not said that this pertains to the fate of our entire clan? It is not that dire. Tenma replies with a faint smile. However, with Father's recovery, our clan shall continue to thrive. Trailing behind the two, Itachi listens to their exchange, his brow furrowing. Thoughts of the previous ninja cats, the Uchiha clan members, and the present Tenma flood his mind. Everyone is contemplating the well-being of the clan. Itachi is lost in reflection about the essence of life. Suddenly, Tenma, who is leading, halts and turns to gaze at Itachi with curiosity. Do not presume that aiding me makes you exceptional. I did not think so. Itachi shakes his head, his expression serene. TCH, I could have managed without your help. Tenma retorts, visibly dissatisfied. Heart, unable to bear the exchange, raises a hand and playfully strikes Tenma's head. What are you doing? You still speak such foolishness. We are comrades. And aiding each other is only natural. Heart pouts, her face full of discontent. Oh, comrades. I merely acted to fulfill the mission, Itachi hastily clarifies. Heart delivers another playful punch to Tenma and then elbows Itachi. And you, Itachi, if you feel unwell, speak up, do not bottle it in. Furthermore, do you have something to say to Itachi? Heart glares at Tenma with impatience. Very well, I shall certainly repay this kindness. Tenma declares, puffing out his chest as he looks down at the shorter Itachi. Could you not simply express your gratitude? Heart adds with another playful jab. That hurts, you know. Observing the playful banter between his teammates, Itachi can no longer suppress a soft chuckle. Is this what it means to have comrades? The Umbu of the Mist Village exclaims. What a blow. Hashirama Senju laughs. Witnessing the harmony amongst these children embodies the very essence of my vision for establishing a village. The ideals you hold are indeed commendable. Yet the flames of war persist, albeit you remain oblivious to them, the first Mizukage replies. The first Hokage, you are perhaps overly naive, remarks the second Tsuchikage. However, the nature of humanity is intricate, especially within the realm of shinobi, the Otsutsuki observes. The scene continues to unfold. The moonlight, gentle as silver gauze, cascades over the clan grounds. Itachi sits on the corridor, gazing up at the luminous moon. Brother, what is this? Sasuke curiously inquires, holding up the cat hair accessory, his face awash with confusion. Turning to his brother, Itachi's lips curl into a faint smile. This is from that time. Sasuke tightly clutches the ornament, his eyes gleaming with joy. The little goldfish in the pond swims tirelessly in circles, and Itachi's thoughts drift once more into contemplation. Life is born, and yet it also perishes. However, life can also be redeemed. No, when I saved that individual, I did not ponder the implications. Slowly, he raises his hand, observing his palm. It bears a wound from the rescue, now wrapped in bandages. We are comrades, assisting one another is only natural. Heart's words echo in his mind. As clan members congregate to form a village, some forge connections with oneself. If these individuals are deemed comrades, then indeed, we are comrades. Itachi clenches his fist tightly, his thoughts tumultuous. It is precisely because of these bonds that such emotions arise. Time flows swiftly. Months later, during a protective mission, a sudden calamity strikes. A teammate sacrifices themselves to shield Itachi. As he gazes at the masked figure with flowing hair in the distance, terror engulfs Itachi's eyes. Because of this connection, that individual pale as a sheet, Itachi feels dread wash over him. Tenma, in a bid to safeguard Itachi, recklessly charges toward the foe. I shall repay this kindness. Tenma's final words reverberate in Itachi's mind. In Itachi's view, Tenma is mercilessly cleaved in two by the masked man, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Tenma is gone. Itachi turns to observe his innocent younger brother, his expression complex and inscrutable. Once, I did not comprehend the imagery shifts rapidly. And Itachi is besieged by an avalanche of harrowing memories. On the battlefield, dismembered limbs lay strewn about, and the earth is saturated with crimson. The true agony, the searing pain of losing life, can only be understood through first-hand experience, forced to confront it. Itachi tightly embraces his brother, sorrow etched upon his features. The anguish of not wanting to lose a loved one at that moment. Sasuke lifts his head, perplexed as he gazes at his brother. Brother, what is wrong with your eyes? Itachi raises his head, tears streaming forth, his eyes transformed into the second Tomo, gazing at his innocent brother. Itachi and Appo's expression grows ever more intricate. One day, will you possess these eyes as well? Itachi gently caressed his younger brother and Appo's cheek, his teeth clenched tightly. On the day you come to understand this sorrow, the moonlight in the high sky grows ever more radiant, and the little goldfish in the pond continue to swim in circles. In that moment, Itachi's emotions underwent a subtle transformation. Kagami-me, Itachi, your thoughts are remarkably mature. Sarutobi Hizashi, is it from this moment that you began to possess a shadow-level intellect? Second Tsuchikage, Anoki, are you joking? He appears to be only 7 years old. Chapter 18, The Young Actor Itachi. Senju Tobarama, Itachi is indeed an exceptional child. Uchiha Obito, did he possess the mindset of a shadow at just 7 years old? Namikaze Minato, Obito, you are quite impressive as well. No error in, indeed. Uchiha Obito, but I. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. The scene continued. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaka stood by the pond, slowly scattering fish food into the water. The goldfish gathered eagerly, joyfully competing for the morsels. Are you leaving? Fugaka sensed the movement behind him and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, Itachi gently nodded in response. Is that so? At merely 8 years of age, you have awakened the Sharingan. It seems the village is keen to observe your abilities, Fugaku remarked, his words laden with significance. This alone suffices to illustrate the power and influence of the Sharingan. I hope you can come to a clear understanding of this. With that, Fugaku scattered another handful of fish food into the pond, letting out a soft sigh. Upon hearing his father and Appo's words, Itachi instinctively clenched his fists. However, for the clan, gaining a member with formidable power is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. I take pride in you. Fugaku remained oblivious to his son's complex emotions, continuing to speak. Itachi's mind wandered back to the painful memories of the past. But he is gone, father, he nearly screamed inwardly. Nonetheless, you must not grow arrogant simply because you possess the Sharingan. You must continue to train diligently to enhance its power. As Fugaku spoke, he cast another handful of feed into the pond. Instantly, the goldfish became chaotic, frantically vying for the food. I believe I need not elaborate further, after all. You are my son, Fugaku said with a slight smile. My companion has died, yet you remain so unfazed. Father, Itachi struggled to suppress his anger. Slowly turning to face his father with a forced smile. All right, I understand, father. I will continue to work hard. Fugaku nodded with a satisfied smile. Then I shall take my leave, Itachi said hastily, exiting the courtyard. Terumi-me, at such a tender age of 8, his acting skills are already so advanced. Kuratsuchi, it seems Itachi's awareness is quite profound. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, I had no idea your state of mind was so intricate. I apologize. As a father, I failed to comprehend your feelings. Uchiha Makoto, Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi, I watched you grow. Alas, it pains me to see you suffer. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan is all my fault for not thinking things through. Uchiha Itachi, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Sasuke, I refuse to believe this. The video must be a fabrication. In a certain residence, Sasuke stared intently at the video, his emotions bordering on madness. Could it be that Itachi truly had unspoken reasons for the massacre? Damn it, how long will you keep this from me? Sasuke glared at Itachi and Appo's avatar in the chat group, his heart ablaze with fury. Uchiha Obito, have you ever pondered why you were the only one to survive that day? Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, why didn't you kill me? Uchiha Itachi. The video continued to unfold. At the entrance, Itachi was sitting on the ground, changing his shoes. Sasuke heard a noise and quickly ran over. Brother, you promised to play with me today? Sasuke clutched Itachi's clothing tightly, his face beaming with joy. Indeed, Itachi smiled gently, shaking his head helplessly. As Sasuke observed his brother, his joy intensified, but suddenly, his expression froze. But I have a mission. Forgive me, Sasuke, I will definitely play with you next time, Itachi said, lightly tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Sasuke winced in pain and took a step back, holding his forehead. Sorry, Sasuke, could you lend me your brother for a moment? Shisui appeared at the doorframe, observing the scene with a half-joking tone. Humph. Sasuke glared at Shisui, his cheeks puffed up, his dissatisfaction evident on his face. Kuratsuchi, that little one is so adorable. Yamanaka Ino, as expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura Haruno, Itachi looked so much like Sasuke when he was little. Raza, the fourth Kazekage. Wait a moment, everyone. I think I've noticed something odd. Anoki, Raza, what do you wish to convey? Raza, Itachi and Sasuke do not resemble Fugaku at all. Kisame Hashigaki, it does seem that way. Hiruzen Sarutobi, ahem. AI, the fourth Raikage. Uchiha clan leader, do not take it too hard. It is a common occurrence. Uchiha Fugaku. The video continued to play. In the woods, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Why did you lie to Sasuke? Shisui inquired curiously, gazing at Itachi. Sasuke just shot me a fierce glare. Shisui chuckled softly. Indeed, it was wrong of me to lie. However, Sasuke is a clever child. In time, he will understand, Itachi replied, shaking his head slightly. His eyes reflecting both resignation and hope. As the two conversed, they searched the woods for the designated scroll. For this task, they were required to collaborate with the genin to locate the specified scroll. Shisui's lips curled into a faint smile. If it were merely to find a genin as a training partner, I would not have had to choose you. With that, Shisui unwrapped the scroll in his hand. At this point, let us not dwell on such matters. Although this is not an official mission, it is still entrusted by an elite shinobi like Shisui. I cannot refuse. And thus, it is not entirely a lie, Itachi chuckled and shook his head. The onlookers of the video were astonished to see Shisui possessing elite abilities at such a young age. Let us depart. Shisui swiftly rewrapped the scroll, disappearing from sight in an instant. Itachi followed closely behind, quickly catching up. What is the content of this exercise? Itachi asked curiously, looking towards Shisui. There are 3 objectives. Shisui replied, raising 3 fingers. The two leaped gracefully through the woods. Firstly, we must identify the traces left by a fugitive and discover their whereabouts. As soon as he finished speaking, a python lunged towards them. Itachi reacted swiftly, drawing his blade and decisively severing the serpent. Quite impressive, Shisui remarked, astonished. As he regarded Itachi with admiration. Let us begin our investigation from here. Shisui leaped down from a height, and Itachi landed steadily beside him. Shisui knelt on the ground. meticulously examining the traces on the trees, footprints on the moss. As expected of Shursui, not even the smallest detail is overlooked, Itachi noted, remaining vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Before long, Itachi sensed something amiss and dashed forward without hesitation. Shursui watched Itachi with a look of appreciation in his eyes. This? Itachi bent down to pick up a branch from the ground. That fellow likely broke this dry branch intentionally. You are quite observant. But this is fabricated. Shursui gently shook his head. The branch has not yet withered to the point of breaking at a mere touch. Observe this fracture. Jishui said while gently caressing the broken end of the branch, patiently elucidating. It seems that the individual was overly eager during the forgery, employing rather crude techniques. Upon hearing Jishui's explanation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Itachi's eyes. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village. These two children are merely a few years old. Yet they possess such remarkable observational skills, truly extraordinary. Chapter 19, Uchiha, Clan Shursui. Second Sachikage. Why do geniuses always emerge from Konohagakure? Anoki. Teacher. There is no need for jealousy. All the geniuses from their village have been squandered by Danzo. Second Sachikage. Anoki, your words bring me some solace. Senju Tobarama. Monkey. I am genuinely frustrated. How did you manage to run Konohagakure into the ground? Saratobi Hiruzen. Teacher. The scene continues. Do not be discouraged. The footprints on the moss may have been left by animals, but false clues are typically orchestrated by humans. Shursui smiled slightly. Since the false clues were placed in that direction, Shursui suddenly halted, patted Itachi on the shoulder, and pointed to a stone on the ground. A stone? Indeed. As Shursui spoke, he lifted the stone. The back was dry, while the front was damp. Shursui held the stone, examining it repeatedly. Is it possible that this is also a deception? Itachi inquired with curiosity. It's not impossible. But the moisture on this stone indicates how long ago our target passed through this place, Shursui patiently explained. I see now, Itachi exclaimed, enlightened. Judging by the dryness, it should have been less than an hour. The two surveyed their surroundings, and Itachi sniffed the air. This scent. Shursui turned to Itachi, excitement flickering in his eyes. Itachi began to search the area carefully and soon discovered a tattered petal. Instantly, he deduced that a ninja had stepped on this petal while running. Well done, let us proceed. Shursui clapped Itachi on the shoulder. In the distance, the sun slowly descended, painting the horizon with hues of twilight. Beneath this twilight, Shursui and Itachi examined the lakeside. Those are the marks left by fish brushing against the surface. Shursui observed Itachi still scrutinizing the scene and calmly reminded him. Are these even false clues? Itachi queried. Indeed. That is precisely the purpose of fabricated clues, to lead pursuers to believe that everything resembles traces left by enemies, Shursui stated solemnly. As long as it can disorient the pursuers, the fugitive can escape more easily. Given this, it is indeed quite challenging for me to locate the fugitive alone, Itachi remarked gravely. I must learn more tracking techniques. Upon hearing Itachi's response, Shursui couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then sat down on a stone. You are only half correct. Shursui retrieved a bamboo tube from his robe and took a swig. Here, have a sip. Itachi took the bamboo tube without hesitation and took a drink. Because you were simply extraordinary, Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi nearly choked on the water. Shursui gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Thus, you have never considered the perspective of those who are less capable, have you? At Shursui's words, Itachi's pupils narrowed slightly. What I mean is, while tracking techniques are important, understanding the psychology of the fugitive is equally crucial. Even without relying solely on tracking techniques, one can sometimes anticipate and intercept the opponent. Shursui began to elaborate. Terumi Mei, I don't know why, but I find myself rooting for those two. Kuratsuchi, indeed. Uchiha Taijima, what a waste of talent. How unfortunate. Uchiha Izuna. Father, why do you say that? Uchiha Taijima. Those two in the Warring States period should have preserved their talents and produced more offspring. Shuntive? Yet, their sexual orientation, Sai. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto, Itachi. Your parents may not have paid much attention to you when you were young. Please don't truly become a recluse. Kisame Hashigaki. I never expected that Itachi-sensei would be like this. Uchiha Itachi. Akatsuki Organization. Itachi stared at the video screen, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? When did I become a recluse? Although he was mentally mocking the absurdity, he maintained his aloof demeanor. Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Itachi. My foolish little brother. Do you think you can do that with your current Tsutomu? The scene continues. Is that so? Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly wanting to say something but held back. In any case, that's the situation. Now, let us commence the second part of the exercise. Shursui stood up, gazing skyward. The scene shifted to twilight, where the two young men sat around a campfire, roasting fish. The dancing flames illuminated their faces. What is the second part of the exercise? Itachi inquired curiously. It involves night camping. Shursui nodded, his expression calm. The textbook states that using fire at night is strictly prohibited. Itachi frowned slightly, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Is there a special reason for your actions? Let us eat first. Shursui gently shook his head, smiling as he handed the roasted fish to Itachi. Because you are too remarkable, Itachi. But I am far from it. Itachi quickly shook his head, his expression earnest. Just like during the day, if only I possessed a few more skills. Indeed, Shursui chuckled softly. What is so funny? Itachi inquired, puzzled. I apologize. I was merely feeling a bit cheerful. Cheerful about what? It's nothing. Just let me finish. I initially thought there was little I could teach you, but... Shursui paused, hesitating. Today, you made me realize that there is still much I can impart to you. In summary, this brings me great joy, Shursui said, taking a bite of the roasted fish. Then, what about this fire? Itachi asked again. Eating with someone who allows you to relax is a wonderful feeling. A light smile graced Shursui's face. As for this campfire, it holds no particular significance. It is merely for enjoying delicious warm food. Moreover, I believe that consuming warm food can elevate one's mood. Now eat while it's hot. Itachi nodded. His time spent with Shursui allowed him to finally release the tension he had been holding onto within the clan's territory, alleviating his previous anxiety. However, if I were truly competent, 10 would not have perished. Itachi bit into the fish, chewing with a complex and guilt-ridden gaze. My strength is still too weak, someone like me. Shursui sat silently beside Itachi, his gaze filled with understanding of the internal pain he felt. I awakened my Sharingan. After a moment of hesitation, Itachi revealed this secret. Is that so? So you were lying before? Shursui gently tossed the stick he had used to eat the fish into the campfire, watching the flames dance. Lying? I mentioned it at the start of the exercise. Because you have become so accustomed to deceiving yourself that you fail to perceive your true feelings, Shursui gently shook his head, his eyes filled with compassion. Uchiha Tetsahira. In short, Itachi is too proud. Uchiha Inahira. Indeed, he should not have committed such a reckless act of annihilating his clan. Chapter 20. A mere 7-year-old weasel confronts an elite jonin. Everyone is shocked young Uchiha Itachi faced off against an elite shinobi, astonishing all witnesses. Uchiha Sasuke, in his youth, remarked with a sneer, Haha, you truly are naive and ignorant. Itachi responded sharply, Sasuke, this is a matter between me and them. Do not interfere. Young Sasuke hesitated, attempting to interject, but was cut off by Boruto Uzumaki, who admitted confusion, asking what had transpired afterward. Hinata Uzumaki, puzzled, questioned whether Naruto was her grandson. Naruto, in his youth, affirmed with pride, yes, indeed, you have grandchildren. Shikamaru Nara inquired about his own place in the family, while Kakashi Hitaki, with a cough, teasingly offered a copy of the Love Paradise edition. Shikamaru, annoyed, retorted that his father was in heaven. The scene continued, revealing that the characters did not wish to remain confined at home. Tsunade and Appo's profound gaze and words hinted at deeper emotional currents. Tensions rose as the scene shifted to a secluded setting where a character named Odos, with a serious expression, observed the surroundings. Sasuke, inhaling deeply, nodded in acknowledgement. Several root members were pursuing an undercover ninja, who was caught with his feet bound by silk threads. Odos swiftly cut the silk, exclaiming, here to help. The pursuit revealed that the attackers were also undercover agents, prompting Odos to ponder whether this was part of an exercise. Sasuke looked perplexed, questioning the purpose of such internal conflict among Konoha shinobi. Odos sternly urged the others to leave, warning that the attacker was a traitor and demanded proof of his treachery. The masked figures, with icy stares and murderous intent, argued fiercely about the legitimacy of their mission. Amidst heated debate, Odos accused the traitor of being a village deserter, emphasizing the importance of justice. The masked operatives, with cold determination, prepared to eliminate the suspect. Sasuke, observing the chaos, contemplated the gravity of the situation, how a single traitor's betrayal could threaten the entire village. Suddenly, a shuriken struck, and the ninja transformed into water, evading their pursuers, revealing the use of substitution techniques. The masked agents, with icy gazes and simmering anger, deduced that the traitor had used a secret scroll to deceive them. Odos, with a resolute expression, questioned their next move upon acquiring intelligence. A heated argument ensued over the morality of their actions, with accusations flying and the truth of their mission hanging in the balance. The scene shifted to a reflection on those who silently uphold peace amid darkness, deemed true ninjas. Odo's gaze hardened with determination, asserting that peace cannot be maintained through coercion or violence. His eyes flashed with the Sharingan, revealing his unwavering resolve. Sensing Odo's conviction, the masked figure with a fox mask sneered, claiming that enforced order was not true peace. Sasuke, witnessing Odo's transformation, felt a surge of combat spirit. Odos commanded Sasuke to fall back, declaring his readiness to stand alongside him. Sasuke, resolute, refused to retreat. Suddenly, 3 masked figures launched simultaneous attacks amidst the darkness. Blades clashed fiercely under the night sky, sparks flying as their weapons collided, illuminating brief flashes of light. Sasuke swiftly distanced himself, while the masked figure with a cat mask pursued him, launching a barrage of iron wires. Sasuke and Appo's agility allowed him to evade skillfully, demonstrating the covert tactics of their enemy. The feline-masked attacker, with a ruthless glare, tore off his cloak, revealing deadly intent. His comrades followed suit, ready to escalate the conflict. Odos responded with swift action, drawing his blade to defend against their assault. A massive sword descended from above, forcing Odos into a perilous backflip to avoid destruction. The sword struck the water, creating a large splash, yet Odos remained unharmed. Seizing the moment, Odos kicked the fox-masked opponent, who twisted his neck in response. The fox-masked ninja warned that his comrade was notoriously fierce. Their survival depended on swift intervention. Odos retorted fiercely, emphasizing the strength of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Sasuke sought opportunities to counterattack but was swiftly detected by the cat-masked ninja, forcing him into retreat. At only 7 years old, Sasuke had already battled such formidable enemies, an undeniable testament to his prodigious talent. The scene portrayed the extraordinary potential of a young genius. The narrative continued with tension mounting, as political intrigue, moral dilemmas, and the unyielding resolve of those who uphold peace intertwined, painting a vivid tableau of loyalty, betrayal, and the indomitable spirit of the shinobi world. Chapter 21. The momentary stillness of water and Itachi's terrifying insight. The video continues to unfold. Itachi is swiftly sent flying by a root ninja, and before he can regain his bearings, several shuriken come hurtling towards him like shooting stars. The Sharingan. Itachi raises his head, and in an instant, the two tomo of his Sharingan manifest, gleaming with a sharp light. In that fleeting moment, he clearly perceives the trajectory of the shuriken, observing their rapid and intricate spins in midair. Taking a deep breath, Itachi firmly grips his short blade, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. In the next heartbeat, he moves like lightning, deftly evading the incoming shuriken. His movements resemble a butterfly flitting through a battlefield, narrowly escaping peril each time. He charges towards his adversary with remarkable speed. Seeing their initial assault yield no results, the enemy promptly releases the threads they were manipulating and leaps back, creating distance from Itachi. They aim to keep up an unrelenting offensive, hoping to catch him off guard. Itachi furrows his brow, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. However, upon noticing the masked ninja from a distance, Itachi's thoughts crystallize into a plan. Underestimating him as merely a child, they were taken aback to find he had awakened the Sharingan. The masked ninja's demeanor shifts to one of caution. After all, Itachi belongs to the Uchiha clan, and it is well known in the ninja world, when faced with an Uchiha one-on-one, it is wise to flee at once. The masked ninja remains on high alert, her gaze fixed on the approaching Itachi. She decisively hurls several kunai, but Itachi reacts swiftly, evading with ease. Clang! Their blades clash fiercely, igniting brilliant sparks in the dark of night. Itachi continues to artfully dodge, each evasion perilously close, akin to a low-margin assassin who knows that opportunities are fleeting. Seeing this, the masked ninja throws 3 kunai with precision. Itachi leaps into the air, evading them effortlessly. Behold, the power of the Sharingan. His pupils constrict sharply as he does not hesitate to strike with his short blade, pinning the 3 kunai firmly into a stone. The viewers of the video gasp in astonishment, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Is this the might of the Uchiha clan? Their depth is indeed unfathomably profound. Itachi stands firmly atop the kunai, gazing down at the masked ninja. In combat, there is no distinction between orthodox and unorthodox methods. However, your attacks have been completely deciphered. Itachi's eyes are cold and piercing, seemingly capable of unraveling all mysteries. Humph, not so fast. You have already fallen into my trap. The masked ninja chuckles lightly. Unbeknownst to her, numerous iron threads suddenly converge around them. For a child, you are quite formidable, she muses, swinging her blade against the threads. With a snap, the threads pull tautly, swiftly ensnaring her. However, in an instant, the masked ninja's eyes widen in shock, her pupils constricting violently. The threads have not ensnared Itachi, instead, they have firmly bound her. What? How can this be? The masked ninja stares in confusion as she realizes her neck and legs are tightly bound by the iron threads. At this moment, rhythmic music begins to play, and Itachi looks down upon her from above. I have long asserted that everything is under my control. His gaze is icy and resolute. From the moment you launched those threadbound tools, I subtly altered their trajectories. Itachi explains calmly. You scoundrel, Uchiha. The masked ninja's voice grows faint as the short blade in her hand clatters uselessly to the ground. Anoki, this is outrageous. Itachi is only 7 years old and has defeated a Jainin. 4th Raikage A. If this child receives proper training, he will undoubtedly reach the level of an elite Jainin. 2nd Mizukage, Terame, such short-sightedness. With the right cultivation, Itachi could easily attain Kaga-level strength. Umbu of Kirigakure. Goodness, a Kaga-level powerhouse is truly terrifying. Uchiha Shursui. It is no wonder that Itachi is indeed an Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, what's so impressive? I could do that when I was 7 too. Deidara. Hee, I think you're just bragging. The video continues. Shursui faces 2 approaching root ninjas, wielding his short blade with ferocity as they engage in a fierce close-quarters combat. Bang! The sounds of metal clashing echo through the dim air, with brilliant sparks flying all around. It seems that Itachi is faring well, so I must resolve my side swiftly. Shirsue's form flickers as he performs a series of agile backflips, quickly distancing himself from the enemy. His hands weave through seals with the swiftness of a phantom. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, two Shijuis separate from his original form, racing towards the distant enemies like arrows released from a bow. However, something strange occurs during their charge. Shirsue's figures multiply as if being copied and pasted. Shadow clone? One of the root ninja's pupils constrict in alarm. No, wait. This is merely a standard clone, isn't it? The other ninja, wearing a fox mask, shakes his head slightly. If they are merely clones, I can easily locate the original with my sensory abilities. Just as the fox-masked ninja finishes speaking, his expression suddenly freezes. Wait, something feels off. He glances around nervously, only to be shocked to find that he cannot pinpoint the location of Shirsue's original body. In that instant, Shirsue darts through the throng like a bolt of lightning. The fox-masked ninja reacts swiftly, raising his hand to block the sudden kick. But immediately after, another Shirsue swings his sword at him, forcing the fox-masked ninja to raise both blades in defense just in time. Then, a relentless wave of Shijuis surges forth, with one delivering a powerful punch. The fox-masked ninja winces in pain, his eyes rolling back as he succumbs to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a hulking ninja wearing a brown bear mask emits a thunderous roar, swinging his arms to send the approaching Shijuis flying. He then slams one hand onto the ground, causing vast amounts of lake water to erupt, creating tumultuous waves. Yet, before the waves can subside, countless Shijuis stand surrounding him. The bear-masked ninja and Appo's pupils dilate in shock. There is no movement, which means there is no tangible mass. Yet the attacks are undeniably potent. What could this mean? In that fleeting moment, torrents of water crash down like a deluge, soaking the bear-masked ninja's attire completely. My body flicker technique may lack physical substance, yet one could argue that all clones possess physicality. Shirsue materializes silently behind him, gripping his short blade tightly. Soon, a sharp whistle resonates from the distant woods. It seems the observing Nin have caught wind of the situation here. Shirsue calmly assesses. The scene shifts, revealing that we will always be watching you from the shadows. Uchiha Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi. The bear-masked ninja, resigned, hoists his unconscious teammates and slowly departs from the scene. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Moon, expressed admiration, stating that at such a tender age, the two individuals triumphed over a jonin. On the other hand, Noki remarked in disbelief, questioning why all the prodigies seem to reside in Konohagakure. Chapter 22, Joining the Konoha Umbu at 12. The ninja world is astounded. Hanzo the salamander, so what? In the end, they all perish, do they not? Meitarumi, thank you, Shimura Danzo. Anoki, thank you, Shimura Danzo. Gaara, thank you Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Kazekage, is there something about Konoha that displeases you? A fourth Raikage, just observing. The video continues to unfold. Itachi gazes intently at the wound of the Umbu ninja before him, his pupils narrowing in concern. It is not fatal, do not worry. The Umbu ninja slightly shakes his head. At that moment, Itachi's mind involuntarily drifts back to his earlier encounter with the masked ninja. A few Senbon had flown backward, inadvertently piercing the resting Umbu ninja. If only I had been more vigilant about the enemy's movements. A look of self-reproach crossed Itachi's face. Let us set that aside for now. The Umbu ninja gestures dismissively. That individual hopes we can pretend tonight and Appo's events never transpired. Shirsue shook his head in resignation. But why does someone seek to take his life? Itachi queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Once the truth is unveiled, it may incite further conflict. The Hokage wishes to avoid such a scenario. The Umbu ninja, lying against the rocks, gasped weakly. Guardians of peace, shrouded in anonymity? Itachi pondered, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him as he absorbed the Umbu ninja and Appo's words. The scene shifts swiftly, and soon, Konoha and Appo's ninjas arrive at the site. You participated in the battle. Consider it part of a drill, yes? Apologies, their strength was overwhelming. I was entirely consumed with protecting the lower ranks and barely discerned their identities, Shirsue responded with a hint of regret. No. This is our oversight for failing to prevent their incursion. The most important thing is that you are unharmed, a Konoha ninja quickly interjected. I will seek you out in a couple of days for a detailed account. Let us conclude this drill for now. Understood. Itachi, let us return home. Shirsue nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Just as Itachi prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through his foot. What is the matter? Shirsue asked with concern. After a thorough examination, it turned out to be a sprain. It's nothing serious, Itachi sighed softly. When the Sharingan is first activated, there is a delay between the body and Appo's reaction speed and the brain and Appo's anticipation, Shirsue explained, pulling a bandage from his bag and carefully wrapping Itachi and Appo's injured leg. If you attempt to forcefully correct those subtle discrepancies, such incidents are likely to occur. I told you, your reactions are too exaggerated. Itachi leaped from the stone to the ground, still being supported by Shursui. Even the most skilled should not overextend themselves, Itachi, Shursui gently teased, smiling as he playfully tugged at Itachi's braid. A fourth Raikage. I now seriously suspect these two are from Nanton. Anoki, the bonds in Konoha are quite formidable. Hashirama Senju. Ha, seeing Shursui like this reminds me of myself and Tobirama. Madara Uchiha. Silence, fool. Do not refer to me like that. Tobi ahem. Hinata Hyuga. Tobi, are you unwell? Within the Akatsuki organization, Tobi sought out Nagato under the guise of Madara. The Hidden Mist Village is under his control, and Nagato must expedite the gathering of personnel to collect the tailed beasts. Wait a moment. Tobi halted, glaring at Nagato with crimson eyes. Who exactly are you? Nagato and Appo's gaze was icy. Having been alerted by the chat group, he had begun to suspect this masked individual. Who I am matters not. I have no desire to live under any identity. Remember, you are merely my subordinate. Focus on your tasks. Tobi shot Nagato a fierce look before vanishing in a swirl. As soon as Tobi departed, Conan hurried over. Nagato, who is that person? It matters not. I possess the Rinnegan. He may not necessarily surpass me, Nagato replied. Shaking his head. Jiraiya, by the way, Yahiko, how have you been lately? Yahiko, the scene continues. In the inky darkness of night, the houses of Konoha flicker with warm lights, radiating a cozy atmosphere. Shursui carries Itachi on his back and cannot help but chuckle softly. What is so amusing? Itachi gazed at Shursui with curiosity. My apologies, I am simply overjoyed. I have long regarded you as my little brother, Shursui replied, slightly shaking his head. Itachi puffed out his cheeks in discontent. Thus, caring for you brings me immense joy. I hope you will see me as an elder brother, should anything arise. Do not hesitate to seek me out. Indeed, Shursui. About the Umbu. Itachi nodded, his curiosity piqued. I do not believe my judgments are infallible, after all. In this world of ninjas, the notion of justice is inherently ambiguous, Shursui remarked, shaking his head. Why do we fight? We do so because we firmly believe we stand on the side of justice. However, if the enemy holds a similar conviction, then who truly embodies justice? Shursui posed a question seemingly unrelated to their discussion. Itachi fell into deep contemplation. Through today's drill, you should have gleaned some insights, yes? Perspectives on matters are not singular. One must contemplate issues from various angles, Shursui continued, a gentle smile gracing his face. Different perspectives? Using the Sharingan, you must be utterly exhausted. You should rest. Shursui turned his head, his gaze softening as he looked at Itachi. However, there is one indisputable fact. I will never betray you. This is beyond question. Listening to Shursui's words, Itachi's eyes gradually grew hazy, and he succumbed to a deep slumber on Shursui's back. In an instant, the scene abruptly shifted. And with a crisp sound, the door creaked open, revealing a faint glow. The door slowly swung ajar, and light gradually illuminated a handsome figure. At this moment, Itachi had donned a pristine Umbu uniform. He was now 12 years old, officially joining the ranks of Konoha's Umbu. So this is how I have transformed, Itachi reflected. Shursui. He tossed his long braid behind him, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the room with steady strides. I am Uchiha Itachi, now a member of the Umbu from this day forward. I humbly ask for your guidance. Itachi politely addressed the Umbu members. Yet, to his surprise, the Umbu team regarded him with expressions of astonishment. I have decided to observe Konoha from the shadows, Itachi declared, taking a fox mask and firmly placing it upon his face, his gaze resolutely unwavering. Chapter 23, The Family of Little Ambition. Itachi's tenderness is all for Sasuke. Umbu of Sunagakure. Is 12 too young for Umbu? Karura. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? The scene unfolds against a backdrop of a deep, inky night enveloping the Uchiha clan grounds. Truly, my son, your entry into Umbu heralds an illustrious future. Fugaka beams with pride, lavishly praising his son. But heed my words, you are not merely a member of Konoha's Umbu. You are also Itachi of the Uchiha clan. His expression shifts to one of seriousness, his gaze fixed intently on his son. Itachi slowly raises his head, the expression on his face a complex tapestry of emotions. With the deepening lines of sorrow evident on his maturing visage, the scene shifts to the Nanga shrine. The only one I can entrust is you, my dear friend. Protect this village and uphold the honor of the Uchiha. Shursui declares resolutely as he removes his own eyes and offers them to Itachi. If I perish, perhaps circumstances will change. I have left behind my last words. With that, Shursui leaps from the precipice without hesitation. Shursui, Itachi cries out in desperation, his voice echoing into the abyss below. Do not stop me, Itachi, if you still regard me as a friend. Shursui and Appo's voice fades, his figure disappearing into the endless void. Shursui. Itachi gazes at the scene, his eyes hollow with despair. In an instant, his Sharingan spins rapidly, radiating an ominous glow. Itachi's brow furrows deeply as he succumbs to profound despair. Without Shursui, how shall he continue onward? The village and the Uchiha clan loom over him like two insurmountable mountains, leaving him trapped in a quagmire with no clear path forward. Soon, the clan would initiate a coup. Yet, how could a single clan contend with the entirety of the village? Reflecting on history, across all eras, whether kings or warlords, the term coup instills trepidation. Should a coup fail, the repercussions would be catastrophic. The Uchiha clan would likely face annihilation, and Konoha would descend into chaos and ruin, inviting other villages to seize the opportunity to strike. At that moment, the Fourth Great Ninja War might erupt prematurely. The thought of the brutal and bloody scenes of war fills Itachi with anguish. He cannot fathom why the Uchiha clan is so myopic and narrow-minded. Uchiha Itachi. Heh. So you would target the weak and frail? Uchiha Inaho? Could there be other motives? I have watched Itachi grow. It seems implausible for him to act in such a manner. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, I apologize. Had I spoken with you more? Perhaps we could have altered this tragic fate of our clan. Uchiha Makoto, must it be this way? Senju Tobarama, Senju Itachi. Senju Tobarama retracts a message. Senju Tobarama, ahem, I misspoke. Uchiha Itachi, your temperament is far too radical. Uchiha Itachi, my apologies, second Hokage, at that time Elder Danzo. Anokim, Meitarumi, are there still experts? Fourth Raikage, no need to look further. The Uchiha clan's downfall is undoubtedly tied to Danzo. Fourth Kazekage Raza, spread the word, the Uchiha massacre was orchestrated by Danzo. Hanzo of the Salamander. Heh, I had long suspected it. Danzo is truly insidious. Shimura Danzo. Wait, I refuse to take the blame for this. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Enough. Danzo, silence yourself. I am the Hokage. The scene continues to unfold. Concerning the recent suicide of Uchiha Shursui at Nanga River, 3 members of the Uchiha clan approach Itachi. The sudden suicide of a prominent clan member raises suspicions, and fingers are pointed at Itachi. Itachi, cold as ice, read Shursui and Appos, as farewell note. If you have something to say, speak plainly. As he speaks, a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan ignites in his eyes. You doubt me, do you not? The 3 individuals halt abruptly. Indeed, you little brat. Listen well, Uchiha Itachi. Should you dare betray the clan, we shall not show mercy. They glare at him, anger flaring in their eyes. With resolute swiftness, Itachi retaliates, landing blows that send the 3 crashing to the ground. You incessantly prattle about the clan, yet you are utterly ignorant of my true capacity. His tone is frigid as ice. Thus, you find yourselves bested by me. Cease this at once, Itachi. Fugaku and Appos, S voice booms. What on earth is happening? Itachi decisively hurls a kunai towards the clan emblem, shattering it with a resonant crack. My patience has long since waned for this dull clan. His gaze is chillingly frigid. Brother, please stop. Sasuke's voice pierces through. Hearing Sasuke's call, Itachi gradually regains his composure. He kneels, sincerity etched upon his features as he addresses his fellow clan members. Use your eyes wisely, Sasuke, and witness the narrow-mindedness of this clan. As he speaks, Itachi's eyes transform into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. Yamanaka Ino, this situation. The atmosphere is unbearably oppressive. Umbu of Kirigakure. Indeed, even from behind the screen, it feels stifling. Naruto Uzumaki, brother Sasuke. Do you bear such a heavy burden alone to protect the village? Minato Namikaze. Itachi is indeed an exceptional ninja. Uchiha Madara. I never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would produce such a remarkable descendant. Uchiha Hikari. Heh. Boruto Uzumaki. Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere? The scene progresses. In a dimly lit room, only the flickering candlelight dances in the darkness. From this day forth, you shall be the captain of the Umbu division. Danzo's frigid voice resonates ominously. Itachi kneels, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Though not a root member, I will essentially assign the tasks. Furthermore, do not report to Hiruzen or the others. Danzo glances back at Itachi with a sidelong glance. Understood. Itachi replies with a nod, still kneeling. At this moment, I require you to undertake a mission immediately. Fret not. It is merely an assassination. Danzo's tone is as cold as ice. Those 2 behind you are your subordinates. Danzo casts a glance at the 2 figures standing behind Itachi. From today onward, we are your subordinates. We look forward to your guidance. Itachi turns to face the 2, his pupils narrowing slightly. In that instant, the 2's hands tremble inexplicably for a fleeting moment before returning to normalcy. The scene shifts to the grasslands, where Itachi relentlessly executes numerous missions. Countless traitors fall before him, their blood staining the earth, while crows caw ominously overhead. A gust of wind sweeps through, causing the grass to sway gently. Though the weather is fair, an icy chill permeates the air. A dark cloud begins to gather ominously. Itachi continues his slaughter, his heart long since numb. The scene transitions again. Thank you for your efforts. During your absence, the observers in the Uchiha region reported that the security forces have reinforced their armament. Danzo's voice remains dispassionate. Do you understand what this signifies? The discontent of the Uchiha towards the village has once again intensified. Itachi nodded in response. In the dimly lit room, the candlelight flickered gently. Chapter 24. Does Fugaku also possess a kaleidoscope? Konoha is stunned. Uzumaki Kushina, that old rascal Danzo is at it again, deceiving the children. Senju Hashirama. I genuinely want to slap this Danzo away. After all this time, the reason for the Uchiha clan and Amp, Appo's, extinction lies with you. Shimura Danzo. Heh, I do all this for Konoha. Senja Hashirama, for yourself, you mean? The scene continues. This state of affairs cannot persist any longer. Fugaka sighed softly. Itachi raised his head, his eyes betraying an undeniable weariness. Indeed, the camera shifts, revealing Itachi seated in a room, intently observing the Uchiha clan. The clan members roamed about freely, while Itachi flipped through a book, which meticulously detailed the weaknesses and various information about his kin. The scene transitions once more. The sun slowly sets as Itachi walks through the streets shrouded in twilight, his figure gradually engulfed by the shadows cast by the buildings. He glanced sideways at the Uchiha emblem on the wall, the symbol he had struck with a kunai now somewhat shattered. Brother, you're back, Sasuke exclaimed, pushing open the door, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Itachi. I was just about to train, come with me. Joy radiated from Sasuke's gaze. I just completed a mission and am utterly exhausted, Itachi replied, shaking his head in resignation. How could you be tired, brother? Sasuke countered, also shaking his head. Itachi approached him and gently tapped his forehead. That hurts, Sasuke complained, stepping back slightly from Itachi's gentle push. Forgive me, Sasuke, I'll accompany you next time. Itachi's figure faded into the shadows of the clan grounds without looking back. Sasuke stood in the afterglow of the sunset, his face filled with dissatisfaction as he watched Itachi retreat into the darkness. The scene changes. In the corridor, Itachi trudged forward, weighed down by fatigue, soon encountering his father. You must know there is a clan meeting in 3 days, right? Fugaka crossed his arms, his gaze filled with discontent as he looked at his son. I do not. Itachi shook his head. After the meeting, you will go alone to the South Heg Shrine. Do not bring your Umbu subordinates. Fugaka spoke with a profound and meaningful look. I will be leaving the village for a mission starting tomorrow, Itachi said, continuing his heavy footsteps. Do not evade. Fugaka's eyes turned icy. Evade? What am I evading? Itachi halted, turning to look at his father with confusion. You are evading your destiny as a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Itachi. Itachi fell silent, unable to respond. Remember, I will wait for you. Fugaka shook his head and similarly walked away, burdened. Itachi gazed at his father and Appo's retreating figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Uchiha Sasuke, why, father, Itachi? Why did you conceal this from me? Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, this matter is intertwined with the village. You are still too young. Uchiha Itachi, just keep watching. You will find the answers you seek. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, Danzo, I am truly disappointed in both of you. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher, but I really tried my best. Shimura Danzo. Teacher, did you not despise the Uchihas? We are merely carrying out your will. The scene continues. Within the South Heg Shrine. After a discussion among the gathered, they began to descend the corridor. Itachi concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing as his mother followed suit. Wait here for a moment, he instructed. But Captain, report to Lord Danzo honestly, came the response. Itachi shook his head, and from the holes in his mask, the three-tomo Sharingan glimmered crimson. The camera shifts again. At the deepest part of the South Heg Shrine, Fugaku stood with his arms crossed, gazing at a stone tablet before him. Only those possessing the Sharingan can decipher this tablet, and even then, only a portion, Fugaku said coldly. You possess the Manjikyu Sharingan. You should be able to comprehend more. Closing his eyes, Fugaku and Appo's words held a deeper meaning. At this moment, Itachi stepped forward, his gaze calm. Do you wish for me to reveal the contents of the tablet? That is unnecessary, Fugaku turned, revealing intricate patterns in his own eyes. You possess the Manjikyu Sharingan? Father, why do you have it too? Itachi and Appo's pupils dilated in shock. During the Third Great Ninja War, my dear friend sacrificed his life to save me. Only through the blood and tears of that moment did I awaken the Manjikyu. Fugaku sighed lightly, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi, what? Fugaku also possesses a Manjikyu. Shimura Danzo, damn it, Fugaku, why did you not inform me of this? Mito came in. Danzo, calm down. Anoki. Heh, why should others disclose their Manjikyu to you? Meitarumi, hurry and tell me. I wish to steal your Manjikyu for the sake of Konoha. Karatsuchi, haha, how vivid. Hyuga Niji Manjikyu? Is not the Hyuga clan the strongest in Konoha? Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Madara, the strongest in Konoha is the Hyuga? Heh, the scene continues. This stone tablet records the path to the Uchiha clan's redemption. However, even with the Manjikyu Sharingan, the subsequent text remains indecipherable. Fugaku shook his head in resignation. It seems we have a long way to go. Though we can only comprehend a part, once understood, we must realize, Itachi, the dire situation the Uchiha clan currently faces. Fugaku sighed deeply. Yet we cannot recklessly attempt to overturn the situation with force. Itachi and Appo's tone was filled with anger. The village and Appo's higher-ups fear us, which is why they suppress and persecute us. They dread the power of the Sharingan. Fugaku interrupted Itachi. Indeed, there are even rumors that the Uchiha can control the Nine Tails using the Sharingan. Itachi nodded in agreement. That is merely a legend of Uchiha Madara, since him. No one has performed such acts, nor is it clear if it can even be done. Yet, the higher-ups remain filled with dread over that past. Fugaku's tone grew more furious. Out of fear, they isolate us. If so, then we must seize power ourselves. Father, do you intend to ascend to the position of Hokage through force? Itachi demanded angrily. Because it is the wish of our clan, I cannot stop them. However, to avoid violent conflict, I have concealed the fact that I possess the Manjikyu Sharingan, Fugaku, and Appo's gaze was as cold as frost. Why? The Manjikyu Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Once known, the clan might commit even more terrible acts. Fugaku finally turned his head, glancing at his son. In the next moment, he activated his ocular technique. Look. Itachi and Appo's vision instantly blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw Uchiha clan members bringing the Jinchuriki, binding Naruto, and throwing him into the room. The Jinchuriki has been brought. Let us proceed. The captain will surely be able to do it. Captain, I implore you. Unleash the might of the Uchiha. Fugaku stood atop a height, arms crossed, his eyes suddenly widening as a torrent of intense crimson chakra surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the air above the Nanha shrine was thick with smoke, and the colossal Nine Tails manifested, letting out a thunderous roar. The Uchiha clan members began to wreak havoc upon the hidden Leaf Village, while the Nine Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb. All the while Fugaku maintained his imposing stance with arms crossed. In the next moment, everything returned to the realm of reality. Itachi, now half kneeling on the ground, gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his face. Shimura Danzo, what? This Fugaku intends to control the Nine Tails. Chapter 25, Annihilation or Resistance. The answer given by Itachi. Villager of Konoha, goodness, the Uchiha clan controls the Nine Tails. How can Konoha possibly resist them? Senju Tobirama, Itachi, you are an exceptional child. You have successfully averted the Fourth Shinobi World War. Uchiha Itachi, Lord Second Hokage, you exaggerate. Inoki, no, from a position of authority. This is no exaggeration. If not for Itachi, the shinobi world would likely have faced even more calamities. Uzumaki Naruto, young I truly envy Sasuke for having such a wonderful brother. Uchiha Sasuke, young ha. The video continues to unfold. Many within the clan harbor long-standing grievances against the village. If pushed to the brink, they would undoubtedly act, leading to severe casualties on both sides. Fugaku, arms crossed, calmly elucidates. However, Itachi, as long as you are present. Fugaku gazes resolutely at his son. Itachi hesitates to speak. You can catch them off guard and seize control of the village and Appo's higher echelons. Although small-scale conflicts are unavoidable, with your assistance as a member of the Umbu. Fugaku turns, his expression grave as he looks at his son. A bloodless revolution can indeed succeed. A bloodless revolution? Itachi murmurs, astonishment filling his eyes. Itachi, you are my son. I implore you. Help the clan. Fugaku's gaze is laden with complexity as he regards his son. The scene shifts. And Itachi swiftly returns to the branch, the crimson gleam of his Sharingan still flickering. Captain, please give us instructions. Two root members gaze at Itachi with curiosity. The scene changes to the Hokage's office, where Konoha's senior advisors confront Uchiha Itachi, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Uchiha clan has decided to instigate a revolution in Konoha. Itachi raises his head and recounts the events as he sees them. The situation is urgent. We must act before they gain momentum. Danzo's eyes flash with rage. The Uchiha were once our comrades. I wish to resolve this through dialogue. Striving to avoid armed conflict. Allow me to devise a solution. Hiruzen interrupts Danzo's words. Do not be fooled by the third Hokage's eloquence when it matters most. He will still choose to protect Konoha. Danzo's voice resonates ominously. Itachi snaps back to reality, realizing he is in a dimly lit room, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. I hope you will make a choice. Will you side with the Uchiha and partake in the rebellion, perishing alongside your family? The scene shifts to reveal a three-faced statue of a Buddha, its sharp teeth and crude craftsmanship exuding a chilling aura. Or will you stand with Konoha, leaving your brother behind before the insurrection, assisting us in annihilating the Uchiha? The image changes again, now displaying a benevolent Buddha statue. Annihilate the Uchiha. Itachi's pupils constrict sharply at Danzo's words. This notion is undoubtedly too extreme. To safeguard the village, we must quell the turmoil before it erupts. Danzo's gaze is as cold as ice. The only ninja capable of bearing this heavy responsibility is one who is both an Uchiha and a spy for Konoha. Itachi, no one else can fulfill this role. Are you willing to accept this mission? Danzo's eyes pierce into Itachi's. Boom. A thunderclap resonates in the distance, drowning out all else, illuminating the dim room momentarily. The scene shifts. With the village, family, and ninja, Itachi stands high above, lost in contemplation. Is struggle merely a means to struggle? Memories flood his mind. At 4 years old, his father took him to the battlefield, where corpses lay scattered and rivers of blood flowed. Later, during a mission, his comrade Tintin sacrificed himself to save him. All of this is so terrifying. The village or the family? Itachi slowly rises, gazing down at the thriving Konoha. So, how should I choose? Itachi sinks once more into profound thought. Inoki. Among all the ninjas I have encountered, Itachi is the most outstanding. In a Wagakure, Inoki watches the footage, completely in awe of Itachi. Those in power possess their own thoughts, and once they join a collective, selfless dedication to the group is an inevitable duty. Fourth Reikage A. Loyalty to a ruler may lead to betrayal of oneself. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. Itachi is undoubtedly exceptional. Mist Mizukage Me Terumi. How wonderful. Why doesn't an Amp, Oppos, T. Kirigakure have such ninjas? Second Mizukage Yagura. Impressive. I unconditionally admire that Itachi fellow. Kakashi Hitaki. Itachi. You bear too great a burden. Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi, do you regret it now? Uchiha Sasuke. I truly do not understand what you all are saying. Isnt Itachi just a bastard who has done nothing but evil. First Suchikage. I truly don't know what to say. You are foolish. You owe your survival entirely to your brother, do you understand? Jiraiya. Undoubtedly, Itachi is as accomplished as Minato. Namikaze Minato. Thank you for the compliment, Jiraiya. I am far from Itachi's caliber. If I truly face such a situation, I might choose to perish alongside Kushina. Senju Tobarama. Thus, you are not a qualified ninja. Itachi possesses a mindset akin to that of a Hokage at such a young age, capable of considering the larger picture. Senju Hashirama. Although I do not fully comprehend what you are discussing, to protect the village and the nation, Itachi stands as a hero in the shadows. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Standing in the shadows to safeguard the village? Itachi, Konoha owes you a Hokage. Villager of Konoha. Brother Itachi, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you before. Owner of the mask shop. Brother Itachi, I was wrong too. Uchiha Mikoto. Itachi. You have suffered far too much. Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi. Wearing a mask for too long cannot be undone. Was that truly your mindset at the time? Uchiha Itachi. The footage continues. The soft, intermittent sound of a flute drifts in the air. Itachi gazes towards the Ninja Academy, where his brother plays joyfully with his classmates, gradually discovering his answer. If he were to rise against the authority alongside his father, Sasuke would surely be implicated as well. Itachi reclines against the wall, allowing the cool breeze to caress his face, his long hair flowing gently in the wind. He casts a lingering glance at Sasuke, a gentle smile gracing his lips, then turns his gaze towards the distant dark clouds, his eyes filled with determination. The scene shifts. The moonlight bathing the forest in a silvery hue, as Itachi encounters the masked figure from before. Chapter 26 Itachi, you are a kind child. From now on, I entrust Sasuke to your care. Minato Namikaze, this person is indeed the one who previously attacked Kushina and me. Kushina Izumaki, there is no doubt about it. That bastard. Jiraiya. Minato, does this guy possess any abilities? Minato Namikaze, he claims to be Uchiha Madara, with the ability to become intangible in an instant. Jiraiya, this is quite troublesome. He must have some sort of cheat. Hashirama Senju Madara. Why are you doing this behind my back? Uchiha Madara. Tobarama Senju. Brother, are you foolish? Uchiha Madara has long since perished. This masked man cannot possibly be Madara. Kakashi Hitaki. Then who could it be? The video continues to unfold. Obito halts his steps, casting a curious glance towards Itachi. I would like to ask for your assistance. Itachi turns his head, his gaze fixed upon Obito. Bang! In that instant, a chilling melody abruptly resonates. The bright moonlight cascades down upon the earth, yet the Uchiha clan and Oppos, as territory exudes a particularly sinister aura. Itachi grips the mask tightly, his steps somewhat unsteady as he approaches the entrance. Gazing at the family emblem upon the door, Itachi's expression becomes exceedingly complex. He takes a deep breath, steels his resolve, and gradually places the mask upon his face. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanishes from the spot. A whirlpool distorts into existence as Obito, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely strides into the vicinity of the guard unit. The next moment, his form begins to flicker and soon enters the guard unit. Simultaneously, the sky eerily transforms into a shade of scarlet. Who are you? Bang! The door is violently kicked open by Itachi, armed with a long blade. He relentlessly slaughters numerous Uchiha clan members. He tears off the mask from his face and swiftly rushes into the streets. Itachi's blade swings continuously, and clan members fall one after another. Meanwhile, Obito effortlessly dispatches the members of the guard unit. The scenes shift continuously, as Itachi watches his kin perish before his eyes, his gaze turning as cold as frost, as if he has succumbed to madness. The flickering candlelight casts shadows in the dimly lit room, while Itachi wields the long blade, mercilessly striking down his clansmen. A young girl hides within a cupboard, her hands tightly covering her mouth, terror-stricken as she peers through the cracks at Itachi. Without mercy, Itachi strikes down the girl and Oppos. As parents, blood splattering everywhere. The girl, terrified, cannot suppress a scream. Itachi activates his Crimson Sharingan, expressionless as he seizes her foot, dragging her out of the cupboard. With a swift motion, the chilling blade glimmers, and the bodies accumulate. Soon, a formidable and intense chakra surges from the distant street. Itachi, what is the purpose of this massacre? Fugaku stands with his arms crossed, his tone icy as he gazes at Itachi. The corpses of the clansmen lay scattered on the ground, the moonlight bathing them, their shadows stretching longer. I once showed you the future of our clan. Do you wish to show me a different outcome? Fugaka's eyes bore into Itachi. Look, Itachi states, his pupils spinning rapidly. The scene shifts once more. As Obito slaughters the members of the guard unit, though it seems he has overlooked someone named Izumi. However, this appears inconsequential. For Obito considers that Itachi will deal with this individual. It serves as a test of Itachi's resolve. A glint of coldness flashes in Obito's eyes. His objective is clear, to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a brand new world. The scene shifts again, as father and son exchange glances, the tension in the atmosphere intensifying. Madarumi, here it comes, a great battle is about to commence. Second Mizukage, Kahaku no Yagura, a battle of double Manjikyu? How interesting. Anoki. By the way, with the Manjikyu, one can activate Susanoo, right? In his current state, Itachi may not be able to defeat his father. Uchiha Fugaku, I support my son's choice. The footage continues. This is the future I envisioned for the village and our clan. Itachi declares, activating his Jinjutsu. Is that so? Sasuke? Fugaku's expression grows complex as the Manjikyu Sharingan fades from his eyes, returning to their normal state, and soon, he dissipates like smoke. Shadow clone? Itachi and Appo's eyes sharpen with vigilance as he raises a hand to wipe his face. With that motion, the bloodied visage becomes somewhat cleaner. My father is my greatest adversary. This will be a confrontation between two Manjikyu Sharingan. In the tranquil courtyard, small goldfish float silently on the lake and Appo's surface, as if in a deep slumber. Itachi treads carefully along the corridor, this familiar home now feeling exceedingly alien. Over here, his father and Appo's voice suddenly resounds. Itachi is startled. There are no traps, please come in. Fugaku sighs softly. Upon seeing this, Itachi takes a deep breath and slowly pushes open the door, his eyes a vivid crimson. Inside, the atmosphere is frigid. As Makoto and Fugaku kneel on the ground, resigned to their fate. Mother Itachi's lips tremble as he gazes upon the scene before him. I do not wish to harm my own son. Fugaku shakes his head. Itachi grips the blade tightly. Fear flickering in his gaze as he looks at the two before him. This is entirely different from the scene he had envisioned. Is that so? You have chosen their side. Fugaku's tone remains indifferent. Father, mother, Itachi's lips quiver, struggling to strike. We understand, Itachi, Makoto states coldly. Itachi, please promise me. Take care of Sasuke. Fugaku's expression turns grave. Outside, the scarlet moonlight spills into the room, as Itachi's eyes widen in shock, tears welling up. I understand. Itachi's hand, clutching the blade, trembles uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to you, our suffering is but a fleeting moment. Fugaku remarks meaningfully. However, even with differing thoughts, I remain proud of you. In that moment, Itachi's tears flow freely, large drops cascading down his nose, splattering onto his wrist. You truly are a kind child. Fugaku sighs once more. Itachi inhales deeply, finally resolving himself. With a swift slice, the blade swiftly traverses the bodies of his parents. Blood instantly engulfs the room as they slowly collapse. Itachi ultimately takes his father's eyes, sorrow etched across his features. At this moment, he stands on the brink of collapse. A frantic knocking at the door interrupts. Itachi-kun, are you there? Izumi and Appo's worried face appears, but in the next moment, her expression freezes. She witnesses Itachi having just slain his own parents. Itachi-kun, Izumi, I am sorry. Itachi turns to the young girl, tears brimming in his eyes. Perhaps it was an overwhelming sense of guilt over the annihilation of his clan, or perhaps other motives were at play. Regardless, he cast the moonlit illusion, a jutsu that endured for 50 years, allowing the young girl before him to share a lifetime within the realm of illusion. In this ethereal world, Izumi donned a wedding gown, marrying Itachi and bearing children, while the Uchiha clan coexisted harmoniously with Konoha. The illusionary realm was a paradise. Yet the harshness of reality loomed ever large. Itachi, in utter despair, donned a mask and ascended to the rooftop, seeking out Obito. It is over, he declared. Obito gazed at Itachi, words caught in his throat. He had witnessed everything Itachi had done for that girl. How could he not comprehend Itachi and Appo's current state of mind? Yet, within Obito and Appo's heart lay a grander scheme, to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a shinobi world devoid of conflict. The resurrection of Rin was merely a fade. Uchiha Sasuke, why are you keeping such matters from me? Kakashi Hitaki, Sasuke, please remain calm. Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, Itachi has only just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Excessive use must surely bear significant repercussions. Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi is truly a compassionate soul. Chapter 27, Joining the Akatsuki. Deara, I never expected Itachi to use Tsukuyomi for 50 years. Orochimaru, such is the allure of the Sharingan's Genjutsu. The video footage continued to play. It's nothing. Let us go, Obito said, shaking his head. You go ahead. I need to speak with the higher-ups of Konoha, Itachi remarked meaningfully. As Obito's form dissipated like a whirlpool, Itachi could no longer contain himself. He collapsed onto the ground in despair. The scene shifted. First, I must apologize. Although this action has averted civil war in Konoha and preserved the village's peace, Hiruzen spoke, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone laden with complexity. Yes. Itachi half knelt on the ground. Yet even now, I still feel deep regret for not finding a better solution. Hiruzen hesitated. I should be the one to apologize. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan. Hiruzen turned to Itachi. For instance, you will be marked on the wanted list, to be pursued regardless of life or death. That is as it should be. Itachi nodded. What do you plan to do next? I have enlisted the help of someone who claims to be from the Akatsuki. I will follow him to ensure he does not betray his oath. Itachi stood up. The scene transitioned. The silvery moonlight cascaded onto the ground as Itachi perched on a branch. Two comrades approached. What brings you here at this juncture? Itachi inquired with curiosity. The captain is now a rogue ninja on the wanted list, classified as S rank. They replied, their expressions complex. As members of Root, we must pursue him. Please. Spare the captain. No sooner had they spoken than they drew their knives and charged at Itachi. He swiftly raised his own blade to parry the attack. In the darkness, the blades clashed, igniting a shower of sparks. That S rather ruthless, isn't it? Itachi retreated through the air, landing gracefully on the ground, his expression serene. The Sharingan holds no power over us. We will not gaze into the captain's eyes. They scoffed, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the two reappeared, thrusting their blades viciously toward Itachi and Appo's abdomen. However, the camera abruptly shifted, revealing the blades had mysteriously pierced through each other and Appo's bodies. Genjutsu? With a thud, both collapsed to the ground. Why? I implanted a suggestion the moment you were assigned to my squad. If you attacked me, the Genjutsu would activate. Itachi looked down upon the fallen duo. From the very beginning, you did not trust us, they weakly replied. I am indeed a double agent. An informant for both Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi shook his head. But even now, I am uncertain of which side I truly belong to, he reiterated. Shaking his head once more, the scene changed again. The gentle moonlight bathed the tranquil lake as a passenger boat glided smoothly across the surface. In the organization, everyone calls me Toby. Obito, masked in orange, spoke with gravity. Under the moonlight, shadows danced as his tone grew somber. I am not a formal member, at most. I am an intern within the Akatsuki, so please be mindful of your attitude towards me. Why conceal your true identity? Itachi asked, his expression remaining composed. If people were to discover that Uchiha Madara is still alive, it would cause great turmoil, Obito explained calmly. Next, I will take you to meet the leader of the Akatsuki. He is aware of my identity. As fate would have it, the two soon entered a dimly lit cave. Ah, is that you, Itachi? Long time no see, Orochimaru remarked, arms crossed, his voice low and hoarse, gazing at the entering Itachi. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you are here too? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you traitor, return to the village at once. Orochimaru, I have no interest in returning to that corrupt Konoha. Sasuke, Itachi, have you joined this organization? I will come for you. Just wait. Deara, just you? Sasuke, do you have a problem with me? The video continued to unfold. Itachi and Appo's expression remained calm, though a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Ah, so you two are actually from the same hometown. Obito remarked with an odd inflection. What a nostalgic reunion. I have heard you two belong to this type of ninja. Orochimaru's voice was low and raspy. His gaze fixed intently on Itachi. This type? A flash of confusion crossed Itachi's eyes. Those who view their village, family, and comrades as burdens. Orochimaru licked his tongue. An unsettling gesture. The scene shifted once more. The goal of the Akatsuki is to achieve true peace in the ninja world. Pain intently regarded Itachi. His eyes calm as water. Jiraiya, wait, isn't that Yahiko? Why does Nagato and Appo's appear on you? Inoki, that's not the point. Does this guy possess the Rinnegan? Mei Terumi, is that the sage's eye? I never thought fairy tales could actually exist. Fourth Raikage, terrifying. Possessing the power of the Rinnegan, does that mean Pain is stronger than Madara? Inoki, you underestimate the Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, merely grains of sand. Deidara, all talk. Our leader could flick you away with a finger. Can you do that? Haiden, exactly. The Shura of the ninja world only knows how to boast. Pain, enough. Different people see different things. There is no need to discuss this matter further. Within the Akatsuki, Nagato observed the comments from Madara in the chat group, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. He believed he had inherited the will of the sage and possessed the Rinnegan, burdened with the mission of changing the world. Madara? In his eyes. What was Madara truly worth? Uchiha Madara, little brat, do you wish to dance as well? Senju Hashirama, Madara, do not be angry. He is merely a junior. The footage continued to play. The Akatsuki aimed to replace the 5 great ninja countries and subsequently dominate the entire world. Pain fixed his gaze intently on Itachi. Such a grand aspiration, Itachi's tone remained undisturbed. To accomplish this goal, We have gathered numerous exceptional ninjas, regardless of their origins or past experiences. Itachi from Konoha. We welcome you to join the Akatsuki. From now on, renounce Konoha with greater resolve. Pain observed Itachi with a calm demeanor. Itachi silently nodded, slowly lifting his hand to remove the forehead protector from his head, gently placing it on a nearby rock. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up a kunai and slowly drove it into the forehead protector, carving a deep mark. At that moment, Itachi's face was etched with pain, yet he bore it, slowly raising his head to meet Pain's gaze. From this day forth, you shall be known as Itachi of the Akatsuki, Pain declared, producing a ring from his robe and extending it toward Itachi. Chapter 28. Is Shirzong a teammate? Inoki, we can no longer allow such an organization to rise. Its scale is far too immense. Meitarumi, are all the members inside rogue ninjas? A fourth Raikage. Humph, they are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Hanzo of the Salamander. Heh, Pain is nothing more than a shameless individual. He actually ambushed me. Deidara. Heh, you were so frightened you could hardly move, yet you speak of an ambush. Do you even deserve it? Haiden, exactly. Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, confess, what on earth transpired during my absence? Conan, Jiraiya-sensei, we now have our own goals. And you have no authority to interfere with us. Nagato, we will achieve peace through our own means. Tsunade, by ruling the great nations through force? Hashirama, absurd. How can such a method possibly bring peace to the ninja world? Tobirama, brother, please do not be so agitated. The video continues. Itachi reaches out to accept the crimson ring handed to him by Pain. The scene shifts to a lofty mountaintop, where members of the Akatsuki gather. Let the world experience Pain. The Akatsuki members, clad in long robes adorned with red clouds, silently gaze at the distant blood-red sunset. After a moment, they speak no more, turning away without a backward glance. Shirzong, Pain softly calls. You will form a duo with Itachi. This guy? A flicker of disdain crosses Shirzong and Appo's eyes. Come with me. Newcomer. Yes. Itachi responds affirmatively with a nod. As they depart, Orochimaru glances back at the receding Itachi, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Tsunade, Orochimaru. What are you scheming now? Orochimaru. Heh, such intriguing eyes. Do you not agree, Tsunade? Jiraiya. Enough, Orochimaru. Are you still in the land of iron? I shall come to hunt you down. Orochimaru, with your abilities? Perhaps it's best to refrain from wasting your efforts here. Tobirama. Monkey. Is this Orochimaru also your disciple? Hiruzen. Indeed. Tobirama. Sigh. Why would you teach a disciple who then betrays you? You ought to reflect on your own shortcomings. Hiruzen. I understand. The scene continues. Crows caw as they flap their wings, soaring into the sky. Itachi walks along a path flanked by reeds. Bang! Shirzong abruptly thrusts his blade into the ground, casting a displeased glance at Itachi. Do you know a ninja named Might Guy? I only know Might Guy. Itachi shakes his head. Ah, you speak of that little brat from back then. Shirzong sighs softly. I was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Due to the antics of that Might Guy, only 3 of us remain. Anger ignites in Shirzong's eyes, and memories of crimson steam flood his mind, causing him to tremble at the mere recollection. Meitarumi, by the way, is the legendary 8 Gates technique truly that formidable? Second Mizukage, I too am quite curious. The 7 ninja swordsmen were actually bested by Might Guy. Mist Village Umbu. I feel it must be a fabrication. How could a taijutsu ninja be so powerful? Aoi, I too believe it to be false. Inoki. Heh, you all are still too young. Might Guy, do not mind their ridicule. Continue to sweat your youth away. Might Guy, I understand, father. The time is now. Kakashi Hatake. Guy, what are you planning? Might Guy. Kakashi, I have a move prepared just for you. I have wanted to try it out on you for a long time. Kakashi Hatake, stop fooling around. This is the village hidden in the leaves. The scene continues. Who could have anticipated that scruffy fellow would wield such ninjutsu? Thus, there is one matter I must clarify. Shirzong sighs, then turns to Itachi. After being educated by Might Guy, he has since shed his superficial judgments. I am not the least bit interested in why you joined the Akatsuki. Listen well, Shirzong states, positioning the blade against Itachi's neck. In an instant, the atmosphere grows tense. There is one thing I must ascertain. What ninjutsu do you excel in? After speaking, Shirzong withdraws the blade into the ground. As you can see, I have always relied on this blade to vanquish foes. What about you? Genjutsu, fire release, and shuriken techniques. Itachi succinctly lists his specialties. How remarkably modest you are. Former Umbu ninja Itachi, wielder of the Sharingan, the one who annihilated his clan. Your reputation precedes you. Shirzong jests half-heartedly. Itachi turns his head, his gaze steady as he regards Shirzong. Let us first discuss our plan. In any case, once we encounter an enemy, you will employ your genjutsu using your most proficient techniques, and I shall charge forth, with you supporting me. Understood. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never underestimate an enemy based on their appearance. Shirzong's gaze is earnest as he looks at Itachi. Itachi nods in agreement. In the Mist Village, a ninja remarks, even Shirzong has transformed like this. Could taijutsu ninjas truly be that formidable? Shirzong, Youngster, you have no idea how terrifying that fellow truly is. Kurama, I recall that blood-red steam from back in the day. Suigetsu, at that time, I was utterly horrified. Naruto Uzumaki, I never anticipated that the father of my thick-browed teacher would be so powerful. The scene continues. A small team is traversing a path, tasked with escorting an individual within a palanquin. Soon, the team encounters Shirzong and Itachi, who have intercepted their path. These ruffians speak of peace and stability among the ninja villages, yet privately they fear their influence is waning. Shirzong explains the mission details to Itachi. Thus, behind the scenes, all parties seek to weaken each other's power while strengthening their own. However, these military actions must not be detected by other nations. It is precisely for this reason that the Akatsuki has tasks to undertake. The more peace prevails in this world, the more work we have. Observing the distant figures drawing their blades, their expressions serious and tense, Itachi swiftly forms hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupts from his mouth. Shirzong, with lightning speed, rushes towards the enemy, encircling them. Itachi retrieves several shuriken from above, striking the enemy with pinpoint accuracy. Following this, Itachi casts genjutsu, causing the enemies to collapse instantly. Shirzong glances at Itachi with astonishment, then leaps forward, forcefully splitting open the palanquin. Thus, I have no idea who resides within. In truth, it is unnecessary to know. Anoki, undoubtedly, Itachi's strength has reached the level of a Kage. Lower ninja of the Mist Village, a Kage-level powerhouse, truly terrifying. Chapter 29, The Appearance of the Fourth Mizukage. Itachi and Shiz face imminent peril. Hatake Kakashi. Haha, Itachi still has something even more formidable. Uchiha Obito. It truly is worthy of Itachi. The scene unfolds further. The two subsequently undertook numerous missions. And as they gazed at the shattered bridge in the distance, Itachi's expression grew increasingly complex. He could not fathom why the ninja world was perpetually engulfed in flames of conflict. As night fell, they sat beside a flickering campfire. This is Akatsuki, she sighed softly. The leader, Pain, proclaimed that Akatsuki aimed to dominate the world. We are still far from that. First, we must amass sufficient funds and strength. She shook his head. No sooner had he spoken than they were summoned. Soon, utilizing the illusion from their rings, they initiated a conference call. Orochimaru and Appo's gaze shifted toward Itachi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So, Itachi, are you adapting to Akatsuki? Or perhaps you would prefer a different partner? Orochimaru extended his hand. Let us form a duo. Hey, we've only just begun to synchronize. Don't try to poach him. She shot a glare at Orochimaru. I too support a change in partners. Compatibility is paramount. Scorpion chimed in, equally enthusiastic, as he regarded Itachi. I hope the leader considers this. Shut your mouth, you foul snake. Shiz glared fiercely at Orochimaru once more. Shin Uchiha. Haha, has Itachi become the cherished pet of Akatsuki? Tintin, it feels like Orochimaru's gaze on Itachi is rather peculiar. Tsunade Senju. Wait, Orochimaru you. Jiraiya. Hiss, I didn't expect this side of you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Makoto, my son. Be cautious, don't let them take you away. Uchiha Sasuke. Young I can't bear to watch. Let me clarify. Orochimaru is lusting after my brother. Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke. Young my mistake. Orochimaru covets my brother's Sharingan. The visuals continued. One by one, the members entered the conference room. Your outstanding performance has rapidly spread Akatsuki's name throughout the underworld. The missions we receive are increasingly significant, and correspondingly, the rewards are on the rise. However, these are merely means to an end. Pain began to elucidate the forthcoming plans. The task is to investigate the tailed beasts. Is merely investigating sufficient? Korezetsu inquired curiously. Looking at Pain. At this stage, yes. But what are the future intentions? Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse as he questioned. To collect all tailed beasts. And then? They shall become a formidable deterrent for world conquest. Tailed beasts, I believe there are numerous alternative methods. Orochimaru licked his tongue. The leader's thoughts cannot be wrong. Korezetsu firmly stood beside Pain. Now, I'm assigning the mission. Shiz, you and Itachi are responsible for the task in the land of water. With that, Pain concluded the meeting. The two returned to reality. This is utterly unreasonable. I truly do not wish to return to that bothersome place, Shiz sighed resignedly. Senju Hashirama, I cannot endure this any longer. Pain is too arrogant. Coercing peace through force is not peace at all. Senju Tobirama. Yet, this approach proves effective. Brother, I often advise you to read more and gaze less at the Uchiha. Do you heed my words? Senju Hashirama. Haha, Madara, adjudicate this for me. Uchiha Madara. Fool, do not speak to me, lest my intelligence diminish. Uchiha Izuna. The cunning Senju clan is perpetually pestering my elder brother. The video continued. The scene shifted, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting shadows upon the forest. So, you hail from that village? Itachi inquired, intrigued by Shiz. This mission is not particularly complex. It involves assassinating a certain figure within the noble family of the Land of Water. Allow me to explain. This is a common occurrence in the internal strife of the Land of Water's clans, Shiz sighed softly. The struggle for succession. However, the Mist Village cannot directly intervene in matters concerning the noble clan. Hence, they sought out Akatsuki. Shiz spoke with a wry smile. The scene transitioned again, revealing a bottomless abyss with a river flowing beneath it. This river marks the national border. Have you ever visited the Land of Water? Shiz curiously asked Itachi. Itachi shook his head. Have you ever been on a picnic, or the like? Itachi fell silent. You really are quite dull. But you should understand the fate that befalls any ninja from other villages caught within the Land of Water, right? Shiz chuckled lightly. The Mist Village does not accept prisoner exchanges. Once captured, there is only a path to death. Itachi nodded. The two engaged in casual conversation about their pasts. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention Tactical C. If we are captured by the Mist Village, you must kill me without hesitation. Shiz looked meaningfully at Itachi. If I were capable of such consideration, then during Tactical D, what would you prefer I do? Shiz said, pressing the blade against Itachi's neck. No particular requests. Itachi shook his head. Then let us set forth. The scene shifted as dusk settled. Itachi and Shiz arrived outside a mansion. Are you skilled in infiltration? I'm fairly average. Then I must witness your prowess. Shiz confidently strode through the entrance, soon attracting the attention of two ninjas. Meanwhile, Itachi swiftly maneuvered elsewhere, casting an illusion that rendered the passing ninjas unconscious. The scene changed again. Please, spare me. A noble young man knelt, pleading with them. I harbor no enmity towards you. But this is my duty. Without hesitation, Shiz plunged the knife into him. After completing their mission, the two swiftly departed, leaping through the treetops. However, Itachi sensed they were being tracked. Missed technique. Shiz formed hand seals with one hand, and in an instant, a thick fog enveloped their figures. Wind release, typhoon. A youthful voice called out. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the fog. Wait, could it be? Shiz's pupils dilated as he landed alongside Itachi. The pursuer turned out to be the fourth Mizukage. Yagura? The Mizukage? Itachi's gaze sharpened, observing the encirclement by the Umbu of the Mist Village. Mist Village Ninja. What the hell? The fourth Mizukage. Tintin. These two are in serious trouble now. Vortex Boruto. Then let us carve a bloody path. Vortex Naruto. Son. Your words are impressive. Vortex Boruto. Shut up, you foolish father. Vortex Naruto. Young haha. Minato Namikaze. It seems, Naruto, that you haven't established a good rapport with your son. Chapter 30. The decapitating blade blocks the tailed beast orb. Itachi's wrath unleashes Amaterasu. Young Naruto Uzumaki. Apologies. I have been exceedingly busy with work. Minato Namikaze. Is that so? The video footage continues to unfold. Shizuku surveys the multitude of adversaries surrounding him. Turning to gaze at Uchiha Itachi. Do you recall my previous counsel? He inquires, his demeanor betraying the notion that Itachi is merely a child. Itachi shakes his head while fixating intently on the fourth Mizukage. He is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails and a pursuer from the hidden Mist Village. Shizuku coldly interrupts. I never anticipated encountering you in this village, Shizuku. Yagura and Appo's icy glare is fixed on him. I did not wish to be here, but circumstances dictate otherwise. Shizuku replies with resignation. I have a multitude of matters to discuss with you. At the very least, you must return the decapitating blade to the village. This is non-negotiable. Even if your partner is the Sharingan-wielding Itachi, Yagura insists with an especially frosty tone. It seems that the plan to catch them off guard with Jinjutsu is no longer feasible. Shizuku tightens his grip on the blade at his back. What now? Itachi calmly inquires, turning his gaze. We must resort to Tactic C. Shizuku exhales softly. Tactic C. Understood. Itachi nods, drawing a kunai and thrusting it forcefully toward Shizuku. With a sharp sound, a fountain of blood erupts. The enemies surrounding them are momentarily stunned. None anticipated that the two would engage in infighting at such a critical juncture. Itachi and Appo's hair dances in the wind as his pupils transform into the blood-red tomo. Do not gaze directly at him. Yagura urgently warns the others as he lands swiftly. Almost simultaneously, Shizuku appears unharmed above him. Yagura decisively raises his weapon, blocking Shizuku's blade. Meanwhile, the Shizuku that Itachi struck moments prior gradually dissipates into a watery clone. Witnessing this, the onlookers and Appo's pupils dilate in realization they have been deceived. The sound of bodies collapsing resonates repeatedly as Itachi employs shuriken techniques, swiftly dispatching the surrounding foes. Itachi. Shizuka calls out calmly. Understanding the cue, Itachi rapidly forms hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupts from Itachi's mouth, rocketing toward Yagura like a shooting star. Yagura and Appo's expression shifts to one of terror upon witnessing this, and the surrounding ninjas look anxiously to their fourth Mizukage, only to be felled by Shizuku and Appo's blade. Itachi and Shizuku exchange a glance, but the next moment, their expressions stiffen. The fireball Itachi released is enveloped by a crimson vapor that swiftly absorbs it entirely. You shall not be forgiven. Yagura and Appo's voice is laced with murderous intent. Karabi, is this the power of a Jinchuriki? Oh yeah. Meitarumi, it seems the fourth Mizukage is about to get serious. Hanzo of the Salamander. If that is the case, does Itachi stand a chance? Anoki. Hard to say, the odds are quite low. The video continues to play. As the transformation into a tailed beast occurs, Itachi and Appo's expression becomes grave. The fourth is a Jinchuriki capable of controlling tailed beasts. He should not be compared to those from Konoha, Shizuka thinks with a furrowed brow. In the distance, the crimson monstrosity charges forth like a bolt from a crossbow. Shizuka grips his blade tightly, rushing to engage the beast in combat. With a thunderous impact, he is sent flying by the immense backlash. Itachi acts decisively, throwing several kunai. However, they strike the beast as if hitting an impenetrable shell, causing no harm whatsoever. Yagura swiftly advances toward Uchiha Itachi. Itachi attempts to create distance, but is still caught in the fray, a liquid swiftly enveloping his arm. In an instant, it constricts around his entire body, rendering him immobile. As Yagura advances ominously, Itachi and Appo's brow furrows in concern. In the next moment, Shizuku, who had just fallen, suddenly rises with vigor, decisively swinging his blade to send the tailed beast flying back. Shizuku. Itachi exhales in relief. This is the fourth and Appo's coral palm technique. Shizuka calmly explains while wielding his blade, severing the liquid binding Itachi. Together, they turn their gaze toward Yagura, who is gathering the tailed beast orb, the tension palpable. Shizuku inhales deeply, resolutely raising his blade to thwart this lethal strike. With an explosive sound, a powerful shockwave erupts, generating a fierce gust that hurls Itachi against a distant tree. Clutching his injured shoulder, Itachi rises to see the shattered blade lying on the ground. Shizuku. Itachi calls out anxiously. As the smoke begins to clear, Shizuku is seen slumped against a tree, gasping for breath, a broken blade impaled through his abdomen. Run, Itachi. Shizuku turns, weakly gazing at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi shakes his head, his expression calm as he observes the distant tailed beast. There is no choice but to employ this technique. Itachi gradually opens his right eye, his pupils locking onto Yagura. In the next instant, as Yagura gathers the tailed beast orb, black flames suddenly engulf his body. Boom. The patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan begin to spin rapidly. Yagura, in agony, clutches his body, feeling as if countless ants are crawling and gnawing at him. The searing heat spreading throughout. This is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi states calmly. Yagura rises, clutching his head, rolling on the ground in despair. Yet to no avail. Itachi covers his left eye, pain etched across his face. As the smoke dissipates, Itachi ceases the Amaterasu assault. Soon, Yagura, severely burned, becomes visible to all. Damn it. He glares at Itachi with unyielding resentment before collapsing to the ground, his body marred by burn wounds. Observing this, Itachi rubs his right eye, then turns to his comrade with a serene expression. Shizuku. Yes. Shizuku weakly nods, gasping for air. Did you eliminate the Mizukage? Shizuku gazes at Itachi with faint hope. No, he is still alive. Itachi replies, shaking his head. Then, Shizuku cannot suppress a cough, blood escaping his lips. Hurry and leave. But Itachi gazes at the injured and weakened Shizuku, hesitating to respond. I am beyond saving. Even without a medical team, you can see that, Ken and Appo's, to you? Shizuku's pallor intensifies as he looks at Itachi. I am sorry, Itachi exhales softly. Do not speak such nonsense. If you have messages to convey to anyone, you may entrust them to me, Itachi states, his expression calm as he regards his comrade. Fool, there is no one to relay such messages to. Shizuka gazes helplessly at the moon in the sky. I understand. You do have someone, don't you? Shizuka manages a bitter smile. Leave quickly. I merely perish in my homeland, this accursed village of the Bloody Mist. I once thought my only partner was this guy. Shizuku extends his hand toward the distant blade. Thud. His hand hung weakly to the ground, succumbing to the grip of death. Itachi cast a glance at his comrade, unsheathed the executioner and Appo's blade, and gently placed it in the palm of his hand. After completing this act, Itachi walked away with an expressionless demeanor. Under the moonlight, his shadow elongated, for he remained, after all, a solitary figure. Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi-san is as kind as ever. Chapter 31, Itachi and Appo's swift defeat of Orochimaru. Everyone is astounded. Anoki, using a blade to block the tailed beast bomb and Appo's assault, now that and Appo's a man. Fourth Reikage A, I commend you for being a true man. Second Mizukage Genjutsu, however, the next round may be rather grim. Tenzo, the scene continues. Pain convenes a meeting, and members of the Akatsuki gradually enter the conference room. Upon Orochimaru and Appo's entrance, he fixates excitedly on Itachi. Tenzo has been slain. Pain announces the agenda of the meeting. After all, he was Itachi's partner. Orochimaru's voice is low and hoarse. The enemy is the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Pain adds. Thus, Itachi engaging the Mizukage might allow him to escape unscathed. Orochimaru licks his lips, growing more exhilarated. Another individual has been killed, Pain states solemnly. Rather than succumbing to the enemy, it is more accurate to say he fell at the hands of his own comrades. Kagaya glares disapprovingly at Kakuzu. Why must he be so sluggish? Kakuzu's gaze darkens, thinking it reasonable to kill a teammate for profit. Let the judgment commence. Kaguya looks towards the others. Was it deliberate or merely inadvertent? Sasori chuckles softly. He could have simply evaded, couldn't he? Your relationship with your partner seems rather tenuous, doesn't it? Orochimaru licks his lips once more. So what? You and Amp, Oppos, V long desired to eliminate him. Haven and Amp, Oppos, to you? And what of it? Kakuzu frowns. It and Amp, Oppos, as nothing. It's quite commonplace. Orochimaru chuckles lightly. The Akatsuki operates in pairs. Kakuzu, since your partner is no longer, you shall team up with Itachi, Pain states calmly. Just don't irritate me, Kakuzu sighs. I have no intention of currying favor with you. Itachi replies in a flat tone. What do you mean? Do I need to teach you how to form a team? Kakuzu and Oppos, eyes turn icy. Wait, Itachi is to be my partner. Orochimaru protests loudly. Uchiha Makoto, Orochimaru, keep your distance from my son. Orochimaru, heh. I am quite fascinated by Itachi and Oppos, physique. Kuratsuchi, let us refrain from such predatory talk. Anoki, Konoha is indeed too permissive. I admire that. The scene continues. Are you disregarding me? Kakuzu glares discontentedly at Orochimaru. The Akatsuki requires new members. Let us discuss this matter once everyone arrives. Pain interrupts the argument, swiftly concluding the meeting. The scene shifts. Itachi descends from the shrine, surrounded by the cheerful chirping of birds under the brilliant sunlight. As he steps down the stairs, he unexpectedly spots a familiar figure in the distance, Orochimaru, similarly clad in Akatsuki attire. Confused, Itachi subtly casts a genjutsu on Orochimaru to ensure his safety. Fortunately, Orochimaru remains oblivious. As Itachi approaches, Orochimaru and Oppos' mouth curls into a gleeful smile. Fixating on Itachi and Oppos' visage, Orochimaru and Oppos' excitement grows, but just as they pass each other, Orochimaru abruptly extends his arm, drawing forth the serpent from his sleeve, ensnaring Itachi. Anticipating this, Itachi turns to face Orochimaru. Do you understand what eternal life is, Itachi? Orochimaru and Oppos' voice is deep and raspy. Itachi struggles, but to no avail. I am still unclear. Thus, I require a new vessel. Orochimaru lifts Itachi high, his gaze mocking as he surveys him. A perfect vessel to grant me eternal existence. Ultimately, this is merely the manifestation of your desires, Itachi responds with serene eyes. The scene shifts again. Orochimaru and Oppos' pupils dilate in horror as he finds himself back on the stairs. Itachi stands above him, calmly gazing down. Orochimaru and Oppos' forehead beads with cold sweat. I never expected I would fall victim to a binding technique. Orochimaru's pupils constrict, his body immobile, and sweat pours down his face. What immense ocular power. It is utterly magnificent. His excitement intensifies. The scene transitions to a sea of blood. Orochimaru is pinned to a pillar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Heh. Orochimaru opens his mouth, slowly extending a hand, preparing to form seals, when suddenly, splash, blood sprays forth. Orochimaru's hand falls away, landing on the ground. Itachi raises a kunai, his gaze piercingly cold. Orochimaru, your every technique is futile before my eyes. Such bravado, Orochimaru weakly replies. I am uncertain how to deal with you. Should I kill you now, or keep you for other purposes? Itachi raises his kunai, fixating on the weakened Orochimaru. Itachi. Orochimaru feebly calls out. You still do not comprehend? No, your desires have become too numerous. Itachi vehemently shakes his head. As Itachi prepares to make a move, a multitude of shurikens suddenly descends from above. Itachi vanishes in an instant. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto swiftly shields Orochimaru. Itachi lands on a distant step, his expression remaining composed. I shall repay this debt. Orochimaru glares fiercely at Itachi. Subsequently, more explosive tags rain down upon Itachi. Boom. A deafening explosion erupts. Amidst the billowing smoke, Itachi lands unscathed, as if nothing has transpired, and continues to descend nonchalantly. Kabuto. Haha. Orochimaru, you are quite the buffoon. I thought you were going to pull off some trick, only to find you were schooled by Itachi. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, you should promptly return to the village and confess. Had it not been for your apprentice and Oppos' intervention, you would have perished. Orochimaru. Heh. Kabuto, do not insult Lord Orochimaru. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Goodness, what a loyal hound you are. Orochimaru. Humph. Raza. Your tone seems rather lofty. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Ahem. Anoki. Speaking of which, is Itachi's mastery of Jinjutsu truly that profound? He immobilized Orochimaru with merely a glance. Uchiha Sasuke. How infuriating. This is all a fabrication. I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Izuna. Heh. Your brother possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. While you only have the Tsutomu, should you defeat him, I will eat my words. Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru and Oppos' body is indeed peculiar. His soul and Oppos' capacity is too weak, making him susceptible to Genjutsu attacks. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei. Chapter 32, Itachi annihilates Deidara. Uchiha Makoto, regardless of the circumstances, as long as Itachi is safe. That is all that matters. Uchiha Fugaku, truly worthy of being my son. The scene continues. Within the dim and profound cave, Pain is elaborating on the events leading up to the current situation to the members of the organization. Orochimaru has betrayed the organization and fled. I anticipated that unreliable fellow would do something like this. He prioritizes his own affairs above the organization, he scoffs, disdain evident in his tone. Though I am reluctant to let Orochimaru off so easily, our current numbers are simply too few, Pain states calmly. Can I join too? Obito exclaims, visibly anxious. Get lost. Scorpion glares impatiently at him. Obito immediately deflates like a punctured balloon, sitting dejectedly on a nearby stone. Leave Orochimaru to me. His subordinate, Kabuto, is not much different from my puppets, Scorpion replies coldly, a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. I will soon locate his hideout. Patience. I have already considered a suitable partner for you regarding your teammate. We will devise a plan once he joins. Pain gently shakes his head. What about me? Am I teaming up with Itachi? Kakuzu inquires curiously. You will operate solo for now. I and Amp, Oppos, V assigned Itachi to a different partner, Pain responds. Turning to glance at Itachi with a meaningful expression. Vortex Kushina, wait, what does this mean? Orochimaru and Amp, Oppos, S subordinate Kabuto is also someone else and Amp, Oppos, S puppet. Senju Tsunade, this is hilarious. Orochimaru, is your subordinate a double agent? Orochimaru, Kabuto, what is happening? Kabuto Yakushi, Lord Orochimaru, rest assured, I am utterly loyal to you. Orochimaru, yes. I believe in you, Kabuto, your potential far exceeds mine. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, where are you? Tell me now, I am coming to apprehend you. Orochimaru, idiot. Hiruzen Sarutobi, ahem, Kazekage, do you have a moment? Fourth Kazekage Raza, ahem, yes, what is it? In the Pure Land space, fourth Kazekage Raza appears perplexed. Having just received a private message from Orochimaru. Haha, my 3 children are in Orochimaru and Amp, Oppos, S hands. There is nothing I can do. Konoha, do not blame me this time. Raza laments, feeling he has betrayed his allies. Hiruzen Sarutobi, haha, Raza, I apologize for making you laugh. Fourth Kazekage Raza, it's nothing. The video continues. Itachi sits alone on a bridge, his gaze fixed on the sharks swimming in the lake below. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching. He turns slowly to see a tall figure before him. A shark man? From today onward, I am your partner, Kasame Hashigaki declares as he sizes up Itachi. Vortex Naruto, Sakura, doesn't he this guy look like a shark? Sakura Haruno, idiot Naruto, that's very rude. Vortex Naruto, I'm sorry. Kisame Hashigaki, haha, little brat, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Vortex Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Who is that? Kisame Hashigaki, you don't seem very bright. Uchiha Sasuke, fool, you watched the previous video and still don't understand what a Jinchuriki is? Namikaze Minato, Naruto, there is a fox sealed within you. Vortex Naruto, so it's that fox. I remember now. Kurama, Vortex Himawari, so there really is a Nine Tails in Daddy's belly. The scene progresses. After months of interaction, Itachi and Kasame have grown more acquainted with one another. The camera shifts to the two standing at the foot of a staircase, gazing skyward. The evening sun filters through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Is it really over there? Kisame inquires curiously. Indeed, Itachi nods affirmatively. The camera shifts again. Akatsuki? Deidara responds with a look of disbelief. I don't care who you are. Don't interfere with my appreciation of art. Do I really have to team up with this brat? Scorpion rolls his eyes in disdain. Seems lively enough, but this type doesn't last long. Scorpion remarks with a knowing tone. This is the leader's command. His abilities must be of use. Itachi shakes his head. Do you know my abilities? Deidara asks, astonished. Who exactly are you? You have been assisting rebels in various neighboring countries, creating terror through explosions. Haven't you? Kisame's voice is low and gravelly. As a rogue ninja, what is your purpose in doing this? Purpose? There is none. I merely trigger explosions as commissioned, utilizing my artwork, Deidara replies, shaking his head. So annoying, Scorpion frowns. Are you done? Enough, I'll take over. Itachi shakes his head, sighing lightly, and opens his eyes anew, revealing his Sharingan. TCH. Don't underestimate my art. My ninjutsu is the sublime masterpiece that transcends all, Deidara exclaims, producing a large quantity of clay from behind him, swiftly molding a bomb. Come, experience my art. He hurls the bomb toward Itachi. With a calm expression, Itachi leaps into the air, only to find the bomb pursuing him relentlessly. Deidara forms a hand sign. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupts in the sky, and within it, Itachi emerges unscathed. Just then, a clay centipede bursts from the ground, rapidly ensnaring Itachi. Quite the bravado, and this is all you can do? Deidara looks down on Itachi with contempt, forming a hand sign, ready to finish him. Perhaps you should take a closer look at yourself, Itachi replies, his expression serene. Deidara is taken aback, confusion filling his eyes. As he locks gazes with Itachi, a sense of unease washes over him. Suddenly, the camera shifts. The clay centipede that had ensnared Itachi has now bound Deidara himself. What is happening? Deidara's eyes widen in terror. That was close. I almost blew myself up, Kisame chuckles lightly. As expected, this kid is destined for an early demise. Scorpion mutters with a frown. Genjutsu? When did that happen? Deidara appears bewildered. From the moment you laid eyes on Itachi as Sharingan, you had already fallen into his illusion. Kisame chuckles softly. Upon hearing this explanation, Deidara and Amp, Appo's complexion pales. Senju Hashirama. Wow, Itachi and Amp, Appo's genjutsu skills are this formidable. Vortex Naruto. I have a question. If Itachi's genjutsu is so strong, could he have also targeted Kisame? Kakashi Itachi. Naruto, are you an idiot? Vortex Naruto. It's impossible. I feel like Itachi would use genjutsu on Kisame to have him complete the mission alone while he slacks off. Kisame Hashigaki. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Itachi. I would never do such a thing. Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, are you still watching the video? Hurry and tell me where you are. Uchiha Itachi. Hiki. Chapter 33. Is this the power of the Sharingan? A breathtaking spectacle. Uchiha Sasuke. What are you talking about? Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, calm down. Even if you find your brother, you won't be able to defeat him. Uchiha Sasuke. I just activated the 3 Tomo. How can I not defeat him? Uchiha Fugaku. You activated it so quickly? Uchiha Izuna. The 3 Tomo leads to the Manjiki Sharingan. Do you think this is a sci-fi film? If you can win, I and Amp, Appo's, eat my words. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm so hungry. Let us grab some ramen first. The video continues. High above, sunlight pours down. Deidara closes his eyes tightly, and when he opens them again, he sees Itachi standing in the sky. Flanked by 2 colossal statues. Itachi's figure seems to grow even larger. Deidara is momentarily captivated. Is this the power of the Sharingan? So beautiful, so magnificent. This is true art. The clay bombs on Deidara's body unintentionally fall to the ground. I find myself deeply attracted by another's ability. Deidara covers his face with one hand, yet his eyes are filled with uncontrollable excitement. It is indeed worthy of being called art. No, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge it. Kisame Hashigaki. Deidara, was that your line of thought at the time? Deidara. Haha, explosions are the true art. Killer Bee. Art? Art is rap. Oh yeah. Madarumi. This rap is truly dreadful. Can we skip the singing? Anoki. Someone from the Cloud Village, can you please handle this idiot? Fourth Raikage A. Shut up, you fool. The scene unfolds further. Deidara draws a kunai and makes a deep cut across his forehead protector. He then snatches the Akatsuki cloak and drapes it over himself. Let me be clear, I will not forsake my pursuit of art. Deidara crosses his arms and scans the members of Akatsuki before him. Do as you wish, Pain responds calmly. However, since you have joined Akatsuki, you must obey orders and carry out missions. Saying this, Pain produces a ring from his hand and hands it to Deidara. Deidara looks at the ring engraved with the symbol of the blue and slips it onto his finger. I understand. However, I will never fall for your genjutsu again. Deidara points toward Itachi in the distance. Since we are now comrades, I shall not use genjutsu against you. Itachi says with a calm expression. I can, however, let you experience the taste of art. Deidara extends his finger, visibly displeased. Enough already. Sasori watches this scene with a tranquil demeanor. Sasori, you will team up with Deidara to hunt down Orochimaru. Pain instructs in a steady tone. Are we finally making a move? Sasori nods. Who is this Orochimaru you speak of? Deidara asks curiously. I'll explain on the way, Sasori replies impatiently. Orochimaru has fled to the land of wind. What follows remains uncertain, Conan explains calmly. Knowing this is sufficient, let us depart. Akatsuki truly knows how to delegate tasks. Deidara remarks with a hint of dissatisfaction. Let us hurry. Understood. Deidara responds, tying up his long hair. Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi. Are you certain you haven't used genjutsu on me? Uchiha Itachi. No, I would never use genjutsu on a comrade. Deidara. Haha. I don't believe that. Boruto Uzumaki, by the way, the Sharingan looks so cool. I want one too, covers face and laughs. Uchiha Sasuke, young, stop daydreaming. What you need to do now is train diligently. Boruto Uzumaki. I know. Naruto Uzumaki. Wait, does that mean my future son's master is Sasuke? Boruto Uzumaki. Idiot father, the assistant master is way stronger than you. Uchiha Sasuke. Not bad. You have good taste. Covers face and laughs. Naruto Uzumaki. Foolish Sasuke. Does he even deserve that? Minato Namikaze. Haha, you all have quite the bond. The scene continues. Itachi and Kisame head toward the village hidden in the grass. Pain, with a calm demeanor, issues commands methodically. The two nod in tacit agreement. What about my partner? Haiden inquires with curiosity. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Pain gently shakes his head. The camera shifts. I have already instructed Toby to inform me in a specific manner, Sasori says while walking alongside Deidara. Since we are heading to the land of wind, it should be right around here. Sasori reaches out and feels a switch hidden among some stones. The stones slowly push apart, revealing a scroll. Sasori snatches the scroll, opens it, and reads the text aloud. The great sand dunes of the east. I see. The villagers generally do not venture there. Is that your hometown, Lord Sasori? Deidara asks with great curiosity. Don't call me that, but it is indeed quite fitting. Sasori shakes his head and casually ignites the scroll to ashes. The scene shifts again. The air is thick with swirling sand, and a massive storm rages. Sasori and Deidara stand tall amidst the chaos. That is his stronghold, Sasori states coldly, fixating on a small mound in the distance. Why not use my art to blow it to smithereens? Deidara exclaims passionately, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It is still uncertain whether he is inside, Sasori replies, maintaining a composed expression. At that moment, a snake darts through the desert like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Sasori abruptly opens his mouth and spits forth a flurry of kunai, precisely pinning the snake down. Deidara reacts swiftly, just about to launch an attack. It's useless. We've already been exposed. Sasori insists urgently. No way. Deidara exclaims in disbelief. Let us go. The two plunge downward, racing through the storm and swirling sand. I thought Itachi would come looking for me. You are the assassins sent by Akatsuki, aren't you? Orochimaru emerges slowly from his cave, his voice hoarse. I will show no mercy in killing you, traitor. Sasori's eyes are filled with disdain. Oh, can you really do that? Orochimaru replies, extending his tongue and licking his lips. That boy used to be part of the Iwagakure demolition team, didn't he? Orochimaru glances at Deidara. Don't treat me like a child. Deidara quickly forms hand seals, and a cloud of smoke erupts beside him. From the smoke, a colossal clay bird emerges. You go up high and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Sasori decisively commands. What about you, Lord Sasori? Do you plan to deal with him yourself? Deidara inquires curiously. You and he should have no grudges against each other, right? Sasori glances at Deidara. Fourth Raikage A. This is quite dull to watch. Daru, I concur. Chapter 34. Scorpion vs. Orochimaru. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is Deidara from the Hidden Stone Village? Anoki. Yes. What do you wish to imply? Chio. A rogue ninja has emerged from the Hidden Stone Village. Will there be no accountability or reparations? Madarumi. The Mizukage. Ha. The Sand Village has its fair share of rogue ninjas, doesn't it? Hashirama Senju. Enough. Why can't you all coexist in peace? Tobirama Senju. Brother, you are too naive. As the scene unfolds, Deidara turns to Scorpion, stating, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, he manipulates his clay bird, soaring high into the sky. Without a moment's delay, Scorpion unleashes a scroll. In this location, I hold the geographical advantage. As the scroll unfurls, a puppet materializes, expertly controlled by Scorpion. Is that the masterpiece of Lord Scorpion? Deidara muses, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight. Surely you've heard of the strength of the third Kazekage? Scorpion's gaze becomes icy, fixated on Orochimaru. As soon as he speaks, he commands the puppet to expel a torrent of iron sand, surging toward Orochimaru like an unstoppable tide. Orochimaru merely chuckles, his eyes radiating disdain. I cannot resist claiming what I perceive as exquisite. Thus, I took a small portion. With a single hand raised, he swiftly forms a seal. In an instant, the ground trembles violently as a coffin erupts from the earth, its lid emblazoned with the character for 3. The coffin crashes to the ground, releasing a dense plume of smoke into the air. What is that? Deidara and Scorpion stare in astonishment. As the smoke begins to dissipate, the third Kazekage emerges slowly from within. Scorpion, how dare you? The third Kazekage glares into the distance, his eyes aflame with fury. What is this? You wretched snake. Scorpion and Appo's eyes blaze with anger at the sight. The third Kazekage you killed, I have resurrected using forbidden techniques, Orochimaru proclaims with a triumphant smirk. Anoki, what kind of jutsu is this? It can even resurrect the dead? Fourth Raikage A. The foundation of Konoha village is indeed profound. Tobirama Senju, monkey. How did Orochimaru acquire my forbidden technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher, I am as baffled as you are. In the Hokage and Appo's office, Hiruzen watches the video, nearly choking with rage. He had never imparted the earth release, reanimation technique to Orochimaru. Where could he have obtained this forbidden jutsu? The implications are clear. Danzo, you scoundrel. Hiruzen's expression darkens. Shimura Danzo, cough, cough. Why do I feel as though someone is disparaging me? Tobirama Senju, haha. The video continues. This time, it is different from before, the third Kazekage states coldly. No more complaints. Orochimaru thrusts a kunai into the Kazekage's mind. Soon, the Kazekage's complexion returns to normal. Let us see whose puppet and forbidden technique reigns supreme. Orochimaru glances at Scorpion, smirking. How infuriating. Scorpion furrows his brow. The third Kazekage clasps his hands together, decisively summoning a multitude of iron sand, shooting forth like needles. Scorpion, unwilling to underestimate the situation, swiftly commands his puppet to conjure an iron sand shield. Deidara, observing from above, is also caught in the fray. Once the puppet is encased in sand, it cannot move, can it? Orochimaru taunts, eyeing Scorpion. You need not concern yourself with the puppetry. Scorpion's eyes blaze with fury as he increases the distance, commanding the puppet to charge forward. Countless mechanical arms reach for the third Kazekage, and in no time, he is reduced to mere fragments. I can conceal many things within my puppet. You shall be next. Scorpion and Amp, Apos, gaze turns frigid as he fixates on Orochimaru. This is not over. Orochimaru chuckles lightly. What? Scorpion is taken aback, his pupils constricting. The pieces of the third Kazekage, moments ago shattered, begin to reassemble. This is but a form of eternal life, though dead. How can he not die? Scorpion summons a torrent of iron sand, rapidly driving it into the Kazekage and Apos' body. The Kazekage remains unfazed and resolutely returns the iron sand. As the two engage in battle, Orochimaru gazes upward, witnessing a barrage of clay bombs descending from above. Now, Deidara forms hand seals. The clay bombs strike the third Kazekage, resulting in a deafening explosion. A massive mushroom cloud ascends, stirring the ground and billowing dark smoke. What do you think of my art? Deidara exclaims, his face alight with excitement. As the smoke dissipates, the exploded third Kazekage begins to restore himself. Orochimaru watches impassively. Why has he not perished? Deidara and Amp, Apos' pupils constrict. Once you are dead, I shall resurrect you in the same manner. Orochimaru raises his hand. In truth, what I desire most is Itachi and Apos' body. The resurrected third Kazekage and Apos' form is inundated with iron sand, which morphs into a conical iron mass. Does Scorpion lack any weaknesses? Deidara inquires curiously. Resurrection is not the Kazekage's ability. Scorpion shakes his head. 10-10. Incredible. Is this the clash of shadow-level powerhouses? Niji Hyuga. Shadow-level powerhouses stand at the pinnacle of the mundane. Will I too become a shadow-level in the future? Hayashi Hyuga, Niji Hyuga. Father. The video progresses. You shall remain my pawn forever, Orochimaru taunts. The distant iron sand begins to morph into various shapes. What nonsense. I am the third Kazekage. The reanimated third Kazekage's body quivers slightly, turning his head to fix his resolute gaze upon Orochimaru, declaring, I am not a pawn. As soon as the words leave his lips, the iron sand from above begins to fall, and the body formed through the reanimation technique gradually disintegrates like paper. Ah. Does this technique possess a flaw? Orochimaru frowns deeply. Prepare yourself. Scorpion swings his hands vigorously. The iron sand from above plummets like rain toward Orochimaru. Have I succeeded? However, in the next moment, Scorpion's expression freezes. Orochimaru's form slithers across the ground like an eel, writhing and crawling. Do not think you can escape. Deidara descends rapidly, unleashing a torrent of clay. Now, boom. A thunderous explosion rocks the cavern, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Art is an explosion. Another resounding boom follows. A colossal mushroom cloud spiraling skyward. Tintin, did Orochimaru perish? My guy, it seems not, but this is youth. Kakashi Hitaki, guy. Jiraiya, ha. Orochimaru is as slippery as an eel. If he dies, I shall feast. Chapter 35, The New Member Haiden. Orochimaru, are you being polite? I am certainly no mere loach. Tsunade, Orochimaru, do you not find your current state rather repugnant? Orochimaru, heh. What is the worth of these trivialities in pursuit of eternal life? Inoki, goodness, eternal life brother. The video continues to play. In the dimly lit cave, the Akatsuki organization convenes once more. I meticulously searched through the debris, yet I could not locate his corpse. Thus, I cannot assure that he has been slain. Scorpion shook his head in dismay. If he still lives, I shall personally dispatch him. Deidara's voice was rife with indignation. Speaking of which, what precisely is that fantastical technique? Any thoughts? Pain turned to Itachi. It is likely the reanimation jutsu developed by the second Hokage, a technique capable of resurrecting the dead and controlling them at will. Itachi elucidated. Moreover, those resurrected cannot be killed. Hence one must resort to sealing techniques or rely on brute force to hinder their movements. Itachi continued his calm analysis. Wouldn't he killing Orochimaru resolve the issue? Deidara inquired with curiosity. Even if Orochimaru were to be killed, the reanimated body would not cease its actions. How can that be? Deidara's tone conveyed disappointment. From now on, everyone must remain vigilant of Orochimaru's every move, as long as he draws breath. He will undoubtedly take further action, Pain stated solemnly. How could an ordinary person possibly survive such an explosion? Deidara muttered in dissatisfaction. Who among us is normal? Scorpion shot Deidara an annoyed glance. Speaking of immortality, a thought struck me. Conan seemed to recall something. There is a request from the land of hot water. They reported the emergence of a serial killer, hoping we might eliminate him. Pain remarked softly. Is there not a ninja from the hidden hot water village there? Scorpion asked with curiosity. They are incapable of handling this killer. Conan shook her head. Does this killer possess immortality as well? Itachi inquired with intrigue. So, could it be that this person was also created through Orochimaru and Apos' reanimation jutsu? Deidara speculated with fascination. Before we dispatch anyone, we must readjust our formation, Pain stated calmly. Sakura Haruno, is there truly such a thing as immortality? Sasuke Uchiha, it must be a fabrication, right? Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it obvious? It's probably another of Orochimaru's techniques. Tobarama Senju, these jutsu were all devised by me. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Minato Namikaze, ha ha ha, Naruto. The second Hokage is indeed formidable. Hashirama Senju, quite so? They are all forbidden techniques. The video continues to unfold. In a lush green forest, birds chirp joyfully. A merchant, burdened with a package, hurriedly makes his way. Suddenly, Haydn appears like a specter, obstructing his path. My good fellow, are you interested in joining the cult of the evil god? Haydn turned, a smirk playing on his lips. The scene shifts, and in the blink of an eye, the merchant and Appo's hands are pinned to a tree, blood gushing forth and staining the trunk. Not for wealth, nor for revenge, but simply for the sake of killing. Kakuzu approached, scrutinizing the scene. If it were merely a desire for bloodshed, there are simpler methods. This individual undoubtedly has ulterior motives, Itachi analyzed calmly. You truly vex me, Kakuzu said with irritation. Itachi remained silent, offering no reply. So, you were here to monitor me, fearing I might slay Itachi, are you? Kakuzu sighed lightly. Due to the absence of other perceptive members, and the inappropriateness of others for the role of bait, Conan spoke with a chilling tone. Bait? Kakuzu turned. Confusion etched on his face. The scene shifts again. Haydn is perched on a branch, slowly rising and descending. He spots Conan approaching and his eyes light up. Greetings. Young lady, would you care to join the cult of the evil god? The evil god? Conan blinked, her expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, what manner of cult is this? Here, one can kill without consequence, and the evil god shall be most pleased. Haydn explained, shaking his head animatedly. What do you think? This cult is splendid. Is it not? Care to consider joining? Ah, so you are the infamous serial killer, Conan sighed softly. Serial killer? Do not speak so. I am merely offering my devout prayers to the evil god. Haydn exclaimed, his excitement mounting. It seems I must offer you to the evil god. Haydn raised his side high, its blade aimed at the distant Conan. Are you ready? As soon as Conan finished speaking, Itachi and Kakuzu appeared beside her. It appears he is not a product of the reanimation jutsu, Itachi calmly explained. Then I shall ascertain whether he truly possesses immortality, Kakuzu said with a cold resolve. Eager for the challenge. Tobarama Senju? Immortality? How intriguing. Orochimaru. I too have become quite interested. Kabuto Yakushi, truly, Orochimaru-sama. Boruto Uzumaki, it's hard to imagine Kabuto looking like that in the past. The video continues. Who are you lot? Dressed alike? Are you a band? Or perhaps a musical ensemble? Haydn surveyed the three figures in the distance with a mocking grin. That gloomy one, could he be the bassist? And you, young lady, are the lead singer and keyboardist? No, this brother must be the lead singer? We are not a band, Kakuzu replied. Impatience evident in his voice as he slowly approached Haydn. With such splendid offerings, the evil god shall surely be pleased. Haydn declared, eyeing Kakuzu as he drew nearer. Suddenly flinging his scythe. In an instant, Kakuzu vanished from sight, a fierce battle on the brink of eruption. Itachi and Conan stood upon the branches, quietly observing the clash below. Haha, what is this? Are you merely running away? Do not think to escape. Haydn raised his scythe, swiftly aiming it at Kakuzu. Kakuzu smirked, decisively throwing a punch that pierced Haydn's abdomen. Crack! Blood spewed from Haydn and Appo's mouth as he plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Gazing at the motionless figure before him, Kakuzu felt a flicker of disappointment. What happened? Is this it? Kakuzu swiftly retracted his arm. That hurt. Haydn struggled to rise, his voice rife with fury. It truly hurts. Haydn bellowed in rage. Staring at the seemingly unscathed Haydn in the distance, Kakuzu was utterly taken aback. This is bad. Could this fellow truly possess immortality? Chapter 36. Have the three generations perished? Itachi's decision to head to Konoha, Umbu of Kirigakure. Is this truly the immortal body? Senju Tobarama. What is the principle behind this technique? Anoki. I have lived for so long, yet I have never heard of such an immortal body. Uchiha Itachi. Every technique possesses its fatal weakness. The immortal body must have its own limitations. Nara Shikadai. Every technique has a fatal flaw? How intriguing. Uzumaki Boruto. What have you figured out? Shikadai, facepalm. Yamanaka Ino. Shikadai's intellect remains as sharp as ever. The video continues to play. I shall unleash divine retribution upon you. Haydn roared, drawing a peculiar circle on the ground with blood. The shape of the circle was odd, emanating an inexplicable aura. Suddenly, Kakuzu extended his arm, piercing through Haydn's chest. Haydn's eyes blazed with fury as he tightly grasped the threads on Kakuzu's arm. Do not even think of escaping. It seems the rumors of the immortal body might indeed hold truth. Seeing this, Kakuzu swiftly retracted his hand. Very well, let the ritual commence. Haydn extended his tongue, greedily licking his lips, and in an instant, his body began to transform into a black skeletal form. All is prepared. Embrace death. Haydn raised the scythe high and plunged it deep into his chest. In the next heartbeat, Itachi and Conan, perched on a branch, were momentarily stunned. Kakuzu's pupils constricted as he instinctively covered his heart with both hands, kneeling on the ground. You are too merciful. May the Lord of Evil enjoy eternal glory. Haydn could not contain his maniacal laughter. Kakuzu clutched his chest tightly, and with a resounding thud, a shadow erupted from his back. The shadow fell to the ground, revealing that Haydn's attack had utterly shattered one of Kakuzu's hearts. Kakuzu's eyes brimmed with rage. After all, he had invested considerable time and energy in collecting these hearts. You have quite the audacity. Hey, why are you not dead yet? Haiden exclaimed, bewildered and incredulous. I shall ensure your demise. You cannot achieve that. Haiden taunted. His gaze filled with mockery as he looked at Kakuzu. Have you figured out what is happening? Conan asked, casting a curious glance at Itachi. He licked Kakuzu's blood. Initiating a ritual that transfers the injuries he sustains onto the one whose blood he licked, Itachi calmly deduced. Yet, the secret of his immortality remains unclear. Can we separate them? Conan inquired with intrigue. Why not simply eliminate him? A flicker of confusion crossed Itachi and Appo's eyes. Conan replied softly, lost in thought. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Itachi and Appo's analytical prowess is formidable. It may rival my own. Senju Hashirama, are you certain? Itachi is merely 12 years old. Senju Tobarama, brother. Others possess more intellect than you. How many times must I say? Read more books and watch fewer charming Uchihas. Senju Hashirama, hee. I take pleasure in watching the Uchihas. Uzumaki Mido. Tobarama, let's consider divorce. I am clearly unimportant in your heart. Senju Tobarama, sister-in-law, do not be agitated. My elder brother speaks with haste. Uchiha Madara, how embarrassing. Hashirama, cease your clinginess. Anoki, is this the camaraderie of Konoha? Meitarumi, I have long heard of the extraordinary bond between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Karatsuchi, Konoha's ideology seems rather advanced. Hiruzen Sarutobi, ahem. The scene continues. Suddenly, a flock of cawing crows appeared between Haiden and Kakuzu. What is this nonsense? Haiden frantically waved his hands to shoo away the crows. Amidst the dense swarm of crows, the figure of Uchiha Itachi emerged. Itachi, what are you planning to do? Kakuzu inquired with curiosity. We should recruit him, Itachi stated calmly. Him? Kakuzu and Appo's tone dripped with disdain. The scene shifts. Haiden, upon hearing that this organization wished to recruit him, shouted, what nonsense is this? I refuse. I care not for your Akatsuki. My mission is for the Lord of Evil. Even to fulfill your mission, you ought to join Akatsuki, Conan advised coolly. Why? Haiden asked. Confusion etched on his face. Because Akatsuki is an organization that spares no effort in slaughter, assassination and instigating wars are commonplace, Conan explained, remaining composed. Upon hearing this, Haiden furrowed his brow, revealing a glimmer of interest in his eyes. The scene shifts once more. Haiden withdrew a kunai and slashed a horizontal line across his forehead protector. Subsequently, he donned the Akatsuki robe, muttering in displeasure, I still have to propagate the teachings of the Lord of Evil. Suit yourself. Pain produced a ring, which Haiden accepted and adorned on his finger. The duo's partnership was thus established. Now, let us execute our respective missions, Pain instructed calmly. The scene transitions. I never imagined you would become my partner, Kakuzu remarked. That is a statement I should be making, Haiden retorted, visibly displeased. Do not irritate me, or I shall slay you, Kakuzu scoffed. Try if you dare. Haiden shot back defiantly. I have no interest in your heart. As they bickered, they walked away, their figures gradually fading from view. Anoki, this cannot continue. We must not allow the Akatsuki organization to develop unchecked. Tsunade, I concur with the views of Itsukage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, friends, shall we convene a meeting in Konoha? Fourth Raikage, I do not agree. Darui, Lord Raikage. Fourth Kazekage Raza, who knows if this is a trap by Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Raza, is there something about Konoha that displeases you? Orochimaru, ahem. The scene continues. In the icy wilderness, Kasame stepped into the snow, leaving deep footprints, with Itachi following closely behind. Itachi suddenly halted, gazing at the distant snowy landscape, seemingly reminiscing about someone, before turning his head and smiling gently. The scene shifts to the season of cherry blossoms, where Deidara and Sasori gathered. Art is, explosion, Deidara exclaimed, exuberantly waving his arms. In an instant, a lavish villa in the sky was shattered into pieces. Petals from cherry blossoms swirled through the air. Deidara crossed his arms, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I simply cannot comprehend your art, Sasori remarked, his brow furrowed. This is a fleeting yet unique beauty. Old man Sasori, you ought to grasp this as well, Deidara said, casting a displeased glance at Sasori. The scene shifts once more, where Itachi and Kisame execute their mission. Kisame, wielding a large blade, charged fiercely at the enemy, while Itachi remained at a distance, quietly observing the battle, his mind swirling with thoughts. Konoha is in turmoil. And it is the doing of Orochimaru. Pain's voice resonated in his mind. Orochimaru, with the aid of the Sound Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi, declared war upon Konoha, plunging the village into a dire predicament. The third Hokage sacrificed his life in this conflict, yet Orochimaru vanished without a trace. I intend to dispatch someone to investigate. I shall go, Itachi asserted as he rose to his feet. Then I entrust this task to you. Additionally, keep a watchful eye on the Jinchuriki of Konoha. The scene shifted. Although they had narrowly escaped disaster, Konoha appeared to have suffered devastating losses. The two stood upon the village walls, gazing down at the chaotic scene below. In the frame, Konoha lay in ruins, a picture of desolation. Wait, will the future me perish? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Chapter 37, A tragic conclusion. Jiraiya, how is it possible that Orochimaru did this? Orochimaru, haha, you're truly an idiot. Think more critically about the situation. Nara Shikaku, aside from Orochimaru, there must be other accomplices. It's unlikely that Orochimaru alone could have killed Lord Hokage. Tsunade, so Orochimaru. Who is the other accomplice? Shimura Danzo, it's certainly Isn Timi. Mitsuki, Danzo, you beast. Uchiha Itachi, Danzo, we have treated you well. Why would you conspire with Orochimaru to frame Hiruzen? Shimura Danzo, when have I ever committed such an act? Fourth Kazekage Raza, if it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The video continues to unfold, revealing the once thriving village now reduced to a pitiful state. Itachi sighed softly, his gaze filled with complexity. This is unlike you. Could it be that even you harbor such nostalgia for your homeland? Kisame inquired. No, Itachi slowly shook his head. There is no lingering sentiment. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, concern filled his eyes. Sasuke, are you safe? Uchiha Sasuke, why? Please tell me this is a lie. Senju Tobarama, silly child. Haven't you realized yet? Uchiha Izuna, as far as I know, the only Hokage worthy of the title was Hiruzen, right? With Hiruzen gone, the remaining elders likely harbor ill intentions. They may pose a threat to you. Itachi returned to Konoha precisely to warn those elders, to let them know he is still alive and to caution them against taking rash actions against you. Uchiha Sasuke, no, this cannot be true. It's all a lie. Itachi, you must tell me your true intentions, or I will kill you. Uchiha Itachi, Inoki, your brother has already activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. What do you have to kill him with? Fourth Raikage, haha, Hokage. You should keep a close watch for spies in Konoha. We wouldn't want another incident to occur. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the video, his expression grave. Are there spies in the village? Who could they be? He pondered, suspecting Danzo, though it was merely a suspicion without evidence. He did not wish to act against a dear friend he had known for many years. He acknowledged his shortcomings as Hokage, admitting to his impulsiveness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I appreciate your reminder, Fourth Raikage. Senju Tobarama, monkey, you are too indecisive. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm sorry, sensei. The scene continued. Sunlight poured onto the streets of Konoha, illuminating a shop selling dango. Kakashi, I can't believe you arrived first. Sasuke remarked, hands in pockets, gazing at Kakashi, who leaned against the wall reading. Well, it happens occasionally. Kakashi nodded. You summoned me here. What is the matter? At that moment, two individuals wearing hats surveyed Sasuke. One of them was Itachi, who felt a moment of excitement upon seeing Sasuke. Sasuke, you've grown. Just then, Sasuke sensed a familiar presence, turning only to find the table previously occupied now empty. The scene shifted to Itachi and Kisame approaching Naruto. Upon receiving the news, Sasuke hurriedly made his way there. Long time no see, Sasuke. Itachi turned, looking at his younger brother, and spoke softly. Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you. Sasuke glared coldly at Itachi. The Sharingan. It resembles yours. Kisame chuckled at the scene before him. Who is he? My brother. Itachi replied calmly while discreetly observing Sasuke's Two-Tomo Sharingan. I have followed your words. I harbor resentment and hatred towards you, solely to kill you. Sasuke's inner thoughts roared. How much stronger have you become? Itachi disregarded Sasuke's fury. I have survived this long only to kill you. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals, gripping Chidori tightly. Chidori, huh? Itachi looked surprised as he watched Sasuke charge at him. The wall cracking beneath the force. Bang! The wall shattered instantly. As the smoke began to clear, Itachi reached out, grasping Sasuke's hand. So that is how it is. Kakashi taught you. Itachi applied pressure, causing Sasuke to wince in pain. Sasuke, this is infuriating. Naruto exclaimed, growing anxious as he quickly formed hand seals. Too slow. Kisame swung his fist. In the next moment, a toad appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow. Jiraiya. Itachi looked up, seemingly having anticipated this. Your target is Naruto. Isn't it? Jiraiya placed the unconscious woman he had carried on the ground. Capturing Naruto is the highest order from Akatsuki, Itachi explained calmly. Naruto cannot be handed over to you. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. That may not be the case. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as three formidable figures converged in that small corridor. Naruto Uzumaki. So Sasuke's ultimate move was interrupted by his brother with a mere strike. Uchiha Sasuke. I simply let my guard down. Kuratsuchi. Your strength is pitiful. You might as well use your head for revenge. Uchiha Sasuke. The scene continued. Perfect, let's resolve this here. Jiraiya clapped his hands, readying himself for action. Stay out of this. Sasuke, clutching his injured arm, struggled to rise, his voice ablaze with anger. Killing him is my responsibility. Sasuke gasped for breath, his eyes aflame with hatred. I have no interest in you right now. Itachi coldly glanced at Sasuke. It's not the right time, Sasuke, Itachi silently thought. Then gently kicked Sasuke towards the distant wall. Sasuke, you bastard. Naruto's rage erupted at the sight. Naruto, I told you not to interfere. Sasuke shouted hoarsely. This is my battle with him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Itachi appeared before Sasuke, looking down upon him. Perfect timing. Sasuke gritted his teeth. struggling to rise. Itachi showed no mercy, delivering a fierce punch to Sasuke's abdomen, followed by several more strikes that sent him flying. Not enough. Sasuke crashed heavily to the ground. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi watched Sasuke in his battered state, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Meiterumi, why do I feel so awkward? Kushina Uzumaki. I'm sorry for laughing at Sasuke. I thought you were strong. But you got interrupted by a simple strike. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 38. How far can your eye see now? The scene unfolds with Kisame observing Itachi's merciless treatment of his own brother, Sasuke, and he cannot help but jest. You truly show no mercy. Just as the words leave his lips, Itachi forcefully slams Sasuke against the wall, swiftly invoking Tsukuyami. Under the overwhelming force of Tsukuyami, Sasuke's mind teeters on the brink of collapse. Hate me? Itachi's gaze casts a complex glance at his younger brother. You are still so weak. For the next 24 hours, you shall remain trapped in this day. Itachi gently shakes his head, incredulous at using Tsukuyami on his own brother. Kisame raises an eyebrow, astonished. Stop it. Naruto, witnessing the scene from afar, feels a surge of fury. Sasuke is my friend. How dare you harm him so? Without hesitation, Kisame brandishes his sword, aiming a fierce strike at Naruto. In that instant, the once tranquil corridor transforms dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it morphs into the belly of a toad. Sasuke's body is suddenly ensnared within the toad's gullet. Upon seeing this, Itachi releases his grip on Sasuke. Why are you so weak? Because you were still far from enough, your foundation. Kisame, come with me. Itachi cast one last glance at his brother before softly calling Kisame. Naruto rushes forward to intervene, but is shoved aside by Kisame. Itachi decisively activates Amaterasu, and the powerful black flames instantly incinerate a gaping hole in the toad's belly, allowing him to escape with Kisame. The onlookers, watching the unfolding video, are left utterly dumbfounded. This cannot be real. To think they could escape right under Lord Jiraiya's nose. How formidable is that black flame, a technique of the Sharingan? Terrifying, Onoki remarks. The everlasting flame, Izuna muses. Itachi is truly powerful, Jiraiya acknowledges. Itachi, you flatter me, Itachi replies. The scene continues. Jiraiya carefully seals the black flames within a scroll, his expression grave as he gazes into the distance, deep in thought. The camera shifts. Itachi and Kisame tread upon the water and Appo's surface as if it were solid ground, swiftly advancing into the horizon. Why retreat? You have the power, Kisame inquires curiously, glancing at Itachi. Sasuke, ever since the third Hokage's passing, it seems there are still those silently protecting you. I await you, Sasuke. Itachi remains silent, his gaze fixed on the distance, lost in thought. His words echo in the background, revealing his inner monologue. Sasuke watches the display of his brother's concern, feeling a gentle stir within his heart, rippling like the surface of a pond. Itachi, I will swiftly strengthen myself. I will surely kill Danzo. Danzo, the evil Uchiha, do you dare? Why not? If I feel like it, Sasuke replies with a smirk. Hey, with your current strength, you are still unqualified to defeat Danzo. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, interjects. So, the culprit behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan is Danzo. The Shimura clan? Just an ant during the Warring States period, Uchiha Yuri scoffs. By the way, was the environment during the Warring States that harsh? Boruto questions. In our time, children your age were already starting families, Izuna responds. Seriously? Boruto exclaims. Fool, Sarada retorts. The scene continues. The camera shifts again, revealing an unknown number of years later. Naruto emerges from the woods, seeking out Uchiha Itachi. Why are you so fixated on my brother? Itachi curiously regards Naruto, stating, he is merely a rogue ninja. Compared to you, I regard him more as a brother. Naruto glares coldly at Itachi. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile unfurls on Itachi's lips. It seems Sasuke has found a wonderful friend. Naruto senses that Itachi has cast a genjutsu upon him, the surroundings spinning chaotically, leaving him momentarily speechless. You want to bring Sasuke back, Dawn and Appos, to you? Itachi calmly inquires. Composed of crows. What if you encounter obstacles? No matter what, I will bring him back. Naruto asserts resolutely. You claim Sasuke is like your brother. Let me ask you. What would you do if Sasuke attacked Konoha? Itachi questions seriously, having anticipated his brother's nature. What? Sasuke would never do such a thing. Naruto insists. Sasuke is innocent. Like a blank canvas, easily influenced. When the time comes, can you truly stop him? Itachi gazes steadily at Naruto. Even if it means. The words hang in the air, causing Naruto's pupils to dilate. Kill Sasuke? How could I ever think such a thing? That is impossible. I would never kill Sasuke. In a certain residence, Sasuke observes the concern expressed by Naruto in their group chat, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. Yet, more than Naruto, he is preoccupied with Itachi, realizing at this moment that he has long misunderstood his brother. Sasuke is fortunate to have a friend like you. Itachi remarks. Don't worry, Itachi. I will take care of Sasuke. Naruto promises. The scene continues. Can you weigh the balance between Sasuke and Konoha? Itachi asks calmly. I will protect Konoha and stop Sasuke. I will not kill him. Naruto responds earnestly. Too naive. Your words lack realism. Sometimes ninjas must face harsh choices, Itachi counters, shaking his head. Someone once told me the same thing, but there is fundamentally no choice to be made. Speak plainly, act accordingly. That is my ninja way, Naruto states with unwavering resolve. Is that so? Itachi closes his eyes, and upon reopening them, the scene abruptly shifts. Has Sasuke arrived? Itachi sits in a dimly lit room, gazing at a figure in the distance. With your Sharingan, how far can you see now? What I see now is the moment of your demise. Sasuke and Appo's eyes blaze with fury. Is this the grown-up version of me? Is this a confrontation between the Uchiha clans? Quite intriguing, Inoki comments. Chapter 39, The Pacific Battle. Sasuke versus Itachi. Uchiha Izuna. At this time, Sasuke should have the Manjiki, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to seek trouble with Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Do I have the Manjiki at this point? Uchiha Taijima. Both are geniuses. It's a pity they were born in the wrong era. Meitarumi. Mizukage. Hihi, I wonder who will prevail. The scene continues. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Itachi closed his eyes. Am I to be killed? After a moment of silence, Itachi reopened his eyes. Let me see. Sasuke smirked, suddenly launching a powerful punch. Itachi raised his hand to block the attack, and in that instant, a fierce gust of wind surged. Grasping a kunai tightly, Itachi swiftly lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke drew his sword to defend, and with a resounding clang, metal collided. All of this transpired within mere seconds. The two began to wrestle. Itachi seized Sasuke's hand and kicked him. Sasuke raised his blade to block. Bang! Itachi followed with a spinning kick, striking Sasuke squarely in the cheek. Sasuke staggered back a few steps, drawing his sword once more to stab at Itachi. In midair, Itachi quickly caught Sasuke by the collar, rolled, and threw him to the ground. Simultaneously, Sasuke's sword was knocked away, embedding itself in the wall. Sasuke, disregarding everything, rolled a few times before quickly forming hand seals. Chidori. In the dimness, the sound of thousands of birds echoed, and upon witnessing that blue light, Itachi's expression grew complex. Without hesitation, Sasuke charged forward. Chidori flow. He decisively slammed his palm onto the ground. Seeing the electricity surging toward him, Itachi leaped up, but did not anticipate that Sasuke was waiting at that very moment on the wall. Itachi's pupils dilated. A triumphant smile crept across Sasuke's face as he swiftly pierced Itachi's abdomen with his blade. With a thud, Itachi collapsed to the ground, while Sasuke looked down upon the weakened figure of his brother. So, you've grown stronger, Itachi said weakly. Itachi, I have one final question to ask you. Sasuke's eyes burned with fury. Ignoring him, Itachi raised his hand, pointing towards Sasuke's eyes, then turned away. Sasuke followed the direction of Itachi's finger, only to find not the Itachi he had slain, but rather the real Itachi, sitting calmly in a chair, coldly observing him. Sasuke and Appo's expression hardened as the illusion of the pierced Itachi dissipated like a crow. Clearly, he had been ensnared in Itachi and Appo's Jinjutsu from the very beginning. Sasuke steadied himself, looking at Itachi with increasing disdain. Inoki, this is the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, truly remarkable. Uchiha Madara, it goes far beyond that. They are merely clashing with Jinjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi, you and Sasuke are both good children. I owe you both an apology. Second Mizukage, Kahaku, at this stage, what good are your apologies? Meitarumi, everyone is already dead. What is the point of apologizing now? Hiragakure's Mito, a bunch of fools. Still engaging in conspiracy theories. The scene continues. Once again, the familiar crows and Itachi's most skilled illusionary tricks? Sasuke's gaze was icy and piercing. What do you wish to ask? Although it is not yet the end, I still wish to hear it. Itachi's eyes were calm as water. I'll say it again. Sasuke replied, his tone rife with impatience. The camera suddenly shifted, revealing an unexpected scene. Sasuke, wielding his blade, viciously pierced Itachi and Appo's abdomen from behind the chair. This sudden turn of events caused the barrage of comments to surge like a tide. Inoki, is this also an illusion? Kuratsuchi, incredible. When dealing with the Uchiha clan, one must never let their guard down. Uchiha Izuna. Humph, this is just the beginning. There is far more powerful to come. The scene continued. Blood spilling from Itachi's mouth as he helplessly watched Sasuke fall to the ground like a white serpent. It was merely an illusion. Itachi's voice was weak. I have one last question for you. I must say, you scoundrel, the sharp pain in my chest will persist until you answer. Sasuke stated, lifting the blade slightly. He deliberately avoided striking a fatal blow, refusing to let Itachi die easily. You once said that as long as you opened your eyes, there would be 3 of us capable of wielding the Manjiki Sharingan. In his memories, a young Itachi wore a teasing smile as he looked at the young Sasuke. In that case, there would be a reason for you to survive. The memory abruptly ceased, returning to the present as Sasuke, filled with rage, demanded of Itachi, the third person, who is the other wielder of the Sharingan among the Uchiha. Why does it matter to you? Itachi asked curiously. I intend to kill you and then eliminate that person, Sasuke replied with unusual calmness. When you exterminated our clan, you mentioned there was one person you hadn't killed. A surviving Uchiha, meaning that individual was your accomplice. Sasuke's tone remained placid. Even you could not have single-handedly wiped out the guard division. At this moment, Itachi, with his back to Sasuke, wore a smile of relief. You figured it out, Haven to you? Who is he? Seeing Itachi's silence, Sasuke pressed the blade further into Itachi's abdomen. That person is Uchiha Madara. As Itachi's words echoed, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, and the viewers watching the video were left in stunned silence. What was happening? Surely they had not misheard? It was indeed Uchiha Madara. Inoki, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Uchiha Madara still be alive? Meitarumi. Hey, old man, your emotions seem a bit too heightened. It's just Uchiha Madara. Fourth Hokage, he. If given the chance, I would truly like to engage in battle with the Shura of the ninja world. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. Inoki is getting old. Always afraid of this and that. Inoki, you are all naive and foolish. Without Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara has no opponent. Uchiha Izuna, though we are not of the same era, I agree with your perspective. Tintin, is the Shura of the ninja world really that formidable? Meitarumi. Hehe, still engaging in fear-mongering. If Madara were truly that powerful, why did he fall to Hashirama? Senju Hashirama. Perhaps I was just too strong. Uchiha Madara. Hehe, to speak frankly, aside from Senju Hashirama, all of you present here are nothing but trash. Fourth Hokage. You bastard. Are you looking for a fight? Pain, the rumored Shura of the ninja world, doesn't he seem so impressive after all? Kyubi. Haha. Do you people really think you can defeat Uchiha Madara? Within Naruto's body, the Nine Tails observed the chat group's messages and nearly burst into laughter. While others may be unaware of Uchiha Madara's strength, it certainly was not oblivious to how formidable he was. That towering blue giant, over 200 meters high, was a memory it would never forget. There are countless fists and palms, accompanied by the phrase, Kaibai, your power is too formidable, I must seal you away. Kaibai often dreams of this very scene. Hashirama Senju, Kaibai, your strength remains excessively powerful. Kurama. Seeking a comment. Chapter 40. Itachi, what historical tales are you spinning? Akatsuki. I too yearn for a one-on-one with the Shura of the ninja world. Noki, Akatsuki. You have no comprehension of how terrifying Uchiha Madara truly is. Akatsuki, enough. Grandfather, your indecisiveness is exasperating. Hiruzen Sarutobi, ahem. Tsunade Senju, humph. This chat group is filled with the malevolent Uchiha. What a misfortune. The scene continues. Uchiha Madara? Sasuke murmurs softly. He is one of the founders of Konoha and the first man to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Itachi speaks slowly. Madara should have perished long ago. Sasuke retorts angrily. Are you jesting with me? Madara is still alive. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. Itachi's gaze remains serene, his expression unperturbed. Stop your nonsensical chatter. People often rely on their own knowledge and perceptions, remaining shackled by them. Itachi remarks with a profound expression. They regard these as reality. Yet, knowledge and perception are nebulous. And the reality built upon them may merely be an illusion. People exist within their own cognitive worlds. Do you not agree? Itachi turns to face Sasuke. So, what exactly are you trying to convey? Sasuke's brow furrows. To believe Madara is dead is merely your one-sided wishful thinking. Much like when you once perceived me as a gentle older brother. Itachi speaks in a calm tone. As his words linger, memories of their shared past flood Sasuke's mind. Moments spent living together. I always played the role of the brother you expected, with the aim of assessing your potential. Itachi maintains a tranquil demeanor. What transpired that night? For my youthful self, could only be regarded as a mere illusion. Sasuke grips the blade tightly, gritting his teeth. Though I once wished to remain enveloped in that cruel illusion, there is no doubt that everything was, in fact, reality. Sasuke turns away, roaring in fury. Unleashing a bolt of lightning, the flash illuminates the dark space, and the Chidori pierces the wall beside Itachi's head. My eyes have evolved beyond recognition. My Sharingan can pierce through illusions. Sasuke fixes his gaze upon Itachi. Still the same as before, always eager to demonstrate strength, Itachi remarks coldly. I shall accept that statement for now. The camera shifts, elevating to a high vantage point. What had just transpired was still merely an illusion. Witnesses gasp as their pupils constrict sharply. Noki, why is it still an illusion? Are they not going to engage in combat? Fourth Hokage, for some reason. As I watch them fight, it feels fundamentally amiss. Meitarumi, I noticed it too. Something is off. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. Indeed, I feel the same. Tintin, what are you all talking about? Aren't they fighting just fine? The scene continues, as the chair Sasuke thrust into Itachi gradually fades. Along with Itachi's form, Sasuke stares coldly at Itachi in the distance. This charade ends here. Sasuke slowly rises, retracting the Chidori into his hand. Being eager to prove oneself is not inherently negative. But Sasuke, it seems you have yet to possess eyes like mine, Itachi remarks with exceptional calmness. Sasuke gazes at Itachi, recalling the eyes of his brother. Those eyes, unlike ordinary Sharingan, bore intricate patterns. When you acquire eyes akin to mine, then return to face me. Itachi's words linger in Sasuke's memory. Have you not yet extinguished the lives of those dear to you? Itachi gazes at Sasuke with a calm demeanor. With such naive thoughts, you dare to approach me? then hasten to utilize your Mangeki Sharingan to slay me. Or is it that my current self exceeds your measure of capability? Sasuke shakes his hand dismissively. Ah, such remarkable confidence. Itachi sighs lightly, rising from his seat. At this moment, Kaguya watches from the wall, observing the unfolding scene with furrowed brows. These two have not moved an inch since the beginning. They are merely competing in illusions. The camera shifts again. The Mangeki Sharingan, a unique eye, has veered into darkness since its awakening. Itachi gazes steadily at Sasuke. The more it is utilized, the more it becomes sealed away. What are you implying? Sasuke's brow furrows. Tobirama Senju. Indeed, this matter is beginning to form a coherent narrative. Hashirama Senju, what insights have you gleaned? Tobirama Senju, the eyes of the Uchiha clan are known as the Andapos, eyes of the soul, Andapos, when subjected to intense stimuli. They awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, simultaneously acquiring two types of ocular techniques, albeit at a corresponding cost. Noki, the cost is blindness. Tobirama Senju, precisely. To avoid blindness, the most effective method is to fuse with the Mangeki of a close kin. Itachi's reluctance to slay Sasuke likely stems from this objective. Tans Shimura, I see. As expected of a master, your analysis is astute. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi, you must tell me, is this true? Itachi Uchiha. Continue watching, you will discover the answer. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph, so that's it. All this time, your aim was to restore your sight. Which is why you didn't kill me then. But regrettably, in the video, I will awaken the Mangeki and defeat you. Izuna Uchiha. What if you do not awaken the Mangeki? Sasuke Uchiha. Impossible. I am not so foolish. I would never undertake a venture without assurance. The scene unfolds further, revealing that the Mangeki will ultimately lead to the loss of sight. Itachi gently shakes his head. Blindness. Is this the price to wield the power to control the Nine Tails? Sasuke's brow tightens. Itachi descends the stairs slowly, exhaling coldly. It appears you have indeed heeded my words and examined that stone tablet. Itachi's expression remains calm. Madara, what manner of man is he? He is the one who first tamed the Nine Tails with those eyes. Itachi strides towards Sasuke, his gaze remarkably composed. Furthermore, he is the sole individual to unveil another secret of the Mangeki Sharingan. He is Uchiha Madara. Another secret of the Mangeki Sharingan? Confusion washes over Sasuke as he looks at Itachi. What power could possibly tame the Nine Tails beyond that? Sasuke's curiosity peaks as he gazes at Itachi. Indeed. There is another secret. It is an exceedingly vital secret. Itachi's tone grows grave. What is it? Tell me quickly. Sasuke regards Itachi with a cold stare. Then allow me to recount an ancient tale, a story entwined with the history of the Uchiha. Once, Madara had a brother, his younger sibling. Sasuke focuses intently as Itachi narrates, and in an instant, the scene shifts. During the Warring States period, within a courtyard, Sasuke surveys his surroundings and soon spots a young Madara engaged in sparring with Izuna. Uchiha Madara and his brother competed fiercely from a young age to enhance their abilities. Both awakened the Sharingan in succession, and unbeknownst to them, their names began to shine brightly within the Uchiha clan. The narration of Uchiha Itachi resonates at the right moment. Thus, the two individuals engaged in an unrelenting rivalry in pursuit of the enhancement of their ocular prowess. In the scene, they shockingly turned against those most dear to them. After enduring such profound shock, they both awakened their kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Sasuke, witnessing this brutal spectacle from afar, felt his pupils constrict sharply. To slay one's own kin. Merely to unlock these eyes? Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Taijima. Where did you hear that absurd version? Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 41. Sasuke. You are a new beacon of light for me. Tian. So this story is fabricated? Anoki, I am astonished I did not discern this sooner. Jiraiya. Goodness, Itachi. What a pity that you are not writing novels. Senju Tobirama. Heh. The malevolent Uchiha, in pursuit of power, turns against his own kin. Even I could not have imagined such a tale. Uchiha Itachi. The scene continues. This is the tale that has existed since the inception of the Uchiha clan. Itachi recounts events from the Warring States period. After acquiring tremendous power, the brothers led the Uchiha clan forward, with the elder brother, Madara, rising to become the clan's leader. However, the once smooth sailing of Madara's fate took a sudden turn. As I previously mentioned, these eyes are of a highly peculiar nature. The more they are utilized, the more severe the ceiling becomes, ultimately leading to an unending abyss of darkness. This is the destiny of the Mangeki Sharingan. The formidable ocular prowess, as the cost of acquiring power, will extinguish itself along with the light. The camera shifts. In the frame, Madara lies feebly on a bed, his face contorted in agony, while his brother Izuna kneels beside him, worry etched across his features. In a desperate bid to regain the light, Madara exhausts countless methods, yet all prove futile. After losing all hope, blinded by the Mangeki Sharingan, Madara, in pursuit of illumination, suddenly shifts his narrative. In the frame, Madara, momentarily bewitched, slowly extends his hand and plucks out his brother's eyes. Forgive me. In a cruel act, Madara seizes his brother's eyes and implants them into himself. Izuna emits a heart-wrenching scream, blood streaming from his eyes as if transcending time and space, splattering onto Sasuke's face, rendering him pallid. He had, with his own hands, taken his brother's sight. The scene transitions. Madara, clad in a raincoat, stands solitary in a rain-soaked night, allowing the frigid rain to mercilessly drench him. Thus, Madara regains his light, and from that moment, those eyes shall never again lose their brilliance. Uchiha Te, is there truly such an event? Uchiha Ina, this is clearly a fabrication. It cannot be more outlandish. Uchiha Shana, Izuno willingly gave his eyes to Lord Madara. The plot is entirely misrepresented. Uchiha Izuna, Itachi, do you realize that slander is a crime? Uchiha Itachi, cough, Akatsuki organization. Itachi gazes at the video, letting out a sigh. He has tried, he has endeavored, to deceive his brother, to lead Sasuke to kill him and claim his eyes to merge into the eternal Manjiki. Itachi could only concoct this tale. Sarutobi Hizashi, Itachi is a good lad. Meitoromi, how then did the Uchiha clan perish? Onoki, Hizashi remains as hypocritical as ever. The scene continues. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan. With the brother and amp, Appos, SI's finding a new host, attains everlasting brilliance. Moreover, they undergo a transformation, birthing a unique new ocular technique. Within the frame, countless Uchiha clansmen, discontent, murder their kin in pursuit of power, seizing their eyes. This is another secret of those eyes. Madara utilizes this power to unify all ninja clans and subsequently allies with the formidable Senju clan, establishing a new organization. Afterward, Madara and Hashirama diverge in their village policies, leading to Madara's defeat in the struggle for power. Yet, even now, Madara persists, sustained by that ocular prowess, having formed the newly established Akatsuki organization, concealing himself within it. 16 years ago, the Nine-Tails incident was instigated by Madara. However, it was thwarted by the fourth Hokage. This implies that Itachi's lips curl into a smile. Sasuke stares at Itachi, bewildered. Senju Hashirama, how could I possibly battle Madara for such a reason? Heh. Uchiha Izuna, this tale is utterly absurd. Senju Hashirama, but did the fourth Hokage perish to the Nine-Tails? Namikaze Minato, the first Hokage, my lord. Senju Hashirama, can that beast truly kill? Namikaze Minato. The scene continues. Presently, Madara is but a failure. The true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's power does not lie with him. Surpassing that man, surpassing Madara, the one who will genuinely approach the zenith shall be I. Itachi's tone grows increasingly fervent. Now, I shall finally obtain power that exceeds Madara. Sasuke, you are my new beacon of light. You are my strength. Itachi's voice suddenly crescendos, revealing a maniacal grin. Deidara, has Itachi truly lost his composure? Ashigaki Kisame, I almost failed to recognize him. Members of Akatsuki, we never anticipated this facet of Itachi's character. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, alas. Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi. Mother understands your good intentions. There is no need for such exertion in your performance. Uchiha Itachi, the scene continues. The Genjutsu summoned by Itachi rushes towards Sasuke like a swift rope. Originally, the Uchiha clan would engage in conflict amongst themselves for the sake of the Manjiki Sharingan, merely to obtain eternal ocular power. Itachi's tone grows ever more animated. To deceive Sasuke, Itachi has employed 5 years of his acting prowess. Indeed, he acts splendidly. The ninja world owes Itachi a Hokage title and an Oscar trophy. At this moment, beads of cold sweat form on Sasuke's brow as he watches Itachi, who appears increasingly exhilarated. I shall kill you, liberating you from the fate of our clan, thus seizing true transformation and breaking the constraints. Itachi inhales deeply, his voice becoming increasingly frenzied. Sasuke grits his teeth, countless warm memories flooding his mind. The intertwining of past recollections and the present scene makes Sasuke yearn for this all to merely be an illusion. Yet, these are the harsh realities. Bang! A burst of white light gradually dissipates as Sasuke slowly extends his hand, unwrapping the bandage around his forehead. Subsequently, he tears off his cloak. It appears you have discerned the true essence of me. Itachi watches Sasuke's resolute demeanor from afar, secretly relieved. Now, he need only act according to plan. Willingly meet his demise, and assist Sasuke in breaking free from Orochimaru. Thus, his task shall be fulfilled. Black soil. Wait, will there be knives involved next? Onoki. For instance, upon discovering the truth, will Sasuke collapse and seek vengeance against Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke. Youth. Chapter 42. The speed at which these two wield their shuriken is astonishing, isn't it? Senju Hashirama. By the way, why has the Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan yet? Uchiha Madara. Surely, he must have it, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Do you take me for a fool? I would never engage in a reckless endeavor. Vortex Boruto. Truly, Sasuke is a remarkable mentor. The scene unfolds continuously. Is it all for this moment? Sasuke tightly shuts his eyes, memories flooding his mind like a relentless tide. A cool breeze wafts through the dimly lit space. Slowly, he opens his eyes. His gaze is frigid as frost. At long last, he has arrived at this juncture. Sasuke fixates on Itachi. The moment to realize my aspirations has come. You may have foreseen my demise, yet you can never triumph over me, the possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan. Regrettably, your ambitions are destined to perish in a realm of fantasy. Itachi speaks with a calm demeanor. If one were to inquire as to the reason, it is simply because you lack the Manjiki. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke remains unresponsive, silently unraveling the bandages that encircle his hands. As the bindings are released from his wrists, intricate sealing patterns are revealed. No matter how you wield those eyes, I shall transform my hatred into reality. Sasuke's eyes brim with unwavering determination. And your reality only leads to death. Itachi falls into silence. Sasuke makes his move, decisively drawing a shuriken and hurling it towards Itachi with remarkable speed. Itachi, equally swift, counters with his own shuriken, precisely intercepting the attack. The two continue to throw shuriken at an escalating pace, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. In the dimly lit space, the sounds of clashing shuriken resonate continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of iron striking iron fills the air, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Soon, the shuriken are nearly depleted. Sasuke charges towards Itachi, who swiftly grasps him in turn. The shuriken that had been suspended in the air clatter to the ground. The two engage in a fierce struggle, Itachi and Appos, expression grave. In an instant, a figure emerges from behind Itachi, wielding a kunai. Even amidst their prior battle, he could summon a shadow clone. Sasuke's pupils dilate in shock. High above, Uchiha Itachi throws 3 kunai. At that moment, Sasuke and Appos' shoulder suddenly bulges as a white serpent emerges, swiftly coiling around him. The serpent successfully deflects the kunai, continuing its assault towards Itachi. Itachi deftly retreats, evading this lethal strike. He observes Sasuke's technique from a distance, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya, That white serpent, could it be Orochimaru's technique? Senju Tsunade. Orochimaru, why are you causing trouble for the young ones again? Orochimaru. Haha Sasuke-kun. I never anticipated you would seek my alliance. Uchiha Sasuke. As long as I can defeat Itachi, I will explore any avenue. Anoki, child. Do not act so rashly. Kirigakure Mizuki's Karumi Mei. I can no longer stand idly by. Should I call you a fool? Can you not see? Your brother has been protecting you this entire time. Uchiha Sasuke. I am well aware. Itachi, why didn't you kill me then? Uchiha Itachi. Senju Hashirama. By the way, system, will there be any rewards issued after you tally up Uchiha Itachi? System, rewards will be distributed based on the prominence of the subject being evaluated. The scene continues. The white serpent dissipates in an instant, and Sasuke retrieves a wind-release shuriken. He swings the shuriken with great force towards Uchiha Itachi. Sensing the impending attack, Itachi swiftly raises his kunai to block. With a crack, a blue light radiates from the shuriken. Sasuke employs Chidori, enveloping the shuriken in lightning, showcasing his extensive battle experience. Itachi grits his teeth, unable to withstand the onslaught as the shuriken slices through his arm. As he speaks of Chidori, Itachi disintegrates into countless crows, rushing towards Sasuke like a dark torrent. Simultaneously, Itachi lunges at Sasuke, closing the distance. Without hesitation, he kicks Sasuke towards the distant wall. Bang! The wall shatters like a spider's web. Sasuke slowly slides down the wall, struggling to rise. Just as he attempts to unleash Chidori's sharp spear, Itachi swiftly restrains his hand and delivers a powerful punch to his abdomen. Sasuke endures the searing pain, gasping for breath. Itachi gazes at his brother, gradually raising his hand, inching closer to Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Yet, in a sudden twist, Itachi turns his hand, aiming directly at Sasuke's eye. Sasuke's eyes tremble violently. His eyes still bear the 3 tomo, yet they have not evolved into the Manjiki. This is my reality. I shall seize this light. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, Itachi forcibly extracts Sasuke's eye. In an instant, the scream plunges into darkness, and the viewers are jolted by Sasuke and Appos' anguish cry. System, did Itachi just take Sasuke and Appos' eye in the video? Anoki, absolutely not. Fourth Reikage, even a fool can see that Itachi loves Sasuke dearly. How could he possibly take his eye? Vortex Boruto, absolutely not. Facepalm laugh. Uchiha Sasuke, young Boruto, why do I have the feeling you will someday poke my eyes out? Vortex Boruto? Vortex Boruto, master, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of unfilial child? Vortex Naruto, young haha, you had better not engage in such antics. Boruto. Vortex Boruto, idiotic father. The scene persists, the heart-wrenching scream echoes as Sasuke presses his hands tightly against his eyes. Itachi gazes at Sasuke with an unyielding calm. Blood trickles through the gaps between Sasuke's fingers, dripping onto the ground, drop by drop. Did I not forewarn you? Without the Manjiki Sharingan, you stand no chance against me. The bearer of these eyes. Itachi's gaze remains steady upon Sasuke. Though his exterior appears composed, Itachi's heart is filled with anxiety. Why hasn't this child awakened his Manjiki yet? Itachi gazes at the bloody eyeball in his palm, hesitating to speak. Sasuke slowly releases his grip, staring at the pool of blood in his hand, his eyes filled with terror. In that case, I shall claim the other eye as well. Itachi and Appos' tone is icy as he fixates on Sasuke. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurs. Sasuke and Appo's face is suddenly enveloped in a large curse mark. Itachi's expression shifts to one of vigilance. Bang! An arm bursts forth from Sasuke's back, swiftly lunging towards Itachi. Itachi deftly taps the ground, retreating a step to evade the fierce attack. Observing the panting Sasuke not far away, Itachi's gaze remains remarkably tranquil. Is this the power of the curse mark? He muses. Retrieving a container filled with liquid from his sleeve, placing Sasuke's recently extracted eye into it for preservation. Sasuke gazed at his eyes submerged in the liquid of the container, his heart ablaze with fury. This exemplifies the chasm between our powers, and suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, swiftly binding Sasuke. The disparity in our ocular prowess. In an instant, Sasuke was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that the preceding scene was merely an illusion. Observing Itachi's true form approaching him step by step, his pupils were filled with terror. Itachi extended his bloodstained finger, directly aimed at Sasuke's other eye. At this critical juncture, a multitude of cursed seals rapidly converged within Sasuke and Appo's eye. Bang! A colossal serpent pierced through the shadow clone behind him. The scene shattered like glass, and the surrounding world transformed into a desolate gray. Itachi, witnessing this sudden turn of events, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. Sasuke had indeed succeeded in breaking his illusion. Crack! Crack! The entire world seemed to splinter into fragments. Sasuke gasped for breath, finally awakening from this nightmarish reality. Inoki! No! Is this yet another illusion? Chapter 43. Sasuke. Itachi would never let his guard down. Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage. Is this yet another illusion? Is this how the Uchiha clan fights? Fourth Raikage. Thankfully, that clan has been extinguished. Once again, I extend my gratitude to Danzo. Second Mizukage, Kahaku no Jihei. Thank you, Shimura Danzo. Hanzo of the Salamander. No need for further words. Let us send some rockets for Danzo. Big brother. Shimura Danzo. Humph. I acted for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. The scene progresses as Sasuke covers his eyes, slowly removing his hand, revealing that his eyes remain intact despite the earlier vision of them being gouged out. Indeed, this was an illusion. Sasuke collapses to his knees, gasping for breath. Oh. It seems the conclusion arrived sooner than anticipated. Itachi is on the verge of victory. White Zetsu observes the scene, somewhat astonished. Why do you say that? Black Zetsu inquires curiously. He fell victim to Tsuki no Mi and is now immobile, destined to be dealt with by Itachi, White Zetsu quips. Just as he finishes his words, their expressions freeze. Itachi, standing, suddenly drops to his knees, looking pale and weakened, staring vacantly at Sasuke in the distance. You have broken my Tsuki no Mi. At that moment, Sasuke, though weak, rises to his feet, his gaze unwavering. He has bet successfully. He has indeed unraveled Itachi's Tsuki no Mi illusion. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are left dumbfounded, unable to fathom Sasuke's prowess in breaking Itachi's Tsuki no Mi illusion. Yamanaka Ino, that and Appo's. That's wonderful. As expected of Sasuke-kun, he has shattered the illusion of Tsuki no Mi. Haruno Sakura, indeed, that and Appo's. That's right. Fourth Kazekage Raza, yet. I can and Appo's. Shake the feeling that something is amiss. Terumi Mei, 1. I share the same sentiment. Vortex Baruto, what is off about it? ISN and Appo's. My master fighting quite steadily? Senju Tobarama, Itachi, I did not anticipate your mastery of water release to surpass my own. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke, what do you mean? Can Itachi still utilize water release ninjutsu? Vortex Baruto. The scene continues. I have always stated, regardless of how you wield those eyes, I will transform my hatred into reality. Sasuke's gaze remains resolute. Transforming fantasy into reality? Itachi, swaying slightly, rises. His complexion pale. Very well, I shall return this sentiment to you unaltered. Itachi, his face ashen, fixes his gaze upon Sasuke. Earlier in Tsuki no Mi, you witnessed the illusion of me gouging out your eyes, did you not? I will now make it a reality. Itachi's tone remains calm. At this moment, Black Zetsu, observing from the wall, begins to explain. Itachi's aura has shifted. It seems he is now serious. At this rate, we may witness Amaterasu. Amaterasu? That sounds intriguing. The two exchange remarks. In the scene, Itachi slowly forms hand seals, then lifts his head to fixate on Sasuke. Are we about to witness a ninjutsu duel? Sasuke, eyeing Itachi's hand seals from afar, adopts a cautious expression. Without delay, Sasuke produces a wind-release shuriken and swiftly hurls it towards the distant Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi is still engaged in forming seals, leaving him no chance to initiate ninjutsu. If not now, then when to strike. Upon seeing the wind shuriken slicing through the air, Itachi and Appo's expression changes. He attempts to leap away, only to realize another shuriken lies beneath the first. With no choice, he must awkwardly evade between the two. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke deftly manipulates his vision, causing the two shurikens to be tugged by strings. A trap? Itachi and Appo's pupils constrict as he turns his head, only to be met with a large steel plate embedding itself in his thigh. With a thud, Itachi collapses to the ground. The music begins to play rhythmically. Sasuke gazes at the fallen Itachi, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The final shuriken has succeeded. Sasuke internally revels in his accomplishment. Itachi, in agony, grits his teeth and pulls the steel plate from his thigh. Third Reikage A. Uchiha Izuna. Terumi Me. Namikaze Minato. Shinja Hashirama. I can't believe this actually worked. Terumi Me. Why does this seem so comical? Why not use ninjutsu to deflect those two shurikens? Uchiha Itachi. I was in the midst of forming seals. Kakashi Hatake. Your speed of forming seals is that slow? In the chat group, a multitude of ninja experts finds themselves utterly bewildered, bombarding the conversation with question marks. Wait, what is going on? Couldn't you just unleash a ninjutsu to send those two wind shurikens flying? Yet, Itachi, instead of executing a counter, ends up leaping between the two shurikens, only to be successfully ambushed by Sasuke. Vortex Boruto. This is painfully obvious. I can't bear to watch. Facepalm laugh. Uchiha Sasuke. Heh, what are you all talking about? This was all part of my plan. I concealed the trap solely to deceive Itachi. Kakashi Hatake. Well, if your brother had unleashed a ninjutsu, wouldn't he that have blown you up directly? Facepalm laugh. Uchiha Sasuke. Heh, his speed of forming seals isn't that rapid. I have my own analysis. Deidara. What a hilarious dog act. Facepalm laugh. Shinja Tobirama. Itachi. I did not realize your mastery of water release was so profound. I shall henceforth deem you a master of water release. Uchiha Itachi. I was indeed forming seals at that time. Akatsuki. Itachi gazes at the scene unfolding in the video, unable to contain himself. His concealed hand trembles involuntarily. Is it possible that his performance has faltered so greatly? He had orchestrated this play to such an extent, yet Sasuke remains unable to surpass him. Vortex Kushina. Ha! Sasuke. As you seek vengeance upon Itachi, I initially believed you had complete confidence, yet here you are, one acting, the other genuinely believing. Slams the table laughing. Uchiha Sasuke. Silence. Just a moment of inspiration. Pain. Will it result in a severe beating? Jiraiya. How have your personas crumbled so utterly? The scene continues, with Black Zetsu, observing this spectacle, equally perplexed. Has Itachi and Appo's strength truly waned so significantly? In the distance, Itachi perceives Sasuke growing increasingly blurred. It seems his life is drawing to a close. Itachi strives desperately to see Sasuke clearly. Yet the pain in his eyes makes it difficult to open them. Is this the after effect of Tsukinomi? Sasuke, witnessing this scene unfold, allows a smirk of satisfaction to escape his lips. How does it feel? Hey. Sasuke gazes at Itachi with contempt. In this moment, he yearns to bask in the spotlight. After all, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. From the moment Sasuke unraveled Tsukinomi, he seized control of the battlefield, rendering Itachi's movements increasingly sluggish. White Zetsu observes and begins to analyze the scene. This duel may very well culminate in Sasuke's victory. No, it is still premature to draw conclusions. Black Zetsu shakes his head. In his heart, Itachi's strength was formidable enough to even sway Obito's plans. Logically, he should not have been defeated by Sasuke, unless Itachi had deliberately held back. Chapter 44, Amaterasu. Naruto Uzumaki, young Kof Sasuke and Appo's strength during this period is rather impressive, yet unfortunately, his opponent is Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, young. The scene unfolds as Itachi gazes into the distance at Sasuke, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke opens his mouth, expelling a searing fireball. Itachi immediately becomes alert, enduring the excruciating pain in his eyes as he leaps into the air. At that moment, Sasuke, prepared in advance, forms seals, and Chidori manifests in his hand. Boom. The sky shatters from the impact, and thick smoke billows forth. Within the haze, Itachi and Appo's weakened figure emerges. Itachi rapidly forms hand seals and subsequently releases a great fireball. The flames instantly disperse the distant smoke, while Sasuke, feeling the heat wash over him, wears a disdainful expression. As the black smoke slowly dissipates, Sasuke, utilizing the wings born from his cursed seal, shields his body, his brow furrowed as he bears the pain inflicted by the flames. This minor injury is far from sufficient, Sasuke declares, panting heavily. The two stand several hundred meters apart, locking eyes. Itachi forms hand seals with rapid precision, and Sasuke mirrors his actions. Almost simultaneously, both unleash the great fireball technique. The colossal and blazing fireballs collide violently, transforming the previously cool and thin air into a fervent heat. Kurizetsu observes the two from afar, filled with bewilderment. For Sasuke's flames seem to have an overpowering tendency against Itachi's. This guy Sasuke has become surprisingly formidable, Kurizetsu thinks, his brow furrowing in concern. Noticing his flames gradually being subdued, Itachi reluctantly opens his tightly shut right eye, a trickle of blood seeping from it. Amaterasu. Itachi focuses his gaze on the distant flames, and in the blink of an eye, the dark flames envelop Sasuke's fireball. Within mere moments, the black flames entirely consume the great fireball Sasuke expelled, and they begin to spread ominously. Sasuke stares at the massive black flames before him, momentarily stunned. However, in an instant, the black flames halt abruptly. Sasuke glances toward Itachi, his expression complex. Did that guy hold back? Although he speculates this internally, he remains tense and alert. A gust of wind sweeps through, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Kurizetsu witnesses this scene, his pupils dilating in shock. Indeed, Itachi is remarkable. His power is astonishing, capable of consuming the opponent's flames directly. This ninjutsu merely requires one to focus on the desired target, and the black flames will manifest. Kurizetsu begins to explain. The onlookers watching the video react with astonishment. Inoki, can it really incinerate everything? Such a powerful ninjutsu. Umbu of the Mist Village. Wow, is Itachi really this incredible? Madarumi. Mizukichi, it's not just the technique, it's the practitioner. Itachi's calm intellect is truly terrifying. Hashirama Senju, indeed, while Itachi has been holding back. It's evident to all that he maintains a firm upper hand throughout. Tobirama Senju, haha, he certainly has let quite a bit of water flow. Taijima Uchiha. If Itachi were to unleash his full strength, a single Susanoo would likely suffice. Izuna Uchiha. Forget about Susanoo, just that instant with Amaterasu. And Sasuke would be finished. Sasuke Uchiha. Haha, are you all just praising Itachi because he bribed you? Open your eyes. It's clearly me who holds the advantage. Fugako Uchiha. Sasuke. Makoto Uchiha. Sai. The scene continues, and suddenly, the music intensifies. Sasuke furrows his brow, employing a spiral movement as he inches closer to Itachi. Itachi observes his brother's rapid approach, his eyes once again locking onto the target. Amaterasu. The black flames relentlessly pursue Sasuke from behind, igniting fiercely wherever Itachi's gaze lands. In the distant forest, vast areas of black flames crackle, and the surrounding trees quickly turn charred and wilted. Sasuke runs while frequently glancing back, his anxiety mounting as the black flames closely follow him. In the next moment, the black flames envelop his wings. Sasuke stumbles and falls to the ground, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his back. Hearing his brother's agonized cry from afar, Itachi dares not be careless, promptly retracting Amaterasu. At this moment, Itachi gasps for breath, appearing exceedingly weakened, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Itachi steps closer to the fallen Sasuke. Sasuke and Appo's back is scorched, emitting tendrils of black smoke, as Itachi crouches beside him. Indeed, the ultimate victor is still Itachi, isn't it? Kurizetsu observes, a hint of disappointment in his tone. He ceases the use of Amaterasu, likely intending to seize Sasuke's eyes. Kurizetsu's voice is low and hoarse. Itachi, panting heavily, gazes at his brother with complex emotions. In the next second, Sasuke, like a serpent shedding its skin, reveals a hole in the ground beneath him. Itachi looks down in surprise. A smirk of pride graces Sasuke's lips. It turns out he had meticulously planned everything beforehand, pretending to be burned by Amaterasu to execute this ninjutsu. This technique consumes an immense amount of chakra. But for the sake of defeating Itachi, it is all worth it. I have been waiting for this moment. A surge of Curse Seal energy engulfs Sasuke, and soon, his appearance transforms drastically. Sasuke's body turns a deep black as he swiftly forms hand seals. High above, Itachi kneels on the rooftop, gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, despite his injuries, he seems unfazed, as vast black flames continue to blaze around him. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Sasuke quickly spews forth scorching flames. The ceiling, akin to glass, shatters rapidly, prompting Itachi to leap aside. A fire dragon bursts through the roof, roaring as it ascends into the sky. Just as Itachi dodges, several more fire dragons erupt upward. Unfortunately, Itachi's arm is burned by the flames. Kurizetsu watches in astonishment. The entire ceiling is shrouded in smoke and ash, clearly on the verge of collapse. From the distant haze, Itachi, clutching his injured arm, lifts his head weakly. His eyes throb with pain as he struggles to keep them open, directing his gaze towards Sasuke below. Sasuke is not faring well either, gasping for breath. It seems that Amaterasu has burdened you considerably, he quips, then half kneels on the ground. Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Appo's current state must be due to Orochimaru and Appo's curse seal, right? Orochimaru, hiss. I never imagined my research would yield such results. Sasuke-kun, you have ultimately come to rely on me. Tsunade Senju, though it appears rather grotesque. Hashirama Senju, the strength of the Nine Tails is rather formidable. Kurama, what does watching a video have to do with me? Hashirama Senju, haha. I was just speaking casually. Do not mind it, do not mind it. Madara Uchiha. Chapter 45, Vanish amidst the thunder. Kirin. The ninja world is stunned. Terumi-me, the Mizukichi. I feel compelled to comment on Kurizetsu. Is he merely a spectator there? Fourth Kazekage. Raza. Is it possible he is providing commentary? Third Raikage. Watching a video with commentary. How considerate. The scene continues, with both combatants utterly exhausted, their chakra nearly depleted. Kurizetsu gazes hopelessly at the distant scene, his brow furrowed tightly. The cursed mark on Sasuke begins to fade, revealing his smooth, pale skin. This must be my final jutsu. Sweat trickles down Sasuke's forehead, yet a faint smile graces his lips. Itachi observes Sasuke below, his expression frail and weak. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds begin to gather high above, accompanied by flashes of lightning. A torrential downpour seems imminent. The Sharingan perceives chakra. Don't force yourself. I know you have exhausted your chakra, Itachi calmly states, looking down at Sasuke. The substitution technique used to dodge Amaterasu is indeed difficult to detect, a remarkably intricate technique. Yet it consumes a significant amount of chakra. The thunder rumbles continuously in the sky, heightening the tension. Indeed, I am devoid of chakra at this moment. My recent fire style has drained all of it. Sasuke responds with equal calmness. Drip, drip, the raindrops fall upon Itachi's eyelashes. Before long, the rain intensifies, cascading down as if an abacus has been scattered, countless beads pouring forth. But do you think I would come to kill you unprepared? Sasuke scoffs. In an instant, this jutsu is akin to Amaterasu. You cannot evade it. Sasuke tilts his head upward, fiercely locking eyes with Uchiha Itachi. Then, as you wish, I will allow you to witness your own demise once more. In the sky, the rain falls incessantly, the cold droplets striking Itachi's body, mocking him. Terumi-me, the Mizukage. I have a feeling something sharp is coming next. Fourth Raikage. Yes, I share that sentiment. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alas, how did it come to this? Itachi, I am sorry. The scene continues, abruptly shifting to memories of the past. Young Sasuke wobbles, as if his soul has been lost. His expression numb as he walks alone down the street. The passers-by on either side cast sympathetic glances his way. Unknowingly, he arrives at the Uchiha compound, where the distant gates are tightly sealed with yellow paper. Surprisingly calm, Sasuke tears the paper and steps inside. The once bustling street now exudes an icy chill. All of this the handiwork of that bastard Itachi. Sasuke's heart swells with rage. Itachi, why did you slay everyone? If that is the case, why not simply kill me? High above, the clouds are as dark as ink, completely blocking the sunlight. In an instant, a torrential downpour descends, large drops pelting Sasuke. Despair fills his eyes. How he wishes all of this were merely an illusion. With a crack, Sasuke slowly pushes open the familiar door, standing at the threshold. The room within is empty, save for the sound of dripping water from the faucet, which resonates sharply in the silence. Boom. A flash of lightning splits the night sky, illuminating the dim room for a brief moment. Sasuke walks step by step to the scene of the incident, where a chalk outline of a body and still wet blood stains cause his heart to tighten painfully. At last, he can no longer contain his sorrow, his eyes redden, and he collapses to the ground. He cannot fathom why Itachi so cruelly murdered their family. Subsequently, Sasuke enters the Southern Shrine, determined to seek answers. He gazes at the inscription on the stone tablet, his expression growing increasingly complex. Then he visits the lakeside, observing his reflection in the water as memories flood back. Truly, you are my child. His father's words seem to echo in his ears. Dad, you always spoke of your matters. His mother Makoto's gentle face materializes before him. Fragments of childhood intertwine in his mind. Sasuke's gaze is filled with confusion as he tosses a stone into the lake. The stone creates ripples upon impact. And within those ripples, Sasuke sees Itachi's figure, the beast that took his family's lives. If you wish to kill me, then let your hatred and resentment flow freely. At this moment, Sasuke's heart is consumed with fury, and without hesitation, he leaps into the lake. Splash! The cold water engulfs him instantly. Brother, if I can kill you, I shall fearlessly march forward, regardless of the darkness that lies ahead. No matter what happens, I must gain strength. Sasuke's figure gradually disappears beneath the lake's surface. The scene shifts back to the present, where thunder and lightning intertwine relentlessly. Sasuke gazes at Itachi's complex expression above, his hatred reaching a boiling point. I have come here with immense power and a heart full of vengeance. Itachi, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Sasuke's heart nearly roars in defiance. Then, as you wish, I shall send you to your death. A smile curves Sasuke's lips. Itachi appears resigned, quietly kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sky. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal sphere of lightning gathers in the heavens, resembling a beast poised to strike. Korezetsu, witnessing this, begins to explain the principles of the jutsu to the onlookers. The spectators gasp in shock at this spectacle. Sasuke, remarkable in his youth, has conjured such a formidable forbidden jutsu. With swift rolls, Sasuke gracefully leaps into the air, raising one hand upward. At this moment, his gaze is unwavering, looking down upon Itachi. This jutsu will summon lightning from the heavens. I need only to direct this power toward you. Sasuke speaks calmly, extending his hand slowly. This technique is called Kirin. The thunder above roars like a fierce beast, and Itachi stares in astonishment at this breathtaking sight. Come. Sasuke guides the immense blue lightning beast. The creature seems alive, emitting furious roars. Accompanied by thunder, vanish. Sasuke commands Kirin, striking down upon Itachi with the swiftness of a shooting star. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberates. A powerful gale instantly scatters everything around. Torrents of lightning cascade to the ground, illuminating the previously dim space as bright as day. as if night has transformed into day in a heartbeat. Thud. The lightning descends swiftly and retreats just as quickly, smoke beginning to dissipate. Surrounding structures crumble like debris, while the rain above intensifies. Kurizetsu, witnessing this scene, feels his pupils constrict sharply. Itachi lies weakly on the ground, utterly silent, as if life has faded away. The force of this strike is astonishing, affecting a radius of several hundred kilometers. Sasuke gasped for breath, a tumultuous array of emotions quietly blossoming within his heart. Is this the taste of vengeance fulfilled? In the stillness of the space, the only sound was the rain pattering against the ground. Sasuke's pupils returned to their normal hue, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It has finally come to an end. The raindrops gradually lessened, and amidst the silence, a familiar voice floated through the air. Is this the sight you wish to see of my demise? Itachi's frail voice reached Sasuke's ears, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 46, Susanoo? The two divine artifacts? The serpent is bewildered. The scene unfolds with a sense of tension as the characters react to the unexpected resilience of Itachi. This technique is so formidable. How is Itachi still alive? Remarks the fourth Hokage. It's unimaginable. If Itachi were to unleash his full power, the horror would be unfathomable. Adds the fourth Kazekage, Raza. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, interjects. One Amaterasu is more than sufficient. Meanwhile, Sasuke, bewildered, questions, wait, what do you mean? Are you implying that Itachi went easy on me? That is impossible. Tobirama Senju chuckles. Your brother's water techniques surpass even mine. Boruto Uzumaki comments. Sasuke-sensei seemed quite weak in his younger days. Naruto Uzumaki, now a young man. Defense. Sasuke is incredibly powerful, but he prefers high-stakes battles. Sasuke retorts. Only when I feel like it. As the visuals continue, Sasuke gazes in shock at Itachi, who rises slowly from the ground, bloodied and wounded. Enraged, a curse mark ignites upon Sasuke and Appo's body. Damn it. He silently screams within. Itachi, with blood trickling from his lips, teases, without this, you would have truly defeated me. Sasuke, you have indeed grown stronger. He looks at Sasuke with a hint of pride. Now, witness my ultimate trump card, the Susanoo. The audience watching the video is awestruck. Is this truly the Uchiha clan's hidden card, the Susanoo? Exclaims the second Mizukage, Terumi. So impressive and powerful. Adds Sarada Uchiha. Does Dad also possess this jutsu? She inquires eagerly. You see, this is Susanoo, a technique that can only be mastered after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke explains. The Umbu of a Wagakure expresses envy. I wish to be part of the Uchiha clan. Izuna Uchiha boasts, behold, this is the third power of our Uchiha clan. Susanoo. The visuals persist. Sasuke, bewildered, looks at Itachi. Calmly, Itachi explains. This is a jutsu that manifests when both the Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu abilities are activated. Sasuke, is your jutsu exhausted? If you possess any hidden strength, now is the time to reveal it. The real spectacle is about to commence. As Itachi struggles to maintain his composure, dark clouds above are split by golden sunlight, illuminating the earth. The surface of the Susanoo quickly reveals a corporeal form, resembling a colossal crimson giant. A tremendous chakra radiates forth. This deep red giant wields the Totsuka blade in its right hand and cradles the Yada mirror in its left. Both of these are legendary artifacts, now embodied within Itachi's Susanoo. The audience is left in sheer disbelief at this revelation. This isn't a joke, is it? Even the Sage of Six Paths is astonished. The simultaneous appearance of the two divine artifacts within a single Susanoo is nothing short of miraculous. Have you exhausted your chakra, leaving you without options? Itachi gazes steadily at Sasuke. Filled with rage, Sasuke suddenly experiences excruciating pain. I can lend you my strength. Orochimaru and Appo's haunting voice echoes. Do you not require my assistance, Sasuke-kun? Pain etched across his face, Sasuke struggles violently. Do you not yearn for vengeance against Itachi? Release my power, and your wishes shall be fulfilled. As white snakes emerge from Sasuke's shoulder, he grits his teeth against the pain. The serpents writhe above, revealing 9 heads. Itachi, with great effort, focuses on the approaching serpents. Is this Orochimaru and Appo's 8-headed serpent technique? He muses. The two colossal entities inch closer. The 8-headed serpent lunges at Itachi, who deftly swings the Totsuka blade, severing one of its heads. A thunderous crash resonates as the severed head crashes to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and shaking the earth. The remaining heads hesitate, then charge once more at Itachi. He raises the Yada mirror to block the assault and swiftly swings the Totsuka blade again, dispatching 4 more heads in an instant. The remaining head roars, entangling Itachi, who continues to wield his weapon with precision. With only 1 head left, a figure emerges from within, coated in viscous fluid. At last, the moment has arrived. Itachi reflects as Orochimaru reveals himself, a weight lifted from his chest. Once Orochimaru is sealed, he can resign himself to his fate before Sasuke. Tsunade remarks, Orochimaru, your entrance is rather repulsive. Ino Yamanaka exclaims, I feel nauseous. Orochimaru is truly disgusting. Sakura Haruno agrees. Indeed, he is rather slimy. Kabuto Yakushi defends. You mustn't insult Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, smirking, replies, foolish mortals are easily angered by mockery. Do not heed their ignorance. Kabuto. Terumi quips. Are these two master and pupil both fond of snakes? Tsunade continues, Orochimaru is disgusting enough. His student is equally revolting. The scene progresses as Orochimaru expels a sword dripping with slime. The commentator, Black Zetsu, is unable to contain his disgust. Gripping the sword, Orochimaru's eyes gleam with excitement. This is the moment I have awaited. Thanks to you, Sasuke, the chakra used to suppress me has vanished. His voice rasps with anticipation as he gazes at the weakened Itachi. I shall seize that child's body. Just as Orochimaru begins to act, Itachi swiftly draws the Totsuka blade and strikes Orochimaru in the chest. Despite the blow, Orochimaru remains unfazed, even managing a laugh. Do you truly believe such an attack can defeat me? However, his mirth is cut short as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Then, Sasuke, what are your next intentions? Itachi inquires, activating the Totsuka blade to absorb Orochimaru. The blade, the Totsuka blade? Orochimaru's pupils dilate in shock as his form begins to dissolve like liquid. Itachi, you had been concealing this divine artifact all along. His voice trembles with disbelief, having underestimated Itachi's cunning. As the commentator elaborates on the Totsuka blade's prowess, the audience gains insight into its extraordinary capabilities. Those pierced by this sword shall be cast into a dreamlike, illusionary realm, where they will be eternally sealed. Furthermore, there exists the formidable 8-span mirror, capable of reflecting all physical assaults. Itachi is truly extraordinary, exclaimed White Zetsu, unable to conceal his astonishment. It is over, Sasuke. Itachi gazed at Sasuke in the distance with a complex expression. High above, a white serpent began to shed its skin, swiftly slithering into a small crevice. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru, rest assured, Kabuto, victory is assured. Has this book garnered any readers since its debut? Chapter 47 Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Fourth Raikage, I never expected that the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such formidable shadow-level strength. It is truly astonishing. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. To have two divine artifacts in the hands of the same individual is simply incredible. Umbu of the Mist, by the way. What level of power does Itachi possess? Anoki. In terms of explosive power, he should surpass the Kage level, but his endurance appears to be lacking. Uchiha Izumi. It's all my fault. Itachi granted me 50 years of Tsukuyami, which has led to his illness. Vortex Boruto. Wow. I feel that Itachi is just too cool. Uchiha Sarada. Hey, Boruto, what are you grinning about? It's quite creepy. Second Mizukage. Kagaya H. Getsu. Speaking of which, Itachi should be nearing death soon, right? Senju Tobarama. Indeed, Itachi possesses remarkable talent. It is a pity. Orochimaru. Hihi, Itachi. Would you like to come to my side? I can help you become stronger. Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you were defeated by a single eye. How can you help anyone become stronger? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, where are you? I'm coming to capture you. Orochimaru, fool. The scene continues, with Itachi gasping for breath, fully aware that he has one final purpose to fulfill. At this moment, he can feel his life dwindling to mere minutes. Sasuke likewise is breathless. After an intense confrontation, his chakra reserves are nearly depleted. Thus, your eyes shall belong to me. I shall take them slowly. Just as Itachi attempts to step forward, his pupils constrict, and a sharp pain pierces his heart. He hastily covers his mouth, blood gushing forth. Coughing violently, he collapses to the ground, and his Susanoo begins to dissipate rapidly. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly retrieves a kunai from his pack and hurls it at Itachi. The end of the kunai is affixed with an explosive tag, detonating in the distance. Fortunately, Itachi raises his shield just in time to block the attack. As thick smoke billows into the air, Sasuke's expression betrays a hint of panic. Itachi, panting heavily, weakly advances. Sasuke can only retreat step by step until he realizes he has nowhere left to go, a large rock blocking his path. Fear fills Sasuke's eyes. In a rush, he throws a multitude of explosive tags, but Itachi, ever prepared, raises his shield once more. As the white smoke gradually clears, Itachi continues to stagger forward, breathing heavily. My eyes. My. Itachi stretches out his hand, gazing intently at Sasuke. In response, Sasuke takes a deep breath, resolutely drawing his blade and leaping into the air. He decides to take a gamble, wagering that this strike can pierce Itachi's Susanoo. Sasuke plunges the blade fiercely into the Yata mirror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he is repelled, crashing heavily against a distant wall. Weak and weary, he lifts his head, only to find Itachi standing beside him. Itachi extends his finger, looking at Sasuke, who is braced against the wall in terror. Sasuke instinctively tries to back away, but his trembling legs betray him. He had anticipated that Itachi would seize his eyes, but instead, Itachi merely parts his lips, weakly murmuring words that are almost inaudible to anyone but Sasuke. After speaking, a faint smile of contentment graces Itachi's lips as he gently touches Sasuke's forehead with his finger. In that moment, Sasuke is taken aback. utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Itachi's finger slowly slips away, blood trickling down Sasuke's forehead and staining his lips. At this moment, Itachi's life draws to a close, having finally fulfilled his mission. He had always protected his younger brother. Observing Sasuke's terrified expression, Itachi passes away without regret, his head slumping heavily against the wall before sliding down to the ground. Simultaneously, a white serpent swiftly slithers away from the crevice. Sasuke, leaning against the wall, gasps for breath, replaying the recent events in his mind. Why? Why did Itachi say such things at the end? Itachi has fallen. White Zetsu watches in astonishment. At that moment, the heavens open, pouring down rain, as black flames spread across the ground, fueled by the water. Soon, the black flames engulf the fleeing serpent, consuming it entirely. The relentless rain continues to pour, and the black flames gradually encircle the surroundings. Next, Sasuke simply needs to take his own eyes and dispel the protective black flames. Could it be? Itachi has truly died. White Zetsu is still in disbelief. Inoki, age has caught up with me. My eyes are filled with sand. Meitarumi, sigh. It wasn't he that moving, was it? Wearing sunglasses. Fourth Raikage. Take off your sunglasses, Meitarumi. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Sigh. Itachi, who loved sweets, lived a life filled with suffering. Second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu. It's really frustrating to watch. If Itachi had merely used Amaterasu, Sasuke would be gone. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hashigaki. Good night. Itachi. Deidara. I never expected Itachi to meet his end like this. Sasori. It's a pity that I couldn't turn Itachi's corpse into a work of art. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. Did you see? I defeated Itachi. In a certain residence, Sasuke reclines on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the video screen, tears streaming down his face. Itachi's final words resonate deeply within Sasuke. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. In a daze, Sasuke feels as if he has returned to his childhood, when Itachi would touch his forehead and utter similar words. Fool, why do you always take care of me? Can't you look after yourself? Sasuke clutches his chest in anguish, tears cascading down his nose, each droplet hitting the floor with a soft thud. Uchiha Madara, your brother loved you more than anything else. Uchiha Izuna, to be frank, Sasuke's resilience is truly remarkable. He has killed his only family member, yet he ultimately learns the truth. Uchiha Itachi, is this the legendary Uchiha with unparalleled resilience? The scene continues, as torrential rain falls relentlessly from the sky. Sasuke, expressionless, stares blankly upwards. Engulfed in confusion, utterly uncertain how to confront this reality. He had won this battle, he had personally slain the brother he had deemed an enemy. Yet, why? Did the outcome turn out this way? And why, before dying, did Itachi choose to speak such words to him? Sasuke slumps against the wall, feeling as though he has become a lifeless puppet, devoid of spirit. Having completed his revenge, one would expect a sense of joy to accompany such an accomplishment. Shueing Zmeiming, it is unbearable. Sasuke is indeed a remarkable character, exhibiting extraordinary psychological resilience. Sand Village Umbu, thus. I find myself increasingly curious about Sasuke and Appo's reaction upon discovering the truth. Chapter 48. Do you still not understand? Itachi did it to protect you. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, remarked, to be frank, the pain etched on Sasuke's face is truly agonizing. The fourth Raikage, concurred, indeed. A normal individual would likely be driven to despair. Izuna Uchiha commented, his psychological fortitude is remarkable. It's no wonder he cannot awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. As the scene unfolded, Sasuke stood amidst the torrential rain, allowing the droplets to mercilessly pelt his body. His peripheral vision inadvertently fell upon Itachi, while blood trickled slowly from his lips, pooling on the ground beneath him. Thunder roared ominously overhead. Sasuke's gaze grew increasingly obscure and intricate, and ultimately, he succumbed to the weight of his despair, collapsing onto the drenched earth. The rain continued to fall relentlessly upon both of them. The camera shifted to a distant location where Obito, upon hearing of Itachi and Appo's demise, felt an immediate chill in his heart. He hastened towards his objective. Upon arrival, he sat quietly upon a stone, observing the lifeless bodies of the two brothers, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. So slow, Obito remarked coldly. Unlike you. I cannot move with such swiftness, echoed the voice of Black Zetsu, emerging from the ground. Since you've been a mere observer, you must have recorded the entire process. Obito stated icily. Rest assured, it has all been documented, Black Zetsu replied. Now, let us take Itachi's body and depart immediately. Obito turned to White Zetsu behind him. In the midst of the turmoil, Rin Noira inquired, who is this masked individual? Minato Namikaze responded, he was the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident. Tobirama Senju added, humph. He is an evil Uchiha. Hashirama Senju interjected, oh dear, your incessant labeling of Uchiha as evil makes it difficult for you to form genuine friendships. Tobirama chuckled. Kagami Uchiha spoke, Tobirama-sensei. Kagami, in my eyes, you possess a spirit akin to Obito's, Tobirama remarked. Obito remained silent. Black Zetsu coughed. Let us continue watching. The scene progressed. illuminated by the dim flicker of candlelight within a shadowy cave. Sasuke lay upon a stone bed, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Your wounds have been tended to," came Obito's chilling voice from the cave's dark recesses. Sasuke struggled to prop himself up, scanning his surroundings, but finding no trace of Obito. "You emerged victorious in this battle." Obito and Appo's voice resonated once more. Sasuke remained silent, haunted by visions of Itachi and Appo's last moments. "However, you are gravely injured. Do not overexert yourself. Recover first," Obito stated with unexpected concern. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Obito gradually emerged from the shadows, his figure becoming clearer. "We have met before, when we were adversaries. Do not dwell on Deidara and Appo's actions. I am no longer your enemy," Obito declared, shaking his head. "I brought you here to convey an important message." As a faint, sorrowful melody of a flute played, Obito continued, "You seem disinterested. Perhaps discussing Itachi Uchiha would pique your curiosity." Upon hearing Itachi's name, a flicker of awareness ignited in Sasuke and Appo's once dull eyes. "Indeed, you appear to know your brother, yet in reality, you comprehend nothing," Obito stated with a cold expression, covering his mask with a hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I, too, am a survivor of the Uchiha clan." With that, he slightly lifted his mask, revealing the striking contours of half his face. "And I possess the truth about Itachi Uchiha," just as Obito unveiled his Sharingan for Sasuke to behold. Sasuke's left eye abruptly activated Amaterasu. A single tear of blood streamed down Sasuke's cheek. "Wait, could it be?" Obito gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. The inky flames erupted upon Obito's shoulder, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Sasuke, taken aback, instinctively shielded his eyes. The cave reverberated with Obito's pained gasps. Time passed, and the sounds of Obito faded into silence. "Will this masked man perish?" Yamanaka pondered aloud. After Itachi's death, did he leave behind a safeguard for Sasuke? Tobirama speculated. "Indeed, who is this masked individual? Does anyone recognize him?" Minato inquired. "Lord First Hokage. This masked figure is the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident," Sarutobi Hiruzen added. "Is he also of the Uchiha clan?" "No, he is not of our clan, but..." Fugaku Uchiha began. "I cannot shake the feeling that his exposed visage is familiar," Kakashi Hatake mused. Obito remained silent. Black Zetsu was equally mute. "Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you are overthinking it," Naruto Uzumaki chimed in. "Perhaps," Kakashi conceded. The scene continued with Sasuke gasping for breath, staring blankly at his trembling hand. Disbelief etched upon his features. In a moment, his eyes reverted to their normal hue. "What just transpired? What was that?" Sasuke weakly inquired. Just then, distant footsteps echoed from the shadows. "That was the Amaterasu implanted within you by Itachi," Obito rasped. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply as he watched Obito don his mask once more. "Itachi truly is formidable. Even in death, he can astonish me. I never anticipated he would foresee this eventuality," Obito mused profoundly. "What are you speaking of?" Sasuke pressed. "He cast a jutsu upon you, not to eliminate me, but rather to keep me at bay," Obito explained, shaking his head. "It was likely designed to trigger Amaterasu upon seeing my Sharingan. It seems even Itachi could not fully comprehend me. Otherwise, I would have perished just now." Obito gazed upward, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "However, this is likely Itachi's final act of defiance, which holds little tangible benefit for me." Obito shook his head once more. "What is it you wish to communicate?" Sasuke's inner fury began to surge. "Itachi must have done something to you before his demise." At this, Sasuke and Appo's mind conjured the image of Itachi gently touching his forehead in his final moments. "Ultimately, he infused his ocular power within you for your sake." "What are you saying? Why would Itachi do such a thing?" Sasuke questioned, confusion evident on his face. "Do you still not understand?" Upon hearing these words, Sasuke froze. "Of course. It was to protect you." As Obito's words fell, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. Itachi, even in his dying moments, could not let go of Sasuke. Chapter 49. You truly do not understand your brother. Uchiha Sasuke. "Itachi, why do you choose to protect me in this manner? Why did you not kill me back then?" Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi Hatake. "Itachi, please remain calm." Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, those eyes you take such pride in, ultimately failed to perceive the complete truth. Uchiha Mikoto. Must events unfold in this manner? Hiruzen Sarutobi. My apologies, Mikoto. It is the fault of this old man. Asuma Sarutobi. Sigh, old man. Your indecisiveness has led to the Uchiha clan's demise. Karatsuchi. Itachi is a good person, yet he encountered such leadership. It is a disservice to him. The scene continues. Protection? You dare to believe he acts to safeguard me? Sasuke and Appo's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Obito. How can this be? I reiterate. You think you know your brother, yet you comprehend nothing. Speak another word, and I shall end your life. Sasuke's gaze is particularly frigid. Clearly, conventional reasoning fails to persuade you, which is understandable, as a stranger suddenly divulges such revelations. But I assure you, Every word I utter is the truth. Obito's eyes remained fixed on Sasuke. You must have heard of the accomplice from that fateful night from Itachi, have you not? I am none other than Uchiha Madara. At that moment, the music shifts to a solemn tone. I possess complete clarity regarding Itachi's circumstances. Regrettably, he never realized this until his demise. Enough. I care not for such matters. Vanish from my sight at once. Sasuke bellows in fury, gripping the bedding tightly. No, you must hear me out. It is your obligation, for the sake of the ninja world, for Konoha, and most importantly, for the brother who has entrusted all hope to you. This pertains to the very essence of Uchiha Itachi and Appo's existence. Do you know why Itachi implanted Amaterasu in your eyes? Because he desperately wished to prevent any encounter between you and me. Once you hear my words, the reasons will become clear. Sasuke clenches his teeth. Terror etched upon his face. With every word Obito utters, his body involuntarily trembles. Initially, only the 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha were aware of Itachi's truth. Following the demise of the 3rd Hokage, only those 3 old men remain. They will undoubtedly continue to guard this secret. The truth of Itachi shall remain shrouded in darkness forever, yet this is precisely what Itachi desired. But I possess knowledge of Itachi's truth. Obito shifts his tone. Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke will surely be engulfed in despair upon learning the truth. Sakura Haruno. I never anticipated such a dark side within the village. Nara Shikamaru. Cough. Sakura Haruno retracted a message. Tenten. Itachi sacrificed so much to protect Sasuke. Senju Hashirama. Itachi is an exceptionally great ninja. The visuals persist, revealing that Itachi seemingly harbored doubts about me. As a precaution, should I uncover the truth, he intended to seal my mouth with Amaterasu. Perhaps even our current dialogue is within his expectations. Obito chuckles self-deprecatingly. What are you saying? Sasuke raises his head in terror. What do you mean by protecting me? That it is the truth? Sasuke's lips tremble. Contemplate your once gentle brother. The scene shifts, and memories of his childhood with Itachi flood Sasuke's mind. Was he not intent on killing me? Did he not seek to seize my eyes? Sasuke's countenance reflects dread. He recalls the night of the massacre. A painful juxtaposition of memories, both warm and sorrowful, causing Sasuke to crumble, coughing violently. Obito grips Sasuke's chin, his gaze layered with complexity. Breathe slowly. Sasuke's eyes appear vacant. Gasping for air as he pushes Obito away. Do not approach me, you scoundrel. Sasuke reflects deeply on the past, beginning to see a semblance of truth in Obito's words. Yet, the dearest of kin fell by his own hand. The scene shifts again, revealing Obito binding Sasuke, who awakes in a daze. Have you finally awakened? My apologies for binding you, but you must listen to me obediently. Obito and Appo's gaze remains fixed on Sasuke. Itachi killed our parents, annihilated our clan. My objective is, indeed. He slaughtered his kin that night, then betrayed Konoha. Obito shakes his head, interrupting Sasuke. Yet, he did so based on an assignment from Konoha. Obito interrupts Sasuke again. This is the crux of uncovering Itachi's truth. The assignment was? Indeed, that night, Itachi sacrificed his very self to fulfill the mission. You seem to be calming down a bit. Obito observes the silent Sasuke with a teasing tone. What in the world is happening? To further illuminate Itachi's circumstances, I must recount the founding era of Konoha. Itachi became a casualty of circumstances that have existed since time immemorial, leading to his sacrifice. Sacrifice? Yes. From the inception of Konoha, a significant issue arose that shaped Itachi's fate. The tale is lengthy, yet I assure you it is all true. Why should I believe you? I cannot trust your words. Sasuke's gaze pierces Obito. I indeed lack concrete evidence, believe it or not, but I implore you to listen to the end. Obito's gaze mirrors Sasuke's intensity. Very well, speak. This tale dates back over 80 years, a time of rampant war, with nations clashing for power and territory. In that tumultuous era, Obito begins to narrate the events of the Warring States period to Sasuke, who listens with furrowed brows. Soon, Obito transitions from the era of conflict to the inception of Konoha. Madara sought to lead the Uchiha clan to power, thus opposing Hashirama. However, no one within the Uchiha clan wished to follow him. Madara was compelled to depart the village alone, becoming a vengeful figure, reigniting the flames of war. 4th Kazekage Raza. By the way, is the legendary Uchiha Madara truly that formidable? Mei Terumi, the Mizukage. This masked individual, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, is he genuine? Senju Tobarama. Mere tricks, it must be false. Namikaze Minato. This masked man and Appo's bizarre abilities are indeed troublesome. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean by that? Namikaze Minato. His powers involve phasing in and out. He can only be dealt with in the fleeting moment of confrontation. No error Rin. Such abilities. Uchiha Obito Rin. Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, how have you fared lately? Uchiha Obito. Worthless Kakashi, I wish never to see you again. Chapter 50. Sasuke unleashes the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, I apologize. It was my failure to protect Rin. Kushina Uzumaki. Obito, what has happened to you? Obito Uchiha. It's nothing, Kushina. The scene unfolds further as Obito continues, revealing that the 2nd Hokage granted the Uchiha clan a unique power, the Uchiha Guard. However, This was merely a ploy to distance the Uchiha from the village's governance, placing them under constant surveillance. Some within the clan recognized this manipulation and began to conspire against the village. Regrettably, their efforts came too late. Over time, power became firmly entrenched in the hands of the Senju clan. As I anticipated, due to a certain incident, the Uchiha clan faced complete ostracism. Obito turned to Sasuke, stating, "Indeed, it was the attack of the Nine Tails on Konoha 16 years ago. What transpired?" Sasuke's brow furrowed in confusion. Only the Uchiha clan possessed the ocular prowess necessary to subdue and control the Nine Tails, leading the villagers to suspect them of foul play. In truth, it was merely a natural disaster, entirely unrelated to the Uchiha. Yet, once the seed of suspicion was sown, it proved difficult to eradicate. Whispers circulated, suggesting that the Uchiha sought to seize power through treachery. Obito calmly elucidated. From that moment, the Umbu began to closely monitor the Uchiha clan. They were effectively relegated to the outskirts of the village, isolated and marginalized. The third Hokage intended to assist the Uchiha, but faced resistance from the higher-ups, resulting in a systematic discrimination that began. In the dimly lit cave, the flickering candlelight mirrored Sasuke's unraveling state of mind. From that point onward, suspicion morphed into reality, as the Uchiha were accused of plotting a coup to seize control of the village. However, Konoha and Appo's leadership had embedded a spy within the Uchiha. Your brother, Itachi Uchiha. Obito's gaze fixed intently on Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha. Thus commenced Itachi's harrowing journey. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Ino Yamanaka, Sasuke Uchiha, forgive me. I need some time alone to collect my thoughts. Naruto Uzumaki. Obito, are you there? Obito Uchiha. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Did you hold me when I was a child? Kushina Uzumaki. Silly child, what are you saying? Obito was here before you were born. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, that's enough. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sorry, Obito. Obito Uchiha. The narrative continues, revealing that the Uchiha were poised for rebellion, with Itachi as their spy. Sasuke's lips quivered. You were just a child, unaware of the Uchiha circumstances, but what I speak is the truth. Obito shook his head, sighing softly. Listening to Obito's explanation, Sasuke began to grasp the immense pressure Itachi faced. Why did Itachi betray the Uchiha? Sasuke inquired, curiosity brimming. You have not experienced war, so you may not comprehend. During the Third Great Ninja War, 4-year-old Itachi witnessed countless deaths, enduring the horrors of battle at such a tender age. War is hell, and that shadow instilled in him an extreme aversion to conflict, fostering a love for peace. He was solely focused on the stability of the village, striving for harmony. Obito elucidated calmly. Itachi, unbound by the clan's rigid customs and devoted to the village, was manipulated by the higher-ups who assigned him a clandestine mission to eliminate his entire clan. Obito and Appo's expression grew complex as he regarded Sasuke. Sasuke and Appo's heart shattered. He had never anticipated such an outcome. The emotions he felt were beyond the comprehension of the average person. Itachi faced an agonizing dilemma. Under normal circumstances, no one would harm their own kin. Yet, should the Uchiha instigate a civil war, both Konoha and the Land of Fire would suffer, inviting aggression from other nations and potentially igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Obito and Appo's tone turned grave. The Uchiha and Appo's selfish ambitions would endanger countless innocents, leading to numerous casualties. If you were Itachi, what would you do? Obito sighed again. Thus, Itachi resolved to personally conclude the Uchiha's lineage. His actions were not born of hatred for his kin, but rather a necessity. The discrimination against the Uchiha since the village's inception led to this tragic fate. Itachi sacrificed himself, bearing the weight of blame alone. None could fault him. In truth, I too awaited the opportunity to instigate war, for I harbored resentment towards Konoha. However, Itachi discerned my intentions. He was the only one who saw through my scheme. Obito's voice carried an undercurrent of apprehension. After all, Itachi was formidable. His abilities countered mine perfectly. At that moment, Itachi proposed a condition to me. Itachi Uchiha. I never imagined everything would be revealed. Sasuke Uchiha. Brother, I was wrong. I am sorry. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. Minato Namikaze. The spirit of sacrificing one's family for the greater good is truly noble. I, for one, could not do it. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato. There is no need for such words. You are already extraordinary. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Itachi, Sasuke, you both grew up under my watch. I am deeply sorry for the events that have transpired. Madarumi, what use are your words now? The scene progresses. Itachi vowed to assist me in avenging the Uchiha, but under the condition that no harm come to the village. He even offered to help me hurt his own kin. At that time, only the third Hokage sought alternative solutions, hoping to negotiate with the Uchiha for a potential reconciliation. Obito and Appo's tone was laden with complexity, yet time was of the essence. He was unsuccessful, leading to that fateful night of massacre. It was all a mission. Itachi bore the burden of slaying his clan, becoming a rogue ninja. He executed his role with precision, yet there was one thing he could not do. Obito regarded Sasuke with a pained expression. He could not bring himself to harm his younger brother. Sasuke and Appo's pupils contracted violently, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Later, to protect you from Danzo and the higher-ups. Itachi sought the third Hokage's assistance and even threatened Danzo before ultimately leaving the village. He once stated that if anyone endeared themselves to Sasuke, he would divulge the village's secrets to the enemy. Itachi's foremost concern was always you. Yet, he could not disclose the truth, necessitating his actions. As Obito observed Sasuke's growing despair, a pang of sympathy washed over him. Sasuke bit down hard on his lower lip, utterly collapsing under the weight of revelation. He had never imagined that the very person he sought vengeance against was, in fact, his dearest family member. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, your eyes? In the bustling streets of Konoha, Sasuke wandered in a daze, with Naruto closely trailing him. Fearing that Sasuke might do something reckless, Naruto held tightly to his hand. Sasuke, why do your eyes resemble your brother and Appo's? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, observing the scene before him. Through the glass window of a nearby shop, Sasuke caught sight of his tear-streaked face, his eyes transformed into intricate patterns. Undoubtedly, he had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 51, from now on. Destroy Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, this revelation may strike you quite profoundly. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Profoundly? That's an understatement. This has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. A motto, abandoning oneself for the collective. What a spirit. The scene continued, with Obito standing with arms crossed, hesitating to speak. Itachi hoped to provide you with a target for vengeance, thereby enabling your growth. He implored the Hokage to ensure you never uncover the truth. Upon departing the village, he resolved to perish in his confrontation with you, intending to bestow upon you newfound strength. This is the reality of Itachi. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the flickering candlelight casting shadows. You lie. Everything you say is false, Sasuke rasped slowly. You must be deceiving me. It's utter nonsense. I have nearly been killed by him several times. Sasuke glared at Obito, refuting his claims. If Itachi truly wished to slay you, you would no longer exist. Obito's tone was complex. He even utilized the techniques of his Mangekyou Sharingan against me, aiming to kill me. Sasuke's eyes trembled. And yet you assert that all his reactions were anticipated by him. Itachi had to force you in that battle. You must have some inkling of the reason. Obito softened his tone. Sasuke recalled the moment. Itachi watched as he compelled Orochimaru to reveal himself, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed. Then, Itachi sealed Orochimaru with the Tenseigan, eliminating the threat, liberating you from the curse mark, and causing the death of your closest loved ones, all to awaken your Mangekyou. That entire battle was orchestrated by Itachi. He staged the final act of seizing your eyes, and it seems you have come to understand. Obito observed Sasuke's complex and numb gaze, nodding in satisfaction. You are mistaken. Itachi claimed it was you who incited the Nine-Tails attack on the village. Sasuke shouted back at Obito. You allowed the Uchiha to be wronged, conspiring with Itachi to manipulate our clan. That was a fabrication by Itachi. He feared that you might uncover the truth, and to eliminate any possibility of you believing me. He lied, and even implanted Amaterasu within your eyes. Obito fixed his gaze intently on Sasuke. How can I trust you? Sasuke yelled in fury. Itachi is a monster. He slaughtered our kin and colluded with Akatsuki. Itachi bore an indelible stain on his conscience, having joined Akatsuki after betraying the village. Keeping a watchful eye on the organization that posed a threat to Konoha, Obito chuckled bitterly. His heart has always harbored Konoha, and he has perpetually worried about you. After the death of the third Hokage, who promised to protect you, Itachi immediately returned to Konoha to reveal himself. He was anxious. Silence. You speak nothing but lies. Sasuke roared in anger. The evidence is that you are still alive. Obito's voice grew somber. Upon hearing this, Sasuke froze, his complexion paling. Indeed, he was still alive. On the night of the massacre, Itachi could have killed him but chose to let him go. Sasuke recalled their previous encounter. The weight of Itachi and Appo's cryptic words crashing down on him, leading to an emotional collapse. Your eyes have perceived nothing. You failed to see through any of Itachi and Appo's illusions. He murdered friends, superiors, lovers, and parents. Yet when it came to you, he could not bring himself to do it. Obito approached Sasuke, crouching to meet his gaze directly. This man, who shed tears of blood, extinguishing his emotions to protect the village while killing many of his own kin, could not kill you. Do you understand what that signifies? Obito produced a kunai, severing the ropes binding Sasuke. For you, his life was more precious than the village itself. Obito and Appo's eyes bore into Sasuke and Appo's umbu from the mist. This is unbearable. A normal person would have already taken their own life. Anoki, Sasuke and Appo's ability to endure this is remarkable. Madarumi, I admire him. Pain. Itachi never anticipated your betrayal of our organization. Uchiha Itachi, I am grateful for your care during this time. Kisame Hoshigaki, Itachi-san. The scene unfolded further, as Sasuke, having absorbed Obito and Appo's revelations, ascended the rocks. He gazed toward the distant sunset, a tide of memories of Itachi flooding his mind. The relentless waves crashed against the rocks, ebbing and flowing as Sasuke's expression grew increasingly complex. At this moment, the music played in fits and starts, causing the viewers to shed tears. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." Itachi's words before his demise echoed in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke clenched his teeth, stifling his tears as the hurricane howled around him. Obito watched from afar, his expression a mixture of complexity. The members of the snake team appeared bewildered. Suddenly, a hawk's cry resonated from above, and Sasuke and Appo's gaze sharpened with determination. "We shall break from the snake team." The hawk soars toward the distant sunset. Sasuke declared, his voice filled with rage, eyes tightly shut. The hawk has but one objective. Sasuke lifted his head, eyes closed, tears having dried, leaving 2 streaks upon his face. With a resounding thud, Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing intricate patterns within. "That is to destroy Konoha." As his words fell, the waves crashed violently against the rocks. "Senju Tobirama, evil Uchiha, do you dare?" "Senju Hashirama, enough. Tobirama, calm yourself." "Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke." "Uchiha Sasuke, forgive me, brother, but I simply cannot comprehend." "Meiterumi, alas, it cannot be helped. After all, Konoha owes Itachi a Hokage." "Inoki, a normal person would have crumbled. Sasuke still seeks a target for revenge." "Fourth Raikage A. Will there be internal strife within Konoha next? This could be intriguing. The crow in the darkness will soar with the fledgling hawk." Uchiha Itachi's first phase recap is complete. We now enter the second phase. Deidara, wasn't Itachi dead? Could he possibly return? Jiraiya, wait, could it be that Uchiha Itachi never died at all? Uchiha Izuna, no way, it's impossible. Itachi had little ocular power left before his demise. How could he activate his Anaji? Uchiha Madara, oh? Senju Hashirama, Madara, what have you realized? Chapter 52, the combination of the old, weak, ill, and disabled. Uchiha Obito, it's nothing, merely a gathering of ants. Fourth Raikage, haha, I am quite eager to contend with the Shura of the ninja world. Fourth Kazekage Raza, the Shura of the ninja world? In my opinion, it is merely a title blown out of proportion. Inoki, you are too young to comprehend the worth of Uchiha Obito. Deidara, old man, it seems you are simply afraid of death. Inoki, Deidara, you ungrateful disciple, return to the village at once. The scene continued to unfold. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Within the frame, 2 frail figures supported each other. After walking for so long since dawn, it seemed they were finally about to engage in battle. Itachi gazed into the distance, his tone indifferent. Who is approaching? Nagato inquired curiously. I never expected it to be him. Nagato remarked slowly. Are they already so close? It feels oddly familiar, he mused, shaking his head. Haiden, strange, who is this person, and why does he possess the eyes of the leader? Deidara, the Rinnegan? And that next to him is Itachi. Why are they here? Jiraiya, so it is you, Nagato. Vortex Nagato, teacher Jiraiya. Conan, this body is a vessel of impure reincarnation. It appears our plan has failed, Nagato. Tobirama Senju, is that scoundrel Orochimaru manipulating impure reincarnation again? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, you traitor. The scene continued, and soon, 2 figures obstructed their path. The figures of Naruto and Killer Bee emerged. Itachi and Nagato. Naruto observed with a puzzled expression. Do you know them, Naruto? Killer Bee asked curiously. Yes, I am familiar with both of them, Naruto nodded. I never anticipated we would face each other, Naruto. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Nagato said half-jokingly. But since we are all dead, it feels as though merely a blink of an eye has passed. You have changed remarkably, Naruto. Nagato gazed at Naruto with gentle eyes. Naruto radiated a brilliant golden light, evidently having entered the form of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Oh, you mean this? This is my chakra mode activated after mastering the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto remarked, glancing at his palm with a soft smile. What? Itachi's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. Now I understand why you seem so different, Nagato chuckled softly. You have already mastered the power of the Nine-Tails, Naruto. Your growth is astonishing. Itachi blinked. After all, he is my junior, and his strength aligns with my expectations. They exchanged warm glances at Naruto. Terumi-me, did we skip a significant portion of the plot? Why did Itachi suddenly revive? Kabuto Yakushi, who knows? Tobirama Senju, Orochimaru, have you improved my impure reincarnation technique? Orochimaru, looking at the footage, it appears so. Tobirama Senju, you are quite talented, but it is unfortunate you have chosen the wrong path. Orochimaru, thank you for the praise, second Hokage. The scene continued. All thanks to my assistance, this kid was previously quite despondent. Killer Bee said in a quirky tone. That is not true. Naruto retorted, visibly displeased. So, you have overcome your inner hatred, Naruto? Nagato observed his junior with a complex expression. Yes, my senior helped me understand that pain. I also trained with Uncle Killer Bee at the real waterfall and with my parents. In short, thanks to everyone, I am where I am today. Naruto smiled gently. I see. Naruto, I have a question for you, Itachi said, his gaze serious. Sure, I also have something to ask you. Naruto replied, his eyes resolute. The camera shifted to Kabuto in a dim cave, observing everything. All the impure reincarnations were under his control. Kabuto seemingly had an epiphany, adjusting his glasses and swiftly forming hand signs. Click. The two individuals who were about to converse suddenly froze. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Itachi puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a blazing fireball. The fireball kicked up the earth beneath it, hurtling towards the two figures. Killer Bee reacted swiftly, drawing out his sword, Samahata, and slicing the fireball in half. The searing fireball split into two, sweeping away in opposite directions. Uchiha Tetsujana. This fire release technique is incredibly powerful. It is merely a C-rank technique. Uchiha Taijima. Utilizing a C-rank technique in such a manner is akin to A-rank level. Orochimaru. Kabuto, I did not expect you to master Sage Mode. Kabuto Yakushi. Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, is this your apprentice? He does not seem impressive at all. Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi-san. I never anticipated my fate would culminate in this manner. Uchiha Itachi. The scene progressed as Samahata tapped Killer Bee and Amp, Appo's head, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Quite hot. ISN and Amp, Appo's, T-it? My apologies, Killer Bee shook his head. Kisame had already. Itachi observed the weapon in Killer Bee's hand, his eyes reflecting complexity. Just moments ago, we were conversing. Naruto grew cautious beside them. He only hears the commands of the puppeteer behind him. The timing of the attack is inconsequential, okay? Killer Bee sang with a hum. At that moment, Itachi, who had been supporting Nagato, suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. He is above. Nagato urgently warned. I know. Naruto leaped swiftly. The two exchanged punches. How is Sasuke doing now? Itachi inquired curiously. He seeks revenge on Konoha and has now joined Akatsuki. Naruto replied while engaging Itachi. Why has Amp, Appo's, Sasuke returned to the village? He learned about your secret mission, which is why he decided to destroy the village. Naruto gritted his teeth, resisting Itachi and Amp, Appo's physical attacks. It must be said that Itachi's strength is indeed formidable. Even with the chakra state activated, Naruto may not prevail against the impure reincarnated Itachi. Could it be the work of Obito? Thoughts raced through Itachi and Appo's mind as he swiftly evaded Killer Bee and Appo's ambush. Itachi performed several backflips and landed steadily at a distance. I also learned the truth about you from Obito, Naruto declared, gazing at Itachi from afar. I see, Itachi nodded, his expression complex. Is it true then? Obito and Amp, Appo's claims. Did the Uchiha clan truly intend to seize the village? Naruto queried, puzzled. Do not speak, Naruto. Itachi interrupted him. Itachi, you chose to die as a rogue ninja to protect the village and Sasuke. I believe Sasuke will understand your pain and determination. Yet he did not inherit your ideals. He instead aims to destroy Konoha. Naruto stated calmly. He wishes to avenge his brother by waging war against the village. Itachi fell silent upon hearing this. Terumi may. If that is the case, then Itachi's sacrifice was in vain. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, forgive me, brother. I still cannot comprehend. Once I possess the strength, I will surely avenge the village. Shimura Danzo. The wicked Uchiha. I shall personally. Senju Tobirama. Enough, Danzo. Chapter 53. Why did the crow emerge from Naruto's mouth? Shimura Danzo. Teacher, do you not despise the Uchiha? I am merely inheriting your will. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. Senju Hashirama. How did it come to this? Madara. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Uchiha Madara. What have you done wrong? Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Shursui. I should have followed Lord Madara and defected from the start. Uchiha Itachi Sai. Danzo is such a fool. It exhausts me to watch. Uchiha Inuzuka. You wretched Danzo. I want to let you off even in death. Shimura Danzo. This is all for the sake of Konoha. The scene progresses. That bastard Madara, he truly knows about me. Itachi pondered calmly, letting out a soft sigh as he raised his gaze towards Naruto. Do the others in the village know about this? Itachi curiously looked at Naruto. Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato were present at the time, but without evidence of Madara's words. Kakashi-sensei instructed us not to spread it. No one else should know. Naruto shook his head. Then don't mention this to anyone else in the village. The Uchiha clan remains a clan of honor. Itachi was about to continue speaking when Nagato's expression suddenly sharpened, his body rising uncontrollably. Universal pull. In that moment, Naruto felt his body being drawn by an unseen force, swiftly flying away. At the same time, Nagato raised another hand, and a stone by the distant lake instantly levitated. Nagato clapped his hands together. Just as Naruto was about to collide with the stone, he rapidly divided his chakra and pushed the stone away. As a reaction, Naruto landed on the surface of the nearby lake. Well dodged, Naruto. Nagato praised his disciple. Compared to when I fought Pain, I have indeed grown much stronger. Naruto chuckled lightly, swiftly retreating across the lake's surface. Sasuke, I leave it to you. Itachi looked steadfastly at Naruto. I had planned this from the very beginning. Naruto nodded. Trusting you was indeed the right choice. Itachi smiled slightly. Naruto, stay away from me. I have no mobility. Nagato urged anxiously, just as he spoke. His body uncontrollably slammed toward the ground. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, two gigantic summoned beasts emerged from the thick smoke. They were the Cerberus of Hell and the Primordial Bird. So, you can use that technique too, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Itachi swiftly landed behind Killer Bee, who had already reacted. Swinging his weapon towards him, Itachi decisively retreated, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi spewed forth a torrent of fireballs, each containing shuriken. Simultaneously, Itachi activated a genjutsu. Killer Bee, seeing the shuriken flying towards him, resolutely opened his massive arms. It's hot, hot, hot. Just as Itachi landed, a massive tail swiftly swung in, capturing him. Got you, Killer Bee exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Naruto continuously retreated, evading the attacks of the two summoned beasts. Don't let your guard down, Naruto, Nagato reminded him with concern. The fallen Cerberus' head sprouted a new head. What is that? Naruto was momentarily stunned. The scene shifted, and seeing Itachi unable to move, Killer Bee cautiously approached. Just then, Itachi's body transformed into crows and began to dissipate. Genjutsu. Killer Bee was taken aback. Don't look directly into my eyes, Itachi warned. A multitude of crows surged towards Killer Bee, darkening the sky. The eight tails quickly smacked Killer Bee's head, freeing him from Itachi's genjutsu. Seeing the incoming shuriken, he drew 8 blades from his weapon. Killer Bee swung the 8 blades, knocking the shuriken to the ground. Watching Itachi from afar, Killer Bee felt a surge of excitement. Such a rare opportunity to battle with a top-tier powerhouse. In an instant, Killer Bee vanished from his position, wielding his blades as he charged at Itachi. Itachi quickly retreated. Observing Killer Bee's relentless advances, each one anticipated. High above, a small blade whirled, and Killer Bee controlled his tail to swiftly launch it towards Itachi. Meanwhile, Naruto pressed the Cerberus to the ground with his Rasengan, but in the blink of an eye, the Cerberus grew another head. This is endless. The more I attack, the more heads it grows. You need to take me down first, Nagato urged anxiously. Naruto turned to look at the two engaged in fierce combat below. It was evident to any observer that Itachi held the advantage. Itachi performed several rolls to evade Killer Bee, finally leaping onto Nagato's Primordial Bird. System, high energy ahead. Please prepare everyone. Uchiha Shursui. Itachi, what do you plan to do next? Uchiha Itachi, I am uncertain. Orochimaru. Heh. It's not as if Itachi has broken my Edo Tensei control, right? Senju Tobarama. Breaking the Edo Tensei control is far too difficult. The scene continues. Itachi's hair fluttering gently in the wind, his gaze resolute, firmly locking onto Naruto. In an instant, his eyes transformed into intricate patterns. At that moment, Naruto happened to land atop the Cerberus' head, urgently shouting, Uncle Killer Bee, be extremely careful. If you fall victim to Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, your life is at stake. Be sure to guard against the Manjiki Sharingan. However, just as Naruto finished speaking, he suddenly froze. He distinctly felt something within him desperately trying to break free. A discomfort surged in his throat, followed by his mouth swelling. Accompanied by a nauseating slime, a crow's head emerged from his mouth. Subsequently, a living crow truly emerged from Naruto's mouth. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in utter bewilderment. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body completely unresponsive. Indeed, it has appeared. Itachi gazed downward, his eyes filled with complexity, as if he had anticipated this moment. At this instant, both Nagato and Killer Bee wore expressions of confusion. Did Itachi use his ocular power on Naruto? Killer Bee gritted his teeth, his face etched with perplexity. The crow that emerged from Naruto's mouth cawed loudly. Why did a crow fly out of my mouth? Naruto asked, his face a mask of confusion. His voice hoarse from pain. Just then, blood tears began to flow slowly from Itachi's right eye. Upon seeing this, memories flooded Naruto's mind. Recalling when Itachi had first met him and forced a crow into his mouth. So it was then. Naruto instinctively reached out to wipe his mouth. Water Shadow Terumi-me, I feel nauseated. Am I the only one who finds this revolting? Uzumaki Kushina, why did you stuff a crow into Naruto's mouth? Chapter 54. The Supreme Illusion, Koto Tsukumi. The scene unfolds as Nagato gazes downwards, his pupils narrowing sharply. At this moment, Itachi's right eye begins to bleed tears, prompting an urgent response from Nagato. Naruto, be cautious. This is Amaterasu. On the ground, Killer Bee acts decisively, hurling his long blade skyward. In the next instant, Nagato's hand rises uncontrollably. Shinra Tensei. A resounding boom echoes as the blade is instantly repelled. Damn it, I'm losing control again, Nagato thinks, frustration evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Itachi slowly opens his right eye, and a crow also opens its solitary eye, revealing intricate patterns within. Their gazes lock across the distance. The scene shifts to a dark cave, where Tobi, sensing the tension, gasps in shock. What is happening? Why have I lost control over Uchiha Itachi? As the perspective changes, Naruto stares in confusion at the circling crow above. Nagato shares his bewilderment, questioning, isn't that Amaterasu? The crow soon lands on Naruto's shoulder, who blinks in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. What exactly transpired? Itachi's expression is inscrutable. Amaterasu. He unleashes the technique, but to his astonishment, it targets the three-headed hellhound instead. In an instant, the beast is engulfed in roaring black flames, the fire spreading rapidly like a relentless tide. Naruto leaps away onto a distant branch, pondering, did the Amaterasu miss? As he observes the hellhound collapse, Itachi turns towards Nagato, demanding, that crow is yours, isn't it? What have you done with it? Nagato, perplexed, asks, what is happening? I don and amp, oppose, T understand. The dialogue flows, with various characters expressing confusion and intrigue about Itachi and amp, oppose, S abilities. It seems Itachi has utilized my illusion, Uchiha Shursui remarks. Indeed, I did not foresee this, Itachi responds. To have overridden the control of Edo Tensei with an illusion. You are impressive. Interesting, Uchiha Madara muses. It appears the Uchiha clan is not as beleaguered as I thought. Naruto, still puzzled, questions, wait, did Mr. Itachi control himself with an illusion? Can that crow and Appo's illusion be so potent? Oinoki inquires. This is Kodo Amatsukami, the strongest illusion. Shursui asserts. The narrative continues, revealing Itachi's distinctiveness among the deceased. Tobi, astounded, reflects on the implications of Edo Tensei. So it was successful, Itachi remarks with gravitas. Nagato notices a shift in Itachi and Appo's chakra and nods, understanding now. Amaterasu. Itachi locks his gaze on Nagato, causing black flames to erupt around him. The primordial bird, affected, casts Nagato down from the skies, leaving him unconscious. As Itachi descends, Naruto remains vigilant. Stay calm. I have broken free from control, Itachi states sternly. The enemy's ninjutsu has been superseded by a new illusion known as Guardian of Konoha. It neutralizes Edo Tensei. The crow was a preemptive measure, designed to synchronize with my Manjikyu Sharingan in case of emergencies. Killer Bee, perched on a branch, watches the two with a perplexed expression. What is going on? The illusion resides within the crow's left eye, Itachi explains. The scene shifts again, revealing Tobi's trepidation as he realizes the power behind the eye. Only one ninjutsu can achieve this, he stammers. In unison, they declare, Uchiha Shursui, Manjikyu Sharingan, the supreme illusion, Kodo Amatsukami. At this moment, the crow and Appo's transforms into three Tomo. Thanks to this illusion, I have regained my strength. It seems Shursui and Appo's Manjikyu has closed, Itachi reflects. Uchiha Shursui? Naruto inquires, his brow furrowed in confusion. The most powerful illusionist of the Uchiha clan, Shursui of the body flicker technique, Killer Bee states cautiously. Shursui's eye can manipulate its target without their awareness. It is the ultimate illusion, Itachi clarifies. I embedded a new illusion within the crow and Appo's left eye and entrusted it to you, Naruto. However, I never anticipated that the one ensnared would be myself. Why do you possess such an eye yet entrust it to me? Naruto questions, bewildered. This formidable illusion. Why would you give it to me, brother Itachi? He reiterates. Kagami Uchiha reflects on the gravity of the situation. This is indeed the most potent illusion, capable of controlling a person and Appo's thoughts. Oinoki interjects, but that is not the most terrifying aspect. It can infiltrate the thoughts of others without their realization. Moreover, that eye remains with Itachi. Thus, Itachi still holds an unused Kodo Amatsukami. A fourth Raikage contemplates. Yuval Uchiha, do not think to use it against me. Shimura Danzo scoffs. Who are you to claim that? Uchiha Itachi retorts. The narrative progresses as Itachi calmly explains. The true ninja is one who willingly sacrifices themselves, silently guarding peace in the shadows. This is what Shursui taught me, foreseeing that his eyes would incite conflict. He created the illusion of his demise while I assisted him due to the village and Appo's suspicions towards me. The last time I saw Shursui, his right eye had been taken by Danzo. Upon hearing this, the chat erupts with chaos. What did I just hear? Is this the will of fire of Konoha? Fourth Kazekage Raza exclaims. This is quite the revelation. How could a high-ranking official in Konoha harm the villagers? Terumi May expresses disbelief. Such scandalous news. Oinoki adds. The will of fire is nothing but hypocrisy. The fourth Raikage scoffs. Hiruzen, look at what you have done. You allowed Danzo to take Shursui and Appo's Enough, Danzo. I am very displeased. Senju Tobarama interjects. I had no intention of revealing this, but seeing my grandson's eye lost, I cannot remain silent, Uchiha Kagami declares. Indeed, my eye was also taken by Danzo. Chapter 55. Is this the true power of Nagato? Senju Tobarama. Danzo. How could you betray me like this and even steal the eyes of Shursui? Shimura Danzo. Sensei, I did this to protect Konoha. The monkey is far too indecisive. Uchiha Shursui. I fail to understand. If you are protecting Konoha, why would you turn against your own kin? Uchiha Kagami. Enough. Shursui, do not say another word. Sensei. Senju Tobarama, Kagami. The scene continues as he bestowed his left eye upon me, urging me to use it to safeguard the village before vanishing into thin air. Itachi recounted his experiences. Originally, he intended to cast Shursui and Amp. Appo's Genjutsu upon Sasuke. But through a twist of fate, he became ensnared instead. Only you can rectify this error. You claim Sasuke is your brother, thus only you, Naruto, can stop him. Itachi's gaze was resolute as he looked at Naruto. Then why didn't you use Shirsue's eyes on Sasuke from the outset? Killer Bee inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. It's not that I didn't want to, but it was impossible. At that time, the interval for using Shirsue's Manjiki was over a decade. Itachi sighed softly. Only with the cells of Senja Hashirama could the interval be shortened. Itachi, I appreciate your trust in me. Do not worry any longer. The village has already made too many sacrifices. Naruto returned Itachi and Appo's gaze with equal determination. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Itachi and Appo's eyes sparkled, revealing a contented smile. My brother is fortunate to have a friend like you. The scene shifted as Toby adjusted his glasses. Even Shirsue's eyes. Well, I suppose I have been rather fortunate. With that, he began to manipulate the unconscious Nagato lying on the ground. Shinra-tensei, Nagato murmured softly. Repulsion emanated from his body, dispersing the black flames. Before long, Nagato's previously shattered body swiftly restored itself like mere scraps of paper. Nagato slowly opened his eyes and instantly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Naruto became immediately alert. Where? Naruto scanned his surroundings carefully, oblivious to the chameleon swiftly approaching him. Shinra-tensei, bang! A powerful repulsion struck, sending both Killer Bee and Naruto flying. At this moment, as they soared through the air, Nagato suddenly appeared behind Killer Bee. Killer Bee reacted swiftly, transforming into his tailed beast form and charging at Nagato. Nagato executed several backflips to evade. I am not so easily dealt with, you foolish fool. Killer Bee hummed an eccentric tune, decisively striking with a knife hand. Nagato, seeing this, did not evade and took the blow head on. Right Kiri, Killer Bee shouted. Yet in the next moment, Killer Bee's expression abruptly stiffened. Gakidi, Nagato weakly intoned, a purple glow emanating from his abdomen. Then, something peculiar transpired. Nagato and Appo's hair shifted from white to red, and his previously gaunt face began to regain color. He can absorb chakra, Killer Bee exclaimed, his pupils dilating. Uncle Bee, are you alright? Naruto swiftly descended from the sky. However, Killer Bee was repelled away by Nagato and Appo's force. Naruto's expression turned wary, but before he could land, he was ensnared by the chameleon and Appo's tongue. Nagato swiftly approached and grasped Naruto by the abdomen. Ningen-D. Nagato and Appo's gaze was icy as he unhesitatingly extracted Naruto and Appo's soul. Water Shadow Terumime, did we just lose two Jinchuriki? Fourth Kazekage Raza, surely, I must be mistaken. Nagato appears to be handling this with such ease. Hanzo of the Salamander, I struggle against two Jinchuriki, yet this Nagato seems unfazed. Anoki, is this the sage and Appo's SI? Its power is indeed formidable. Deidara, wait, I'm curious. Why does this guy possess our leader's eyes? Conan, enough, Deidara, do not speak. Deidara, very well. The scene continued as Naruto and Appo's pupils dilated in alarm. He realized he was utterly helpless. Nagato remained silent, firmly clutching Naruto and Appo's abdomen, drawing out his soul. Damn it. What sort of technique is this? Naruto stared at the purple soul, astonishment etched across his face. His mind raced back through the previous scenes, first, capturing individuals, then striking them away, followed by summoning techniques and chakra absorption. Clearly, you wield all of Pain and Appo's abilities. Naruto gazed at Nagato in shock. Without hesitation, he extended both hands behind him and began to gather a Rasengan. But I have never seen this technique before. Naruto manipulated the Rasengan, hurling it forcefully at Nagato. Boom. With a muffled thud, a blinding white light erupted. As the brilliance waned, Nagato, adept at multitasking, utilized the ability of Gaki-D to absorb the blow. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Ah, right, I just confirmed he can absorb ninjutsu. How foolish of me. Naruto lamented, clutching his head in frustration. Nagato, what on earth is this ninjutsu? Speak quickly. Nagato remained mute. This is intolerable. He is completely under control. Naruto gritted his teeth. Jigacut, Nagato murmured. In an instant, a massive door appeared upon the ground, its exaggerated lips and eyes bearing the Rinnegan. If I am not mistaken, this resembles Pain's resurrection technique. Naruto observed with increasing bewilderment. What do you intend to do? Naruto looked down at Nagato. The scene shifted to a dimly lit cave, where Toby adjusted his glasses, orchestrating the entire affair. First, use Ningen-D to extract the soul, temporarily eliminating the target. Then utilize Digaka to conceal the soul and body, ultimately bringing them back for resurrection beside me. This is the method to seize the Jinchuriki right under Madara's nose. A cold smile crept across Toby's lips. So, what other methods remain? The scene transitioned back to Nagato and Naruto, locked in a struggle as they tugged at the soul. This is infuriating. He still refuses to utter a word. What does he intend to do with that resurrection technique? Naruto extended his hands, straining to pull back his soul. Furthermore, the soul has been extracted, his body feels weak. And an ominous sensation looms. The scene shifted as Killer Bee leapt onto a branch, swiftly approaching Naruto, then plummeting from above. Concurrently, the chameleon sensed the commotion, and Nagato, through shared vision, witnessed the unfolding drama. Killer Bee unsheathed his blade, yet in the next moment, Shirad, an arm suddenly erupted from Nagato and Appo's shoulder, swiftly gripping Killer Bee by the neck and arm. Chapter 56, The Limit of the Weasel God. The Heavenly Explosion Star. Karabi. Oh no, I and Imp, Appo's, V been caught. This looks truly perilous. Fourth Rakage AI. Enough already. B. Stop singing. It's utterly dreadful. Jonin of the Mist Village. This Nagato is exceedingly powerful. Effortlessly pinning down two Jinchuriki. Senju Tobarama. Even I, facing this Nagato, would likely stand no chance. Namikaze Minato. By the way, where is Itachi Uchiha? Naruto Uzumaki right. Where has brother Itachi gone? The scene continues, with Nagato's gaze particularly frigid as he hoists Karabi aloft, swiftly binding him. To everyone's astonishment, he summons mechanized armor. Karabi, while humming a rap, cannot conceal his terror. Naruto turns to look at the beleaguered Karabi, his own expression mirroring concern. This man employs every conceivable tactic, his ninjutsu overwhelming to behold. Sweat beads cover Karabi and Appo's forehead. Naruto strains to pull at his very soul, desperately recalling how he had once contended with the Ninetales. Naruto, think back to how you faced the Ninetales. Karabi urges as the mechanized cannon looms ominously overhead. Naruto's expression turns grave. Just as their lives hang by a thread, suddenly, a fiery crimson blade cleaves through the distant trees. Nagato senses the disturbance and turns. Yet his body remains immobile, for he is preoccupied with restraining Naruto and Karabi. With a resounding crack, Nagato's arm shatters. Itachi Uchiha decisively reaches out, securely grasping both Naruto and Karabi. The scene shifts. At some point, the eyes of the chameleon and the King of Hell were precisely struck by kunai, severing their vision. Susanoo. Itachi calmly declares. The ground trembles violently, fissures erupting as he stands unwaveringly outside Susanoo, his demeanor composed as he regards Nagato. Itachi. Naruto exclaims in astonishment upon seeing him, a wave of joy surging within. Is this Susanoo? It's incredible! Karabi's eyes brim with awe. Nagato, now prone upon the ground, gradually rises, his recently severed arm swiftly regenerating like mere scraps of paper. Itachi observes the unfolding scene with keen vigilance. Senju Tobarama. Excellent. This support arrives just in time. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Truly admirable, Itachi. Fourth Kazekage Raza. By the way, ISNT Nagato's vision supposed to be shared? Why has T noticed Itachi? Senju Tobarama. No, Itachi severed the shared vision. He must have sensed something amiss long ago. Uchiha Madara. Impressive tactical acumen. But that is all there is to it. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan limits his potential. If it were eternal Manjiki, Uchiha Madara, huh? The scene continues, with the chameleon and the King of Hell dissipating into wisps of smoke. A fierce whirlwind howls. Naruto and Karabi land steadily, gazing at Itachi with immense gratitude. We're saved. Thank you so much, Itachi. Naruto beams with joy. Who is that guy? Honestly, he is incredibly strong. Karabi exclaims, rapping while astonished. This so-called pain possesses the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, he is formidable. Moreover, this time he is not a mere puppet but Nagato himself. His strength and movements are vastly different from before. Naruto elaborates. Everyone watches as Nagato rises, slowly approaching them. The scene shifts again. Right, he can turn them into stars and bring them back. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. The scene transitions once more. In the blink of an eye, Nagato's arm regenerates. Under Kabuto's control, he swiftly clasps his hands together. The Heavenly Explosion Star. Here it comes. Itachi's eyes sharpen with caution. Nagato gradually releases his hands, a black sphere materializing at the center of his palms, which he then hurls skyward. The sphere ascends slowly. Simultaneously, the ground appears to break free from its constraints, rising uncontrollably. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone is filled with shock. The entire terrain defies the laws of physics, forcefully expanding and elevating into the heavens. Meanwhile, Naruto, Karabi, and Itachi struggle to maintain their footing. What is that? Karabi exclaims, his face a mask of astonishment. It seems that Black Sphere possesses formidable gravitational force, Itachi muses, exhaling softly. I've encountered this technique before, and it was dire. If we get sucked up, it's all over. Naruto shouts anxiously. Itachi, upon hearing this, glances at Naruto with a hint of confusion. Hey, Naruto. If getting sucked up means certain doom, how did you survive before? Itachi inquires, his gaze curious. Naruto is momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. Senju Tobarama, this Naruto is somewhat too naive, much like my brother. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, this Naruto is quite impressive. Mist Village Mizukage Meiteromi, this technique is extraordinarily powerful, akin to that of a deity. Fourth Rakage AI, indeed. Drawing all surrounding objects to the heavens is undeniably formidable. Fourth Kazekage Raza, is there no countermeasure? Uchiha Itachi, every technique harbors its fatal weakness. Mist Village Umbu. But how do we counter this? Deidara. Wait, could this Nagato possibly be our leader? Haiden. I think so too. Conan. Enough. You too, cease your chatter. The scene unfolds, with Naruto hesitating to speak. Ha ha ha, then there is nothing to fear in this contest. Karabi chuckles lightly. This is hardly the time for levity. How can you remain so nonchalant in such a life-and-death situation? Naruto glares disapprovingly at Karabi. Listen closely. Once he catches us, we will be utterly immobilized. He will bind us with his overwhelming power, rendering us unable to move. Last time, I barely escaped by unleashing the Nine Tails. Naruto exclaims. Anxiety evident in his voice. Now is not the time for relaxation. We must analyze the situation with composure. Itachi interjects calmly, raising his gaze to the sky. We must regard the black sphere Nagato just launched as the core. If we destroy it, we should be able to negate this technique. We three shall unleash our most potent long-range ninjutsu, targeting the sphere's center simultaneously. Itachi observes carefully before issuing his command. But in this state, we can hardly aim. Naruto protests, his body swaying violently under the gravitational pull. There is no need for precise aim. We can leverage the sphere as formidable gravitational force. Itachi articulates, analyzing the situation with clarity. Every technique inherently possesses weaknesses. As he speaks, Itachi elevates Susanoo to its third form. Karabi swiftly transforms into his tailed beast form, beginning to gather chakra for a tailed beast ball. Naruto rapidly performs hand signs, coalescing his chakra into a Rasengan. The three concentrate their energies, then swiftly launch their attack skyward. Yasukani no Magatama, tailed beast ball, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The trio and Imp, Oppos, as formidable assaults, propelled by the intense gravitational force, strike the black sphere high above. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a violent explosion that resounded through the air, accompanied by a dazzling burst of white light. The sky above seemed to radiate with the brilliance of a blazing sun, as the intense illumination swiftly spread in all directions. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the surrounding forests were instantly leveled by this tremendous shockwave, trees uprooted and sent flying. Those watching the video were left in awe, their pupils dilated in astonishment. Goodness gracious! How powerful! Is this truly a display of combat between ultra-elite beings? Chapter 57. Do not forget your companions. The teachings of Itachi. The scene unfolds as Nagato extends his hand to shield himself from the blinding white light in the distance. Gradually, the brilliance dissipates, revealing a tumultuous mushroom cloud hovering over the forest. As the smoke begins to clear, an eerie stillness envelopes the surroundings. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoes. From the haze, a crimson blade swiftly pierces Nagato's abdomen. Stunned, he realizes it is the red Tensigen, having penetrated his very being. With a crack, his form begins to fracture. I am sorry, Itachi, Nagato utters. Have you regained your senses? This is the Tensigen, Itachi replies calmly. This sword carries a sealing technique and will soon bind you. Do you have anything further to say? With resignation, Nagato allows a bittersweet smile to grace his lips as he gazes at Naruto. Naruto. I shall return to my teacher and Amp, Oppos, side, watching over your story. The music shifts to a poignant melody. In my eyes, you are the concluding chapter of this trilogy. The first part, featuring Jiraiya, was flawless, yet the second was a dismal failure, much like myself. Nagato chuckles ruefully, lamenting his lack of recognition from his mentor. As he speaks, his body continues to disintegrate. Naruto watches in stunned silence, utterly helpless. The worth of a series is determined by its finale. Nagato declares resolutely, Naruto, you must become the greatest masterpiece to overshadow that failure. Crows begin to circle above, cawing as their feathers descend slowly. The visage of Nagato's younger self and his teacher Jiraiya appear beside him. Upon witnessing this, Naruto and Amp, Oppos, gaze sharpens with determination. A crow alights upon his shoulder as he gives a thumbs up. Understanding the silent message, Nagato closes his eyes, and his form swiftly disintegrates like paper, drawn back by the Tensigen. The three onlookers stand in silence, words unspoken. Farewell. Nagato bids his final goodbye. The paper scraps drift downward amidst a fierce whirlwind. The scene shifts to Kabuto, who is utterly stunned, pounding the ground in vexation. Nagato truly lacked mobility. I intended to leverage the shared vision of the Rinnegan to compensate for that. Yet, unexpectedly, Itachi and Amp, Oppos, Escanai from the blind spot still could not be evaded. Kabuto licks his lips. However, it is time for a splendid performance. The camera transitions again, revealing the massive red giant as it gradually fades, while Itachi dispels his Susanoo. This Edo Tensei is infuriating. Forcing those devoid of battle intent onto the battlefield, other fronts must be experiencing the same. Naruto's eyes blaze with anger. Itachi turns calmly. I will go stop the Edo Tensei, you handle Madara. What? Uchiha Madara has also been resurrected by Edo Tensei? Anoki exclaims. Isn't Uchiha Madara just a mere figure? Anoki, is your surprise really warranted? Mei Terumi retorts. The elderly feared death. Haha, remarks the fourth Kazekage, Rashi. You are all too young to comprehend how terrifying Uchiha Madara truly is. Anoki insists. Let us not dwell on this. Did the future version of me really perish? Jiraiya interjects. Foolish child, how could you die? Tsunade exclaims. I'm not sure, Jiraiya admits. Which scoundrel murdered teacher Jiraiya? Nagato demands. The narrative continues. On our way here, we encountered enemies resurrected by Edo Tensei, Killer Bee explains to Itachi. These foes can only be defeated through sealing techniques, presenting a considerable challenge to the ninja allied forces. I previously mentioned that every ninjutsu has its weaknesses, Itachi asserts firmly. Very well, I shall intervene, he continues. As I stated earlier, the remaining matters are entrusted to me. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto's gaze is resolute as he summons a shadow clone. Yet, in the next moment, the chakra of the Nine Tails dissipates from his being. Do not overexert yourself in the Nine Tails chakra mode. Refrain from creating more clones, Naruto. Killer Bee advises. Do not bear this burden alone. I am best suited to halt the Edo Tensei, Itachi asserts calmly. I have my methods. Yet, I shall bear the entirety of this battle. It is my responsibility. Naruto gasps. Compared to before, you have indeed grown stronger. However, it seems you have also forgotten something vital, Itachi interrupts. Listen well. The villagers who once despised you began to admire you and gradually regarded you as a companion because you recognized their existence and endeavored for their acknowledgement. You have said that you arrived at this point thanks to the support of others, correct? If, with your newfound strength, you forget others and become arrogant, fixated on the individual, you will inevitably become another Madara. At Itachi and Appo's words, Naruto and Appo's pupils constrict, memories of Obito flooding his mind. No matter how strong you become, do not think of shouldering everything alone, for such a path leads to failure. Your father, Minato, became Hokage because he had the support of your mother, Kushina, and other companions. Remember that you share the same dream as your father. It is not merely becoming Hokage that earns recognition, but it is those worthy of acknowledgement who can ascend to that position. Do not forget your companions. A crow spiraling high above swiftly lands upon Itachi's shoulder. Naruto absorbs Itachi's teachings, reflecting on his journey thus far. With the assistance of his grandfather, the third Hokage, and the various companions he has encountered, he has arrived at this moment. Upon deeper contemplation, he recognizes his growing arrogance, a tendency to shoulder everything alone while neglecting the presence of others. On Oki, Itachi's words are profoundly philosophical. Sarutobi Hiruzen, only by gaining the recognition of others can one become Hokage? Itachi possesses a remarkable level of insight. Senju Tobirama, few Uchiha embody the will of fire. Itachi is as exceptional as Uchiha Kagami. Shimura Danzo, what utter nonsense. In my view, he is simply a malevolent Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami, Danzo, be gone. Kuratsuchi, Danzo is truly shameless. He is quite the character. Otsutsuki Kenshiki, my curiosity grows. Will the Edo Tensei ultimately be resolved? Chapter 58. Itachi, why did you not kill me then? Uchiha Madara, haha, how naive of you, Itachi. Do you truly believe peace can be achieved without the use of force? Senju Hashirama, Madara, you overthink things. Trust me. Peace can indeed be attained without resorting to violence. The scene continues. Naruto, I made a promise to Iruka. Vowing to protect you and never let you face anything alone. I am still alive. Killer Bee confidently patted Naruto's shoulder, observing Killer Bee's demeanor. Memories of Iruka and Appo's serious expression flooded Naruto and Appo's mind. Indeed, Iruka-sensei was genuinely concerned for him, perhaps excessively so. Regrettably, in his arrogance fueled by the power of the Nine Tails, he had disregarded Iruka and Appo's worries. It seems that my single-minded pursuit of purpose led me into a dead end. Naruto turned to Itachi, his tone filled with despondency. Itachi nodded, then activated Amaterasu, decisively igniting the crow. What is the meaning of this? Naruto asked in confusion. Shirsue's eyes will be rendered unusable for the next several years, and it is unlikely they will serve against Sasuke. Moreover, your power far surpasses that of Shirsue's eyes. Itachi turned, gazing intently at Naruto. That is the heart aligned with Shirsue and Appo's unwavering conviction. What Shirsue truly wished to impart was this very belief. Even without these eyes, you can still halt Sasuke. Naruto interrupted Itachi. No, Itachi shook his head, obliterating the crow. I once sought to shoulder everything alone, yet I failed. This time, I intend to entrust these matters to my comrades. Itachi turned, smiling at Naruto. It appears you are not merely a ninja endowed with strength. Killer Bee scratched the back of his head. Killer Bee, I entrust this to you, Naruto said as Itachi turned away. Itachi, watching him depart. Naruto felt a pang of reluctance. He activated the Nine Tails mode. If that is the case, we must take our leave as well, Uncle Killer Bee. Tintin, by the way, where did Itachi go alone? Hyuga Niji, he must be heading to stop Kabuto, right? Kabuto Yakushi, haha. Do you think you can stop me all by yourself? Uchiha Itachi, as I have stated, every jutsu possesses its fatal weakness. The scene continues. As a light drizzle falls from the sky, and Sasuke steps forth slowly. Having just dealt with a white Zetsu, he immediately dashes into the distance. However, Sasuke's expression shifts dramatically as a familiar figure emerges from the woods. After all, during the transplantation of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he was oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon waking, he found himself in this very scenario, and the sight of that familiar figure nearly terrified him. The image of Itachi gently touching his forehead flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke leapt onto a branch, quickly giving chase. Itachi also sensed Sasuke's approach. "Stop!" Sasuke called anxiously. "Itachi, is that you?" Itachi did not halt, continuing onward. Anger surged within Sasuke as he activated Susanoo, fiercely grasping towards Itachi. Itachi glanced over, using his own Susanoo to repel Sasuke's purple arm. "Susanoo?" Sasuke's pupils contracted once more. "It truly is you, Itachi. Evidently, you have mastered this technique as well." Itachi turned, his expression grave. "Why are you here? Did you not perish? Because of Kabuto's jutsu, I now exist in this reanimated form. I cannot linger. I have pressing matters to attend to." Itachi explained calmly. "I do not care. Your appearance raises countless questions I must address. We can discuss it later." "You will not heed my words. You asked me to seek out your eyes. Why do you then flee? Are you burdened by guilt from the lies? Too afraid to confront the truth?" Sasuke glared with fury. "I know everything about you. I have resolved to destroy Konoha. I have previously stated that everyone lives within their obsessions, and the reality they perceive may merely be an illusion." Itachi cast a glance at Sasuke. "My truth. I have escaped the illusion and can see through your genjutsu. That is your eye." Sasuke retorted angrily. "Uchiha Sasuke, enough, Itachi. Why did you not kill me back then?" "Uchiha Itachi, because I did not wish to kill you." "Uchiha Sasuke. Inoki, what does that mean? I do not understand." Fourth Raikage, how dull. Are these two merely bickering? Kabuto Yakushi. Haha, I did not expect another Sasuke to show up, but it matters not. Orochimaru. Kabuto, are you confident in dealing with these two? Kabuto Yakushi, I do not know, but I believe my future self will be quite formidable. That is my intuition. The scene continues. In Itachi and Appo's mind, Naruto and Appo's earlier words echoed. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft sigh. "Although your tone remains resolute, I have heard some things about you. They say you have changed entirely." Itachi's gaze was complex. "No. It was you who altered everything for me. I should have perished. I should have been killed by you alongside our parents." Sasuke clenched his teeth, closing his eyes and struggling to contain the fury within. "But why me? Why was I the only one who survived?" Sasuke and Appo's eyes brimmed with rage. "Why me? What is the difference between me and our parents? Why was I the only one left? Because at that time, you understood nothing. No matter how foolish the Uchiha clan's thoughts were, you were merely a child. Moreover, it was not solely for your sake. I wished to be judged by you, a member of the Uchiha clan." Itachi sighed once more. "To that end, I exploited the hatred within you, which ultimately led to failure. In the end, I compelled you to leave the village, burdening you with the label of a criminal." Itachi's gaze was filled with helplessness. "Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi. Do you know how miserable my life has been alone? Uchiha Sasuke, to kill you, I have trained relentlessly every moment, only to find that you were deceiving me. Uchiha Sasuke, why did you not reveal the truth to me back then? Uchiha Itachi, because you were only 7 years old at the time. I did not wish to involve you. Uchiha Fugaku, enough, Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto, how could it have ended up like this? Hiruzen Sarutobi, alas. It is all my fault as an old man. I have wronged you both. Uchiha Shursui, Hokage, please do not say that. It is all Danzo and Appo's fault. Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed, Danzo leaked the location of the Nine Tails, which led to this impasse. Shimura Danzo, I will say this once more. I did not leak the location of the Nine Tails. I can accept blame for other things, but not this. Minato Namikaze, haha, aside from you. Who else at a high level could have leaked that information? Surely not my disciple. Kushina Uzumaki. Danzo, what you say is utter nonsense. I could just as easily claim that my disciple revived and killed me. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Cough cough. Senju Hashirama. Madara, why are you coughing? Is your throat bothering you? Uchiha Madara. It is nothing. Chapter 59. The Pharmacist D. The long-awaited brothers unite. The scene unfolds as Sasuke gradually grasps the truth about Itachi, yet his heart is increasingly filled with confusion. Before he can voice his doubts, Itachi quickens his pace. Driven by an urgent necessity, turning his head, Itachi swiftly performs hand seals and exclaims, summoning technique. Suddenly, a multitude of crows erupts from the distance, soaring towards Sasuke to disrupt his movements. Stay here. Itachi glares at Sasuke, then hastily darts away. In the distance lies a pitch-black cave, into which Itachi plunges without hesitation. Is it there? This tedious barrier, he muses, decisively activating Susanoo and striking a stone with a powerful fist. Instantly, debris flies in all directions like smoke. D and Appo's eyes widen in surprise. He had not anticipated that Itachi would uncover this place. I must commend your ability to breach my barrier and find this location. D adjusts his glasses, adding, when you were under my control, I could distinctly sense the source of your chakra. This illustrates the risks inherent in the Edo Tensei technique. With a resolute gaze, Itachi calmly explains, however, you will no longer have the opportunity to remember this. D replies nonchalantly, you have indeed taught me a lesson, after all. No ninja can escape this jutsu, which is why I was never concerned about it. Beside him lies the unconscious Anko. The dialogue continues with various characters interjecting, including Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others, who express their surprise and curiosity towards D and Appo's abilities and alliances. As the scene progresses, D remains composed, asserting that even if Itachi were to kill him, he could not halt the Edo Tensei technique, for only he possesses the power to terminate it. Sasuke, following the crows and Appo's trail, approaches the cave, prompting D to smile knowingly. It seems I cannot keep you here as I wished. Itachi sighs with resignation. Sasuke's brow furrows with confusion, and as he spots D, he instinctively jumps back, eyeing him warily. D, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor, responds to Sasuke and Appo's inquiries with a mix of condescension and amusement. The tension escalates as Itachi activates his Sharingan, filled with murderous intent, while Sasuke grapples with the unfolding situation. D warns them of the futility of their actions, suggesting that their haste may lead to undesirable outcomes. As the dialogue progresses, it becomes evident that D and Appo's machinations are part of a larger scheme orchestrated by Madara Uchiha, aimed at implementing the Eye of the Moon plan. D chillingly reveals Madara's intentions to use the Ten Tails to cast illusions upon the world, resulting in chaos and destruction. Sasuke, bewildered and enraged, confronts the implications of D's actions, while Itachi remains steadfast, asserting his control over the situation. The stakes are high as they navigate the complexities of their alliances and the impending battles ahead, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. As the narrative unfolds, the characters are faced with moral dilemmas, the consequences of their past actions, and the weight of their decisions as they prepare for the confrontation that lies ahead. Chapter 60. The mere Dr. Snake cannot defeat me. Uchiha Itachi, I have stated before that every technique possesses its fatal weakness. Yakushi Kabuto. Heh, are you still so naive? The scene unfolds further. Once the user of the impure world reincarnation is slain, the jutsu can never be undone. I will first employ Tsukuyomi to extract the method to halt the technique. Itachi calmly declares, maintaining the Tsukuyomi state, I will manipulate him. Then I shall nullify the impure world reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Kabuto slowly rises, licking his lips. It sounds effortless when you say it. I hope executing it is equally simple. Unfortunately, I have mentioned that this technique has no weaknesses, no risks. Kabuto quips. Every ninjutsu has its vulnerabilities, and the weakness of this technique is my very existence. As he speaks, Itachi's eyes morph into intricate patterns. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wow. That's impressive. Oil Girl Shino. Does every technique truly have a weakness? Nara Shikamaru. I wonder how Itachi will counter the impure world reincarnation next. Vortex Baruto. 1. I'm curious as well. The scene continues. Itachi, you always speak of the next time. If you continue to use such excuses to evade me, you might end up dead. Sasuke strides toward Itachi, turning to stare intently at him. Thus, this time, you must uphold your promise. They say a person in Appo's character remains unchanged until death, but having died once, I shall honor my word. The two brothers fix their gaze upon Kabuto. So, they are targeting me? How intriguing. Kabuto licks his lips, summoning a multitude of pythons that coil around him. A schemer like me is not accustomed to being stared at. He pulls his hood down to shroud his face. Is this a response to Genjutsu? Sasuke's expression turns wary. Beware, those snakes can keenly sense our presence. Itachi hastily warns Sasuke. The snakes can detect body heat and utilize their tongues to sense scents. Sasuke explains. You are quite knowledgeable, like a Dr. Snake investigating to defeat Orochimaru. Sasuke nods. Humph, but the mere Dr. Snake cannot triumph over me. Kabuto forms hand seals, causing the pythons to grow rapidly. This is my territory. Nature is my ally. The pythons have enlarged? Sasuke is taken aback. A geographical advantage. Be cautious of traps, Sasuke. Itachi warns anxiously. Traps? None here. Kabuto retorts as the pythons charge toward the two. They hastily evade, sprinting away as the dim cave fills with smoke. The pythons soar overhead, rushing into the distance. Suddenly, a crimson giant emerges from the haze. Itachi activates Susanoo to seize a python, while Sasuke grips his blade to sever it. So this is Susanoo. Kabuto observes the spectacle in awe. The python's head tumbles to the ground, its body slowly collapsing. You've struck too hard, Sasuke. I warned you not to kill him. Itachi quickly reminds him. He has acquired Orochimaru's power. It's not so easy to kill him. Sasuke exclaims as he charges away. Itachi decisively pulls on the snake's body, causing Kabuto to be flung back. Sasuke, seeking to obscure your face, are you? Sasuke nods and swiftly yanks off Kabuto's hood. Yet, in the next moment, Sasuke's expression freezes. There is no trace of Kabuto beneath the cloak. Both are left puzzled. Sasuke, seeing snakes fleeing in the distance, decisively hurls his blade. With a crack, the blade strikes a python. However, in the next instant, the snake sheds its skin and slips away. You are quite devious. Not only obscuring your face, but now entirely concealing yourself? Sasuke mocks the empty space. Just a skin shedding and running away. You are merely a degraded version of Orochimaru's legacy. Sasuke, are you underestimating me? Kabuto's voice echoes ominously in the dim cave. No wonder my danger level on the wanted list is average. Compared to Lord Orochimaru, I am insignificant. Indeed, if you think this will suffice to conceal you. Sasuke's gaze sharpens as he notices an accumulation of chakra on the ground. Be cautious, Sasuke, there is chakra everywhere. Itachi urgently warns. It's impossible to discern which is the true body. The python in Itachi's hand also dissolves into liquid. Itachi is taken aback. This is the ability of liquid body transformation. It separates using bodily fluids, resembling a shedding. This technique was developed after researching the abilities of the Hozuki clan. Kabuto chuckles lightly. Shinomiya Ino. Ugh, this is so disgusting to watch. 10-10, I feel nauseated. Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru. How come both you and your disciple are so revolting? Jiraiya, this is unbearable to watch. Orochimaru. Heh, you are all mere mortals. Yakushi Kabuto, precisely. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. The scene continues. That individual you also recognize is Mizuki. He can transform between human and water, coupled with the formidable regenerative abilities I previously acquired. Kabuto's voice resonates from the shadows, yet his figure remains absent. In the corner, the python that had just been severed is rapidly regenerating. However, this restoration technique is derived from my studies of the Uzumaki clan's physique, specifically the familiar Xiangling. Thus, your other companion is also quite intriguing. No, he is no longer considered your companion. From a crevice, the python's eyes fixate menacingly on Sasuke. In this world of ninjas, the inept are utterly rejected, but it matters not. As long as one seizes from the powerful, it is sufficient. It seems you possess the ability of CHG, obtained through Orochimaru's curse mark. Sasuke's gaze turns icy. Wrong. That is merely a stopgap measure. Bang. A nearby stone pillar trembles violently as numerous pythons ascend it. This body is the result of my own training within the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave? Itachi's pupils contract sharply. Indeed, I have discovered a place of inheritance renowned alongside my Boku Mountain and the Wetbone Forest. The multitude of pythons intertwine, then transform into liquid. Not only did Orochimaru visit, but I have been there as well. Training alongside the White Snake Sage, I have mastered this ability. I have finally surpassed Orochimaru. As he speaks, the pythons expel liquid, and Kabuto extends his hand. Just relying on me. Sasuke glances into the distance, decisively activating his three-form Susanoo, drawing back the bowstring and aiming ahead. Bang! The arrow swiftly shoots forth. Sasuke, do not act rashly. Itachi warns with concern. Yet soon, Itachi is left astonished. The arrow strikes the stone pillar, failing to injure Kabuto. Kabuto shakes his finger dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. You managed to evade this arrow? Sasuke's voice is filled with disbelief. My sensory abilities have vastly improved. Natural energy now stands by my side, Kabuto retorts mockingly. Natural energy, this individual is indeed formidable. Itachi's brow furrows. Orochimaru, Kabuto, I never anticipated you would cultivate sage mode to such an extent. Yakushi Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru. Tsunade Senju. Am I the only one who finds this disgusting? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, could you refrain from playing with snakes? It's truly revolting. Inoki. Snakes spit me, I spit snakes. What a world. Chapter 61. I have shed my serpent skin and transcended into a dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru. You have desecrated the ancestral graves and defiled the souls of the departed. Your transgressions are unforgivable. Orochimaru. Heh. Hiruzen-sensei, you remain as ingenuous as ever. Senju Hashirama. Damn it. Orochimaru even messed up my grave. Senju Tobarama. Brother, please calm down. Uchiha Sarada. Isn't this the oppressive aura of the Hokage? So, what about me in the future? Senju Tobarama. No, you shall not become Hokage. Uchiha Sarada. The scene continues. The Reigu clan possesses the innate ability to absorb natural energy into their bodies, which explains the secret behind his berserk power. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a trace of reminiscence in his voice. After all, the abilities he wielded were stolen from others. Eventually, he discovered the source of this power, the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru had once attempted to harness this force, but his body could not withstand it. Thus, Kabuto emerged slowly from the serpent's body, his form covered in viscous slime. Seeing Kabuto sprawled on the ground, his brothers immediately became highly alert. Even he had failed to transform into a perfect sage mode like I did. Panting, Kabuto stuck out his tongue and said, Is that so? It seems you truly have acquired the power of sage mode. Itachi's gaze was vigilant. You're just a useless snake like Orochimaru. Sasuke looked at Kabuto with disdain. Since you call me Dr. Snake, you should understand I am no longer a serpent. Kabuto shifted his tone. The complete power of the sage has allowed me to shed my serpent skin and ascend into a dragon. Kabuto clapped his hands, unleashing a torrent of energy surging from his body. Sasuke and Itachi hurriedly braced themselves against the overwhelming current. Yakushi Kabuto. I have shed my serpent skin and transcended into a dragon. Uzumaki Boruto. Wow, that line is so cool. Otsutsuki Sharon. Is this the sage technique of the Dragon Cave? Sarutobi Hiruzen. I dare not imagine. This power might surpass even my prime. Onoki, still not as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Tsunade, Onoki, could you please stop always praising Madara? Onoki, your hair is long, your insight shallow. You truly don't understand Madara's strength. Hanzo the Salamander. Heh, he was merely a defeated subordinate of mine. Pain, I am a god. Laughably, Madara was merely a coward who never showed his face. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, clears throat. The scene continued. Kabuto rapidly formed hand seals, then closed his eyes. Sage art, white dragon technique. From his mouth, he expelled a crimson dragon. The immense energy surged swiftly toward the distance, then coalesced into a circle. Itachi sensed something amiss. A red light flashed as his figure darted through the dim space. Gazing at the expanding sphere in the distance, a sudden explosion of blinding white light erupted, accompanied by waves of sound. Sasuke covered his ears, overwhelmed by discomfort and pain. This ninjutsu obstructed sight and hearing through light and sound, paralyzing the senses via air vibrations, thereby immobilizing their movements. Itachi barely opened his eyes to see a figure approaching. The serpent's cornea shields vision, rendering it immune to intense light. Its liquefied body deftly withstands sound and vibrations. Kabuto regarded the immobilized duo from afar with excitement. Only one possessing Sage Mode can operate under such conditions. Kabuto aimed to strike Sasuke first, intending to turn him into his pawn. However, Itachi sensed Kabuto's approach toward Sasuke and decisively shielded him with a crimson phantom. At that moment, the white light gradually dissipated. Itachi, it seems you are adept at sniffing out my location. Did you sense my chakra? Kabuto taunted the Uchiha. But no, that's not right. Kabuto shook his head. You cannot sense my chakra now, can you? Trying to deceive me with your signature lies again? His gaze turned icy as he stared at Itachi. The one who can sense your chakra, I never claimed that was me. Only Nagato, who operated alongside me before, possesses that ability. I do not. Itachi shook his head. Black Zetsu. Wait, if Itachi cannot detect Kabuto's chakra, then how did he discern his position? Deidara. Heh. Black Zetsu, you truly are foolish. Itachi was hiding behind Sasuke. As long as he protects Sasuke, that is sufficient. Fourth Raikage. I see now. The scene proceeded. Sasuke gasped heavily, slowly opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings. Moreover, even now, I am well aware of where you intend to strike. So I only need to guard those points in advance, Itachi calmly stated. You are so cautious. If you wish to exploit Sasuke, you would surely seize him first. Before your technique is broken, your success rate in capturing Sasuke is highest. Thereafter, you can use him as a hostage to threaten me. Itachi slowly retracted his Susanoo. You Uchihas are unique in that you possess true ocular power, able to perceive the hearts of others and read their thoughts, Kabuto commented on Itachi. And you can utilize this in battle. Thus, you excel at deception. In truth, you have lived a lifetime of lies, a consummate deceiver ninja. Hearing Kabuto's words, anger filled Sasuke's eyes. He flung a Chidori spear toward Kabuto. Kabuto anticipated this and decisively leapt aside, ascending to the cave's ceiling. Sasuke frowned deeply. No matter how you two temporary allies join forces, you cannot surpass my perception abilities. Especially when you are brothers torn apart by years of fratricidal strife caused by your elder brother's lies. Kabuto incessantly sowed discord. Sasuke's mindset was affected. Itachi gradually approached Sasuke. Sasuke, do you remember the missions we undertook together? Like the time we encountered the wild boar? At these words, memories from the past surfaced in Sasuke's mind. Orochimaru, Kabuto, I never imagined you would develop Sage Mode to such an extent. Yakushi Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Sage Mode or not, to me these are mere trifles, insignificant as common poultry. Killer Bee, the weather clears, the rain ceases. Deara, Naidame thinks he has got it all figured out again. Killer Bee, the wind rises, the rain falls. Deara, Naidame limps back once more. Chapter 62, The Forbidden Techniques of the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Sasuke. Heh, such a narrow-minded perspective. Fourth Raikage, why does this kid speak so flippantly? Uchiha Sarada, is this what dad was like when he was young? He is completely different now. Vortex Boruto, indeed, I always thought Master Sasuke was quite low-key. The scene continues, and suddenly, a memory resurfaces. Sasuke chuckles softly. Wild boar? Orochimaru, eavesdropping on their conversation, raises an eyebrow. The camera shifts, transporting us back in time. It was during that moment when Itachi was tying his shoelaces, preparing to leave, and he caught sight of Sasuke, who was fully equipped and adamant about accompanying Itachi to hunt wild boar. Itachi ignored him and walked ahead, but Sasuke persisted, chasing after him and chattering incessantly. Itachi halted, beckoning Sasuke with a finger, who approached with a puzzled expression. Forgive me, Sasuke, let us talk next time. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, causing him to stagger back slightly. And in the blink of an eye, Itachi vanished without a trace. Brother, Sasuke, unwilling to relent, sprinted after him into the distance. The scene shifts once again. Itachi is perched atop a building, observing the wild boar wreaking havoc, while he notices his breathless younger brother approaching. You really caught up. Sasuke beams proudly. I've been training. Come up. The camera oscillates between past and present. I'm here. They exclaimed simultaneously, unleashing their Susanoo, their gazes resolute. I understand. Itachi charges forward, while Sasuke readies his bow from behind. This moment mirrored their past. Itachi moved with the same intent, and Sasuke stood on the rooftop, bow drawn. Itachi launched the Yata mirror, prompting Orochimaru to dodge swiftly. Now, the past and present converged seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times, and Sasuke decisively loosed an arrow. Thud. The arrow struck Orochimaru's tail, eliciting a cold smile from Sasuke. Orochimaru suddenly lost his balance in midair, swaying precariously. He trying to steal my sword to sever his tail and escape. Sasuke shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Itachi vanished from his spot, seizing his sword with haste and slicing toward Orochimaru. However, just then, the camera abruptly shifted, revealing Itachi, who was now the one impaled by Orochimaru's attack. I told you not to rush. At that moment, Orochimaru's tail transformed into liquid and began to detach. Simultaneously, Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, documenting every detail. The previously dim space was suddenly flooded with blinding white light. Itachi's form shattered into countless crows that soared upwards, the radiance overwhelming and unviewable. Orochimaru instinctively shielded his eyes. And amidst the flurry of crows, Itachi raised his blade once more. He severed a fragment from Orochimaru's form, who plummeted from the sky, gazing at the fallen piece. Ah, I almost forgot. Usually, this place has no horns, and I let my guard down, Orochimaru mused, touching the jagged remnant. Sasuke rushed to Itachi and Appo's side. The scene shifts again, and the young wild boar suddenly charges at Sasuke, launching him into the air. In that critical moment, Itachi arrived just in time, pinning the wild boar to the ground. Brother, that was ridiculously close. Itachi landed, shaking his head in exasperation. I'm sorry, brother, your training is still far from sufficient. Come, Sasuke, let us return home. I will practice with you when we get back. Itachi spoke gently, a smile gracing his lips. All right. Sasuke nodded enthusiastically. Uchiha Izuna. I see now. That was the forbidden technique Itachi activated. Uchiha Madara, really? If it's that technique. Anoki, I don't quite understand. Which technique is it? Madarumi, can we not play riddles here? Fourth Raikage, I don't get it, but it was merely a horn being severed. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I don't comprehend either. Uchiha Toraheim, continue watching. This is our clan's strongest forbidden technique. Vortex Boruto. Whoa, the strongest forbidden technique? The scene persists, and Itachi turns to Sasuke with a gentle laugh. With what I know, we should be able to handle that wild boar now. Humph. Before dealing with the wild boar, we must first address that snake. Sasuke raised his gaze, fixated on Orochimaru in the distance. Suddenly, a crack echoed as droplets of water fell, and Orochimaru emerged from the serpent's mouth, astonished. How strange. What is so strange? Sasuke retorted coldly. From what I see, your relationship seems quite amicable now. Yet previously, you two were at each other's throats. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses. I suspect something transpired when you killed Itachi. At this point, do you still wish to extract information from someone who has already died once? The truth. Sasuke turned, his gaze piercing as he stared at Itachi. Itachi glanced at Sasuke, hesitating to speak. Let me guess, your words suggest that you harbor doubts about Itachi. Orochimaru began to sow discord, a skill he excelled at as a spy. Sasuke, quickly influenced by Orochimaru's provocations, exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I just mentioned. Your brother is a great deceiver. I am well aware of this. Isn't it peculiar? Itachi, in his efforts to protect Konoha, harmed his own kin. Isn't that a contradiction to your own actions? Orochimaru pushed his glasses up, attempting to align Sasuke with him, as they both shared a common goal of dismantling Konoha. Consider it. Sasuke listened to Orochimaru's words, his expression growing increasingly complex, as thoughts of Obito's previous statements echoed in his mind. Don't conflate me with you. My desire to destroy Konoha is my own. Sasuke glared at Orochimaru. A crack resounded as water dripped from a stone pillar. Unfazed, Orochimaru continued to argue, recounting his journey. The audience watching could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Sasuke. Sasuke, don't listen to him. Itachi finally spoke after a prolonged silence. He was once a spy even more formidable than I, which means he is more adept at deception, regardless of the darkness and contradictions within the village. Itachi paused momentarily. I have always been Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. Sasuke, the one who has led you to this state is none other than me. Perhaps I have no right to dictate your decisions, but since events have unfolded to this extent, there is something I wish to convey to you. Itachi turned to Sasuke. First, eliminate him, then we shall speak. Itachi shook his head. As Orochimaru observed their exchange, an odd glint flickered in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling premonition. However, it mattered little. Having severed the visual connection, he could immunize himself against their illusions. Possessing sage power, he was certain he could not falter against the Uchiha clan. You seem to have misunderstood something. The Uchiha clan possesses ocular abilities that do not require sight to execute, albeit at the cost of losing their light. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke immediately recalled the incident involving Danzo. Izanagi? No, it is an entirely different forbidden technique. Preparations are complete, and determination fills Itachi's eyes. Anoki, what exactly is this other forbidden technique? Kuratsuchi, my curiosity is only growing. Shimura Danzo, how can the malevolent Uchiha possess yet another forbidden technique? Why have you not disclosed it to me? Uchiha Itachi, are you truly foolish? Chapter 63, the ninjutsu that determines fate. Uchiha Taijima, indeed, why should we reveal anything to you? Uchiha Shursui, you bastard, Dans. You've taken our eyes, and now you want our forbidden techniques. Uchiha Inaho, Dans, I am truly furious with you. Water Shadow Terumime, such lack of decorum is concerning. Hyuga Takuma, haha, our Hyuga clan is far superior to the Uchiha, and I will not entertain any rebuttals. Hyuga Hizashi, the above statement reflects his personal opinion and does not represent the Hyuga clan. The scene unfolds further as Itachi grips his sword tightly, dashing forth like a tempest. The ultimate ocular technique that governs fate. Itachi's expression remains composed as he speaks steadily. The clash between his blade and Kabuto's chakra scalpel ignites sparks in the dim space. Izanami. Itachi calmly utters those three words. A glimmer of excitement flashes in Kabuto's eyes as he swiftly retreats. If Izanagi can alter fate, then Izanami can dictate it. Sasuke, do not stray too far from me. Itachi turns, offering a concerned admonition. At this moment, Kabuto lands firmly in the distance, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Ninjutsu that determines fate? Is there a technique akin to Izanagi? Sasuke's brow furrows in deep contemplation. Kabuto adjusts his glasses. I do not know your intentions. But for me now, all attacks are futile. It seems you have yet to comprehend my true role. Kabuto declares, swiftly forming hand seals. Sage art, transmigration of the inorganic. In an instant, the dimly lit space comes alive as the ground and towering stone pillars surge towards Itachi with alarming speed. Itachi reacts with remarkable swiftness, activating Susanoo to shield Sasuke within. Sasuke, regaining his senses, watches in horror as the scene unfolds. Itachi. This ninjutsu can bestow life upon inanimate objects and manipulate them at will, fundamentally different from chakra manipulation techniques. Kabuto explains coolly. Isn't that rather absurdly powerful? Kabuto adds with a hint of mockery. Watching Itachi dissipate like paper scraps, Sasuke's eyes brim with concern. While Susanoo protects Sasuke, Itachi himself cannot evade in time. Do not worry, I will not harm him. Kabuto sneers. He is my most valuable test subject. Now, I shall modify your thought processes. As he speaks, Kabuto retrieves a kunai from the mouth of a serpent. Minato Namikaze, that speed is astonishing. I fear I cannot react in time. Uchiha Fugaku, even Minato can't keep up? Senju Hashirama, I sense no challenge from this Kabuto. Uchiha Madara, humph, merely a trifling grain of sand. Water Shadow Terumime, you two certainly boast. This Kabuto's strength is nearing that of the Sage of Six Paths. Isn't it? Hanzo the Salamander, I may not even stand a chance against him. Anoki, haha, you are all woefully ignorant, completely unaware of Uchiha Madara's might. Fourth Raikage, you boast too much, Madara. To me, you are little more than a common fowl. Uchiha Madara, who gave you the audacity to mock me? Grain of sand. Kurizetsu, ahem. Uchiha Obito, ahem. No Erarin. Obito, what is wrong? Have you caught a cold? Uchiha Obito, no, I'm fine. The scene continues. You must be aware of your impending fate, right? Kabuto chuckles coldly, a smirk playing on his lips, before vanishing from sight. As Kabuto closes in, Sasuke decisively activates Amaterasu, the black flames instantly enveloping him and Itachi. Kabuto pauses, observing the black flames before him. The most potent attack technique can also enhance defense. The heat is so intense that even stalactites begin to reform, Kabuto notes, adjusting his glasses. Itachi struggles to rise, his voice tinged with weakness. I'm sorry, Sasuke. It is regrettable, but I am certain of my victory. I am drawing ever closer to my goal of complete mastery and control. Kabuto's tone grows increasingly fervent as he surveys the scene before him. No matter what, I cannot fathom myself as a failure. The natural laws and principles that Lord Orochimaru has gathered and studied now converge within me. From man to serpent, then from serpent to dragon. I am the one closest to the Sage of Six Paths. In contrast, what does Uchiha amount to? Kabuto is about to continue when Sasuke interrupts. You do not truly understand the Uchiha. Perhaps this is for the best. Just as Sasuke begins to clarify, Itachi intervenes. Kabuto, seeing you is akin to seeing my former self, thus your defeat is inevitable. Itachi's gaze is resolute. Upon hearing this response, Kabuto falls silent, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Remember, I am no longer a mere supporting character. Now, I am the very core of this war. Umbu of Awagakure, Sob, how inspiring. We are but minor characters. Might Guy, perseverance. This is youth. Rock Lee, teacher Guy, let your youth bloom. Tintin, I say you too. Hyuga Niji Sai. The scene continues. I have leveraged the Akatsuki to steer the war in my favor. forcing you Uchiha brothers into a corner. Kabuto adjusts his glasses. I harbor dual feelings towards you, both opposition and understanding. For I too once lived in a false world, disguised as a spy. Itachi's voice carries a hint of nostalgia. In the past, I was uncertain of my identity. Only now do I realize that to know oneself is not to achieve perfection, but to recognize what one can and cannot do. The excuses of a failure. You suggest acknowledging and conceding to one's limitations? Kabuto interrupts Itachi. No, I mean one must accept their limitations. It is precisely because of these shortcomings that companions come forth to compensate. At the same time, this prevents one from belittling the things they can achieve. Itachi patiently explains. To discern what kind of person you are, you must confront and acknowledge your true self. It was my failure to do so that led me to deceive others and myself. Those who cannot acknowledge their true selves are destined to fail, just as I once did. Itachi gazes intently at Kabuto. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Itachi possesses a profound will of fire. At merely 7 years of age, he displayed a mindset befitting that of a shadow. Truly remarkable, Itachi. Water Shadow Terumi Mei. Such a gifted genius. And yet he meets his end like this. Inoki. So, who is responsible for his demise? Fourth Kazekage Raza. How difficult it is to guess. One must engage their intellect to ponder who it might be. Shimura Danzo. It could never be me. Please support my new book. It does not contain any conspiracy-driven plots. Chapter 64. Of course, you brilliant minds cannot comprehend. Senju Tobarama. Damn it. Danzo, are you still talking? You must bear the blame for all these mistakes. Kakashi Hitaki. You have revealed the location of Kushina's delivery. You deserve nothing less than death, Danzo. Shimura Danzo. I refuse to take the blame. The scene unfolds further. I must inquire, how well do you truly know me? The reflection from Kabuto's glasses glimmers. I have consistently sought my true identity in my own manner. The camera shifts, revealing a young Kabuto, taken in by the director. That was the only light in his life. Returning to the present, Kabuto, adorned with glasses, questions whether he truly needs them in his sage form. Initially, I was nothing. Devoid of all. Kabuto's tone is laden with complexity. During the war, many Leaf Village ninjas perished, and as a medical ninja, he treated the wounded, eventually encountering Orochimaru. Orochimaru proclaimed that he could become an exceptional ninja, yet Kabuto had no desire for that path. Before long, the director was framed and killed by Danzo, leaving Kabuto in utter despair. His recollections swiftly conclude, and the audience watching the video wears expressions of anger. Senju Hashirama. I cannot bear to watch any longer. I genuinely wish to slap Danzo to death. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, why do you harm others for no reason? Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. I do all of this for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Enough. I am the Hokage. Mizukage Terumi Mei. I can no longer endure this. How can Danzo still be alive? Konoha is in shambles. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Boruto, fear not. In our era, Danzo is already deceased. The scene continues. With Kabuto boasting of his abilities, inching closer to Amaterasu, Sasuke immediately becomes vigilant. Is Izanami not prepared yet? He is about to strike. Sasuke's eyes blaze with urgency. I am getting ready, but I need a bit more time. Itachi shakes his head. Orochimaru had mentioned this. Close by, the twin serpent technique. Two heads emerge from Kabuto and Appo's abdomen. Earth release, earth in return. Kabuto slams his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the earth in the distance splits open. Clouds of dust billowing, and Amaterasu is extinguished. To discover who I am, I merely need to gather all the things and information in the world, Kabuto exclaims. Onimaru, spider unfolds. Kabuto swiftly forms hand seals. In no time, strands of spider silk grow larger in the distance. This silk cannot be severed. Sasuke grits his teeth. The two quickly unleash Amaterasu, swiftly burning through the silk. Kimimaro, corpse bone path, early fern dance. Kabuto slams his hands onto the ground. Numerous bone spikes erupt from the earth. The cave behind is filled with spider silk. I will handle the rear. Brother, you take care of the front. Sasuke's eyes grow increasingly cautious. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke wields Amaterasu, slicing through the spider silk behind him. Itachi swings the Tensigen, severing the corpse bone path. The figure on Kabuto's abdomen shifts once more. Has it fled inside? A futile effort. Mori, enchanted flute dream lock. Kabuto forms hand seals. A melodic flute sound reverberates deep into the cave. Are you alright, Sasuke? Itachi begins to speak, but his expression suddenly stiffens. As the heavens and earth shift, the ground is suddenly littered with skeletal remains. The two are ensnared by a serpent, unable to move. It is an illusion. Sasuke's forehead beads with cold sweat. Senju Hashirama. Is this the perfect sage mode? Uchiha Madara. It pales in comparison to mine. Senju Hashirama. Madara, we are from different eras. There is no need to boast about it. Hanzo of the Salamander. Enough. I now challenge you, Shura of the ninja world, in the name of the demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander. I wish to see what strength the legendary Shura of the ninja world possesses. Uchiha Madara. You are unworthy. The scene persists. Your prideful Susanoo cannot block sound. Kabuto pushes up his glasses, slowly advancing towards the two. I knew it. I have successfully confined your movements. Next. The figure in Kabuto and Appo's abdomen transforms into Orochimaru. I shall absorb you both using Orochimaru and Appo's power. Sasuke leans against a rock, gazing at the distant Kabuto, his eyes filled with astonishment. What do you think, Sasuke? Do you remember my appearance now? Kabuto speaks with a mocking expression. That is. Memories flood into Sasuke's mind. It is thanks to you that I was able to finally fuse Orochimaru into my being after you killed him. Indeed. This is my true self now. Kabuto chuckles softly, his tone increasingly exuberant. Kabuto, you are not Orochimaru. While it is permissible to emulate someone you respect, do not conflate yourself with him. Itachi gazes intently at the distant Kabuto, offering a kind reminder. Upon hearing this, Kabuto falls into a brief silence. Most individuals begin their endeavors through imitation, just as Sasuke once imitated you. Kabuto retorts coldly. This behavior is inherently a process that fosters personal growth and should not be employed as a guise for self-deception. Itachi's gaze remains fixed on Kabuto. Binding your self-worth to commendable entities in a futile search for your own significance yields nothing. Itachi solemnly states, once again, I reiterate, do not deceive yourself with lies. Those unable to confront their true selves are destined for failure. You claim that I am destined for failure now? Kabuto's brow furrows tightly. How could I possibly fail? No sooner had he spoken than Kabuto, seething with rage, elongated the form of Orochimaru from his abdomen. Orochimaru sliced through the air like a blade, charging swiftly towards the immobilized duo. Sasuke, look into my eyes. Itachi shouts urgently. Immediately, the two cast illusions upon each other, successfully countering Kabuto's illusion. Soon, they regained their ability to move. Itachi decisively grasped the Tensigen, blocking the oncoming attack, while Sasuke seized the white phosphorus serpent, slamming it forcefully to the ground. Kabuto watches the two breaking free from their constraints, a single tear cascading down his cheek. Next, Izanami shall commence. You have already lost. Itachi fixes his gaze on Kabuto. Is it over? Sasuke gazes at Kabuto lying on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. Itachi assumes a stance, yet in the next moment, Kabuto, lying on the ground, abruptly opens his mouth wide, a new form bursting forth, wielding a chakra scalpel, and swiftly cleaving Itachi in two. Sasuke witnesses this scene, his pupils dilating in shock. Just then, the patterns in Itachi's pupils begin to swirl rapidly. A genius possessing everything naturally cannot comprehend. I merely wish to become my true self. Kabuto's eyes brim with determination as he breaks through the earth. No one can stand in my way. Kabuto Yakushi, I am but a minor character. Boruto Uzumaki, how difficult is it for one to persist? White Snake Sage, Orochimaru, you truly have taken on an exceptional disciple. He has mastered sage techniques to this extent. Jiraiya, this sage mode may even surpass my own. Chapter 65, The Cycle? Uchiha Fugaku, in an instant. Itachi's body was cleaved in two. The speed was astonishing. Uchiha Itachi. No, the jutsu that determines fate has begun. Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, the jutsu that determines fate. The scene continues, as the reanimated Itachi and Appo's body disintegrates into fragments, drifting through the air like paper scraps. Kabuto descends slowly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke hurriedly hurls his blade, but just as Itachi is about to catch it, Kabuto directs a serpent from his abdomen to bite the knife, immediately drawing a kunai to thrust into Itachi's skull. Sasuke, seeing this, activates Susanoo and delivers a powerful blow. Kabuto reacts swiftly, evading the strike. All these actions transpire within mere seconds. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke forms rapid hand seals, unleashing a scorching fireball that illuminates the dim cavern. Water style, Waterfall Jutsu. Simultaneously, Kabuto performs swift hand seals, releasing a torrent of water droplets. The two attacks intersect in the air, generating a thick cloud of mist. In the blink of an eye, the water overwhelms the fireball, cascading towards Sasuke. Boom. The entire cave is suddenly inundated with rushing water. Sasuke struggles to keep his head above the surface, surrounded by dense mist that obscures his vision. However, Kabuto, utilizing the serpent's sensory abilities, quickly detects Itachi attempting to ambush him. Kabuto tightens his grip on the knife and viciously stabs Itachi in the abdomen. At that moment, Itachi's eyes shift once again, transforming his left eye to a pale hue. Kabuto blinks in astonishment as Itachi's form disintegrates into a flock of crows. The crows flap their wings, scattering countless ebony feathers, while Itachi, amidst the flurry of crows, retaliates with his blade. Kabuto decisively retreats, creating distance. With a crack, a horn falls to the ground. You think I would and Appo's. Do you anticipate the same trick? Kabuto and Appo's gaze is icy as he watches Itachi. I have long stated that as long as my body possesses such regenerative abilities, no harm can affect me. For one who has severed visual connection, all Jinjutsu becomes ineffective. Kabuto scoffs. You stand no chance. Your fate is under my control. And the means through which I achieve this is another Uchiha forbidden technique. As Itachi speaks, his words falter. Drip, drip. Water droplets fall from above, landing on Kabuto's shoulder. Now, let me see what you call fate. A pale blue light emanates from Kabuto's hand as he charges towards Itachi. Itachi raises his blade, swiftly blocking the onslaught. Izanami. The two retreat once more, and Sasuke rushes to Itachi's side. Sasuke, do not stray too far from me. Kabuto observes the scene from afar, adjusting his glasses. This image is so familiar. I've grown weary of this. Let us conclude this battle quickly. Kabuto strides towards the duo. Though it may appear that I control your fate, in truth, you are the one who truly determines it. Itachi speaks with a complex tone. Inuzuka Kiba, wait. Hasn't this scene occurred before? Sakura Haruno. Yes, I remember it vividly. Anoki. Could it be that I have fallen into a jinjutsu? Uchiha Izuna. Pay close attention. This is our Uchiha clan's forbidden technique. Uchiha Shursui, the jutsu that determines fate. Fourth Raikage A. Is this the legacy of the clan? Such a terrifying lineage. It's fortunate it was eradicated. Second Mizukage. I must thank Danzo once more. Second Tsuchikage. Thank you, Danzo. Mizukage Meitoromi. Thank you, Shimura Danzo. Fourth Kazekage. Danzo is loyal. Shimura Danzo. I dedicate myself to Konoha. Heh. You may say what you wish. The scene progresses. I truly cannot comprehend what you are saying. Cease your games with words. It is I who possesses everything. That is the true strong one. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, his tone resolute. I firmly believe this. No sooner had he spoken than Kabuto lunges forward. To forgive oneself and acknowledge one and amp, Appo's, true self. This is the essence of true strength. Itachi declares, summoning Susanoo, seizing Orochimaru by the throat. At that moment, Orochimaru emerges from Kabuto's mouth. You pitiful stray dog. Just as Kabuto begins to speak, Sasuke grips him tightly. Unyielding, Kabuto opens his mouth again, and a new body surges forth. Stop your incessant noise. Kabuto swiftly bites down on Itachi's arm, and then, wielding his blade, thrusts it towards Itachi. However, in that instant, Itachi transforms into a multitude of crows, scattering into the air. What is this? Kabuto activates his serpent sensing ability, yet cannot locate Itachi's presence. Confusion etched on his face. What is happening? Amidst the swirling crows, Itachi reappears, his blade poised, severing one of Kabuto's horns. Kabuto, witnessing this, retreats decisively, watching as the horn tumbles to the ground. Why? My horn was previously severed. What is happening? I have severed visual connection. He cannot use any jinjutsu against me. Yet this Kabuto, anxious, scans his surroundings. In the distance, Sasuke unleashes another fireball, and Kabuto immediately releases a torrent of water droplets, extinguishing the fireball in an instant. The collision of fire and water generates a thick vapor. Observing the repetition of events, Kabuto grits his teeth. What have you done to me? His eyes are filled with confusion. You are trapped in my ocular technique. Itachi's voice resonates from the dim space. Impossible. Kabuto grasps his chakra surgical knife, thrusting it ferociously at Itachi, who, as before, blocks the attack with unwavering steadiness. Kabuto hastily creates distance. No, this is inconsequential. I cannot possibly fail. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. He swings his blade at Itachi, and once more, the same scene unfolds. Itachi's form dissolves into a multitude of crows, fluttering their wings and circling in the air. Itachi swiftly grips his blade again, severing another of Kabuto's horns. I have long stated, your fate lies within my grasp. Itachi's gaze is frigid. Uchiha Itachi. Kabuto grinds his teeth, pursuing Itachi with fervor. If this is truly a jinjutsu, Kabuto rapidly forms hand seals. Release. But soon, a droplet of water cascades from above, and upon witnessing this, Kabuto's eyes widen in terror as he watches Itachi charge towards him, once more thrusting the blade deep into his body. Yet, the outcome remains unchanged, and yet another of his horns falls to the ground. Stay calm. Itachi's jinjutsu is not easily broken. There are many methods to dispel it. Kabuto contemplates, his brow furrowed in concentration. Do not waste your efforts. Reflect upon what I have just said. Itachi interrupts Kabuto's thoughts. In that case, allow me to mimic the techniques you have employed. Kabuto's abdomen gives way to the emergence of a new entity. Anoki, why is this cycle perpetually repeating? The second generation of the Water Shadow. Ghost Lantern Huanyu. How terrifying. Is this the depth of the Uchiha clan? Chapter 66 The Principles of Izanami F. Ka Mizuki. Brother F. Ka. Are you familiar with this technique? Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, I've seen it within the forbidden arts of our clan. Its underlying principles are quite intricate. Uchiha Madara. To be honest, I am the creator of this technique. It records an opponent's attack patterns within the eyes. I never imagined that a descendant of our clan would wield it. The scene continues. Tobi contemplates using Koyuki to cast illusions upon himself, overlaying Itachi's jinjutsu. High above, water droplets drip onto his shoulder, causing Tobi's face to stiffen. Swiftly, he retreats to avoid Itachi's attack, rapidly forming hand seals. Sage technique, inorganic reincarnation. Suddenly, numerous stone pillars elongate, piercing directly through Itachi, who then transforms into a flock of crows dispersing into the air. The space is under my control. Withdraw first. Toby swallows hard, manipulating the space back to its original state. He considers fleeing through the tunnel, but senses something amiss. As he runs, he encounters Itachi once more. After their clash, both retreat. No matter what, you cannot escape this cycle. Itachi, watching Toby from afar, speaks. This is a technique opposite to Izanagi. Sasuke, surprised, asks. The scene shifts. Itachi gently pats Toby's head with a composed expression. The decisive ninja art. This is Izanami. Tsunade Senju. Damn, Madara. Why didn't you use this during our fight? Uchiha Madara, fool. Tsunade. Wah, Madara, speaking like that hurts my feelings. Tobirama Senju. Big brother, I told you. Read more books and talk less with the Uchiha. Vortex Mizuki. You two have probably been here before. I came at the wrong time. Tobirama. Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Shishioda Hans. Is this the friendship of Konoha? The scene persists. By trapping someone in a small loop, it becomes easier to induce them into the visual family's illusion. Itachi explains calmly. In other words, Toby is already ensnared in the cycle you described. This is Izanami. Sasuke, sweat beading on his forehead, asks, when did you cast this technique? Itachi replies, the first time you stabbed me with that sword. Sasuke inquires, how did you do it then? You said some dojutsu don't require visual contact. What does it mean to use dojutsu without relying on sight? Izanami utilizes the sensory perceptions of both the user and the opponent to cast its genjutsu, Itachi explains. Both individuals' tactile sensations are involved. Sasuke furrows his brow in confusion. Noki, relying on tactile perception to cast illusions? That's bizarre. Suchikage, I don't quite understand. But it's undoubtedly impressive. Mizuki, Sasuke looks remarkably like Itachi, a perfect template. Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, they do resemble each other. Uchiha Sasuke, idiot Naruto, after all. Itachi is my older brother. The scene continues. At a specific moment during action, one can use dojutsu to record their and their opponent's tactile sensations, akin to taking a photograph. Suppose this is point A, then the most memorable scene in time is recorded as B and C, each inscribed with the Sharingan. After recording several moments, one deliberately recreates situations similar to A, labeling them A. Izanami can overlay A and infer B and C. Through this, the opponent becomes trapped within a particular temporal loop, an ability to generate infinite repetitions. Naturally, the cost is blindness, akin to Izanagi. You mean to say that Toby's consciousness and environment contain both you and me, forever ensnared within an infinite cycle? Sasuke asks with curiosity. No. This technique has a way out of the cycle. Izanami was originally conceived to punish and save those who wielded Izanagi, Itachi states calmly. What does that mean? It seems you are quite familiar with Izanagi. Hearing Itachi's explanation, everyone watching the scene is astonished. It turns out that during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan was composed of many formidable individuals. Uchiha Taijima. Humph, this is the true strength of our Uchiha clan. I ask, are you all strong enough? Uchiha Senna, alas. It's a pity, Tobirama, that scoundrel Toby has completely destroyed us. Nara Shikamaru, clan leader, weren't you always claiming that the Hyuga clan was the strongest? And not a Hyuga, Uchiha H, haha, the Uchiha clan? We're just a collection of war weapons. Uzumaki Baruto, hey, are we sure we haven't seen each other before? You seem oddly familiar. Uchiha H, the scene persists. Reality itself is a product of chance, unable to be precisely foreseen. Yet, Izanami can invert a harsh reality, guiding it toward a new destiny. The original reality, according to the caster's will, transforms into a novel reality. Opponents who appear defeated may seemingly revive, an unsettling phenomenon. Izanami, in essence, causes the caster to perpetually remain within the same cycle whenever they attempt to manipulate the outcome with Izanagi, an eternal recurrence. So, this means Toby's consciousness and environment contain both you and me, and he is forever trapped within this endless loop? Sasuke asks with intrigue. No. There exists a way to escape the cycle. Izanami was crafted precisely to punish and save those who wield Izanagi. Itachi explains with composure. What does that imply? It appears you are quite familiar with Izanagi. As Itachi elaborates, the viewers are struck with amazement. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan boasted numerous powerful figures. Taijima Uchiha. Humph, this is the true prowess of the Uchiha. Are you all strong enough? Senna Uchiha. Alas, it's a shame. Tobirama, that scoundrel, has completely shattered us. Shikamaru Nara. Big brother, I've told you. Read more books and speak less with the Uchiha. Hyuga Hinata. H Uchiha. Haha, the Uchiha clan? We're nothing but war machines. Baruto Uzumaki. Hey, haven't we seen each other before? You seem oddly familiar. H Uchiha. The scene continues. Thus, when Toby ceases to rely on others to mask his true self, he can break free from the cycle. Itachi lets out a sigh. The history of conflict within the Uchiha clan is marked by Izanagi's arrogance, individual chaos, and familial discord. To prevent this chaos, Izanami was born. Sasuke hesitates to speak. I understand the history, but why did you specifically cast this technique upon Toby? Sasuke inquires curiously. Because he resembles my former self, believing he has obtained everything, omnipotent. Recklessly venturing forward. That's why he fears failure, deceives himself into thinking he cannot fail. Itachi responds with a complex tone. The consequence of self-deception is losing trust in others' strength. I was once like that. Toby, too, considers others' power as his own, using this method to deceive himself. Itachi turns to look at the unconscious Toby. I understand his mindset, someone manipulated by this ninja world. I comprehend why he cannot forgive or accept himself. His actions are truly wrong, but blaming only him would be unjust. I hope Toby does not follow my path, remaining stubborn and blind until death. Itachi shakes his head. Why would he do so much for his brother? He is unlike you. You are perfect. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. Itachi interrupted Sasuke's words. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke. Watching these videos has prompted many reflections within me. I have come to realize that I was once excessively arrogant. Sasuke Uchiha, brother. Chapter 67. The one who knows all truths. Umbu of Sunagakure. Glancing at the video progress bar, Itachi's review is about to conclude, isn't it? System, indeed. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Will the next subject of review be me? Shikaku Nara Ahem. Kakashi Hitaki. Boruto, I believe reviewing me would be delightful. Sasuke Uchiha, young shut up, useless Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki, Boruto Meiterumi. Sasuke, how could you speak to your teacher like that? The screen continues. I once employed a jinjutsu known as Kodo Amatsukami upon you, attempting to manipulate you, to guide you. No one cherishes you more than I do as a child. To me, you are merely a being in need of protection. I do not trust in your strength. Perhaps no individual is flawless in this world. Itachi lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh. Thus, people seek to compensate for their inadequacies. Only through mutual support and assistance can we gradually improve. I hope you see the true me and seek what I lack. Therefore, do not proclaim my perfection. Itachi turned to glance at Toby, who remained unconscious. The scene shifted to the realm of Izanami. Toby was ensnared in a relentless cycle. This is impossible. I am perfect. Toby and Appo's body was riddled with scars. This is not me. How long do you intend to impersonate Orochimaru? If you wish to escape this cycle, confront your failures. Itachi interrupted Toby's lament. Silence. Toby's face twisted in anger. As he watched Itachi unleash water release, advancing towards him, Toby's expression grew complicated. He had been trapped in this cavern, suffering immensely. You acknowledge my existence solely to seek validation. How can this version of me be deemed a failure? Toby roared in dissatisfaction. The scene transitioned back to the real world. First, you must admit your truest self. Itachi seemed to hear Toby's retort and sighed again. If you do so, you will no longer lie to anyone. To you. To me, it is the same. Lies harbor no trust, nor can they yield reliable companions. Furthermore, deceit leads one to lose their true self. Itachi and Appo's tone was layered with complexity. As the footage intertwined with reality, the audience deeply felt Toby and Appo's anguish. After all, being trapped in a cycle would drive anyone to despair. First Hokage. This illusion is utterly tormenting. Fourth Raikage, being trapped in a loop will indeed drive one insane. Meiterumi. To be fair, Toby is quite a character. A normal person would likely have gone mad by now. Naruto Uzumaki. Brother Itachi, you are incredible. Sasuke Uchiha. Damn it, Naruto. He is my brother. On the streets of Konohagakure, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in playful banter. Sakura trailed behind them, wearing an exasperated expression as she observed the duo. However, upon reflection, this version of Sasuke was far more agreeable than before. Minato Namikaze. You two share a wonderful bond. Naruto Uzumaki. Not at all. I utterly detest this idiot. Sasuke Uchiha. Haha, same here. The scene progressed. Now I must cease the impure world reincarnation. Itachi looked at Toby, removing his glasses and handing them to Sasuke for safekeeping. Thus, the deceased summoned by impure world reincarnation would vanish, and the war would soon come to an end. Itachi hesitated momentarily. Then, brother, will you also? Sasuke gazed at Itachi with reluctance. As a member of the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure, I can once again protect the village. I have no lingering attachments to this world. Itachi turned. His eyes warmed as he regarded Sasuke. Why, despite how Konohagakure has wronged you, do you remain so loyal? Even if you can forgive Konoha, I cannot. Sasuke declared with fury. I have no attachments to this world. You are the one who transformed me into this. Sasuke gasped for breath, filled with rage. Itachi looked at Sasuke and was reminded of Naruto. Throughout this journey, Itachi recognized his own mistakes. It is no longer within my power to change you. Thus, what I can do now is to halt this jutsu. Itachi declared resolutely, looking at Sasuke. This is also to honor Naruto and Appo's trust in me. Please tell me the hand signs to stop impure world reincarnation. Itachi pried open Toby's eyes and invoked Tsukuyami. Toby, still ensnared in the cycle, was caught off guard. I have fulfilled my promise. The rest is up to you, Naruto. The scene shifted, Chaos erupted within the ninja allied forces as everyone battled the resurrected dead. Smoke engulfing the battlefield in disarray. The scene returned. Rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. Toby mumbled incoherently. Is this the entirety of the hand signs? Itachi pondered. Very well. Itachi controlled Toby to release the impure world reincarnation. Sasuke watched from behind, struggling to suppress his tears. It seems there is nothing I can say anymore. Upon finishing, Sasuke noticed Itachi pause in the distance. I followed you all this way to confirm whether Akatsuki and Danzo's words were true, but what I discovered was beyond that. Sasuke and Appo's tone was complex. Being with you reminds me of the admiration I had for my brother in my childhood. Because of this, it feels as if we have returned to a time of closeness. The more I understand you, the more I loathe the Konoha that has tormented you. This hatred is stronger than before. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I know what you wish for me to do. Perhaps it is because you are my brother that you deny me. But because I am your younger brother, no matter what you say, I will not relent. Even if you wish to protect Konoha, I shall surely destroy it. Itachi listened, remaining silent for a moment as he continued to control Toby to release the hand signs. Farewell. Sasuke and Appo's tone was complex. As the final hand sign was released, a determined glint flashed in Itachi and Appo's eyes. Impure world reincarnation, release. Bang. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the cave, and Sasuke watched, gritting his teeth. Soon, Itachi and Appo's body transformed into white light. The scene shifted to various locations in the ninja world, where everyone was engulfed in the same white light, confusion etched on their faces. The ninja allied forces also expressed bewilderment. What is happening? Are all the deceased returning to their original Pure Lands? At this moment, the music gradually grew melancholic. Meiterumi, not good. There are blades ahead. The scene shifted again. Itachi and Appo's body began to dissipate like paper scraps, radiating white light, stark against the dim surroundings. There is still time. Itachi gazed towards Sasuke in the distance, his steps faltering. I feel my consciousness fading. Before our farewell, allow me to reveal the answers you seek. No, I need not lie any longer. From the day we parted, I have acted as Akatsuki and Danzo claimed. Itachi spoke solemnly. Let me show you the entire truth. With that, Itachi decisively cast a genjutsu on Sasuke, who offered no resistance. Sasuke was about to uncover everything that had transpired with Itachi. Chapter 68. No matter what you become in the future, my love for you will remain eternal. Inoki, it was Itachi who prevented the Edo Tensei. He is indeed a great contributor to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Hashirama Senju. With such accomplishments, Itachi might truly be fit to assume the role of Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha. Haha, Hokage is something Itachi would disdain. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. I apologize, second Hokage, my words were thoughtless. Hashirama Senju. I am not concerned with such matters. I did not expect such an extraordinary ninja to emerge from the Uchiha clan. Taijima Uchiha. Cunning Senju. What are you implying? Izuna Uchiha. You devious Senju, how outrageous. Hikari Uchiha. In my view, you are all quite similar. The scene continues. Sasuke observes two figures standing at the cliff's edge. Is this Itachi's memory? The Uchiha rebellion has become unstoppable. If this continues, once Konoha goes to war, other nations will surely seize the opportunity to invade. Shursui stands at the precipice, stating that war will erupt. I initially intended to use Kotoame Tsukumi to quell the rebellion. But my right eye was stolen by Danzo. He does not trust me. He merely desires to protect the village in his own way. I fear I cannot save my left eye either. I can only entrust it to you before I perish. As he speaks, Shursui extracts his own eyeball. The only person I can trust is you, my dear friend. Please protect the village and the Uchiha name. Shursui hands his eye to Itachi. The scene shifts as Itachi swiftly reports this matter to the higher-ups, yet they remain unwavering. Only Hiruzen seeks to negotiate, but is obstructed by three others. As the meeting concludes, Danzo privately confronts Itachi, even threatening him that if he does not annihilate the Uchiha, he will kill Sasuke. To protect the village and Sasuke, Itachi and Appo's expression darkens. That night, the rebellion unfolds as previously depicted. Upon learning of Itachi and Appo's memories, Sasuke and Appo's eyes widen in shock. I have laid everything bare, revealing all truths. Itachi and Appo's frail voice resonates. No longer concealing anything. I have always lied to you, hoping for your forgiveness. Itachi wobbles towards Sasuke. I have always pushed you away with these hands. I did not want you to be embroiled in this, but now I realize. Perhaps you once possessed the power to change our parents and the Uchiha. If only I had acknowledged you from the start and discussed the truth with you as equals. Itachi and Appo's tone is laden with complexity, his consciousness fading. At this juncture, as a failure, my words may fall on deaf ears. Yet I still wish for you to understand the truth. Itachi finally approaches Sasuke, extending his hand, swiftly embracing the back of Sasuke and Appo's head. It does not matter if you never forgive me. Itachi gazes tenderly at Sasuke. No matter the path you choose to walk in the future, my love for you will remain everlasting. Itachi affectionately presses his forehead against Sasuke and Amp. Appos. S. Materumi. Sob sob. I'm in tears. Inoki. I'm getting old. Sand is blown into my eyes. Third Kazekage. Did he realize his mistakes before his demise? Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke, I am sorry. I was too arrogant before. Sasuke Uchiha. MHM. Itachi Uchiha. Had I discussed things with you more, sought your feelings, perhaps things would not have turned out so poorly. Tetsuharu Uchiha. So? Is this video concluded? System. Indeed, there is a brief segment remaining. Taiho Uchiha. After Itachi and Appos. As for counting, will there be any rewards? System. Yes, brother. There will be. The scene continues. The music gradually becomes warm, as ninjas across the ninja world wear incredulous expressions. Everyone carries their own unfulfilled wishes. Naruto, the Jinchuriki, feels his influence waning. It seems Itachi has succeeded. Killer Bee glances at Naruto, who is gasping for breath. Thank you, Itachi, Naruto silently conveys. The scene shifts again, as white light converges into a brilliant beam, shooting towards the heavens, followed by an unending stream of white light. The once-dim ninja world suddenly transforms. Go tell Inoki to witness the future of the Ninja Alliance, then return to inform me. The second Sachikage gazes longingly at the crowd. What on earth has happened? Kakashi Itachi, chewing on a toothpick, appears perplexed. The scene shifts once more to Deidara, his brow furrowed. I understand. That schemer has failed, yet art shall never perish. Deidara emerges from his puppet, ascending into the sky. A similar scene unfolds across the ninja world. Finally, I can be rid of this detestable restraint. Pakura observes her student with satisfaction. Teacher, your future still stretches ahead. The scene changes again, the flute playing intermittently, as the surroundings appear increasingly warm. I can finally depart in peace, Chiyo sighs softly. Chiyo. Kankuro rushes over anxiously. Ah, Kankuro, I entrust the memories of the puppet master to you. Chiyo gazes fondly at Kankuro. I will carry on, Chiyo. This shall be my final act of feigning death. After imparting her final words, Chiyo and Appos' spirit gradually ascends. The scene shifts again, as Kato Dan discovers he can control his body and commands Dingzhu to dispel the barrier. As the barrier dissipates, Kato Dan slowly forms hand seals. I understand. Hurry to Lady Tsunade. I do not know how many ninjas this technique has slain. Who would have thought I would use it now? Kato Dan quips. The spirit technique, just as I imagined, allows me to control the souls ascending after the Edo Tensei is lifted. But time is running out. Dingzhu shakes his head. Like a comet, Kato Dan swiftly flies into the distance, seeking to bid farewell to Tsunade for the last time. The final scene shifts as Itachi imparts his last words. His body disintegrating like parchment, his spirit emerging, reluctantly gazing at Sasuke. Sasuke stares blankly at this scene, perhaps overwhelmed with sorrow, momentarily unsure of what expression to wear. Soon, his brother vanishes entirely, leaving only him and Kabuto in the dim space. Sasuke hesitates. System, Itachi Uchiha's recounting is complete. Now tallying the characters related to the video. Counting completed. Reward. Sasuke Uchiha receives S-rank Ninjutsu Kirin. Reward. Naruto Uzumaki receives Flying Thunder God Technique. Reward. Itachi Uchiha receives 6 pads peak form. 4th Kazekage Raza. What? What does 6 pads peak form mean? System response. It means Itachi becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, significantly enhancing all attributes, and the effect is permanent. Inoki. What the heck? Tetsuharu Uchiha. Huh? 4th Raikage A? Materumi. Is this reward not excessively generous? Hanzo the Salamander. Be confident. Omit the words and Appos. Will it be and Appos from your vocabulary? Itachi Uchiha. System. Can I decline this reward? System what? Itachi Uchiha. Because I. Chapter 69. Everyone has been revived? Uchiha Itachi. I wish to use this reward for a substitution. System. Reviving those you have slain? Uchiha Itachi. Indeed. System. Understood. In the village of Konoha, an extraordinary scene unfolded as a brilliant golden light appeared in the sky, casting its radiance upon a secluded corner. In a matter of moments, numerous members of the Uchiha clan were resurrected. Meanwhile, in the Hokage and Appos' office, Danzo and Appos' pupils constricted sharply upon hearing Daki and Appos' report. The ability to bring the deceased back to life was utterly astonishing. Danzo inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Uchiha Izuna, by the heavens, am I truly alive? Uchiha Taijima. Ha ha ha, my son is in high spirits today. Let us celebrate. Uchiha Madara. Absolutely, count me in. Inoki. Wait, has Madara been revived as well? Materumi. Inoki, it's just Madara. Why are you so flustered? 4th Raikage A. Just in time. I have longed to challenge the Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. Heh, who dares to challenge me? System. All revivals completed. The 6 pads pinnacle reward is being diminished. Uchiha Itachi. What does this mean? System. The 6 pads pinnacle reward will be exchanged for a health elixir. Is that acceptable? Uchiha Itachi. Very well. In Konoha, Uchiha Itachi soon stepped through the gates, where he found Sasuke, tear-streaked, rushing toward him. Brother. It has been a long time. Itachi embraced Sasuke, his body now restored to health. The previous signs of illness and blood long vanished. It's been a while, Itachi. A familiar voice echoed. Upon lifting his gaze, Itachi was taken aback. Standing before him was Uchiha Izuna, now strikingly beautiful, with long black hair cascading to her waist. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. After all, he was a murderer. However, having revived all his clan members, perhaps he could atone for his past transgressions? Shinja Hashirama, Madara. Now that you have returned, do not lay waste to the village. Uchiha Madara. Waste? With this system, that is hardly a concern. Black Zetsu system. Can resurrection cards be purchased in the store, meaning we can revive fallen characters, including those sealed? System. Absolutely no issue. Now, Uchiha Itachi and Amp. Appo's inventory is complete. And the next target is being drawn. Drawing in progress. Draw successful. Current target, Uchiha Obito. Obito, what is there to count? Hinata. Wonderful, it's Obito. Namikaze Minato. Are we counting my student? He looks splendid. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, for some reason. I feel a deep connection to Obito. It's as if he held me when I was a child. Uchiha Obito, ahem. Kushina Uzumaki. Silly Naruto. Uncle Obito passed away young. It's impossible he held you. Naruto Uzumaki. I know, I was merely expressing a feeling. Kakashi Itachi. Foolishness. Obito. How is your existence in the Pure Land? Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi. I have no desire to answer your inquiries. The previously dark scene suddenly erupted with sound. The loud cries of an infant captured everyone and Amp, Appo's attention. Soon, the image of Kushina appeared, tears in her eyes, as she successfully gave birth to Naruto. Minato stood transfixed, momentarily unable to process the scene. He has been born. Minato and Appo's eyes glistened with tears as he wiped them away, filled with excitement. From this day forth, I shall be a father. A vibrant little boy. Sarutobi Bawako cradled Naruto gently into Minato's arms. Minato, wait, ISNT this video about counting Obito. Kushina, Obito. Could it be that you are? Uchiha Obito, I am truly sorry, Minato-sensei, Kushina-chan. Kakashi, Obito, why did you unleash the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha? Uchiha Obito, the circumstances are far too complex. This video will explain it. My intention was to create a new world. Hinata, Obito. Why would you do such a thing? Uchiha Obito, Hinata. Black Zetsu, now that this video is unfolding, what am I to do? System, do not be anxious. Guess who leaked Kushina's location? System, by the way, Obito, you are prohibited from responding. Uchiha Obito. Naruto Uzumaki. Young it must be Danzo, right? Sasuke Uchiha. Young, are you suspecting Danzo without any evidence? Senju Tobarama. Danzo. You are truly a scoundrel. Shimura Danzo. No, it truly was Timi. Minato. System. Was it Danzo and Amp, Appo's doing? System. It was not him. Kakashi. If it wasn't and Amp, Appo's, him, then who could it be? Surely it's not me. System. Kakashi answered correctly. As a reward, you receive Hashirama's cells. Kakashi. Shinobi Hiruzen. Goodness, Kakashi, you are the traitor. Inazuka Rado Kakashi. You. Kakashi. No. When did I leak any information? The scene continued. Do not disturb. Let the child meet his mother first. Miwako interrupted Minato and gently placed Naruto into Kushina and Amp, Appo's arms. Kushina, she gazed at the wailing infant, her eyes filled with fatigue yet brimming with joy. At last. I have seen you. Now, let us relax. Miwako held Naruto, preparing to give the child a warm bath. Minato tenderly grasped his wife's hand, the moment exuding warmth. However, the next instant, calamity struck. A sudden scream pierced the air. Minato froze momentarily. Miwako Tada. A cloaked figure appeared, swiftly covering Naruto and Appo's face with his hand. Fourth Hokage Minato. Keep your distance from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, this child will live but a minute. Obito glared coldly at Minato. How did he breach the barrier? Who is this man? Minato and Appo's brow furrowed with concern. Just then, he realized the seal on Kushina was about to be broken, filling him with dread. After all, the seal on the Nine Tails had yet to be completed. Quickly, distance yourself from the Jinchuriki. Do you not care for the child and Appo's life? Obito drew a kunai from his sleeve. Calm down. Minato stammered, overwhelmed with anxiety. Kakashi. No, that black-clad figure is Obito, who then provided him with the information. System, it was actually you. Shinobi Hashirama. Kakashi, why would you engage in such actions? Uchiha Obito. Coughs, I cannot bear to watch any longer. Allow me to elucidate. Uchiha Obito. At that moment, I was concealed within the thicket, witnessing Kakashi conversing with a gravestone, proclaiming that in a few days, Kushina would be giving birth. Hatake Kakashi. Were you spying on me back then? Uchiha Obito. I kindly request your support for my new book. Chapter 70, bearing the title of Hokage, this contest. Uchiha Obito. At that time, I was merely observing Rin. Who would bother peeping at you, fool? Uchiha Sasuke. What has become of your demeanor? Kakashi Itachi. Hiss. I never anticipated that I would be the one to leak the information. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was unintentional, wasn't it, Kakashi? Kakashi Itachi. What else could it be? Minato Namikaze. So, Obito, why did you attempt to kill me back then? Uchiha Obito, heh. I might ask you the same. As a mentor, how could you not recognize your own student? Minato Namikaze, Obito. The scene continued. And the words were for you to hear, Minato, I am quite composed now. Obito hurled Naruto into the air. Naruto, Kushina cried out anxiously. As Obito leaped to strike Naruto, Minato, and Appo's gaze turned icy. He was swifter than Obito and quickly scooped Naruto up. Truly, the yellow flash, Obito thought with a complex tone. But what will you do next? Obito formed hand seals with one hand. Minato hesitated, realizing that several explosive tags were attached to Naruto and Appo's swaddling. Reacting swiftly, he jumped, using the flying thunder god technique to toss Naruto's swaddling away. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, scattering wooden debris from a small cabin. Minato rolled away with Naruto in his arms, relieved to see Naruto unharmed. In the next moment, however, Minato frowned as a splinter pierced his foot. Forced to use the flying thunder god again, his target was Kushina. I was lured away, Minato exclaimed as he pulled the bloodied splinter from his foot. I must return quickly. Minato promptly transported himself home to secure Naruto. The scene shifted. Kushina was sealed, bound in place. Obito wasted no words and aimed to extract the nine tails from her body. Kushina and Appo's pupils contracted as she endured the pain in her abdomen, fighting desperately against it. Yet, the next moment, the nine tails broke free from its seal. Kushina's eyes rolled back, her mouth agape in horror. All right, come forth, nine tails. A surge of crimson chakra roared skyward. Upon closer inspection, the nine tails and Appo's pupils transformed into a scarlet tomo. Excellent. Advance towards Konoha. Obito turned away. Stop. The weakened Kushina called out. The Uzumaki clan is truly formidable. Even in the face of tailed beast extraction, they do not perish, Obito remarked coldly. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Let this beast end your life. Obito commanded the Nine Tails, striking towards Kushina with his palm. Boom. The ground shattered. Just then, Minato arrived on the battlefield, cradling his wife. True to the name of the Flash, but alas, it was too late, Obito sneered. Minato, is Naruto all right? Kushina immediately inquired. Yes, Naruto is safe, in a secure location. Minato reassured his wife. That is good. Minato, you must stop that man and the Nine Tails. They aim to raise Konoha. Gazing at his frail wife, Minato turned. His expression stern as he glared at Obito before vanishing. Running away again, off to Konoha, Obito scoffed. The scene transitioned as Minato laid his wife upon the bed. You stay here with Naruto. Kushina looked at their child, her heart aching as she watched them together. Minato's emotions were conflicted. He faced two choices. The first, to abandon the village's safety and flee with his wife and child, ensuring his own survival while his wife would perish, leaving him to care for their child alone. The second, to sacrifice himself to save the village. Minato clenched his fists and swiftly opened the wardrobe. Hearing the sound, Kushina understood Minato and Appo's choice as she lay on the bed. Minato, thank you. Be careful on your journey. Minato donned the Hokage and Appo's ceremonial robe, his eyes resolute. I shall return shortly. Inazuka Kiba, bearing the title of Hokage, is he? Dame of the Land of Fire. Wow, the fourth is so dashing. Anoki, to be honest, it is truly a pity that the Yellow Flash sacrificed himself here. Fourth Raikage, he was an admirable Hokage. Uzumaki Karen, is nobody going to critique Obito? Minato Namikaze, Obito, I cannot fathom what you have endured. Why did you make such a decision back then? Uchiha Obito, I wish to forge a new world, one where you, Sister Kushina, and Naruto could live in happiness. This plan is still in motion. No error in. Obito. Uzumaki Naruto. No wonder I felt that Obito had held me when I was a child. This must be the reason. Killer Bee. Yeah. He was worried you would be cold, so he even affixed some explosive tags to you. Oh yeah. Uchiha Obito. The scene continued. In the pitch-black Konoha, villagers strolled through the commercial district. All lived in peace and joy, but in the next moment, boom. A cloud of smoke erupted violently, tearing buildings and people apart with its tremendous force. As the smoke began to dissipate, the Nine Tails emerged. The crowd gazed in horror at the immense figure and scarlet eyes, their pupils constricting in fear. The Nine Tails roared skyward. Nine Tails, attack! Obito commanded coldly. The Nine Tails commenced its rampage, demolishing surrounding structures, sending planks and stones soaring into the air. In an instant, numerous villagers suffered grievous injuries and fatalities. This is the terrifying presence of the nine-tailed beasts. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessed the distant Nine Tails. His mind racing. There is a traitor in the village, and he feared his wife had already met with disaster. Yet at this moment, he had no time to dwell on such matters and urgently issued orders. Let the older generation of ninjas assist me in restraining the Nine Tails, while the new generation is responsible for escorting civilians to safety. This is the will of fire. The older generation stepped forward, selflessly offering their lives. The Nine Tails wreaked havoc, leaving the ground in ruins. The scene shifted to Hokage Rock. Minato instantly teleported there. He gazed at the distant Nine Tails, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The Nine Tails sensed him as well, beginning to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. You noticed me? Minato's brow furrowed. staring at the colossal aura. He quickly formed hand seals. You shall not destroy this place. Boom. The ferocious tail beast bomb shot forth like a cannonball, obliterating numerous buildings and villages in its wake. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato decisively redirected this terrifying assault to the back mountains of Konoha. Boom. A brilliant white light erupted from the direction of the mountains. And witnessing the massive explosion, Minato and Appo's eyes grew increasingly cautious. The ninjas immediately reacted. Minato has taken action. Meiterumi, is this the power of a tailed beast? Too formidable. Even the god of shinobi might struggle against it. Hashirama Senju, can the Nine Tails actually kill? QB. Minato Namikaze. Chapter 71. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobarama. Brother, do you think everyone is like you? Senju Hashirama. Aha, is that so? Senju Tobarama, Kakashi Hitaki, the legendary first Hokage, said to be able to suppress the Nine Tails. Is that true? Senju Hashirama, Appo's, that's not too bad. I can hold my own against him. QB, hold your own, my foot. Kakashi Hitaki. The scene continues. It is imperative to report the current situation to the third Hokage promptly, as Minato and Appo's thoughts raced. In an instant, a pitch-black arm darted towards him like a specter. Minato reacted swiftly, brandishing a kunai aimed at the figure in dark clothing. However, the kunai passed straight through Obito and Appo's body. At that moment, Obito calculated perfectly, seizing Minato and Appo's arm. Your opponent is me, and everything ends here. In Obito's eyes, the power of Kamui activated instantaneously. Minato felt as if his body were being twisted by an unnatural force, and he was on the verge of being absorbed. In this dire moment, he decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, narrowly escaping. You got away. Your movements were quite swift. Next time, I shall absorb you even faster, Obito scoffed, ready to eliminate him. The scene shifted, revealing Minato lying somewhat disheveled on the grass. His mind racing. The ability to penetrate his opponent's form, yet have them materialize instantaneously, was indeed peculiar. As he pondered, a vortex of energy stirred in the distance, and Obito emerged from it. Minato was momentarily stunned. The speed of his appearance was astonishing. Let us see where you can run to this time. Obito glared coldly at Minato. The man could utilize space-time ninjutsu. The previous instantaneous movement of Kushina must have relied on this ability. As Minato extracted the kunai embedded in the ground and slowly rose, he deduced that anyone capable of swiftly eliminating the third Hokage's elite Umbu and breaching confidential barriers must have an insider leaking information. Are you Uchiha Madara? Minato's brows furrowed. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a pang of disappointment, instinctively removing his hood, hoping Minato would recognize him. No, impossible. He has long since perished. Minato shook his head in denial. Humph, who can say for certain? Obito twisted his neck. At this point, who you are is irrelevant. Why target Konoha? Minato and Appo's expression turned grim. If I must explain, it is both a whim and a premeditated scheme for war and the so-called peace, Obito replied, producing chains from his sleeve. Minato tensed at Obito and Appo's movement. If this situation were not resolved here, it would become far more troublesome than the Nine Tails incident. If I return to the village, he will surely follow, only adding to the chaos on the battlefield. Minato fixed his gaze on Obito. Obito wrapped the chains around his hands, equally poised for action. At that moment, the Nine Tails was still rampaging through Konoha, and the third Hokage likely could not hold out much longer. The advantage lies with me. In an instant, both Obito and Minato surged forward, akin to arrows released from a bow. The scenery around them swiftly retreated, resembling the flicker of a film reel. Minato extended his kunai, thrusting it towards Obito's chest. Obito activated his intangibility to evade, timing his return to materialization perfectly as his chains lunged toward Minato. Minato reacted with remarkable speed, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Watching Minato retreat, Obito's expression turned cautious. As expected of my teacher, after Minato's escape, he rapidly analyzed the situation. It appeared that victory could only be secured by seizing the moment when their attacks intersected. Senju Tobarama, Minato, and Appo's analytical skills are exceptional. He deduced the enemy and Appo's abilities in just a few exchanges. Senju Tsunade, truly worthy of the fourth Hokage. Fourth Raikage A. Humph, as expected of my rival. Killer B. Oh yeah, the yellow flash. Meiterumi, quite a cacophony. The scene continues. However, for him, each attack came with its own risks. And considering the time limit on his control of the Nine Tails, he likely did not intend to engage in a protracted battle. Minato furrowed his brow, contemplating. With swifter attack speed, he could determine the outcome of this battle. With clarity of thought, Minato shot towards Obito like an arrow released from a bow. Obito charged at Minato in return. As he saw his teacher throw a kunai from a distance, a glimmer of disdain crossed his eyes. He decisively activated Kamui, allowing the kunai to pass through his head. Just as Obito prepared to dismiss his intangibility and seize Minato at the critical moment, Minato began to gather the Rasengan. The dark space was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant blue light. The surrounding grass swayed as if stirred by an invisible hand, violently shaken by an unseen hurricane. Obito regarded the scene before him with indifference, coldly scoffing, I have one. However, Before he could finish, Minato vanished from his position. Using the Flying Thunder God technique he had just employed, he teleported directly above Obito. At the same time, Minato twisted his body and, in the instant Obito released his Kimui, without hesitation, struck Obito and Apos' back with the fully formed Rasengan. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as the ground cracked open, resembling a spider's web. Simultaneously, a gust of wind erupted in all directions. Obito was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in shock as he realized this was a miscalculation. He actually used the kunai to jump positions. Minato's gaze was icy as he coldly stated, "This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God." The power of the Rasengan intensified, and Obito's black cloak was torn apart by the ferocious winds. Minato marked Obito with the Flying Thunder God seal on his back. Boom. The winds howled, and dense smoke billowed upward. Seeing this, Obito leaped into the air, weakly clutching his arm. His arm appeared as if it were melting, rapidly disintegrating and falling to the ground. As the smoke gradually cleared, Minato stood unharmed. "You played me," Obito remarked, his expression stiffening. "Your elusive tactics truly demand one to remain ever vigilant." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato reappeared beside him and without hesitation struck his abdomen. "The Flying Thunder God technique? So that's it. You left a mark on me," Obito thought rapidly, and soon, seals began to appear on his body. "Are you planning to separate the Nine Tails from me?" Obito glared coldly at Minato, questioning. "Indeed. This way, the Nine Tails will no longer be under your control." Minato and Apos' gaze was resolute and frigid. At that moment, the Nine Tails in the distance let out a roar, and the three Tomo in its eyes slowly began to fade. "Uchiha, the fourth Hokage is so cool. Tintin, indeed, he analyzed so much information in mere seconds. Fourth Hokage, as expected of my rival. Inoki, truly deserving of the title of Yellow Flash." Chapter 72. Did Minato and Kushina really die? Kakashi Hitaki. Wait, I'm curious. How old was Obito during this time? Obito Uchiha, 12. Meitarumi. Inoki. Hanzo of the Salamander. Damn. Taking on a Hokage at 12? Fourth Hokage. That talent must surpass Itachi and Apos'. Itachi Uchiha. Until now, I thought Obito was Madara, but I never expected. The scene continues. Even after being freed from control, the Nine Tails' hatred for Konoha remained unabated, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Amid its frenzied destruction, countless innocent lives were tragically lost, including that of Irika Umino. In desperation, Minato utilized summoning jutsu, swiftly calling forth the Golden Staff, and forcefully propelled the Nine Tails away. The camera shifts, revealing the prowess of the fourth Hokage, capable of injuring my hand and separating the Nine Tails. Yet, the beast will eventually belong to me, Obito declared. I will undoubtedly unify the world. I possess the means to do so. As he spoke, his form was drawn into a vortex, vanishing without a trace. Watching the cloaked figure depart, Minato felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. It felt as though he were not speaking falsehoods. The scene transitions again, with Minato rushing to support the third Hokage, his hands quickly forming seals. From above, Nta descended, landing squarely on the Nine Tails and Apos' head. Minato and Apos' gaze was steely, recalling Obito and Apos' words from their last encounter. "I'm sorry, Kushina. Please hold the Nine Tails at bay for a moment," Minato called out anxiously. "Even I find it challenging to restrain this creature," Nta frowned. At that moment, the Nine Tails began to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb, intent on reducing the area to rubble. Just as calamity loomed, the Nine Tails suddenly vanished, transported away by Minato. The villagers, witnessing the brilliant white light erupting from the distant mountains, were left in shock. The scene shifts to the mountains behind Konoha, where Minato knelt, embracing his wife and child. Gasping for breath, "We must quickly establish a barrier. My chakra is dwindling, but I can hold on a little longer," Minato urged. Sensing her husband's struggle, Kushina decisively employed the adamant sealing chains to bind the Nine Tails from afar. Their intentions were clear, to seal the beast within Naruto. At that moment, Naruto wailed uneasily, his cries echoing sharply in the dim surroundings. To hold the Nine Tails at bay would cost her life, yet it would delay the beast and Apos' resurrection. "I will use my remaining chakra to assist you. This is the only way," Kushina revealed a frail smile. She had always held deep gratitude for Minato, who had shown her boundless love, making her a mother. "However, Minato, do not wear such an expression. I am truly happy, for you love me. Moreover, today is our child's birthday," Kushina spoke weakly. "If I were to survive, what could I envision beyond the happy future of our family of three?" Watching his frail wife, Minato and Apos' tears flowed freely. His wife's greatest wish was merely to see Naruto grow up. Yet now, Minato and Apos' eyes brimmed with sorrow. "I will seal your remaining chakra within Naruto, combining it with the 8 trigram seal. I will handle the Nine Tails." Minato shook his head. He had devised a plan to use the dead demon-consuming seal to divide the Nine Tails, sealing one half within himself and the other within Naruto. As they conversed, the shinobi world fell into silence. This was the profound essence of parental love. At that moment, Minato initiated the dead demon-consuming seal. Seeing her husband's resolute expression, Kushina nodded. Yes, Naruto is their son. How could they not trust him? The music gradually turned melancholic as Kushina gazed at her son through tear-filled eyes, yearning for just a few more moments with him, unaware that time was slipping away. The infant, swaddled in blankets, remained in slumber, oblivious to the concepts of life and death. Must Naruto become a sacrifice for the balance of the Nine Tails, for the village and the nation? Must he sacrifice himself for me? Kushina gazed at Minato in confusion. To abandon the village and the nation was akin to forsaking their child. As a man from a fallen nation, you should understand the brutal life that follows such a fate. Minato's tone was complex. Jiraiya, no one compares to Minato. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato, you shouldn't have bothered about me at that time. Minato Namikaze, that is out of the question. Fourth Raikage A, truly worthy of being my rival, the Yellow Flash. Naruto Uzumaki. So, my parents loved me this deeply. Sasuke Uchiha. Stop crying, you underachiever. The narrative resumes. Minato swiftly severed the Nine-Tails spirit, sealing half within himself. Damn it, the Nine-Tails roared in defiance, its pupils constricting. Now, I shall perform the 8 trigram seal to bind the Nine-Tails within Naruto, Minato declared, forcefully slamming his hand to the ground. You intend to seal me once more? The Nine-Tails glared down, seething with rage. Just as Kushina faltered momentarily due to her weakness, the Nine-Tails seized the opportunity to break free, extending its claws towards Naruto. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in horror. With a crack, a brilliant flash of white light erupted on the screen, followed by a drop of blood cascading downward. Minato and Kushina, enduring excruciating pain, instinctively shielded their child with their bodies, unwavering in their resolve. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails' claws halted mere inches from Naruto. A single drop of blood quietly fell onto Naruto and Appo's chest. I have always said, this is the duty of a father, Minato gasped, his voice resolute despite his weakening state. In truth, only one of them needed to withstand the Nine-Tails strike, yet upon seeing their child in peril, they both instinctively chose to protect him, without a moment's hesitation. In that case, as a mother, I must fulfill this duty. Kushina gently shook her head. The couple gazed at their child, ensnared in a life-threatening crisis. Their hearts united in a singular thought. They would protect him at all costs. Thus unfolded this poignant scene. In our and Amp, Appo's, argument and Amp, Appo's, I find myself conceding to you for the first time. I understand now. Your love for our child is profound, Kushina spoke weakly. Thank you, Kushina, Minato replied, mustering his strength to begin forming seals once more. He was acutely aware that his time was limited. It was essential to arrange matters before he departed. Soon, he summoned a toad from Mount Myaboku, entrusting it with the key to the seal, imploring it to deliver it to Master Jiraiya. Once all affairs were settled, Minato finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, both he and Kushina realized that their lives were drawing to a close. It was time to leave their final words. I wish to preserve as much chakra for Naruto as possible, for we shall be apart for some time. If you have anything to convey to him. Now is the moment, Minato said weakly to Kushina. Kushina nodded gently, her eyes filled with reluctance for her child. Haita, why do I feel there are daggers ahead? Chapter 73, The Search for Nagato and Appo's, Rinnegan. Orochimaru, be confident, this is the blade. Fourth Kazekage, Raza, I and Appo's, am already prepared to cry. Hanzo of the Salamander, hee. Is this the essence of parental love? The scene unfolds further. Naruto, please don't be picky about your food. You must eat well every day to grow up strong and healthy. Kushina weakly gazes at the swaddled infant, speaking slowly. And remember to take warm baths regularly. Don and Amp, Appo's, stay up late. Ensure you get plenty of sleep. Moreover, make an effort to forge friendships. Having just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Though your mother may not excel in this regard, you must strive to master your ninjutsu. The music becomes sporadic, the atmosphere gradually growing somber. However, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Should you find learning challenging, do not lose heart. Always maintain respect for your teachers and seniors. The camera shifts continuously. As flowers and plants slowly wither, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by the Umbu, gazes into the distance, his expression increasingly complex. There is another crucial matter regarding the 3 taboos of ninjas. Firstly, never lend money casually. Save your earnings from missions diligently. As for alcohol, you must wait until you are 20 to indulge. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health, so moderation is key. Regarding the matter of women, as a mother, I may not fully grasp this aspect. In essence, the world is divided between men and women, and you will undoubtedly develop an interest in girls in the future. Avoid being entangled with peculiar individuals. Seek out remarkable women like your mother instead. And speaking of taboos, you must be wary of Jiraiya-sensei. With each word, Kushina pauses to catch her breath. Minato, standing behind her, cannot help but chuckle softly. Naruto, regardless of the hardships you encounter, you must remain steadfast in your path. Hold your dreams close to your heart, and endeavor to turn them into reality. Have confidence in yourself. Tears flow uncontrollably from Kushina as her tone becomes choked. There is so much more I wish to convey to you. I long to share life with you. I love you, Naruto. I am so sorry, Minato. I have been so absorbed in my own words. It's all right, Minato replies, his eyes tightly shut. What your father wishes to express is akin to your chatty mother. As her words linger, the screen gradually fades to white. Fourth Raikage. I never expected the outcome to unfold like this. The yellow flash should not perish here. Minato Namikaze. Indeed, Naruto, your father and mother have always cherished you. Kushina Izumaki. Absolutely. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, Kushina. It is I who owe you both an apology. Naruto Uzumaki, young adult. Speaking of which, I am quite grateful to Grandpa Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto. The scene continues as Obito eliminates the fourth Hokage and swiftly manipulates the Mizukage of the Mist Village, implementing a policy of isolation. Several years pass, and Obito roams the ninja world, witnessing one brutal war after another, observing how humanity is irrevocably distorted by the flames of conflict. These experiences weigh heavily upon his heart, solidifying his resolve to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. The timeline shifts back to the earlier video as Obito quickly finds Itachi, seamlessly connecting with the previous footage. Together, they embark on a mission to completely annihilate the Uchiha clan. Kodo Amatsukami Tobarama, I do not know why, but witnessing the Uchiha clan and Appo's demise brings me a strange sense of satisfaction. Hashirama Senju, oh dear, what are you saying? Tobarama Senju retracts a message. Tobarama Senju, ahem, that was a slip of the fingers, I misspoke. Izuna Uchiha. Damn it, the more I think about this, the angrier I become. Itachi, why did you commit such an atrocity? Itachi Uchiha, ancestor, please calm down. Our clan members have been revived, after all. Izuna Uchiha, yet I cannot swallow this grievance. Taijima Uchiha, son, do not be angry. Look at the Senju clan, they suffered far worse. Now, only Tsunade remains. Tobarama Senju, Tsunade Senju, ahem. The scene continues as Obito leads Itachi to the Akatsuki organization. However, he remains uneasy about Itachi as a potential threat, prompting him to dispatch Kisame to monitor him. As the video plays to this point, everyone falls into silence. Black Zetsu, I truly never expected Kisame to be sent to keep an eye on Itachi. Raza, 4th Kazekage, given Itachi's prowess, a mere Genjutsu could obliterate Kisame. First Mizukage, Humph, Genjutsu? It is utterly insignificant in my eyes. Second Tsuchikage, Mu. Brother, what about your glasses? Itachi Uchiha. The scene progresses. Years later, Itachi ultimately meets his demise at Sasuke's hands, while Obito resolves to officially launch the Eye of the Moon plan. He connects with the earlier video, beginning to manipulate Sasuke into confronting the Hidden Leaf Village. Everything appears to unfold according to his expectations, the plan advancing smoothly. Yet, before long, Obito finds himself taken aback. That pain fellow has been defeated by Naruto. Nagato. So, I will be vanquished by Naruto in the future. Jiraiya. Nagato, you are on the wrong path. Nagato. Sensei Jiraiya, I understand. I am truly sorry. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, I never expected to defeat Pain. Obito Uchiha. Pain, with your Rinnegan. You could not overcome Naruto? Could you have been any more obvious in your leniency? Nagato. Yahiko. Ahem, regardless, it seems my junior has grown quite rapidly. The scene continues as Obito intends to seek Nagato and Appo's corpse to seize his eyes. In the high skies, rain pours relentlessly. Suddenly, the space warps, and Obito finds himself in a corner in the blink of an eye. Looking for something? Conan's gaze is as cold as frost. Obito nods slightly, his voice equally frigid. Where have you hidden Nagato's body? Not here. Before her words conclude, Conan's body instantly transforms into countless paper fragments, morphing into butterflies that pierce through Obito and Appo's form and flutter away into the distance. Obito is pulled away by the vortex, disappearing in an instant. Deidara, by the way, does Conan stand a chance against Obito? Conan, I have prepared explosive tags, so do not worry. Kisame, wait, why do I have a foreboding feeling? Haiden, you are overthinking it, Kisame. Chapter 74, so many explosive tags. The scene continues to unfold amidst the tumultuous sea, where waves surge relentlessly, and two abandoned pipes stand forlornly upon the water and Appo's surface. A flurry of paper scraps descends upon one of the pipes, swiftly coalescing into the form of Conan. Simultaneously, Obito materializes at the other end of the pipe. The two share a silent, tense gaze, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Obito and Appo's intentions are crystal clear. He seeks to seize the Rinnegan. Conan, anticipating his arrival, has preemptively littered this maritime expanse with an array of explosive tags. The ocean churns violently, and torrential rain pours down. Obito and Appo's eyes are icy. He cannot fathom why Nagato would employ the Rinnegan on what he perceives as utterly insignificant civilians. Do you truly believe that Naruto possesses such extraordinary value? Obito queries coldly. He is a beacon of light, capable of inspiring hope in many, Conan responds, gradually raising her hand. In an instant, a multitude of paper scraps springs to life, locking onto Obito in the distance. Whoosh! The paper transforms into shurikens, hurtling towards him with remarkable speed. Yet, Obito merely casts a dismissive glance, unconcerned as they pass through his form. You misunderstand two things, after all. Your time is nearly up, so I shall enlighten you. It was I who motivated Yahiko to establish the organization. And it was also I who bestowed the Rinnegan upon Nagato. Obito's tone is frigid, disdain creeping into his gaze as he regards Konan. It seems the only course is to capture her and extract the whereabouts of Nagato's remains through interrogation. With a swift motion, Konan ascends into the sky, her powerful wings beating furiously as she rushes toward Obito. Behind her, a dense swarm of paper scraps follows, and in an instant, thousands of them pierce through Obito and Appo's body like arrows. You intend to trap me by exploiting the moment I materialize? Very well, I shall indulge you in a contest. Obito quickly zeroes in on Konan amidst the paper storm. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, seizing her throat. In that moment, he activates his Kamui, drawing in a vast number of paper scraps along with Konan herself. Even the explosive tags have mingled in. A flicker of displeasure crosses Obito's eyes. To send you to that world. Konan's expression grows exceedingly serious. Senju Tobarama, this is reckless. It's truly a fight to the death. Senju Hashirama, indeed. This is a formidable battle. Obito is not one to handle lightly. Uchiha Taijima, could it be that he intends to use his Anaji? Inoki, to be honest. The Uchiha clan's depth is still terrifying. The scene continues. A blinding white light erupts from the explosion, swiftly engulfing the entire screen. Gradually, the brilliance fades. The rain falls like scattered beads from a broken abacus, pattering against the ground. Meanwhile, a plethora of paper scraps, along with the Akatsuki and Appo's distinctive attire and that orange mask, float atop the vast ocean. As the camera shifts, Obito finds himself severed at the arm, a quarter of his mask shattered, revealing his previously handsome visage. I must confess, I underestimated you. Upon reflection, you are indeed a member of the Akatsuki, Obito states, half kneeling, his gaze fixated on the distant Konan. She gasps for breath. Her condition equally dire. What schemes swirl in Konan and Appo's mind, Obito comprehends all too well. She intends for them to perish together. However, my movements are swifter. I have absorbed the explosion. Though I have incurred minor injuries, I have nonetheless preserved your life. You should express gratitude. Obito's tone drips with contempt. Now, you've exhausted your strategies, haven't you? Obito rises slowly. Madara, I have a question for you. Konan's eyes bore into Obito. What is it? Do you wish to know why we betrayed you and why we chose to trust Naruto? Konan hesitates. I don't know. That's your affair. Besides, Naruto is merely a Navi child. As for true peace and hope, Nagato's moment of folly is one thing. But how could you also? Obito's voice is chillingly sharp. Upon meeting Naruto, I came to understand something. Konan softly shakes her head, memories flooding her mind. Naruto's words echo vividly in her ears. A testament to unwavering resolve and the pain endured. This name, Naruto, embodies an indomitable spirit that refuses to yield. And the suffering he has endured is a legacy I inherited from my master and elder brother. He declared, a steadfast gaze meeting Konan's. A gentle breeze stirs, and Konan produces a flower from her bosom, extending it towards Naruto. May this time, you truly become the everlasting blossom of hope. Yes. Naruto nods emphatically. The scene shifts back to reality. You are darkness. In a world devoid of light, flowers wither. Konan's tone grows increasingly furious. Just then, the sea beneath Obito undergoes a cataclysmic transformation. The entire surface morphs into a vast sea of paper scraps. The ocean appears to be violently torn apart by an unseen force, leaving Obito aghast as he floats in the air, staring into an unfathomable abyss beneath him. Surrounding him are swirling fragments of paper, and Konan and Appo's gaze is as frigid as ice. The camera ascends high into the sky, revealing several thousand kilometers of ocean cleaved in twain. Obito hovers in the air, his pupils constricting in shock. The paper scraps flutter around him. This surreal scene reminiscent of a dream. Yet who could have anticipated its manifestation in reality? Konan utters no further words, decisively commanding a multitude of explosive tags to surge toward Obito like arrows released from a bow. Seeing this, Obito hastily activates his Kamui. You shall not escape. A deluge of paper clings tightly to him, forcing Obito to resort to his intangibility. Explosive tags detonate in rapid succession around him, preventing him from entering the Kamui space. For should he do so, the tags affixed to him would likewise be drawn in to explode. Inoki, goodness, am I seeing this correctly? How terrifying. Fourth Raikage A, what a staggering quantity. Fourth Kazekage Raza, so many explosive tags. This scale is simply monumental. Kisame, Konan. Did you use my funds for these explosive tags? Konan, cough, some of them were, but the rest I crafted myself. Kisame, how much did you spend? Deidara, Kisame, are you suffering from Parkinson's? Why do you keep trembling? Haiden, are you alright, Kisame? Chapter 75, has the ocean been split in two? Orochimaru, Konan, confess honestly, how much have you spent of my money? Konan, not that much. Naruto Uzumaki, young. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto, why are you sending just a period? Naruto Uzumaki, young, never mind. I just deleted what I had typed. The scene continues, revealing that your time-space movement has not succeeded. Konan's gaze is frigid as she stares at Obito. From the moment she decided to betray him, she was thoroughly prepared. She had been relentlessly observing Obito, gathering intelligence from multiple sources. Fortunately, fate was on her side. The astonishing number of explosive tags before her, if they do not claim Obito and Appo's life on the spot, will certainly leave him grievously injured. Had I not interrupted the time-space movement in time and opted for an explosive penetration, you might have truly ensnared me. Obito begins to plummet, surrounded by countless explosive tags. At this moment, he is filled with shock. There are so many explosive tags. Looking out, every current of the distant sea is interspersed with them. This is the 600 billion explosive tags I prepared to eliminate you. They can explode continuously for 10 minutes. Conan's voice is as cold as ice as she gestures sharply. The explosive tags, under her control, begin to detonate rapidly. Seeing this, Obito decisively activates his intangibility once more. In an instant, the sea surface nearly 10,000 meters below explodes in a relentless barrage, sending torrents of water soaring into the sky. The scene is grand and spectacular. The violent explosions surge like roaring waves, overwhelming the landscape. As Conan observes the unceasing explosions below, her resolve intensifies. I will not permit you to obstruct them. Countless explosive tags flow like a deluge into the sea. Time passes, and the entire sea surface is shrouded in thick smoke. Due to the explosions, the ocean's water volume has drastically diminished. The smoke rises nearly 1,000 meters, completely obscuring everything around. The intense heat generated by the explosions evaporates the seawater, creating vast amounts of mist. At this moment, Conan kneels on the ground, gasping for breath. Her chakra is nearly depleted. The technique of the god of paper has been dispelled. I never anticipated it would consume so much chakra. As she pants, her hairpin accidentally falls into the sea. But with this, Obito should be dead. A familiar voice suddenly echoes. Conan's pupils constrict violently. A sharp pain pierces her chest. In an instant, blood begins to drip to the ground, creating a steady patter as the stains slowly spread. Why? You were supposed to perish here. I rehearsed countless times by this sequence. You were destined to die? Conan's pupils constrict once more. Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, I traded my sight for this chance at resurrection. Obito's gaze is as cold as the abyss. Uchiha Itachi. I can't believe it. It truly is Izanagi. Uchiha Izumi. To be honest, Conan was too hasty in activating the explosive tags. She should have taken her time. Inoki, with so many explosive tags, and she rehearsed countless times. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is this organization economically so prosperous? System. Guess who Conan depleted for these explosive tags? Senju Tobarama. I guess it's Orochimaru. System, correct answer, rewards Senju Tobarama with resurrection. Senju Hashirama. Damn, my typing speed has slowed down. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Resurrection opportunity? Umbu of the Mist Village. Impressive. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, can the dead be resurrected? Naruto Uzumaki. Young, by the way. Boruto, how are you doing now? Do you have many friends? Boruto Uzumaki. Young, well, I suppose I have quite a few. The scene progresses, Obito's three-tomo Sharingan gradually dissipates. This is the cost of just having used Izanagi. After all, Conan's life is short-lived, and Obito begins to explain previous historical events to her. At this moment, Obito pulls out the black rod in his hand. To be truthful, he does not solely wish to kill Conan. He merely seeks to uncover the whereabouts of Nagato and Appo's body. Conan staggers forward, blood gushing from her chest. Observing the frail girl clutching her chest in the distance, Obito's gaze remains icy. In his view, true peace does not exist in this world. As long as infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, all those who have died will be resurrected. Conan stumbles forward, lifting her gaze towards the sky, her eyes filled with complexity. Above, the dark clouds seem to part as if by an invisible hand, and the torrential rain abruptly ceases. Conan gazes at the rainbow emerging in the heavens, memories flooding her mind. The relentless reign of the Rain Village. What is happening? Obito is captivated by this bizarre phenomenon in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yahiko, Nagato, shall not fade. I also believe in Naruto. This time he will surely become the bridge to peace. Conan speaks weakly yet resolutely, pulling numerous paper fragments from her bosom. And I shall become the pillar that supports him. Thank you, Nagato. Even though you are no longer in this world, you have still given me hope. Before she finishes speaking, the paper fragments swiftly coalesce into a circular disc. Obito, watching the struggling Conan, grips the black rod tightly and charges towards her. Conan decisively hurls the circular disc towards Obito, who nimbly dodges with the black rod in hand. Bang! The disc strikes the ocean behind him, creating a massive splash. Conan manipulates the disc, launching it at Obito once again, simultaneously throwing another disc. Obito finds himself caught in a pincer attack. Boom! A deafening explosion resounds from afar as Obito leaps from the smoke, soaring into the sky. Conan waves her hands, transforming numerous paper fragments into shuriken that cut through the smoke, shooting towards Obito like a tempest. Obito, wielding the black rod, desperately deflects several shuriken. Crack! The black rod is shattered by the shuriken. Obito then grips the remaining piece and continues to swing it downwards, swiftly descending to seize Conan by the throat. You previously claimed I am darkness, correct? Then allow me to bring about your demise. and let that so-called rainbow bridge vanish into the darkness as well. Conan struggles desperately, pounding on Obito's arm in an attempt to break free, but to no avail. She gradually finds it difficult to breathe. Soon, Obito unleashed the illusion of the Sharingan upon Conan, compelling her to reveal the location of Nagato and Appo's corpse. Inoki, for some reason, I feel that Obito is somewhat beastly. Minato Namikaze. Obito, you have truly strayed from the path. Rin Noera. Obito, please come back. Kakashi Hatake. Obito, why have you resorted to such actions? Obito Uchiha. I aspire to create a new world where everyone is equal and devoid of war. Hashirama Senju. Madara, did you incite Obito to undertake this? Madara Uchiha. Haha. I didn't and amp, Appos. T expect you to guess it, Hashirama. Fourth Kazekage Raza. So, Madara is already dead, and his contingency plan was Obito. Madarumi. The Mizukage. By the way, what exactly is Madara's level of power? Inoki. If he desires, he could annihilate all 5 Kage in one breath. Fourth Raikage A. How is that even possible? Chapter 76. I am the second sage of the 6 paths in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Your thoughts are exceedingly radical. There remains a possibility for peace in the ninja world through negotiation. Uchiha Madara. You are far too naive. Uchiha Obito. Only by activating the infinite Tsukuyomi can peace truly be realized. Within the cave, Obito gazed at Madara with disdain. He vehemently resisted becoming a mere pawn, yet the cursed seal upon his chest incessantly reminded him of the grave danger it posed, compelling him to seek a means of removal. Naruto Uzumaki, I am so hungry. I need to eat some ramen first. The scene continued, and within the White Hall, Obito surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting 2 corpses lying amidst a sea of flowers. Is this where they are? Obito leaped into action. You are the 3rd sage of the 6 paths. The red hair signifies your lineage from the Uzumaki clan, yet that power has rendered it snow white. Obito and Appo's gaze fell upon Nagato, his expression complex. Nagato and Appo's eyes remained shut, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Have you betrayed me only to mock me? Obito gently closed Nagato and Appo's eyes and then absorbed him into the Kemui dimension. The scene shifted to the Kemui dimension, where Nagato and Appo's body lay peacefully on the ground. Having wasted enough time, it was time to depart. Obito vanished from the spot, leaving only Yahiko's lifeless form behind. The scene transitioned to a vast ocean, where Conan lay bloodied and unconscious, her eyes closed. A piece of white paper on her chest was stained red, soon carried away by the wind towards a distant rainbow bridge. Next came Conan's memories, and the onlookers felt a mixture of emotions. They had not anticipated that the Akatsuki's predecessors would endure such tribulations, ultimately resulting in the death of all 3. The red paper floated into a previous small dwelling, leaving behind a sense of regret. The scene shifted again, as Obito quickly donned a new outfit and a white mask. The effort was not in vain. I have obtained exceptional eyes, he remarked, adjusting his glasses. They were always meant to belong to me. Obito and Appo's eyes were icy. Look, I have brought this as well. Kagaya produced a scroll. What is this? Intelligence from Kisame. We and Appo's VE clarified the surrounding locations, and fortune favors us in every aspect, Kagaya rasped. This information came from Kisame. Obito noted, gripping the Uchiha fan, his gaze unyielding. I shall retrieve the 9 tails immediately. Senju Tobarama. Humph, evil Uchiha. Do you dare? Uchiha Obito. Ha. Do you think you can stop me? The scene continued with Obito, accompanied by the tailed beast Jinchuriki, poised atop a branch. From this moment forth, I shall be the 2nd sage of the 6 paths in the ninja world, Obito declared, charging towards Naruto with his head lowered. Bang! The air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Naruto staggered back, only to be steadied by Killer Bee. Stay calm, Naruto, you foolish idiot. Killer Bee shouted anxiously. Damn, that mask is too hard. It didn't even crack. Naruto furrowed his brow. You need not clash with me directly, even if you harness the power of the 9 tails. It would amount to nothing against my mask, Obito retorted, swiftly commanding the 6 paths Jinchuriki to launch an assault on the 2 distant figures. Seeing the searing attack approaching, Naruto and Killer Bee hastily jumped aside. Naruto formed a Rasengan, charging towards the distance alongside Killer Bee. The 3rd Mizukage quickly unleashed a mirror technique. Water release. Water mirror technique. The mirror instantly reflected the 2 figures, their attacks colliding. Naruto was sent flying, hurtling through the air. A fierce whirlwind swept through the nearby branches. The same power, Killer Bee noted, his brow furrowed. At that moment, a multitude of bubbles filled the air, expelled by one of the individuals. The bubbles bombarded Naruto, who furrowed his brow in concentration. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bubbles exploded in midair, filling the surroundings with smoke. Killer Bee quickly extended his tail, catching Naruto. Thank you, Uncle Killer Bee, Naruto expressed gratefully. Killer Bee shook his head. At that moment, strange powder appeared in the high altitude, expelled by one of the girls. The viewers watching the scene were taken aback, their pupils contracting. Is this for real? There are 6-tailed beasts, and they're all under Obito's control. He is that powerful? 2 more Jinchuriki charged from a distance. Naruto and Killer Bee braced themselves against the incoming onslaught. They gazed at the six figures standing atop the branches, with Obito manipulating them from behind, causing Naruto to swallow nervously. Inoki, aren't those our village Jinchuriki? Tsunade, such terrifying power. With the Rinnegan, Obito's strength must surpass that of the Kage. Hanzo, Obito's power likely far exceeds my own. Itachi, every technique has its fatal weakness. Izumi, Itachi-kun. Sasuke, strange. I recall not having breakfast this morning, yet my stomach feels bloated. The scene continued as Killer Bee observed the distant figures, beginning to analyze the situation. The individuals bore both Sharingan and Rinnegan, with visible cracks on their faces, clearly indicating they were under Obito's control. Thus, Obito's intentions became evident. He aimed to capture both himself and Naruto. What did Obito plan to do after gathering all nine-tailed beasts? The mask appears different now, Naruto observed, scrutinizing the scene before him. This mask is unlike the previous one. It is custom-made, sufficiently sturdy, and suitable for combat. Obito replied coolly. I will certainly thwart your plans. Both of you. Naruto and Appo's eyes blazed with fury. You too? Obito was taken aback. Memories of Orochimaru flooded his mind, recalling how Orochimaru had resurrected Madara. That bastard promised me he wouldn't revive Uchiha Madara. Obito clenched his teeth, filled with a desire to eliminate Orochimaru immediately. Even if I am powerful now. The curse seal upon my chest signifies that I am merely a pawn of Uchiha Madara. Damn Orochimaru. What do you mean by you two? Madara is him. Isn't? Killer Bee questioned Naruto, confusion etched on his face. Obito wore a self-deprecating smile. Why not call me help me, Toby? The war has commenced. Names are inconsequential now. He spread his hands wide. Call me whatever you wish. Who exactly are you? Naruto's brow furrowed in suspicion. I am no one. Nor do I wish to become anyone. All that matters is the success of the Eye of the Moon plan. This desolate world holds no value. Obito's gaze turned frigid. You Jinchuriki have been forced to seal the tailed beast within yourselves. You have tasted despair. I am not mistaken, am I? I believe you can somewhat comprehend this despair. Obito and Appo's eyes were icy. Is being with the tailed beast synonymous with misfortune? Naruto's voice brimmed with anger. Kurama, Naruto, you fool. Naruto Uzumaki, young speaking of which. I am quite grateful to Kurama. Uzumaki Kushina, that giant fox is actually inside daddy. Chapter 77, 1 against 4? Quite intriguing. Chuanmu, youth no worries. This fox shall belong to you from now on. Vortex Sunflower, huh? What does that mean? Vortex Boruto, youth enough. Chuanmu, do not divulge matters of the future. Uchiha Sasuke, youth, what will happen in the future, Boruto? Namikaze Minato, by the way, grandson, how have you been? Vortex Boruto, youth, quite well. I have many friends. The scene continues, even if this world holds no value for you. Yet, you recklessly instigate war, claiming to be no one. Who would believe your twisted words? Naruto pointed accusingly at Obito. I am enraged. I must unveil your mask. Likewise, Kurabi raised his blade, shouting loudly. You wish to uncover this mask? Obito and Appo's brow furrowed as he adjusted his mask. It will not be that simple. He intensified his ocular power, and soon, the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki began to exhibit their transformations. Kurabi, witnessing this from a distance, was momentarily stunned. 8 tails, 9 tails. I shall capture you to fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito glared at the two. Yahaba Rin, Obito, do not err again. Uchiha Obito, Rin. I am truly sorry. Namikaze Minato, Obito, you are indeed on the wrong path. Vortex Kushina, there is still time for repentance. What are your intentions, Obito? Uchiha Obito, The scene progresses, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Kurabi, humming a rap, tightened his grip on the knife and charged forward. At that moment, Kaze soared into the sky and swiftly dodged Kurabi's attack. Quite agile, Kurabi decisively drew his blade and lunged forward. Kaze quickly evaded again, soaring high into the air. Kurabi then flung a small knife and rushed forward. Yet in the next second, Kaze seemed to anticipate the attack, dodging effortlessly. Kurabi furrowed his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead. She clearly cannot see. How can she evade? This will not suffice, Uncle Kurabi. Just like before against Pain and Appo's six paths, their eyes are interconnected. Naruto stood atop a tree, his gaze vigilant. Just then, the four tails charged at Naruto, who was caught off guard. Bang! Naruto and Appo's face was struck by a fist. This is bad. From above, a blue fireball descended. Seeing this, Kurabi quickly rushed towards Naruto. The fireball instantly scattered, transforming into countless blue lights that danced through the jungle, leaving trails of smoke in their wake. Obito perched on a branch, controlling the six-tailed beasts. However, despite their numerical advantage, Naruto and Kurabi found themselves overwhelmed and fell to the ground. A violent explosion echoed from above. In desperation, Kurabi prepared for tailed beast transformation. A tailed beast nearly 200 meters tall emerged on the screen, its tentacles enveloping Kurabi. Obito coldly observed this scene, utterly unfazed. Kurabi embraced himself, beginning to spin rapidly. Tailed beast, 8 tails. The ground seemed to sink, swirling into a colossal tornado. This vortex tossed the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki into the air, expanding continuously, affecting an area of several hundred kilometers. This is the power of the eight-tails Jinchuriki. But Obito? His expression remained unperturbed, simply coldly watching everything unfold. Akatsuki, is this the power of the eight-tails Jinchuriki? Terrifying. Umbu of a Wagakure, but why does Obito show no emotion? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Indeed, witnessing such widespread destruction, does Obito not feel a hint of panic? Uchiha Obito, merely a bunch of beasts. Uchiha Madara, just a pile of rubble. The scene continues, the sensory unit swiftly reporting the surrounding conditions. Chaos enveloping the battlefield. The camera shifts, smoke slowly dissipating. Naruto gazed at the devastation around him, his pupils constricting sharply. How remarkable. An area spanning thousands of kilometers has been nearly obliterated by Karabi and Amp. Appos, a strike. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, gasping in disbelief. The six-tailed beast Jinchuriki lay on the ground, devoid of life. Now is the time to seal them. Karabi exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Karabi, do you still know sealing techniques? Regardless of whether they are controlled by those nails. Let us first immobilize them with ink clones. Karabi expelled a great quantity of ink. The ink morphed into Karabi and Amp, Appos, likeness, swiftly racing towards the distant Jinchuriki. In the blink of an eye, the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki were sealed by this maneuver. Just then, Obito's figure suddenly emerged from the ground, leaving Naruto and Karabi, who had just expressed joy, momentarily stunned. Go. Obito commanded the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki to charge fiercely at Naruto and Karabi. That fellow had been lurking underground all along. Naruto gazed downward, his brow furrowed. As the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki flew towards them, Karabi swung his tail in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Yet, some Jinchuriki broke through the defenses. In no time, Naruto endured several blows. Uncle Karabi. Naruto worried for Karabi and Appos' safety. But in the next moment, he was struck by the fourth Mizukage, corals sprouting from his back, rendering him immobile. At that moment, the ground suddenly transformed into lava. Karabi gritted his teeth against the pain in his hands and caught Naruto. This is terrible. I did not foresee that they could still undergo tailed beast transformation in this state. Karabi and Amp, Appos' brow furrowed. Naruto, let us retreat temporarily and reassess. Naruto nodded in response. Karabi was tossed about by the six-tailed beasts, blood flowing profusely. And the one responsible for all this, Obito, coldly controlled the tailed beasts. Watching the scene unfold without a flicker of emotion. Tintin, I can hardly fathom that Obito can control six-tailed beasts at once. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is this still the tailed beasts I remember? Umbu of Mist Village. Indeed, these tailed beasts now resemble crazed beasts. Senju Hashirama. Haha, I told you, tailed beasts cannot kill. Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobarama. Brother, could you refrain from showing off here? Do you think everyone is like you? Senju Hashirama. Is that so? My apologies. The scene continues. Obito rushed down from above towards Naruto, who was just about to rise but found himself immobilized by the corals binding him. Obito coldly observed this scene, poised to seize Naruto. Even his fellow Jinchuriki. The pressure of 6 against 2 is not negligible, is it? Obito scoffed. Once my hand touches you, I shall claim victory. Obito's arm was about to make contact with Naruto's head, casting a shadow over Naruto's face. In the next instant, Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked fiercely. Left with no other choice, Obito had to activate his intangibility once more. Kakashi seized the opportunity, swiftly carrying Naruto away. Obito glared coldly at the two in the distance. 1 against 4? Quite intriguing. Music suddenly swelled at this moment. Might Guy and Kakashi stood on either side, their expressions stern as they fixed their gaze on Obito. Their stance is strikingly heroic. Second Mizukage, Terumime, wow, let these two show off. Lee Rock, truly worthy of Teacher Kai, so impressive. Konoha and Amp, Appos, fourth Hokage, excellent. Kakashi, your timing is impeccable. Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, you can only put on a show now. Chapter 78 Obito's ability to control the battlefield is astonishing. The scene unfolds further, the music intensifying. As Obito rises slowly after a missed attack, images flash rapidly through his mind, thoughts racing, using Naruto as bait. Waiting for the moment I materialize? 2 more pesky obstacles have appeared. Obito and Amp, Appos' gaze turns icy. Naruto lies on the ground, feeling a profound sense of security with his 2 teachers standing before him. Obito hovers in the air, calmly turning around. Even with 2 additional opponents, they cannot rival my ocular prowess and the power of the tailed beasts. Obito casts a sidelong glance at Kakashi below. I possess the Sharingan as well. And the proud azure beast of Konoha. Might Guy assumes his Wing Chun stance. The 3 display differing expressions, forming a stark contrast. The battlefield and Amp, Appos' situation is clear. Naruto and Killer Bee, the 2 Jinchuriki, alongside Kakashi and Might Guy, the primary attackers. The audience watching the video cannot help but feel concerned for Obito. After all, he faces these 4 alone. Can he truly prevail? However, concern aside, Obito is the antagonist. He does not warrant sympathy. Tintin, although I do not quite understand why. This formation looks incredibly cool. Naruto Uzumaki. This isn't just cool. For the first time, I find Kakashi-sensei so serious. Uchiha Obito. Huh. Useless Kakashi. Do you even deserve to be here? Yahiko Rin. Not at all. Obito is quite impressive too. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Obito's transformation is all my fault. Tobirama Senju. I can't quite grasp this. Could they be trying to redeem Obito again? Uchiha Obito. Ha. I merely seek to create a new world. The scene continues. Obito fixates intently on Naruto below, without uttering a word, commanding the Five Tails to charge toward the trio. Here it comes. Naruto and Appo's eyes sharpen with vigilance. Might Guy immediately springs into action, shattering the coral behind Naruto, restoring his ability to move. Killer Bee lies on the ground, blood streaming from his arm. Obito reaches out, conjuring a chain that ensnares the Five Tails and Appo's neck. The beast lets out a heart-wrenching wail but is brutally slammed into the ground by Obito. Hearing the tailed beast and Appo's anguish cries. Naruto and Appo's eyes burn with hatred. At that moment, Killer Bee attempts to strike at Obito. Obito glances over, unfazed, phasing out to evade the attack. The Five Tails regains its freedom only to be viciously assaulted by Obito once more, reduced to his weapon. The remaining five-tailed beasts swiftly descend. Obito, indifferent to further dialogue, scans his surroundings with a cold gaze. The viewers gasp in astonishment. Is Obito truly this formidable? Controlling tailed beasts as if they were mere toys. Might Guy and Kakashi confront the oncoming tailed beasts without hesitation. Eighth gate, the sixth gate, open. Might Guy and Amp, Appo's body glows green. Kakashi wields Raikiri, executing powerful strikes. However, three-tailed beasts disregard the duo's assault, swiftly encircling Naruto in the distance. Naruto grips his Rasengan tightly, his expression wary. Killer Bee, gravely injured, lies behind Naruto, desperately in need of recovery. Obito observes the battle from afar, his eyes gradually filling with disdain. In his view, if he does not hold back, they have no chance of survival. Inoki, clearly, Obito is holding back. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Indeed, he is. Kakashi Itachi, Obito. Why do you not dare to come down and fight me? Uchiha Obito. Ha. Useless Kakashi, I cannot be bothered to respond. Konoha's fourth Hokage. Ha ha. Your relationship remains unchanged from the past. The scene progresses as Kakashi and Might Guy become ensnared by the tailed beasts. Obito gazes down at the unfolding scene. Akin to a cat playing with a mouse, his expression increasingly disdainful. I shall exert myself further. Obito tightens his control over the tailed beasts. In the next moment, the smoke dissipates under a wave of immense force. Here come two. The tailed beasts, under stronger control, materialize, towering at 200 meters. They unleash their full potential, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the ground to quake violently. In the blink of an eye, the audience retreats step by step. It is essential to note that Obito has yet to unleash his full power. Merely controlling two-tailed beasts results in such devastation. Truly formidable. The crowd gasps once more. Damn. To defeat the masked man, we must resort to that method. Naruto and Appo's brow furrows in concern. However, Killer Bee shakes his head, disapproving of Naruto and Appo's approach. After all, Obito and Appo's strength is overwhelming. Should Naruto tap into the Nine Tails and Appo's chakra, he risks being captured by Obito. Both sides become increasingly cautious, contemplating strategies. Sun Wukong seizes the Eight Tails and Appo's tail, hurling it into the distance. Boom. The ground fractures instantly. The Eight Tails opens its massive mouth, poised to devour Naruto. Naruto braces himself for the impact. The Nine Tails within Naruto observes the external turmoil, its expression growing complex. Naruto grits his teeth, endeavoring to withstand. Seeing the stalemate, Obito commands the Five Tails to expel a thick fog, enveloping Kakashi and Might Guy. This is the extent of Obito's prowess. With simple manipulation, he creates chaos. In the distance, Naruto faces imminent peril, yet Kakashi and Might Guy cannot assist, besieged from both sides. This is Obito and Appo's strategy, a true master of the path of the shinobi. Obito maneuvers the tailed beasts, alternating between attacks and feigned assaults, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Undoubtedly, Obito's control over the tailed beast has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. As the ground crumbles beneath them, Kakashi disregards chakra consumption, wielding Raikiri with all his might to break through the onslaught. The battle on Might Guy's front is equally arduous. Obito, perched high above, covers his mask, coldly observing everything below, all within his control. The battlefield is deliberately divided into two factions. Naruto is on the verge of being consumed by Sun Wukong. Senju Tobirama. Obito's timing in controlling the tailed beasts is impeccable. Hanzo of the Salamander. Indeed, this technique is likely at a master level. Senju Hashirama. This battlefield has been intentionally divided by Obito. Uchiha Ironfire. I recall Obito used to be at the bottom of the ranks. When did he become so powerful? Umbu of the Mist Village. No, tell your father this is not what being at the bottom means. Uchiha Inazuma. At least he was before. Uchiha Obito. In truth, I am still a genin. Everyone. Naruto Uzumaki. Young haha. I'm also a genin. Uchiha Sarada. Huh? The 7th Hokage is actually a genin? The scene continues, let go of Naruto, you monkey. Killer Bee exclaims anxiously as he witnesses the unfolding scene. Subsequently, Killer Bee begins to plead with the Nine Tails. For Naruto and Appo's life hangs in the balance. Why does the Nine Tails not intervene? Memories of their previous bonds flood the Nine Tails and Appo's mind. Naruto. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, everyone watched in disbelief as Naruto was devoured by Sun Wukong, leaving all in a state of utter anxiety. Chapter 79. Teacher, is that you? Nine Tails. 4th Kazekage. No way, has Naruto truly been swallowed whole? 2nd Mizukage. What now? Without Naruto, how can we fight? 1st Suchikage. How did you all fail to protect him? The scene unfolds as Naruto is engulfed by the belly of Sun Wukong. Moments later, he finds himself in the presence of the Four Tails, bound by chains, wearing an expression of confusion. Gradually, Naruto uncovers the Four Tails' past, stirring a profound sense of compassion within him. Simultaneously, the Four Tails learns of Naruto's experiences, leading to mutual understanding. A distant, wavering melody of a flute fills the air, and Naruto resolves to rescue all the tailed beasts. Within Naruto, the Nine Tails observes this scene, his gaze becoming increasingly intricate. Memories of his early days with Naruto flashing through his mind, a time when this young boy endured scorn from everyone. At this moment, outside, Obito raises his hand, manipulating Sun Wukong. I didn't expect to find you here. I'll draw you and the Four Tails under my control, he declares, lifting his arm. Swiftly, a chain shoots forth, ensnaring Sun Wukong. As the Four Tails' mouth slowly opens, Naruto lies wedged between the Four Tails and Appo's teeth, contemplating an escape plan. He attempts to manipulate the chakra of the tailed beasts to pry open the jaws, but to no avail. He is still too weak. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto concentrates his energy, creating a multitude of shadow clones. In an instant, the Four Tails' body swells dramatically, expelling a torrent of Naruto's. The numerous clones land on the ground, dissipating into smoke. Obito, witnessing the thick cloud of smoke below, feels his heart grow cold. Excellent, they finally emerged. Now, Naruto surveys his surroundings, recalling the previous request of the Four Tails. Removing the nail from the back of his neck would grant Sun Wukong freedom. One must not shed tears until they see the coffin. Obito watches Naruto with a frosty demeanor as Naruto makes a new discovery, locating the nail at the back of the Four Tails' neck. In that case, I simply need to extract this nail. Naruto leaps onto the Four Tails' arm, racing upwards and reaching for the nail. Pull it out, Naruto, Kiroba exclaims joyously. Just as the nail is about to be removed, Obito tightens the chains around Naruto. You think removing that nail will be so easy? He taunts while absorbing Naruto and Appo's chakra. This nail can bind anything that touches it. Its power surpasses even Nagato and Appo's Rinnegan. Obito states coldly. Black soil. I can't shake the feeling that Obito is holding back. Uchiha Taijima. I sense it too. He seems to be standing there dazed. Gu Xin. Kishimoto has him restricted. This is the result I've seen from the beyond. Hanzo. What is this beyond? Gu Xin. It's about the future. Mind your own business. The scene continues, with Kakashi still entangled with the tailed beasts. Obito persistently manipulates the chains, wrapping them around Naruto's body. It's over, Uzumaki Naruto. Obito's voice grows increasingly apathetic. The Nine Tails observes the unfolding events, slowly closing his eyes. He recalls the lonely young boy who lived in solitude, bullied without retaliation, always striving to play the hero, a truly hopeless fool. The Nine Tails reflects on Naruto and Appo's journey, acknowledging the significant changes he has undergone. Naruto. If you genuinely wish to do something for us tailed beasts, then continue as you always have, he silently urges, opening his eyes anew. In the next moment, Naruto leaves a shadow clone behind and begins to gather Sage Mode energy within the Four Tails' mouth. Alright. The clone swiftly leaps out. You must sense it. Naruto furrows his brow. The real me is outside. I and Appo's just said to use force if necessary. Don and Appo's blame me for pushing the nail out from within. The shadow clone dives into the Four Tails and Appo's bloodstream. As you've always done, prove yourself through action, Naruto. That is your true essence. The Nine Tails observes the scene, a smile creeping onto his face. With resolve, the shadow clone delivers a powerful strike. This force travels through the Four Tails' body, gradually reaching the outside. The nail begins to loosen under the pressure. In an instant, Naruto successfully pulls out the nail. I and Appo's done it. Joy sparkles in Naruto and Appo's eyes. Yes, this is what you are. The Nine Tails straightens up in response. Senju Tobirama, this boy, Naruto, is remarkably quick-witted. Senju Hashirama. Indeed, he and Appo's clever. I never anticipated he and Appo's devise such a strategy. Uchiha Sarada, truly deserving of the title 7th Hokage. Uchiha Sarada. By the way, 1st Hokage, how would you handle such a situation? Senju Hashirama. I would have summoned a wood dragon right away. Senju Tobirama, brother, not everyone possesses your extraordinary prowess. The scene persists, with Obito seething at Naruto for having removed the nail. How infuriating, Naruto. Obito gazes up at the sky, his eyes as cold as ice. Very well. He swiftly forms hand signs. In an instant, the ground trembles violently, and an outer path golem appears before everyone. The spectators are left in stunned silence, questioning the nature of this new threat. The golem, under Obito's control, opens its monstrous maw and swiftly devours the distant four tails. Kirabai and Appo's pupils constrict in shock. No way, are you serious? Such a large-tailed beast, just like that? Naruto gasps for breath, looking up towards the sky. Obito stands atop the golem, surveying the ground from a lofty position. I can barely manage to stop one-tailed beast. And I and Appo's, am nearly exhausted, but I shall use my strength to seize all the tailed beasts you cherish. Obito raises one hand, forming a sign. In an instant, the surrounding tailed beasts begin to swell, their bodies growing immensely. Before long, the remaining 5 tailed beasts form a formidable formation. This situation does not bode well, especially since you are already fatigued, the Nine-Tails quips, observing Naruto. Alright, just watch, Naruto pants. If you need my strength, I one and Appo's to assist you, Naruto. The Nine-Tails declares with a hint of pride. Naruto fails to recognize that the Nine-Tails is offering him an escape. Unable to bear it any longer, the Nine-Tails decides to intervene, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Naruto's emotional naivety. This is the first time it has actively lowered its guard to collaborate with Naruto. Thus, the two unite, their fists meeting in solidarity. A smile graces Naruto and Appo's lips. The Nine-Tails, witnessing this smile, cannot help but chuckle. At this moment, the outer Naruto opens his eyes. Let us go, Uncle Kirabai, Naruto declares. The enemy faces 5 tailed beasts. You cannot transform into a tailed beast now. Stand behind me, Kirabai warns anxiously. Uncle Kirabai and Aburame are injured. There's no need to split our efforts. Let us fight together. Naruto responds with a light laugh. Naruto, could it be that you and the Nine-Tails? Killer Bee and Appo's pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, Naruto clutched his abdomen. Memories of his past gradually surfacing in his mind. At that moment, the Nine-Tails fully acknowledged him. Kurama. The door swung wide open. Here we go. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from the outside, manifesting the complete form of the Nine-Tails. This formidable chakra immediately captured Obito's attention. Obito, wary of the situation, hastily manipulated 5 tailed beasts to gather the tailed beast bombs. He intended to unleash these 5 tailed beast bombs in one fell swoop to send everyone flying. Seeing this, Might Guy prepared to open the 8 gates, only to be halted by Kakashi. The next chapter will be filled with high energy. I am truly exhausted. Sob sob sob. Chapter 80. Is it sweat? No. It is rain. The scene unfolds. Kai, do not act impulsively. I will send them flying with the might of my left eye. Kakashi observed the distant foes with caution. The enemy was far too numerous. Relying solely on ocular power was insufficient. Might Guy shook his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In that case, I shall open the 8 gates. You fool, doing so will cost you your life. However, the situation with Naruto was dire, with 5-tailed beast bombs dangerously close. Killer Bee wore an expression of urgency. I understand. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, his body vanished in an instant. At that moment, a flash of gold streaked through the air, as Naruto directly sent the 5-tailed beast bombs soaring into the distance. What? Might Guy was momentarily dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. Kakashi felt the relentless wind whipping around him, and his pupils constricted as he recognized the familiar figure in the distance. Sensei. The divine robe behind Minato fluttered in the wind, overlapping with Naruto's current form. An exhilarating melody suddenly erupted. Kakashi and Might Guy stood in astonishment as Naruto effortlessly deflected the 5-tailed beast bombs far away. These bombs landed irregularly across a radius of several thousand kilometers, triggering massive explosions that turned the mountain into ash in an instant. It was astonishing to think that this was merely the power of Naruto's strike. Could this truly still be the work of a human being? They were all repelled. Obito watched this scene unfold below with a particularly frosty gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the 5-tailed beasts to rush towards Naruto with haste. Go, Kurama. Naruto's eyes shone with determination. In the next instant, his body was engulfed in blazing golden flames, soaring towards the heavens. As the smoke gradually cleared, a colossal 200-meter-tall Nine-Tails emerged. Dashing into the distance, this was the complete form of the Nine-Tails. The 5-tailed beasts were utterly powerless, being pinned to the ground by Naruto's feet. Gazing at the mountain reduced to ashes by the size of the tailed beasts, Naruto's expression turned cautious. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of confidence. First, confirm the positions of all the stakes. Naruto summoned a shadow clone. Just a reminder, your time is limited. The connection from your first tailed beast transformation is not perfect. This state will only last for 5 minutes. Kurama cautioned him. I know. There are too many enemies this time. I must be more forceful than before. So bear with me. Naruto shouted towards the 5-tailed beast in the distance. In the next moment, he swiftly seized one of the tailed beasts and, without hesitation, brought it plummeting from the sky. At that instant, the 3 tails transformed into a wheel and began to spin rapidly. Naruto acted quickly, grasping the 3 tails in a matter of seconds. Observing this, Obito decisively manipulated the five tails to bite down on Naruto's arm. The three tails' rotational speed increased dramatically, crashing into Naruto. Meanwhile, several other tailed beasts darted around, wreaking havoc upon the ground. Watch this. Naruto grasped the six tails and hurled the distant seven tails towards the mountain peak. Boom. The mountain exploded violently. Excellent, I've located all the positions. Naruto's shadow clone rapidly identified the locations of all the stakes through sage sensory abilities. I never expected it to be this way. It seems I must take decisive action. Obito raised one hand, his expression increasingly serious. The three tails spun rapidly, breaking through the encirclement of the eight tails. Obito commanded the five-tailed beasts to begin gathering tailed beast bombs. The speed at which these bombs coalesced was remarkable, their power greater than before. Boom. A tailed beast bomb, nearly 100 meters high, materialized in the sky, a powerful gust of wind sweeping across the surrounding earth. This commotion is too great. Might Guy's forehead beaded with sweat. So the tailed beasts are concentrating their power at a single point. Kakashi swallowed hard. At that moment, Naruto observed the situation in the distance and began to gather his own tailed beast bomb, intending to counter this colossal assault with equal force. Tailed beast bomb. In the sky, the two massive attacks collided rapidly, and a searing explosion instantly unleashed a whirlwind that ravaged the surrounding area. Obito stood atop the outer path statue, coldly observing the scene below. The music intensified. In the sky, the two enormous energy spheres clashed and merged. Utilizing the tailed beast bomb, Naruto propelled the attack from the five-tailed beasts to an altitude of 1,000 meters. The tremendous explosion wreaked havoc above, and even the residual shockwaves obliterated the mountaintop. To deliberately draw the tailed beast bomb to such heights, this power is outrageous. Killer Bee's pupils widened in astonishment. Smoke swiftly enveloped the area as Naruto resolutely manipulated his 9 tails, swiftly seizing the five-tailed beasts in the distance. Next, he aimed to extract the stakes. Onoki, this is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Fourth Raikage, terrifying. Mist Mizukage Terumi Mei. Is this truly the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts? Hashirama Senju, can the 9 tails actually fight? Tobirama Senju, brother, please be quiet. Not everyone is like you. The scene continued, with Naruto exerting himself to the utmost to grasp the five-tailed beasts from afar, determined to liberate them all at once and save every tailed beast. Before long, he entered the inner world of the tailed beasts. He could completely control the 9 tails, though it appeared this would not last long, just like before. Obito stood atop the outer path statue, observing the unfolding scene below, his gaze growing colder. Just as he spoke, the outer path statue unleashed a torrent of chains from its mouth. The chains sliced through the air, rapidly rushing towards the tailed beasts, capturing all 5 in an instant. Subsequently, the outer path statue swallowed the 5-tailed beasts whole. Obito's brow furrowed at this sight. It is impossible for it to be the same as before. Someone just bombarded me with a slew of hard-to-remember names. Naruto clutched his abdomen, hostility gleaming in his eyes. Obito looked at Naruto, momentarily taken aback. Hard to remember names? What names? Obito inquired coldly. To his surprise, Naruto mocked him and even made a face. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Obito hesitated. Is this the child of Minato-sensei? His personality seems quite different from Minato's. As he examined Naruto's face, beads of sweat began to appear on Obito's wrist. Turning away, he wore a puzzled expression. Sweat? Before long, a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. No, it is rain. How could I sweat while battling such an opponent? Obito spread his arms wide, gazing upward at the sky. Naruto is merely my pawn, incapable of posing any threat. I have long since deciphered his power. This peculiar sensation does not stem from power. What could it possibly be? What is happening? Obito and Appo's expression grew increasingly frigid as he allowed the raindrops to cascade down his body. Chapter 81. First, solve you. Uchiha Obito. Is it sweat? No, it's clearly rain. How could I sweat against such an opponent? Senju Hashirama. Wow. That sounds incredibly cool. Senju Tobirama. Brother, could you be a bit more serious? The scene continues as the rain intensifies, heightening the atmosphere of tension. No, it hardly matters. Who Naruto is holds no significance. Obito's gaze remains cold and unyielding as he fixates on the 3 individuals below. Once this war concludes, both the past and future will cease to exist, rendering existence itself utterly meaningless. Simultaneously, others on the battlefield hear the reports from the sensory team. Their eyes steeled with determination. No matter the cost, this war must end in victory. The camera shifts to a high vantage point where dark clouds obscure the sun, amplifying the tension. By the way, Obito is incredibly powerful. He has taken on 4 opponents without faltering. Majorumi, but Obito is holding back. Onoki, indeed. He is. The scene continues as the outer path golem begins to roar skyward, a multitude of stones rising irregularly into the air. Obito clasps his hands together, his gaze locked onto the 4 in the distance. Witnessing the golem's violent roars, the crowd's expressions tighten, sensing an escalating crisis. Take a closer look and feel it firsthand. The resurrection of the 10 tails and the commencement of the apocalypse. Obito's voice is frigid. So, the golem is the original form of the Ten Tails. Kakashi realizes as he processes this sight. The crowd engages in a discussion, their expressions growing increasingly wary. You are all mistaken, for me. The Ten Tails does not need to be fully revived. Obito coldly interrupts the distant discussion. My aim is the Jinjutsu Infinite Tsukuyami. To envelop every soul on this planet within the same illusion. To create a unified world devoid of individuality. A perfect realm without war or animosity can only exist within the singular consciousness that discards the self. This world no longer requires hope, a future, or heroes. Even if the Ten Tails is not fully revived, I can still enact Infinite Tsukuyami. Then reality will end, leaving behind an endless, unceasing singular dream. Obito's voice remains icy. Naruto shakes his head, interrupting Obito's monologue. He possesses the Nine Tails and family. He cannot accept Infinite Tsukuyami. Obito's eyes reflect a complex mix of emotions upon hearing Naruto's response. Though I am reluctant for youth to end, dreams inevitably awaken. Might Guy shakes his head. Dreams are meant to be realized. Kakashi nods in agreement. Killer Bee hums a rap, expressing his own aspirations. Listening to the discussion, Obito furrows his brow. Individuality obscures the truth. I am nothing to anyone. Thus only my words arise from the world's truth. Obito states. In the distance. Naruto cannot bear it any longer and transforms into a flash of yellow, charging forth. Obito decisively raises his fan to block Naruto's Rasengan. Bang! The tremendous recoil sends Naruto flying away. Obito, wielding the Uchiha fan, looks down upon the crowd. Do not even think of touching the outer path golem. The golem roars skyward as a multitude of stones ascend rapidly. Simultaneously, the golem sprouts numerous arms, its eyes weeping blood in a horrifying spectacle. Obito grips his fan. His expression frigid. Third Raikage A. This outer path golem makes me physically uneasy. Anoki. Indeed, it feels excessively abstract. Boruto Uzumaki. What is wrong with it? Why is it bleeding so profusely? The scene continues. Naruto swiftly forms hand seals, summoning a shadow clone. Naruto, do you understand his abilities? Kakashi calmly analyzes. The moment he absorbs, that is the opportunity. He will materialize then. Mere attacks will only pass through his body. It seems we must strike decisively. Might Guy nods. Outlining his plan. Naruto charges at Obito, gathering the tailed beast bomb in his hands. Meanwhile, Guy and the other three begin to assist Naruto. Obito coldly observes this scene. Unfazed. As Naruto charges forward, Obito swings his fan. Bang. It turns out to be a shadow clone. Then where is the real one? Obito pivots. Coldly gazing into the distance, activating intangibility to evade Naruto's attack while reaching for him. Just as he is about to grasp Naruto's head. Might Guy's nunchaku passes through Obito's head as well. With no choice, Obito refrains from deactivating his intangibility, and the two pass through each other. Obito decisively activates materialization, using his fan to block Guy's attack. In the next moment, Guy's body passes through the fan. Obito, attempting to grasp him, is met with Guy's anticipated spinning kick. Obito swiftly retreats a step. Gazing at Guy, who charges towards him with nunchaku in hand, Obito declares, First, I shall resolve you. With that, he activates intangibility, evading Guy's sneak attack while reaching for his chest. In a critical moment, Guy strikes with his nunchaku and then kicks, using the recoil to propel himself away. Reluctantly, Obito is forced to activate intangibility once more. In the instant they pass through each other, Obito decisively throws his fan. Guy quickly grips his nunchaku to block the blow. The onlookers watching the scene exclaim in astonishment. Incredible! Naruto, wielding the tailed beast Rasengan, rushes towards Obito. Kakashi activates Kamui, attempting to sever the head of the outer path golem. However, just then, Kakashi's Kamui suddenly halts. With a thud, Kakashi collapses to the ground, chakra depleted. A booming sound echoes in his mind. Why did Kamui suddenly stop? At this moment, Naruto, holding the tailed beast orb, swiftly hurls it skyward. A multitude of lights appears in the sky. The brilliance gradually fades, and Obito vanishes from sight. Senju Hashirama. Wait, did Kakashi just collapse? This is too absurd. Kakashi Hitaki, first Hokage-sama. I lack the Uchiha bloodline, so I'm unable to. Senju Hashirama, let me lend you some chakra, or else this is too ridiculous. Kakashi Hitaki, thank you, first Hokage-sama. Boruto Uzumaki. Wait, why did the sixth Hokage's Kamui suddenly stop? Sarada Uchiha. Indeed. I also find it perplexing. Chapter 82. Regardless, I shall activate Infinite Tsukuyami. Senju Hashirama. There is only one truth. This white mass belongs to Obito. Senju Tobarama, brother, this video was revealed earlier. Are you just now realizing it? Senju Hashirama, huh? Namikaze Minato, Obito. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei. I wish to create a new world, and this is the only way to do so. The scene unfolds as Obito emerges from the ground, swiftly reaching for Naruto. Naruto decisively leaps aside to evade him. Obito continues his pursuit, as his target is the Nine Tails. Might Guy, observing Naruto entangled in battle, rushes to lend assistance. Obito swings his fan, activating his intangibility, passing through stone to successfully ambush Naruto, then yanks him back. At that moment, Kakashi is hurled into the air by Killer Bee, holding right Hiri, shattering the stone. Realizing the urgency and unable to attack Obito, Kakashi reluctantly throws a kunai. Obito, with no choice, activates his intangibility once more to evade the strike. Naruto, go. We will devise a plan, Kakashi calmly states. Obito, seizing the moment, kicks the kunai back toward Naruto. Kakashi activates Kimui, absorbing the kunai. Meanwhile, Naruto extends his arm to strike Obito, but his attack passes harmlessly through Obito's head, failing to inflict any damage. Frustrated, Naruto lands on a stone. At this moment, the three stand together, intently gazing at Obito. He slowly turns his head, and with a crack, a fissure appears in his mask. The onlookers are momentarily stunned. Obito glances at his mask, his eyes chillingly cold. The stones high above begin to plummet, and the group lands on the ground, still fixated on Obito. Kakashi begins to analyze the crack in Obito and Appo's mask, sensing something ominous. Simultaneously, Killer Bee clenches his fists and swiftly strikes the outer path golem. In a critical moment, Obito slams his hand onto the ground. Uchiha fire formation. A crimson barrier erupts from the ground, intercepting Killer Bee's punch. It's so hot, Killer Bee exclaims, waving his hand. Are you alright, B&8? Naruto anxiously inquires. The barrier is set. It seems we must first deal with that masked man, Guy remarks, his brow furrowed. Kakashi's gaze remains fixed on Obito, a troubling thought surfacing in his mind. His dear friend's eyes were taken by this individual. Could he truly be Obito? Kakashi had never entertained such a possibility. The group once more stands on Killer Bee and Appo's hand, which he then propels them into the distance. Obito, holding his fan, coldly observes the scene. Guy swiftly cleaves through the stone, sending numerous fragments crashing to the ground. Obito activates Kamui to block the attack, then, with a frosty demeanor, charges at Guy wielding nunchaku. Obito smoothly disarms Guy, claiming, "You underestimate the Sharingan. I have already discerned your movements. I shall take this." With that, he absorbs the nunchaku. Guy, seeing the plan come to fruition, lets out a cold chuckle before decisively turning away. Rasengan. Naruto concentrates the Rasengan in his hand and launches it toward Obito. Just then, Kakashi resolutely activates Kimui. Due to the interconnection of their abilities, Obito is caught off guard by the outcome. Bang! The Rasengan strikes Obito's back. He tumbles to the ground, though he manages to halt his fall by gripping the fan's cord. Kakashi-sensei was right, though I do not know why. I finally hit him. Naruto rejoices as he lands. Is that so? Naruto, you did not retract the Rasengan. Or perhaps Kakashi, did you use Kamui to redirect it? Obito's thoughts race as he swiftly deduces the situation. Senju Tobarama. Obito's battle intelligence is indeed formidable. Orochimaru. He analyzed Kakashi's technique in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, this seems inconsequential. I could easily handle it if I felt like it. The scene continues, and as I suspected, I initially thought you possessed only the abilities of penetration and absorption. But it appears otherwise. Kakashi extends his finger, focusing intently on Obito. Your technique is singular. Obito, hearing this, slowly rises. Kakashi explains to the baffled duo, in simple terms. Obito's space-time ninjutsu is interconnected with his Kamui. Obito tears away the shattered portion of his shoulder, his gaze icy. Where did you obtain that eye? Kakashi and Appo's heart is filled with rage. Where? Humph, if I had to say, it would be from the last great war, the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Obito scoffs, filled with disdain. Kakashi's pupils constrict sharply upon hearing this. I warned you not to speak carelessly. You have become a mere talker. Your words hold no value or meaning. Regret is too late now. Reality will only push forward cruelly. Obito's tone grows increasingly distant. You have witnessed too much reality. You should understand that not all wishes can be fulfilled, which is why I must create a new world. I aim to forge a world devoid of war, where all are equal. Stop spouting nonsense. Naruto interrupts Obito. I have vowed never to abandon my dream of becoming Hokage, for too much has been entrusted to me. Naruto gazes intently at Obito. Entrusted to you? However, Naruto, if Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage entrusted you with something and you fail to regard it, what would they think? Obito coldly replies. Naruto's mind conjures the image of his teacher, Jiraiya, his expression complex. Naruto, if you betray their trust, how will you view yourself? Obito and Appo's gaze remains fixed on Naruto, pushing the question aside and deceiving oneself with an Appo's hope and Appo's. What awaits you is nothing but an empty reality. Both the entrusted and the trustee are left with emptiness. Obito and Appo's tone turns frigid. He has endured too much greed. The human heart is forever insatiable. He recalls passing through a frail village, witnessing the villagers succumb to starvation, everyone left to barter their children for sustenance. He wishes to create a new world. And now he must obtain the Nine Tails. Namake's Minato. Is that so, Obito? Is that your reasoning? No error, Rin. Obito, cease your plans. There is a system in place now. Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed, Obito. Uchiha Obito. Very well. With the system in existence, the Moon Eye plan is no longer necessary. Chapter 83. The explosive appearance of Uchiha Obito. The scene unfolds as Naruto enters the Nine-Tails mode, his gaze resolute. This time, he must not falter. At this moment, rhythmic music resonates in the background. Observing Naruto from a distance, Obito's eyes reflect a whirlwind of emotions. Is that power manifesting again? With determination, Naruto raises his hand and delivers a decisive slap. Obito phases out, evading the blow. Meanwhile, Kakashi watches Obito with a sense of despair, harboring grave doubts about whether this masked figure is indeed Obito. Just as Kakashi begins to lose heart, Might Guy pulls him back to reality. Kakashi reaffirms his resolve. After all, his students are fighting bravely ahead, and as their teacher, he cannot afford to falter and hold them back. Guy and Kakashi dash towards the distant battlefield. This power cannot be used continuously, and it is borrowed, thus it holds little threat. Allow me to show you the true might of Obito's icy gaze. Kamui. Obito swiftly ascends into the sky, forming hand seals with great speed. In an instant, a multitude of black rods rain down from the Kamui space. Should these rods strike the tailed beasts, they will bind their chakra. Naruto begins to dodge rapidly, simultaneously creating a shadow clone to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi employs the same strategy as before, activating Kamui. This time, he collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Tailed beast bomb. Naruto resolutely launches the massive sphere towards Obito. Boom. The ground erupts, and a brilliant light pierces the sky. Obito dives into the Kamui space, turning to glance back, stunned. The previous Naruto had not been erased. Instead, he was transported by Kakashi's Kamui. With Rasengan in hand, Naruto fixates on Obito. Bang! The mask is shattered by Naruto and Appo's Rasengan. Who are you? A brilliant flash of white light erupts. Senju Tobarama, Kakashi, this child is quite remarkable. Future 6th Hokage, is it not? Hatake Kakashi, Boruto you flatter me, 2nd Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki, young no, the 2nd Hokage is not exaggerating. Kakashi-sensei is truly formidable. Hatake Kakashi, Boruto Naruto. Uchiha Obito. Heh. Worthless Kakashi thinks he can measure up? The scene continues, revealing a heartwarming moment, a young Obito. Late to his enrollment ceremony, due to helping an elderly woman cross the street, finds Rin waiting with the necessary documents. The sequence is filled with warmth. Who could have imagined that this upright and kind child would later become a villain? The camera shifts. So you were still alive, Kakashi stammers, his lips trembling. Obito coldly regards Kakashi, remaining silent. Whether I live or die is of little consequence. However, if I must provide a reason, it is because you failed to save Rin. Obito and Appo's eyes blaze with fury. Kakashi is momentarily taken aback by Obito and Appo's response. Do not rush, there is more to come. Do not wear that expression, Kakashi. Obito chuckles lightly. Arin and Appo's, you going to scold me? Kakashi and Appo's gaze trembles. What good is it to rebuke this tedious reality? Obito looks skyward, quietly observing. I have no interest in this world that is on the verge of disappearing. Seeing Kakashi's despondent demeanor, Naruto quickly offers comfort. The immediate priority is to halt Obito. There is no time for despair. I have nothing further to say to you. Under the constraints of reality, fire style, storm dance, Obito forms hand seals, distorting space through Kamui, unleashing a torrent of flames. The flames writhe like serpents, racing towards the distance. In the next instant, Naruto activates his tailed beast form, effortlessly deflecting the flames with a nine-tails tail. Obito's tone is grave. Just then, an explosion erupts beside him, and the smoke begins to dissipate, revealing Uchiha Madara. You seem to be having quite the fun, Uchiha Obito, Madara coldly observes. The atmosphere grows heavy as the presence of another enemy weighs upon them. It's him, Madara. Naruto and Appo's pupils constrict. How dare you defy the Edo Tensei? It is quite reminiscent of your style, Obito retorts. Enough with the banter. Why are you still lingering? Madara crosses his arms, his gaze frigid. Why? How could you be here? Naruto queries, confusion and urgency etched on his face. It is crucial to note that the 5 Kage are currently thwarting Madara. His appearance here spells dire consequences for their situation. This is a shadow clone. Where is your real body, Obito? Madara's eyes glisten with cold intensity. What about everyone over there? Naruto shouts anxiously. You mean that side? I ask you. What have you done to them? Naruto's anger surges, his chakra erupting forcefully. I do not know. I fear they may not be unscathed, Madara replies coolly. The scene shifts to the 5 Kage, unconscious on the ground. At this moment, Naruto yanks the black rod embedded in Killer Bee and hurls it at Obito. In response, Obito promptly offers the fan back to Madara. Here, this is yours, Obito states coldly. Madara snorts, lightly waving the fan. The black rod halts midair before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Finally able to move, thank you, Naruto. Now it is my turn, Killer Bee exclaims. Madara turns his attention to the distant Gedomazo, his tone discontented. Obito, you have yet to capture the 8 tails and 9 tails, and you rashly initiate the plan? Madara and Appo's eyes reveal his displeasure. He understands the implications of that plan and their relationship. Kakashi watches in horror at this exchange. You are too hasty, Obito. Reviving me in this manner? Is that why? Madara's brows furrow in concern. Forget it. You have always been this way. I am sure you have your reasons. What were you doing earlier? Where is Nagato? He was supposed to time the use of the Rinne rebirth to revive me. That was the original plan. Madara's gaze darkens. You intend to use Nagato? Naruto's voice rises in anger upon hearing their conversation. That guy betrayed us. He used that technique to revive the villagers. Obito's expression remains calm. They are all like that. It matters not. It is not too late to start now. I will capture the 8 tails and 9 tails. Madara's eyes brim with disdain. A dead man should not meddle. In a flash, Naruto appears above Madara, wielding a tailed beast bomb ready to strike. Madara grasps the fan, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding ground erupts violently. Uchiha's rebound. A dazzling array of golden light flashes. This searing assault sends Naruto flying thousands of kilometers away. Bang. Fortunately, it was merely a shadow clone. I will pursue the 8 tails and 9 tails. Obito, you deal with these two, Madara commands before vanishing swiftly. Chapter 84, Obito. What have you truly experienced? Inoki, this is bad. It's Uchiha Madara. Meitarumi, we have all witnessed this. Inoki, no need for such astonishment. Fourth Raikage AI, we now understand how formidable Madara is. The scene unfolds, revealing Obito and Appo's transformation. Why have you allied with such a person? Kakashi's eyes brimmed with shock. Obito remained silent, memories flooding his mind. Upon awakening, he found himself before Uchiha Madara, consumed only by a desire to escape. Yet upon his escape, he witnessed Rin perish at Kakashi and Appo's hands. In that moment, rage overwhelmed him. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan and swiftly eliminated numerous hidden mist ninjas. Thereafter, he wandered through various ninja villages, witnessing the depths of human greed, which solidified his resolve. He was determined to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, to forge a world devoid of war, where even the child of his beloved Minato-sensei would not face oppression. At this moment, the battlefield divided. As Madara advanced to confront Naruto. Why? Why do you choose to associate with someone like Madara? After clashing with Obito, Kakashi took a few steps back. I have nothing to discuss with you, only this final battle. Obito's gaze was frigid. He decisively activated Kamui, hurling a multitude of shuriken from the Kamui dimension. Kakashi swiftly slammed his hand to the ground, conjuring an earthen wall to block the onslaught of ninja techniques. Obito phased through the wall, fixing his gaze intensely upon Kakashi. With a swift motion, a shuriken pierced Kakashi and Appo's leg, and Obito seized Kakashi and Appo's arm. Why? Silence, you worthless chatterbox. Obito glared at Kakashi, then rapidly pulled him into the Kamui dimension. The scene shifted. Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his mind consumed with memories of the Obito from their childhood. Struggling to comprehend Obito and Appo's transformation, blood dripped from his leg wound onto the earth. I am indeed a failure, but Obito, you have always been my hero. Kakashi activated the Kamui dimension once more. But why? Meanwhile, Naruto found himself utterly overwhelmed by Uchiha Madara, rendered powerless. Witnesses looked on, filled with anxiety. Kakashi emerged from the Kamui dimension, crouching on the ground, breathless. The same eyes, you have indeed returned. Obito let out a soft sigh. Obito, how have you become this way? Is it related to Rin? Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Obito lunged forward, brandishing his blade. Kakashi attempted to form hand seals, but Obito's knee struck him, sending him flying. Without hesitation, Obito plunged a shuriken into Kakashi's abdomen, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, their confrontation bore the semblance of a playful scuffle. Uchiha Madara. No, Obito, why do I feel as though you are merely performing for me? Uchiha Obito, second Mizukage, Kageyama, have some confidence. He is indeed performing for you. Uchiha Obito, Madara, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to torment this useless Kakashi. Uchiha Madara, you torment him with shuriken? What of your Kamui, your fire style? Uchiha Obito. The scene continued. Kakashi gasping for air, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. I told you, trash should remain silent and await their demise. Obito raised his wind style, shuriken high. I have failed to uphold our promise. You were right. I am indeed trash. Kakashi and Appo's tone was laced with complexity. But you are different. You are the hero of Konoha. You need not become what you are now. Sweat dripped down Kakashi's face. As a fellow ninja, he inherently understood Obito's thoughts. Obito gazed upon Kakashi, sighed softly, and then lowered his weapon. He chuckled bitterly. This is reality. Whether entrusted or the one entrusted, all surviving ninjas in this world ultimately become garbage. You and I are living examples, Kakashi. Obito and Appo's smile was tinged with self-mockery. No one can escape this cycle of producing garbage. Thus, I shall reshape this world. Obito's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. In the distance, Naruto's fury ignited. You have genuinely infuriated me to the point of speechlessness. So allow me to tell you something about myself. Naruto's tone turned serious, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. He grasped the blade swung by Madara while simultaneously seizing the wind-style shuriken thrust by Obito. Naruto's eyes were resolute, ready to counter Obito's claims. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Kakashi and Appo's pupils dilated. Indeed, his own student fought valiantly. How could he, as a teacher, consider surrender? I apologize, Naruto. I relayed Obito and Appo's words to you. Yet I nearly wavered myself. Kakashi's head, previously bowed, slowly rose. He stood weakly, his fighting spirit rekindled. Obito lunged forward, shuriken in hand, aiming at Naruto. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, employing Raikiri to block the strike. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy decisively executed the technique. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Obito, your former will has always been with me. Now, I can only protect Naruto in the present. Kakashi's gaze was unwavering, fixed upon Obito. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, protect Naruto in the present? Confusion filled Obito and Appo's eyes. Uchiha Madara. Obito, could you be any more obvious in your intentions? Uchiha Obito. Kakashi Hitaki. Excellent. Obito, I knew you were not that kind of person. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki. I have no objections. Conan. I have objections. Kisame Hashigaki. Who asked you? You beast. Return my money. Deara. Wow. Kisame has been completely infuriated. Haiden. Scared. The scene continued. Utilizing Raikiri with the Sharingan, it seems you have mastered control of your left eye to a considerable extent, even unlocking the Meijiki. Obito's gaze remained cold as he scrutinized Kakashi. But do you truly believe, in your current state, that you can escape from the space-time dimension and return here? As Obito spoke, he charged at Kakashi, employing would-release ninjutsu to ensnare Naruto's shadow clones in an instant. You shall be cast into the garbage bin, Kakashi. Obito's eyes were as frosty as ice. Kakashi-sensei has always been by my side. Naruto struggled fiercely against Obito's bindings, lunging at him to break free. Obito executed several backflips, effortlessly dodging Naruto's assault. The Ten Tails was nearing its limit. Let them handle that, Obito. Killer Bee observed the distant barrier cracking, caution evident in his gaze. Chapter 85, Naruto. You are merely younger than I. The scene unfolds. Now I understand. Naruto, with a light chuckle, swiftly breaks free from the wood release. Look at that pained expression on your face. This remark should be directed at the person beside you. Obito fixates on Kakashi. It is indeed impossible to protect teacher Kakashi, as he has overexerted his Sharingan. Naruto furrows his brow. If Kakashi gets pulled in again, Naruto, let me take over. Allow me to handle this. The Nine-Tails shakes its head. Without further ado, it seizes control of Naruto's body and reaches out to grasp Kakashi. In the next moment, the Nine-Tails hurls Kakashi away. Obito decisively pulls Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. The perspective shifts. Naruto watches the scene unfold outside, his expression suddenly freezing. You fool, Nine-Tails. Look at the mess you and Appo's made. Now that there are no concerns left, the rest is up to you, Naruto. The Nine-Tails chuckles softly. It had long seen through Obito. That fellow harbored no intent to kill Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki. Nine-Tails, what about the fundamental trust between people? Nine-Tails, apologies, but I am not human. Naruto Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. How amusing. The scene continues. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Obito rushes towards Naruto. You bastard. Naruto grits his teeth and swings his fist at Obito, only for his punch to pass through Obito's form. At that moment, Obito suddenly spits out blood. Naruto is taken aback. In the Kamui dimension, having grasped your abilities, I can retaliate as long as I stay vigilant. Kakashi delivers a powerful punch to Obito's abdomen. Obito kneels, gasping for breath. How unpleasant that must feel, Obito. Kakashi strikes Obito and Appo's face with another punch, blood trickling from Obito and Appo's mouth. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Why, Kakashi, aren't you using Raikiri? Kakashi Hitaki, I suspect I'm out of chakra. Materumi, Mizukichi, don't start, you simply lack the will to go all out. The scene progresses. It was Kakashi on the other side. The Nine-Tails observes the outside world, chuckling softly. Soon, Kakashi emerges from the Kamui dimension. With a crack, the barrier shatters. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Naruto begins to gather tailed beast bombs, with Killer Bee doing the same. The two massive tailed beasts roar into the sky, the intense commotion instantly capturing Obito and Appo's attention. Gazing at the enormous tailed beast bomb in the distance, the onlookers grow tense. Isn't that enormous? This is the final blow. The two swiftly launch their tailed beast bombs towards the distant barrier. Boom. As the tailed beast bomb approaches the barrier, it triggers a massive explosion. Yet, in the next moment, the crowd and Appo's expressions freeze. The aftershock of this attack flattens several mountain peaks. The devastation spans tens of thousands of kilometers, obliterating everything in its wake. Witnessing this scene, everyone is left in utter shock. The chakra of the outer path golem has vanished. Naruto's voice trembles with excitement. Wonderful. The outer path golem has been dealt with. Indeed, the world is about to change. Obito kneels, his expression complex. The perspective shifts to Madara, seated on a stone, casting a disdainful glance around. Now, let us begin. Madara decisively summons the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails roars into the sky, the violent noise shattering the ground. The earth trembles as if shaken by an earthquake. Obito and Madara stand atop the Ten Tails, surveying the world below from their elevated position. The sight of the nearly 1,000-meter-high Ten Tails leaves everyone in awe. In the next moment, the Ten Tails thrusts its massive appendage towards Obito and Madara and Appo's heads, allowing them to control the beast. Madara coldly regards Obito, expressing dissatisfaction with the slow progression of their plan. Obito turns to explain, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Ten Tails, under their command, charges swiftly into the distance. Hey, this is serious. Can we truly defeat this creature? The Nine Tails stares into the distance, its pupils dilating in shock. A vast cloud of smoke rises, obscuring all vision, reminiscent of Aaron's rumbling in Attack on Titan. The immense smoke, accompanied by tremors and vibrations, heightens the crowd's anxiety. A fierce gale sweeps through as the Nine Tails begins to articulate the forthcoming strategy. Amidst the smoke, the Ten Tails roars. Naruto, controlling the Nine Tails, attempts to attack the Ten Tails, only to be effortlessly swatted away. Observing the colossal form, Naruto and Appo's expression turns cautious. He leaps high, aiming for the Ten Tails and Appo's eyes, only to be flung aside by a single swipe. This was all under Obito and Appo's control. Consecutive tailed beast bombs. After creating distance, the two unleash a torrent of tailed beast bombs. No need to evade, Madara states, crossing his arms and fixating on the distance. I wish to conserve the Ten Tails and Appo's power, Obito sighs softly. In the next moment, the Ten Tails opens its gigantic maw, also beginning to gather tailed beast bombs. This tailed beast bomb differs from the previous ones, as it seems to be coalescing into a laser. Bang! A multitude of lasers erupts, annihilating the surrounding terrain instantly. The mere aftershock of this single strike cleaves the ground in two. The Ten Tails directs the lasers toward the two, who dare not underestimate the threat, swiftly adopting defensive stances. As the lasers strike, they begin to split, and the residual force collapses mountain peaks hundreds of kilometers away. Inoki, this power is utterly overwhelming. Fourth Raikage A. Indeed, it is astonishing. Umbu of the Mist Village. Just a basic attack can slice mountains apart. How can we even contend with this? Tenten, is this still within the realm of ninjas? The scene continues. As the smoke gradually clears, Madara observes the unharmed crowd in the distance, his brows knitting in concern. Their lives are remarkably resilient. Beautifully controlled, Naruto. Perfectly aimed. High in the clouds. Kakashi and Naruto appear. Have we been too focused on the Ten Tails? Obito watches the two in the sky, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Now, Kamui. Kakashi hurls a multitude of octopus tentacles from the Kamui dimension. Mr. B, Eight Tails. The octopus, jar tactic. Killer Bee hums a peculiar rhythm, plummeting rapidly to the ground. Killer Bee gathers a tailed beast bomb and launches it toward the Ten Tails and Appo's eye. Just as the tailed beast bomb is about to strike, the Ten Tails swiftly extends a finger, batting the bomb away. Bang! Killer Bee is sent flying by the impact. Unbeknownst to him, two flies hover above. Madara shakes his head at this sight, while Naruto swiftly propels Kakashi forward. As Obito manipulates the Ten Tails, he recalls memories from his childhood. At this moment, Naruto resembles the young Obito, willing to endure a crushing blow to save Kakashi. Naruto, you are much like me. Indeed, you are merely younger. One day, Obito and Appo's gaze is filled with complexity. Chapter 86. This is no longer a rabble. Minato Namikaze. Obito, can you truly not take action? Obito Uchiha. Sensei Minato, Rin Noera. Obito, please come back. The scene unfolds. Naruto and Appo's body is propelled skyward like a cannonball. Bang! A violent explosion erupts in the sky, a blinding white light rapidly spreading forth. I'm sorry, Hachibi and Uncle Bai, he murmurs, and in an instant, Naruto dissipates into smoke. Is it another shadow clone? Madara observes the spectacle above, raising an eyebrow slightly. Kakashi plummets from the sky, and just as he is about to meet a disastrous fate, Naruto swiftly controls the Nine Tails, securely catching Kakashi. A complex expression flashes in Kakashi's eyes. Meanwhile, the formidable Killer Bee crashes heavily to the ground, his body sliding violently. Naruto hastens to his side, using his tail to shield him. At this moment, Naruto gazes at the dire situation, struggling to maintain the Nine Tails mode. Kurama, why can't you hold on now? Naruto's face is etched with urgency. It's been nearly 8 minutes, longer than last time, but this is already the limit. Just give me a moment to gather chakra. The Nine Tails shakes its head helplessly. There is no way out. Naruto's eyes are filled with anxiety. It hurts, you fool. I need a break. I'm at my limit. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, speaks weakly. When can you help me recover? My guy also sounds faint. Containing such a massive entity as the Eight Tails is an enormous burden, easily leading to exhaustion. Kakashi gasps for air, realizing that both the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails have temporarily depleted their chakra. From above, Obito looks down upon the scene with disdain. Naruto slowly turns around, taking a deep breath, then intertwines his fingers. Are you resorting to your signature shadow clone technique again? Even if it's a forbidden high-level ninjutsu, it merely multiplies a group of useless individuals. Madara gazes down with a soft sigh. I'm not useless. Naruto shouts defiantly. Enough, Naruto. Creating more shadow clones to share chakra is pointless. Even if you attack together, you cannot deliver a fatal blow. If you fall now, this war will be lost. Kakashi states calmly. Humph, nothing but a rabble. Madara scoffs. Hearing the term rabble, Naruto's eyes fill with confusion, for he lacks a high level of education. At this moment, the two figures standing atop the Ten-Tails gaze at Naruto as if he were a fool. Indeed, a useless child, Madara sighs again. The term rabble means that no matter how numerous a group may be, if they lack intellect, they are of no use. Obito kindly explains. You and I are merely ninjas of limited capability. One day, everyone will become like me. I will never become like you. Naruto retorts steadfastly. I have said this countless times. Fourth Hokage, what does Appos, rabble and Appos, mean? This child does not even understand. His education level is rather low. Fourth Kazekage Raza, this is proof that the Hidden Leaf Village does not value ninja education. Miss Mizuki's Terumi-me, I see. Anoki, can this child, Naruto, truly become the 7th Hokage in the future? His education level is so lacking. Vortex Naruto, young, Uchiha Sarada, was the 7th Hokage like this in his youth? Vortex Boruto, haha, this is hilarious. Idiotic father. Sarutobi Konohamaru, young enough, Boruto. This is rude, apologize to your father. Vortex Boruto, I refuse. The scene continues. I want to become Hokage. Naruto declares with unwavering determination. Do not worry, everything will proceed smoothly as planned. No ninjutsu can contend with the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito observes Naruto's resolute gaze, his tone shifting in complexity. I can make you Hokage in the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Upon hearing this, everyone freezes, their faces turning pale. Just then, the distant Ten-Tails opens its massive mouth, beginning to gather tailed beast bomb. Thus, let this world vanish along with you. Bang. A searing energy rushes forth like a cannonball, as they behold the blinding white light in the distance. Everyone grits their teeth. Boom. The light strikes a distant mountain, and in an instant, it begins to crumble. Observing the scene, the onlookers become increasingly cautious. This technique is Might Guy feigns nonchalance. Did it miss? Kakashi appears equally perplexed. Deidara, such a vast explosion. Obito Uchiha, is this what your life has come to? Deidara, TCH, what is so impressive? My future explosions will be far greater than this. The scene progresses. It has finally arrived. Kakashi exhales a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Kakashi and Guy say, thank you for your patience. Several ninjas swiftly descend from the sky. With the assistance of Byakugan, I executed an exceptionally precise body flicker technique, but it was undone in mere seconds. Ino Yamanaka frowns. Clearly frustrated. But at least it diverted the attack. Well done. Niji Hyuga remarks seriously, his eyes reflecting approval. Naruto, are you alright? Hinata asks with deep concern. Don't force yourself in front of your girlfriend, Naruto. Kiba descends from above, teasing with a grin. In the next moment, a multitude of ninjas leap out, instantly launching their ninjutsu. They create a thick fog, while the Oil Woman clan commands a swarm of insects to envelop the mist, swiftly surrounding the area. We have arrived. Excellent. This way we won't be easily detected, Shikamaru analyzes calmly. While conversing and laughing, they quickly assess the current situation. Sakura, you go first. Naruto begins to speak. I understand. Sakura nods and immediately starts treating Kakashi's wounds. At this moment, stirring music gradually plays. First unit has arrived. Second unit has successfully arrived. Third unit is in position. The various units of the Ninja Coalition report their statuses, and everyone swiftly turns to analyze the situation. Do you think this will conceal us? Madara gazes disdainfully at the vast fog in the distance. In the next moment, the Ten-Tails violently sweeps its tail, scattering the fog into disarray. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Temari swiftly brandishes her fan, and a fierce wind roars, dispersing the mist. Instantly, countless members of the Ninja Coalition appear before them. Anoki. Although I do not know the circumstances, this is exhilarating. Chapter 87. This is the technique of the Ninja Alliance. Uchiha Obito, huh? What does it matter how many there are? Uchiha Madara. Indeed, they are merely a rabble. Naruto Uzumaki. So what does rabble even mean? Never mind, I'm really hungry. I and Appos. LL grab some ramen first. Irika Yumino. Eat, eat, eat. Haven and Appos. T, you heard what was said at the beginning of the video? The scene unfolds as Naruto interlaces his fingers, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. This is no longer a mere rabble. What stands before you now is the technique of the Ninja Alliance. It is an extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu, even more formidable than the infinite Tsukuyomi. Remember that. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Obito's pupils constrict in shock. The technique of the Ninja Alliance? That is utterly far-fetched. Madara folds his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. I shall use this ninjutsu to thwart you. You are mistaken. Even if you manage to stop us, it will be of no consequence. Why can't you comprehend that this technique will crumble once the war concludes? Obito glares furiously downward, his own anger a mystery to him. Perhaps he sees a reflection of his former self in Naruto. You will inevitably repeat the same mistakes in this world. No matter how one struggles, failure is destined. Understand this. There exists no hope in this world. Obito's cold gaze fixates on Naruto. No matter what you say, I steadfastly believe that hope must exist. Naruto inhales deeply, lifting his head defiantly toward the heights. In times of war, arguments are futile. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Madara shakes his head. In the face of differing opinions, the minority should yield to the majority. Wouldn't you agree? Excellent notion. Then allow me to eradicate every last one of you. And with that, Obito's eyes chill. So it seems that combat is inevitable? However, Naruto hesitates. In this world, both speak simultaneously, the camera honing in on their faces. I shall bring about destruction. I will never allow you to succeed. Everyone, charge. This is the final showdown. The Ninja Alliance roars with fervor. The crowd swiftly disperses, taking their positions. After so much time spent strategizing, well done, Naruto. A voice from Shikaka rings out. Is there enough time to formulate tactics? Indeed, thanks to you all, we have successfully communicated our detailed strategies to everyone. The intelligence team exchanges information rapidly. Upon hearing their commander's words, the Ninja Alliance halts in unison. The entire alliance divides into multiple units, each with several subgroups commanding them. Lightning Release, Lightning Pillar. The ninja from the Cloud Village swiftly form hand seals. A brilliant light flashes intensely, and various ninjutsu combine, yielding astonishing effects. The Ten Tails, overwhelmed by the brilliance, slowly closes its eyes. The two standing aloft also shut their eyes tightly. I see now, the true objective is to obstruct the Ten Tails' line of sight. Obito's thoughts race. Inoki, what was once an unremarkable ninjutsu, when combined, has produced such a remarkable effect. Fourth Raikage A, that is indeed so. Meitarumi, the Mizukage, is this the power of the Ninja Alliance? The scene continues. From the Sand Village, now? Wind Release, Violent Wind Dance. The crowd rapidly forms hand seals, a powerful gust roaring forth as the previously scattered winds converge, creating a formidable pressure. Madara and Obito, positioned high above, are also affected by this gale. Obito hastily activates his Sharingan, his expression filled with caution. Now we cannot perceive. Madara crosses his arms, shaking his head in resignation. Just disperse them with the Ten Tails attacks. Obito's voice is frigid, as if everything is under his control. People of the Rock Village. Understood. They all place their hands firmly on the ground, shouting in unison, Earth Release, Great Earthquake. Instantly, the ground trembles violently, a massive pit emerges. The colossal form of the Ten Tails begins to sink. Once the Ten Tails descends to a certain depth, the crowd expels a torrent of lime from their mouths. The lime cascades like snowflakes, blanketing the Ten Tails. Before long, they unleash water release ninjutsu, spewing forth a torrent of water. The water and lime swiftly blend together, transforming into concrete in the blink of an eye. Following this, all ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, soaring high above, rapidly form hand seals. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The searing flames surge like a tidal wave, rapidly solidifying the concrete upon contact. The Ten Tails is securely ensnared within, unable to move. Incredible, Madara murmurs, astonished. Those 5 ninja villages have coordinated flawlessly. Obito, hearing Madara's words, finds his expression growing even more complex. Without sealing the Ten Tails, there is no chance to launch an attack against Obito and Madara. For them, the Ten Tails is a crucial tool for executing ninjutsu. The commander's voice resounds once more. At this moment, everyone is united in their intent to eliminate Obito and Uchiha Madara. After all, the Ten Tails is only temporarily sealed away, and they all wish to seize this opportunity to swiftly subdue Madara below. Although Obito can activate Kamui to evade ninjutsu, he can only maintain it for 5 minutes. Thus, the commander of the Ninja Alliance quickly issues orders for the Ninja Alliance to coordinate closely with the medical team, preparing to sustain attacks for over 5 minutes. With the commander's order, throngs of ninja leap down from above like raindrops. This is the technique of the Ninja Alliance. Naruto exclaims, raising his fist high. How pathetic. Madara sighs softly. Indeed, the hope they yearn for does not truly exist. At this juncture, their very existence is also in question. Obito echoes with a complex expression. The Ten Tails must break free from its restraints. Madara glances at the confined Ten Tails. Meitarumi, are you joking? Can these two Uchiha truly challenge the entire ninja world? Inoki, Mizukage, you underestimate Uchiha Madara's strength. Meitarumi, but the issue is, the Ten Tails is currently trapped. Can these two Uchiha truly defeat the Ninja Alliance? Inoki, you have no comprehension of Uchiha Madara's power. Hashirama Senju. Inoki, you are far too generous in your praise of Madara. From this moment on, you shall be known as the foremost Madara admirer of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 88. Astonishingly powerful tailed beast orb. The scene continues. Naruto firmly grasps the Raisin Shuriken, swiftly diving downward. 5th gate, open. Lee abruptly activates the 8 gates. This time, the target is not the Ten Tails, but rather those approaching us. That's not incorrect. Eliminating the enemy's leadership is indeed a crucial military strategy. Madara stands with arms crossed, his expression composed. The plan is progressing smoothly. Once we eliminate these two masterminds controlling the Ten Tails, As Naruto speaks, he vigorously hurls the Raisin Shuriken downwards. To achieve this, they must first subdue the Ten Tails. Madara observes the dazzling assaults from above, arms still crossed, his disdain increasingly evident. In the next moment, the Ten Tails and Appo's arms swiftly extends, instantly shattering the onslaught of attacks. In an instant, everyone is struck down, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Wasn't it Appo's the Ten Tails already sealed? A ninja, panic-stricken, exclaims. At that moment, from the distant pit, the Ten Tails rises rapidly, its massive form imposing. Thick tails ride behind it, and the bones around its shoulders are dislocated. Struggling to stand, Naruto tightly clutches his shoulder, his teeth grinding. The viewers witnessing this scene are left in astonishment. This power is utterly overwhelming. Nonetheless, we must thwart it, otherwise, all will be lost. Kakashi's brow furrows, his demeanor grave. Rather than cower here, it would be wiser to gather more chakra. Earth quickly regains composure and begins to command with methodical precision. Meanwhile, within the command center, all strategists are engulfed in tense contemplation. Soon, Jiku deduces the answer and hastily tasks a member of the Yamashiro clan to contact Kakashi. Kakashi, listen to me. Based on the recent battle intelligence, there are some matters I wish to confirm. The scene shifts, revealing the Ten Tails standing, its form appearing somewhat grotesque. The Ten Tails becomes increasingly uncontrollable. It must be restrained with Hashirama's cells. Witnessing this, Madara's brow furrows into a frown. The white Setsu cells on both individuals seem to come alive, burrowing into the Ten Tails' body. Allow me to show them what despair truly means. Before he finishes speaking, the Ten Tails begins to gather another tailed beast orb, seemingly different from the previous one. Upon seeing this, Kakashi's expression shifts to one of urgent anxiety as he hastily contacts the command center. It's no use. Activating Kamui is simply too late. Kakashi's tone is frantic, tinged with despair. Raise the ground. Kakashi shouts to Earth. Earth promptly nods and forcefully slams his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the ground beneath the Ten Tails is elevated as if lifted by an invisible hand. This sudden jolt causes the tailed beast orb that the Ten Tails was about to unleash to veer off course. Boom. That distant area is instantly transformed into flat terrain. Such a distance, compared to the previous tailed beast orb, is simply incomparable. It's ludicrous. Kakashi grits his teeth, observing the distance. Its erratic movement suggests that its control remains incomplete. A flicker of impatience crosses Madara's eyes. Continue. Obito once again directs the Ten Tails to gather the tailed beast orb. Boom. The tailed beast orb hurtles towards the distant sea, the powerful recoil causing the Ten Tails and Appo's grotesque body to shatter. Tailed beast orbs are launched in rapid succession, mercilessly obliterating everything in their path. The onlookers are filled with anxiety as they witness this scene. Deara, I never expected the Ten Tails to be an artist. Fourth Hokage, how can such explosions possibly be related to art? Deidara, fool, you just don't understand. Third Kazekage, I don't quite comprehend. But I am profoundly shaken. The scene continues. The Ten Tails locks onto a distant town as its next target, gathering another tailed beast orb. The menacing energy fluctuations leave everyone on edge. Witnessing this, the crowd is in a state of panic. Boom. The tailed beast orb is launched with a piercing cry. In the next moment, the entire ninja alliance is momentarily stunned, as if time has frozen. What just happened? Someone cannot contain their curiosity. Everyone, stay calm. Listen to me. Ching speaks with a complex tone, attempting to stabilize the crowd's emotions. Upon hearing this, Jiku falls into a brief silence, slowly raising his gaze to the sky. The target of the launch has shifted towards us. What should we do next? A voice from the crowd inquires urgently. Strangely, the crowd appears remarkably calm, as if they have long since resigned themselves to fate, prepared for death. Let us do what we must. This is our final mission. Connect me to everyone on the battlefield. I have devised a plan to stop the Ten Tails. Jiku's expression remains serene. The scene shifts again, revealing Shikamaru sensing an anomaly. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He grits his teeth, a look of anguish on his face, but soon compels himself to regain composure. Inuzuka Ino likewise clenches her jaw, tears streaming uncontrollably. The tailed beast orb hurtles towards the distant area. Boom. After the thunderous sound, that region is instantly reduced to scorched earth. Finally struck. Madara observes the scene from afar, letting out a light chuckle. With this, the Alliance and Appo's leadership is gone. Well, this is merely the beginning. Madara looks down, casting a disdainful glance over the Ninja Alliance. Shikamaru and Choji exchange worried glances. This is a battle. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Shikamaru's brow is furrowed, his tone serious. Ino agrees. Ino quickly wipes her tears, determination reflecting in her eyes. We will simply follow what my father instructed. At this moment, Naruto gazes at the towering explosion in the distance, filled with astonishment. What is happening? This means you are the key to the next move. Niji swiftly lands beside Naruto. No, I was asking about Uncle Jiku and Uncle Hachi. How are they? Naruto's voice trembles with urgency. At this moment, the distant Ten Tails continues its rampage, decimating the Ninja Alliance under this round of assault. Don't dawdle, Naruto. This is a battlefield. the fight continues. Hinata Hayashi urgently reminds Naruto. Hyuga Neji, wait. I have a bad feeling. Hiding, you can't possibly be turned into a porcupine, right? Hyuga Neji, haha, with my Byakugan. How could I possibly be turned into a porcupine? Chapter 89, Neji Children, I am no more. The scene unfolds, as Hinata's expression turns grave. Once we lose this war, everyone will lose everything. I am well aware. Naruto replied fervently. This operation requires your strength, Naruto. Above all, you must never lose your fighting spirit. Neji asserted resolutely. We must protect Naruto at all costs. Hinata chimed in, arriving swiftly with determination in her eyes. Remember, the Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. Hinata Hayashi declared solemnly. I had intended to strike before they could boast, but controlling the Ten Tails is quite a challenge. Madara sighed lightly. Maintaining the current state is feasible, yet without becoming the Jinchuriki, I fear I will lose control of the Ten Tails. His gaze sharpened with gravity. If I am to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I must first free myself from the bonds of Edo Tensei and escape this lifeless body. Madara turned his gaze meaningfully toward Obito. You, who have always favored dragging others to their demise, just now did not hesitate to unleash tail beast bombs upon the allied forces below, fearing my demise. Obito bluntly exposed Madara's intentions. Your current position is quite precarious. You must heed my commands. Do not forget this. How cunning you have become since those days. Madara's voice turned icy, tinged with displeasure. I have never regarded you as a comrade, Obito replied disdainfully. Best this way. You shall decide our next course of action. Madara's gaze remained steadfast upon Obito. Let them comprehend what true despair is. Obito's voice turned frigid. Wood release, cutting technique. He manipulated the Ten Tails, which released a barrage of wooden spikes towards the Ninja Alliance. The allied forces were instantly engulfed by the assault, resulting in countless casualties. Yet, to shield Naruto, unwavering determination shone in everyone's eyes. There are too many wooden spikes. We won't make it in time, Neji exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, Naruto grasped a Rasen Shuriken, launching it skyward with all his might. A tremendous explosion erupted in the heavens, illuminating the surroundings as many wooden spikes began to dissolve under the force of the blast. Thank you, Neji. You bought me precious time to enter Sage mode. Naruto expressed his gratitude sincerely. I cannot always rely on genius. I must contribute as well. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, hurling 2 more Rasen Shuriken into the fray. The spiraling shurikens covered a vast area of wooden spikes, but moments later, Naruto, drained of chakra, collapsed to the ground. As the remaining wooden spikes descended upon him, Hinata, in a state of panic, exerted all her strength to deflect them. Meanwhile, Hayashi leaped beside Naruto, delivering a powerful blow to the approaching Ten Tails' arm. However, after being struck, that very arm unleashed another volley of wooden spikes, aimed directly at Naruto. This is dire. The quantity of spikes is overwhelming. Hinata and I cannot manage alone. Hayashi turned. Worry etched across his face. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan, tracking the trajectory of 2 wooden spikes. Resolutely, he pivoted and positioned himself to shield Naruto and Hinata from the impending attack. With a thud, Neji fell to the ground. In the distance, the Ten Tails was finally ensnared. And the entire Ninja Alliance roared, closing in on it. Medical team. Is anyone there? Help. Someone is gravely injured. Naruto's expression was frantic, his gaze darting around in desperation. But the surrounding warriors were fully engaged in battle, unable to assist. No need. I have already. Neji's voice was faint, struggling to speak. Not like this. The spikes have transformed him into a porcupine. By the heavens, the prophecy was true. Not funny at all. Neji retorted weakly. Naruto, do you see? This is despair. Obito yelled, his voice echoing with fury. Regardless, I will never forgive you. Naruto vowed fiercely. Can anyone guess if Naruto will ever forgive Obito? There is no need to guess the answer to that question, Hashirama interjected. I and Appos. LL wager that Naruto may yet forgive Obito. Obito responded, bewildered. The scene continued. Brother. Hinata cried, kneeling in sorrow. Naruto, Hinata is willing to sacrifice her life for you. Thus, your life carries the weight of more than just your own. Neji's breath grew increasingly shallow. It seems my life is also one of those burdens. His gaze began to lose focus. Why? How could you die here? You, for the sake of the Hyuga. Naruto's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Why must you sacrifice everything to protect me? Naruto lamented, his heart heavy with grief. Because you call me a genius. Neji's words were accompanied by the gradual fading of the caged bird mark on his forehead. Father, I finally understand the feeling of freedom you embraced when you chose to sacrifice yourself for your comrades. At that moment, a bird soaring high above was struck by a wooden spike and fell heavily to the ground. Didn't you say we must not let our comrades be killed, Naruto? Obito shouted angrily. Now, Naruto's face was etched with anxiety as Neji lay helplessly on the ground. He hurriedly cradled Neji's head, witnessing the lifeless expression on his face. In an instant, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, as despair enveloped Naruto entirely. For this segment, readers may wish to refer to the original version, which is quite vivid. TT, wow, Niji, why did you have to die like this? This book is entirely drawn out. I feel truly sorry for everyone. Chapter 90. Thank you, Niji. Rock Lee, Wa Niji. Hyuga Niji, how disgusting. Wipe your nose. Mike Guy, Niji, you cannot die. Hyuga Niji, I told you both, could you not cling to me? Also, this is a vision from the future. Tintin, Sai, two fools. Kakashi Hitaki, Mike Guy's personality remains unchanged, just like before. Toby Uchiha, humph. Useless Kakashi, Mike Guy is the most important to you. ISNT, Kakashi Hitaki. No, Toby, actually I. Toby Uchiha. Enough, Kakashi. Why didn't you protect Rin back then? Rin no era, Toby. Anoki, this plot is a bit too convoluted. Is this the bond of Konoha? Meitarumi, are you sure it's not Nanton? The scene continues. As you said, look around you. I'll say it again. Toby's eyes blaze with fury. Naruto slowly turns his head to survey the surroundings. The ground is littered with the dead and the wounded, some groaning in agony. Others motionless. The scene exudes profound sorrow. Toby gazes at the disheartened Naruto and suddenly recalls his younger self, the flames of his heart intensifying. I demand you repeat that. Touch your cold comrades' bodies. Truly feel it. This is death. Naruto's face pales, his lips tremble, words escaping him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield. Upon hearing the news of their comrades' deaths, everyone erupts in chaos. Death continues to claim more lives. Your words and theories are mere nonsense. Toby berates Naruto. You speak of ideals and hope, yet this is the grim reality. Naruto, what remains in this reality? No parents, no Jiraiya-sensei if you oppose me further. Your comrades will meet the same fate as them. Listening to Toby's piercing words, Naruto's mood plunges to despair. No one acknowledges your world. Ultimately, you shall face solitude, the very loneliness you dread most. Toby pours forth his grievances, seemingly wishing to expel the pain accumulated over the years. Kakashi, hearing Toby's words, displays a complex expression, filled with memories, anguish, and helplessness. Seeing Naruto's hopelessness, Toby feels a strange satisfaction, as if recognizing his former helpless self in Naruto. Finding an odd sense of balance. What is there to cling to in this reality? Come to my side, Naruto. Toby slowly raises his hand, as if calling to his younger self. Just then, Hinata raises her hand and gently slaps Naruto's face. Tears remain uncleaned on her cheeks, rendering her pitiful. Naruto is momentarily stunned by the slap, gazing blankly at Hinata, astonished. Niji just said that Naruto's life is not singular. Do you understand what that means? Hinata's voice is filled with disappointment. We must never let our comrades perish. Those words and beliefs are genuine. Niji remembered this and upheld it with his life. Not just you. Everyone feels the same. We all hold these words and beliefs close to our hearts, tethering our lives together. Thus, we are comrades. If everyone abandons these words and beliefs, disregarding them, then Niji's sacrifice would be in vain. As Hinata spoke, her emotions became increasingly fervent. The scene shifts. Flashing through the grim images of the Ninja Coalition's casualties, blood everywhere, and severed limbs abound. Yet, amidst this, some remain resolute, staring down the enemy, showing no signs of retreat. That is what truly endangers our comrades. That is when we cease to be comrades, and I have always believed so. So stand with me. Naruto, let actions speak louder than words, for this is my ninja way. Hinata's gaze is unwavering. Naruto surveys his surroundings, drawing strength from Hinata's words. Soon, the voice of the Nine Tails echoes in his mind. Are you secretly observing Naruto's reaction? It seems you care for him greatly. Madara looks at Toby, somewhat surprised. Enough. Toby can no longer tolerate it. Angrily continuing to manipulate the Ten Tails, the battle rages on. Fourth Kazekage Raza, by the way, why does Toby care so much about Naruto? Third Kazekage, perhaps he sees his younger self in Naruto? Kakashi Hitaki, Toby, do you truly intend to continue down this path? Minato Namikaze, Toby, I apologize for not arriving in time. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Toby Uchiha, it's too late for your words now. The scene continues. Madara looks helplessly at Toby, realizing that such extensive manipulation of the Ten Tails could lead to its damage. Yet Toby shakes his head and unleashes a tailed beast bomb. At that moment, Killer Bee recovers and swiftly transforms into his tailed beast form. He gathers a tailed beast bomb in his mouth and collides it with the Ten Tails bomb. Boom! Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb crashes into the mouth of the Ten Tails. Immediately after, the enormous body of the Ten Tails explodes like a balloon. Fourth Raikage, A, well done. B. Killer Bee, oh yeah, I arrived just in time for the battle. Meitarumi, if viewed this way, it seems Madara and Toby are in a losing situation, right? Fourth Kazekage Raza, not necessarily. The scene continues, thud. Killer Bee plummets from the sky, causing a violent tremor. Don't mess around, B. Don't worry, I'm doing this to protect the coalition. Killer Bee weakly gives a thumbs up. The camera shifts, revealing Naruto with his head bowed, reflecting on Hinata's earlier touch on his face, his gaze gradually firming. Indeed, not just my parents. It has always been this way. My life is not singular. Naruto slowly rises, gripping Hinata's hand tightly. Hinata, thank you. I'm grateful to have you with me. And Niji, thank you. Midway through his words, he falters. At that moment, rhythmic music ignites. Naruto slowly raises his hand, clenching his fist. The next instant, a surge of golden light emanates from Naruto. Let us go, Hinata. Yes. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I don't know why, but I feel a bit bloated. Fourth Reikage. Indeed, I didn't eat anything this morning. Madarumi, I have serious reasons to suspect these two are spreading love. I can't write anymore. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. I really don't want to write anymore. This book has too few readers. Chapter 91. The tailed beast cloak envelopes the allied shinobi forces. Anoki, be confident. This is just a display of affection. Tsunade, I'm at a loss for words. Hashirama, haha, I have a wife after all. Madara. The scene continues. A fierce whirlwind sweeps through. And Hinata feels Naruto's chakra, her expression one of astonishment. The members of the allied shinobi forces also take notice. You transmit my chakra to everyone. Go for it, Naruto. The Ninetales chuckles softly. I figured it out, Kurama. Let us work together. Naruto's gaze is resolute. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us use shadow clones. Shall we? The scene shifts to the real world. Naruto is providing me with such immense chakra. Impressive. Shadow clone technique. Naruto swiftly forms hand seals, conjuring 3 shadow clones. The clones leap to various locations to assist the injured. The shadow clone of Naruto places his hand on the individuals, releasing a surge of chakra that manifests the chakra-tailed beast cloak. Soon, a red phantom appears below. Is Naruto transmitting the Ninetales chakra? Madara furrows his brow. Obito manipulates the Ten-Tails to strike at Hinata. Reacting swiftly, Hinata uses the 8 trigrams air palm to deflect the Ten-Tails' arm. Power continues to surge forth, merely relying on the air palm to block the attack. Hyuga Hayashi watches in shock. That young girl has gained Naruto's strength and has become significantly stronger. Madara speaks slowly. Obito's eyes are icy as he continues to control the Ten-Tails. At this moment, the strength of the crowd amplifies significantly. Akimichi Choji enlarges his body to block the 3 arms of the Ten-Tails. Don't underestimate me. Obito sees in anger as wooden spikes grow from the palm of the Ten-Tails. Meanwhile, Ino and Shikamaru simultaneously launch an attack at Obito. Naruto watches, astonished. The Ten-Tails roars incessantly. Shikamaru frowns, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Once again, the Nara binding technique. Madara observes below, furrowing his brow. A multitude of shadow binding techniques ensnare the Ten-Tails. I have some good news for you all. Obito fixes his gaze on the crowd below, speaking coldly, capturing everyone's attention. Your bonds have forged the current me. Remember, this is also a powerful curse. Naruto, I told you before, we cannot allow our comrades to perish. Kakashi speaks softly. This serves as a reminder to myself. Throughout this journey, I've lost many comrades, thus I admonish myself to protect them better next time. Kakashi's expression is complex. Yet, each time I am confronted with the reality of not having protected my comrades, it means I must continuously face this scar. Therefore, I must endure. We are shinobi. How could we forget this scar? It is proof of our comrades' existence. Naruto's voice is steadfast. It is false to believe that one would not harm their comrades in dreams. It signifies the obliteration of true comrades. Regardless of the curse, I shall preserve the true Niji. Naruto looks up, his gaze fixed firmly on Obito. Obito's expression is equally intricate. Obito Uchiha. Naruto, you are just like me, however. You are merely younger. Naruto Uzumaki. So what are you trying to say? Obito Uchiha. If one day, someone dear to you dies before your eyes, what will you feel? Naruto Uzumaki. I will not fall into despair. Bastard. The scene progresses as Naruto injects chakra into Rock Lee, who takes a deep breath and gently closes Niji's eyes. This chakra is even greater and more potent than last time, Kakashi observes, astonished as he looks at his hand. Almost done transmitting. The Ninetales speak softly. At this moment, Obito grits his teeth, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Humph, I'll lend you a hand as well. Seeing this, Madara raises a hand. In the next moment, a powerful force emanates from the Ten-Tails, instantly suppressing the Nara clan. Naruto, now is your chance. Shikamaru shouts anxiously. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Eight-Tails Gyuki decisively spits out a Tailed Beast Bomb. Simultaneously, the entire allied shinobi forces launch an assault. The Ten-Tails' arm collides with this massive onslaught, pausing momentarily before continuing its descent toward the earth. Before long, the allied shinobi forces find themselves surrounded on all sides by arms. A tremendous whirlwind sweeps in. You are just like that reckless little brat from before. Obito gazes down with disdain. Niji and Appo's, will. Naruto grips the Raisin Shuriken tightly, leading the allied shinobi forces into an assault. It's not over yet. Crack. The Ten-Tails' 2 arms are pierced by the allied shinobi forces' attack. Incredible. Watching the allied shinobi forces close in rapidly, Obito's lips tremble even more. At this moment, the allied shinobi forces coordinate with one another. In the blink of an eye, half of Madara's body is pierced. The Ten-Tails, affected by gravity, sways precariously. Obito and Madara plummet swiftly, surrounded by enemies. I am different from you. I do not wish to sever existing bonds. Nor will I allow you to sever them. Naruto locks his gaze firmly on the two before him. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wow, it's heating up. Hyuga Hayashi. Is this the power of the allied shinobi forces? Hashirama. Not bad at all. Naruto is quite exceptional. Tobirama. Oh, brother. Could you refrain from patting my shoulder? Hashirama. Oh, my apologies. The scene continues. You should not sever it. Obito speaks coldly. In the next moment, the Ten Tails raises its fist high. Disappear. Madara's eyes blaze with fury. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Fire release. Storm dance. The two rapidly form hand seals. Then unleash fiery projectiles from their mouths. Bang. The area below is instantly engulfed by these scorching fireballs, enveloping everyone within. Naruto joins his hands together, gradually dispersing his chakra. Soon, everyone remains unharmed. Without hesitation, Madara activates Susanoo, casting a multitude of blue shuriken from his hands. Obito, too, opens Kamui, raining down a flurry of shuriken. The next wave of attacks is upon us. Sakura appears tense. Naruto swiftly maneuvers the tailed beast cloak, strenuously repelling the incoming projectiles. Naruto, your chakra has been continuously protecting everyone. With such sustained consumption, can you truly endure? Sakura looks at Naruto with deep concern. They vanished. Naruto gazes into the distance. Realizing that Obito and Madara have already disappeared, the expressions of the crowd tighten once more. Up there, Naruto. Kakashi calls out urgently. Naruto hastily retreats, evading Obito's sudden aerial ambush. Naruto, you are merely playing a defensive role to protect everyone. What significance does that hold? Obito stands, his eyes as cold as frost. Are you alright, Naruto? Trying to harness all the chakra I've given you at once is reckless. The Nine Tails expresses concern. This can easily lead to exhaustion. Moreover, the Ten Tails is accumulating chakra. You must be cautious. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What on earth can we do? The allied shinobi forces are utterly burdensome. Mizuki's Terumime. So, Raza, why have you yet to appear on screen? I'm so exhausted. I truly feel I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 92. Obito, you have changed. Orochimaru. Is there a possibility that Rashi has long since perished? Fourth Kazekage Rashi. Cough cough. Hiruzen Sarutobi. So the current fourth Kazekage is Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Indeed, it has been a while, Sensei Hiruzen. The scene unfolds. At this moment, Naruto is gasping for breath, and upon witnessing this, Obito's gaze grows ever colder. If this continues, you will only grow weaker. You, who pursue solitude, cannot possibly comprehend the warmth of having others by my side. Naruto chuckles softly, then rises to his feet. This fills me with immense joy. Just this alone grants me an inexhaustible surge of strength. Seeing the ninja alliance encircle him, Obito decisively activates his intangibility to evade their attacks. Has he fled? Naruto begins to survey his surroundings. Since you claim that the pain of losing comrades binds you, why must you force yourself to protect them? Obito hovers in the air, fixating on the figures below. Stop spewing nonsense. I am utterly exasperated with your delusions. Anger fills Naruto's eyes. Enough of this chatter, you scoundrel. I have said it before. For the sake of my comrades, I will endure any pain. I refuse to forsake such bonds. Perhaps it is selfish, but for me, the greatest suffering is the absence of my companions. Naruto pounds his chest. Obito observes the scene below, gritting his teeth. These are all he has lost. Indeed, this chakra. Hashirama. Madara Uchiha stands aloft, his gaze increasingly deranged. At this moment, the Ten Tails breaks through its rocky seal, howling defiantly into the sky. Its massive hands grow larger, forcefully striking the ground. A tremendous tempest rages forth, sweeping towards everyone. Father, is there no ninjutsu capable of stopping it? Karatsuchi covers her ears, her expression pained. Inoki appears equally bewildered, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Naruto exclaims, this is bad. The Ten Tails is about to unleash its transformation. The Nine Tails warns urgently. What is that? Stop dawdling. The heavens are about to shatter. The Ten Tails continues to roar outside. Because you severed the only connection I had with the Ten Tails, I can no longer control it. It is nearly time for me to become the Jinchuriki. Obito gazes into the distance, deep in thought. Boom. A violent explosion ripples outward, instantly altering the sky. The best is yet to come. Madara activates his Susanoo, fixating intensely on the ninja alliance below. This time, I must eradicate the Ten Tails. Kamui. Just as Kakashi prepares to launch an attack, Obito swiftly leaps down to intervene. It seems you have been waiting for this moment, but so have I, Kakashi. Obito seizes Kakashi's arm. I leave Naruto's side to you. The two swiftly enter the Kamui dimension. Meanwhile, the Ten Tails bellows in rage. Its overwhelming destructive force shattering the surrounding earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' expressions turn icy. The entire world resonates like thunder, the ground heaving and swirling, while fierce winds scatter everything in disarray. The cataclysmic changes in the world instill a sense of dread in those watching the video. Second Mizuki. Goodness. Did Obito just activate Kamui and take Kakashi away? First Mizuki. Huh? Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, why are you doing this? Obito Uchiha. Shut up, useless Kakashi. The scene continues. Outside, the winds howl relentlessly. Within the Kamui dimension, Kakashi and Obito swiftly leap apart. Without hesitation, Kakashi grips Raikiri and charges forward. However, upon seeing Obito lying on the ground, his expression freezes. Kakashi halts Raikiri mid-air, refraining from striking Obito. You are indeed hesitating. You had the chance to kill me before, yet you could not bring yourself to do it. Obito's eyes brim with scorn. The usually cold-hearted you, showing mercy to an enemy on the battlefield, could it be guilt? Is it because you failed to protect Rin, betraying your promise to me, that you feel remorse? Obito fixes his gaze on Kakashi, relentless. Do you still expect me to repent? Obito, please stop. Kakashi's expression grows complex. Your former dream was to become Hokage, and Naruto shares that same aspiration now. He echoes your words from the past. Hashirama Senju, ISNT Kakashi running low on chakra? How can he stand there with a massive jutsu while conversing? Uchiha Fugaku, indeed. Fourth Kazekage Rashi. I recall a rather dark joke. Didn't Obito once say he wanted his face carved in a Hokage rock as a child? Madarumi, and then, fourth Kazekage Rashi, he actually did it. Carved his face into the rock. Kushina Izumaki. Ha ha ha. Upon reflection, that indeed seems to be the case. The scene progresses. Unbeknownst to you, you have intertwined your past self with Naruto's present. Unconsciously treating Naruto's words as your own. You yearn to be negated by your former self, do you not? You cannot possibly be unaware of Naruto's feelings. You still have the chance to return and become your former self. Kakashi's gaze is intricate. As he hesitates to speak, Obito suddenly bursts into a self-deprecating laugh. Kakashi is taken aback. Obito laughs maniacally, his laughter resonating as a mockery of himself and the injustice of fate. It is precisely because I understand Naruto's thoughts so well that I desire to hear everything he has to say, only to refute it all. Obito's gaze is fixed on Kakashi. Obito, Kakashi struggles to find his voice. I will say it again. Your guilt towards me is inherently absurd. If you believe I instigated this war merely because of you and Rin, you are gravely mistaken. In the next moment, Obito rises, directly passing through Kakashi's poised Raikiri. I know everything. Kakashi's expression turns to shock, memories flooding back of the moment he thrust Raikiri towards Rin. It was Rin who threw herself onto your Raikiri, choosing death. At that time, Rin was captured by the Mist Village and was forced to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki, even if you had successfully rescued Rin. This was all part of the Mist Village's scheme. How do you know this? Kakashi's pupils dilate sharply. Minato Namikaze, I am truly sorry. I could not arrive in time due to my mission. I am an inadequate teacher. Kakashi Hitaki, Sensei Minato, please do not say that. Rin Noera, had Kakashi died that day, Obito would likely have become this way regardless. I really cannot continue. I am utterly exhausted. This book is perhaps too lacking. I will strive to finish it. Thank you all for reading this far. If possible, could I perhaps have 3 free small advertisements? Chapter 93. My heart is void. The scene unfolds with a young Kakashi diligently tending to the wounds of the Leaf Village ninjas. Captain, let us wait for reinforcements together. One of the ninjas from the Leaf Village remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. There is no time. The Mist Village has captured Rin to use her as a test subject for some experiment. Once she is taken into the village of Blood Mist, we will have no chance to rescue her, Kakashi replied, shaking his head resolutely. With a sudden, forceful motion, Kakashi struck the ground with one hand, decisively summoning a summoning technique. At that moment, his sole focus was retrieving Rin. Wait for me, Rin. I will ensure your safety, he vowed, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Before long, he spotted a large group of Mist Village ninjas encircling a cave. Utilizing his skills, Kakashi swiftly liberated Rin from her captors. As Rin regained her senses and looked at Kakashi, astonishment filled her eyes. There is no time for explanations. Come with me, Kakashi exclaimed, gripping Rin's hand tightly as they fled through the cave. The scene transitions, and the two soon escaped into the night. Kakashi, I feel something is amiss with my body, Rin said, clutching her chest, her brow twisted in distress. Don't worry about that. Just run, Kakashi urged, shaking his head. They sprinted through the darkness. But Rin's expression turned anxious. It feels like something is inside me. What is happening? She questioned, helplessly shaking her head. As they ran, Rin quickly realized she had been manipulated. If they returned to the Leaf Village, she would likely transform into a tailed beast and attack the village. That is impossible. I cannot allow that, Kakashi said, panic etched across his face. The narrative continues, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. Kakashi prepared to confront a ninja with his Raikiri, when Rin suddenly plummeted from above. A grim realization dawned upon her. Understanding the dire circumstances, she chose to end her life, believing it the only way to protect the Leaf Village. The narrative shifts dramatically. Kakashi, filled with sorrow, declared, to me, the one who could not protect Rin is you. Rin should not have died. The departed Rin is but a counterfeit. Only the living Rin is the true Rin. Toby stepped back. The true villain of their plight revealed to be the very system of ninjas, the villages, and the ninjas themselves. What truly devastates me is this world. I am utterly despondent about this hypocritical reality. Toby screamed in anguish. Kakashi, holding his chest in despair, shook his head, recalling Naruto's words about the pain of lacking genuine companions. In the past, you could empathize with him and express similar sentiments. Even now, I still believe. Toby interrupted. Pointing to his own heart, my heart is now void. I feel no pain, Kakashi. This emptiness was torn from me by this hellish world. The narrative continues, reflecting on the futility of pain and the meaning of existence. What significance does this hold? I relinquished everything. Are you not also mired in suffering? Toby stared intently at Kakashi. In the presence of Rin's grave, Kakashi was urged to cease his suffering. Enough. You need not endure this pain any longer. Rin is right here. Toby gestured towards a phantom beside Kakashi. I love you, Kakashi, he continued, unveiling the illusory world where Kakashi could pursue his desires, where his inner void could be filled instantly. Yet, Kakashi, wielding his Raikiri, lashed out at the illusions. Enough. You are already dead, but are you truly alive? Do you think this can fill the void within? He interrupted Toby, his voice laced with anger. Do not erase the memories of Rin's life. Those are the sacrifices she made for the village. Even if you attempt to fill your emptiness with illusions, it cannot be done. Kakashi's tone grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Ten-Tails opened its gaping maw, revealing a massive fruit. The tension escalated as the ninjas felt the impending doom. This commotion is alarming, Shikamato remarked anxiously. It must be targeting Naruto. Shoji added, equally troubled. If Naruto loses his chakra, how can we confront this beast? Despair loomed over the ninja alliance. But Sakura's voice broke through the gloom. How can we falter at this moment? I understood everything after hearing Naruto's words. Even we, as ninjas. He risks everything to protect. Her conviction resonated with the others, igniting a renewed sense of purpose among the group. The narrative then shifts, and the story continues toward the arrival of the reanimated F4, leading to a pivotal moment in the tale. The author expresses a hope that someone will notice the culmination of this journey, despite the initial struggles and lessons learned along the way. An apology is offered to the readers, affirming the commitment to provide a conclusion to the story, regardless of the audience. Chapter 94, Kakashi vs. Obito. The scene unfolds, revealing the harsh reality of the illusionary world where the heart's void only deepens. Obito gazes coldly at Kakashi, bitterness lacing his words as he recalls moments of helplessness, reminiscent of his past failures to arrive in time. Am I not correct, Kakashi? In this world, how do we fill this emptiness? Though I may be a disgrace among ninjas, I have learned some truths. Kakashi begins to speak, his mind swirling with memories. The void within one's heart can only be filled by others. Those who abandon their companions' memories for their own dissatisfaction, who forsake the world, will never find comrades. He fixates on Obito, his gaze unwavering. Such attitudes leave the void unfilled. Those who only know how to escape, doing nothing, will find no help. As long as one does not give up, salvation is always possible. Kakashi's eyes shine with determination. The dialogue continues, voices echoing in the air. Kakashi-sensei speaks the truth, exclaims Naruto. You see it too, Obito, Kakashi asserts. Silence, useless Kakashi. I have no desire to hear your words. Obito retorts. Lin calls out to Obito. While the third Hokage reflects on his own failure to guide Obito correctly, Minato speaks of the night the Nine-Tails attacked, prompting Obito to question why his teacher failed to recognize him. Your failure is evident. Obito sneers. The fourth Kazekage comments on the unusual circumstances, and Inoki recalls Obito's past. The battle rages on as the Ninja Alliance confronts the Ten-Tails with fervor. In the Kamui space, Obito's brow furrows. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are deemed trash. Yet those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. And those who do not value their memories with companions are worse off. Fury fills Kakashi and Appo's eyes. Obito and Appo's pupils widen as he perceives a reflection of his younger self in Kakashi. I will not forsake our memories, even if the one denying them is you now, Kakashi declares, gripping Raikiri tightly. Just then, Minato appears on the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. Am I late? He asks. No, you arrived just in time, Dad. Naruto responds with a smile. Who is this? Sakura inquires, puzzled. Meanwhile, the Ten-Tails unleashes a tailed beast ball, which is redirected to the ocean. I am Minato Namikaze. And the tailed beast ball is about to explode. A violent tremor echoes in the distance. What is happening? Sakura questions, bewildered. I redirected the Ten-Tails attack to the sea. Minato explains gently. The explosion creates a fierce whirlwind, sending ocean water rushing toward them. The Ninja Alliance is taken aback by the sheer power of the blast. This force is immense, even at such a distance, Minato says, looking at Sakura with warmth. You are. Don't worry, I am on your side. Thank you for healing Naruto. Are you his girlfriend? Minato asks curiously. The group gasps collectively. Ah, I am not Naruto's girlfriend, Sakura exclaims. Ahaha. I think you and Naruto make a lovely couple. Minato laughs. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Kakashi and his companions prepare for action. All right, let us begin, declares Hashirama, his eyes resolute. The four Hokage of the past gather on the battlefield as Obito descends rapidly from the sky. I've been waiting for you, Hashirama. We'll settle our scores later, he states, pointing at him. The urgency to stop the Ten-Tails looms large. He remains as he always was. I find it impossible to work with him, Obito remarks coolly. The scene shifts again as the Alliance coordinates to suppress the Ten-Tails. Within the Kamui space, Kakashi and Obito collide fiercely. A surge of intense energy erupts as Kakashi thrusts Raikiri into Obito's chest, while Obito pierces Kakashi's heart with his own blade. Blood splatters violently around them. Obito, cease this tactic, would you? Kakashi and Appo's voice is cold. I've long grown weary of this. In the next moment, both become arcs of lightning, dissipating into the air. The illusion fades. Kakashi realizes he cannot change Obito. Now, the only thing I can do for you, he states, raising a hand to form a seal, is to send you on your way. Obito mirrors his action, declaring, then I shall do the same. Come forth. In that moment, they are transported back to their childhood, where they once formed opposing seals in the woods. Now, the ninja battle exercise officially begins. Minato announces. The two rush toward each other with renewed fervor. Indeed, no matter how I engage you, it seems futile, Kakashi remarks. Humph. Useless Kakashi, you can accomplish nothing. Obito retorts. Chapter 95. I have triumphed, Kakashi. The scene unfolds further. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of air being sliced through is incessant. Kakashi throws a punch directly at Obito. Yet Obito skillfully deflects each strike. In a moment of reverie, the two seem to return to their childhood. Back then, Obito's taijutsu was nowhere near Kakashi's level. Kakashi retreats, searching for an opening, and seizes the moment to strike. Bam! Obito counters with a kick, sending Kakashi flying, who lands clumsily. Kakashi rolls aside, and with a crack, the ground fractures like a spider's web. After several rolls, he springs into the air, aiming a kick at Obito, while also retrieving a kunai from his pouch. Obito grips the chain tightly, exerting all his strength to withstand Kakashi's fierce blow. A sharp sound echoes as the kunai grazes Obito's face, drawing blood. Undeterred by the wound, he retaliates with a powerful punch, sending Kakashi crashing away. Kakashi tumbles to the ground, struggling to regain his footing. In an instant, Obito and Appo's injury rapidly heals. He retrieves a black staff, twists his neck, and darts towards Kakashi like a released arrow. Kakashi, too, firmly grasps his kunai, bracing for the impending clash. The sounds of their weapons colliding fill the air, creating a symphony of sparks. In the dimly lit arena, their fleeting shadows intertwine, reminiscent of their youthful sparring in the woods, a dance of back and forth. At this moment, the music takes on a melancholic tone. Kakashi and Appo's onslaught is relentless, while Obito evades with agility. Both are fueled by an intent to eliminate the other. Suddenly, their palms collide with tremendous force, each testing the other's strength. Obito and Appo's gaze turns icy. Let me borrow your hand. With that, he seizes Kakashi and Appo's palm and swiftly forms hand seals. Just as Kakashi prepares to react, Obito lands several kicks to his chin. Without hesitation, Obito steps back to create distance and rapidly forms hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A searing fireball erupts like a raging dragon, hurtling forward. Kakashi, witnessing this, hastily forms hand seals and slams his palms onto the ground. Instantly, a wall of earth rises to absorb the impact. The aftershocks of the flames linger, sweeping past Kakashi. The stones of the wall crack and crumble rapidly. In the distance, thick smoke billows, accompanied by the sound of Obito and Appo's footsteps, prompting Kakashi to become alert. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a weapon pierces through, catching Kakashi and Appo's attention. In that critical moment, Obito darts in from the side like a specter, delivering a powerful kick that sends Kakashi crashing against the wall. Kakashi lies beside the wall, his gaze somewhat vacant. Seizing this opportune moment, Obito thrusts his black staff towards Kakashi. Suddenly, the ground erupts violently. Kakashi swiftly grasps Obito and Appo's arm. His eyes cold. This is where you are wrong. Just as Obito prepares to counter Kakashi, the latter vanishes like a flash of lightning. Bang! In a flashback, young Obito is struck by Kakashi and Appo's kick, followed by a flurry of blows. The scene shifts back and forth between past and present. Adult Obito is sent rolling away, pain etched across his face. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I don't understand. Is this stream of consciousness? So cultured. Third Raikage. Wow, impressive. Miss Kageme Terumi. I can't comprehend, but I am profoundly moved. Senja Hashirama. This fight is so extravagant. Senja Tobarama, brother. Not everyone is like you. Senju Hiruzen. I don't know why, but this video is so satisfying to watch. 10-10, their taijutsu flows so seamlessly. The scene continues. Young Obito slowly rises from the ground, only to find Kakashi standing with a kunai, its cold tip aimed directly at him. For a moment, the atmosphere grows tense. All right, the training exercise ends here. The victor is Kakashi. Teacher Minato announces the results gently. Now, let us conclude with the reconciliation seal. Kakashi lowers his kunai and extends his hand towards Obito. Young Obito, about to grasp Kakashi's hand, suddenly feels a sharp pain in his shoulder. He turns to see his adult self, face twisted in rage, shoving his younger self aside and charging at Kakashi with ferocity. Kakashi tightens his grip on the kunai. The atmosphere gradually quiets, their emotions complex and intertwined. With a thud, the kunai crackles with the electricity of Raikiri, sizzling ominously. Obito clutches his black staff with one hand. In a fleeting moment, memories of their childhood resurface, fingers intertwined, sharing smiles. The scene shifts abruptly. With a sharp sound, both combatant strikes penetrate each other's bodies. Kakashi's kunai pierces Obito's chest, while Obito's staff thrusts through Kakashi's arm. Soon, Obito weakly leans against Kakashi's shoulder, blood pouring from his mouth. Kakashi, enduring the intense pain, gradually loosens his grip on the kunai. His fingers tremble as he swiftly withdraws the weapon from Obito and Appo's chest. With a thud, Obito collapses heavily to the ground. Kakashi kneels, gritting his teeth as he extracts the staff lodged in his shoulder. Everything has come to an end. Kakashi and Appo's voice is laden with complexity. Yet, unexpectedly, Obito emits a cold chuckle. Kakashi, bewildered, finds the onlookers equally stunned. You may have won this battle, Obito declares, sweat beading on his forehead. But I will never concede the victory of this war. As his words fade, Obito's form twists like a vortex, swiftly vanishing from sight. Umbu of Awagakure, by the way. I feel like Obito is holding back. Third Reikage. Why did Obito stab Kakashi in the arm? Uchiha Madara. Is this the extent of your strength, Obito? Uchiha Obito. Missed Kagame Terumi. Obito is covered in wounds. Even if he returns to the battlefield, he will be of little use. Nara Shikamaru. Wait a moment. Could it be that he intends to? Nara Shikaku. Oh no, Obito and Appo's target is the Ten Tails. Chapter 96. Uchiha Obito, transformed into the Ten Tails, declares war on the entire shinobi world, all to restore your image. Naruto Uzumaki. What does this mean? I don't understand at all. Nara Shikamaru. Based on the previous footage, Obito might have intentionally failed, allowing Kakashi to stab him. Possibly to lift some sort of restriction. Nara Shikamaru. After lifting this restriction, Obito returns to reality, intending to absorb the Ten Tails. Fourth Reikage. Is this young man's analytical ability truly so formidable? The narrative swiftly bypasses the preceding plot, having established the groundwork. The scene continues. Chaos envelopes the battlefield, with the Ten Tails quickly subdued by the combined efforts of the shinobi. The massive divine gate, coupled with a barrier, effectively restrains the Ten Tails. Simultaneously, the space above distorts, and Obito escapes from the Kemui dimension, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Madara glances into the distance. His gaze icy. I had intended to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and contend with Hashirama, but it appears that is no longer possible. With that, Madara raises a hand, controlling Obito's body. Thud, thud, thud. Several black rods emerge from Obito's arms, and he grits his teeth, his body writhing uncontrollably. It is time for my reincarnation. Madara forms hand seals. At this moment, memories of Rin flood Obito's mind. His pupils dilate, and he hastily clasps his hands together. Oh! The immense commotion instantly draws the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Naruto peers into the distance, his brow furrowing. The viewers of the video are left astounded. What is happening? Inoki. Wait, can Madara now control Obito? Fourth Reikage. So has everything Obito did previously been in vain? Minato Namikaze, Obito. Rin Noera. I can't imagine how much pain Obito must be experiencing. Inside the Shinigami's belly, Minato observes the scene in the video. His pupils wide with shock. Obito, was your plan from the very beginning to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Meanwhile, Kakashi sits on the bed, watching the images above. His own pupils constricting. Obito, you have truly taken a misguided path. Kakashi's lips tremble, his complexion paling. The scene unfolds further. It is time to repay my debt. Madara gazes into the distance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He is under Madara's chakra control. Hashirama watches carefully from afar. Suspecting that Madara intends to control Obito to use the rebirth of the world technique to resurrect himself. Everyone, we must immediately stop the person standing atop the Ten Tails. Hashirama urgently announces. Soon, Sasuke leaps onto the head of the blue serpent, rushing towards the distance. At the same time, Minato comprehends the situation, his expression complex. The battlefield is divided into two factions, one group aiming to stop Obito, while the other confronts Uchiha Madara. The blue serpent climbs the trees but is quickly ensnared by a massive hand. Sasuke vaults into the air, abandoning the serpent, activating Susanoo, and shoots an arrow into the distance. The black rods from Obito and Appo's arms intercept the pitch-black arrow. Sasuke descends from the sky, grasping Chidori. Madara raises a hand, intensifying his control over Obito. Obito struggles fiercely, his mind flooded with warm memories. In these memories, Rin, Kakashi, and Minato gaze at him with tenderness. As a child, he regains his composure, surveying his surroundings. Seeing Kakashi and Rin drift away, Obito feels isolated, his gaze conflicted. Minato, his teacher, offers comfort. Do not give up. Don't you cherish Rin the most? Yes, Obito instinctively nods. We will become Hokage, right? Obito. The camera returns to the present. Minato, wielding a kunai, pierces Obito's chest. Obito's consciousness wavers as he gazes at Minato, instinctively speaking. Teacher. Obito. Minato is taken aback, his pupils widening in shock. So it is you. With a thud, Obito collapses to the ground. Sasuke and Naruto, rushing in, are equally stunned. Simultaneously, Obito dies and Madara's plan crumbles. Madara rests his chin on his hand, slowly lifting his gaze. Has it failed? No matter. Madara chuckles softly. At that moment, the Shinobi Alliance watches in shock. Using the shadow clone technique to execute the body flicker technique he had already been locked onto, Tobirama gazes into the distance, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he feels that something is amiss. Uchiha Itachi. So, Obito has perished. Uchiha Izuna. Huh. Fourth Kazekage Raza. If Obito is dead, doesn't that mean Madara has failed? Senju Tobirama. No, based on my analysis, Obito is certainly not dead. Materumi. Second Hokage. Why are you so certain he died? Senju Tobirama. My intuition. Uchiha Obito. The scene continues. Once the flying thunder god marks are placed, they will never vanish. I believe I have not mentioned this to you, Obito. Minato gazes at the fallen Obito. His eyes filled with complex emotions. I never expected you to still be alive. If only you could become Hokage, how wonderful that would be. How did it come to this? Things have progressed too smoothly. Now, we only need to deal with the failed Madara, and this war will conclude. Sasuke and Appo's voice is laced with coldness. And that behemoth, at that moment, as the two converse, what gives you the right to claim the war will end? Obito's voice rings coldly. Everyone is taken aback. My traitorous compatriots. A strange smile creeps across Obito's lips. In the next instant, the ground beneath the three begins to tremble violently. The Ten-Tails, suppressed by the Divine Gate, rapidly curls its form. Minato and Sasuke sense the impending danger and leap into the air, but they are soon drawn into a powerful suction. Naruto, witnessing this scene from afar, stretches out his arm, rescuing the two. Gamma Gamma. A peculiar sight unfolds in the distance as the Ten-Tails' body continues to retract. The others gaze in terror. What is happening? Goodness. The Ten-Tails continues to curl until it transforms into a white orb. It is broken free from Madara's control. It seems that this creature and Appo's aim from the outset was to assume this form. Naruto witnesses this, his pupils constricting in shock. At this moment, music begins to play rhythmically. Crack, crack. Soon, the orb fractures rapidly, and a multitude of glass-like shards appears in the sky. Obito extends his hand, slowly peeling away the exterior shell from his face. Gradually opening his eyes. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Huh. Inoki, was Obito's ultimate goal the Ten-Tails all along? Third Raikage, if viewed in this light. It's quite terrifying. Second Mizukage. I never imagined that Uchiha Madara would falter. Uchiha Madara. Is this your plan, Obito? Uchiha Obito. Humph, Madara. I concur with the infinite Tsukuyami and Appo's plan, but the one executing it is I, not you. Uchiha Madara. Haha. Mere grains of sand. Chapter 97. The Mutual Explosive Seals. Shinja Hashirama. Madara. You see, you have been outmaneuvered. Uchiha Madara. Enough, Hashirama. Silence yourself. Senju Tobirama. You deserve this. Uchiha Madara. Your scheme is destined to fail. The scene unfolds. Has the Ten-Tails truly vanished? What could have transpired? Did they manage to defeat it? Hinata. Did you witness anything? What exactly happened? Sakura turned, her face a picture of confusion as she gazed at Hinata. Hinata activated her Byakugan, peering into the distance. Within her perception, the Ten-Tails had transformed into a humanoid figure, soaring high into the sky. It appeared that the creature had been entirely absorbed by that individual. Based on the chakra readings, Hinata hesitated, her words lingering in the air. Could it be? Sakura furrowed her brow in concern. Amidst the distant haze, numerous glass-like crystals emerged, floating in the air. The camera gradually zoomed in, revealing Obito turning around, his expression icy, fixated on the Ninja Alliance. His gaze bore an air of divine disdain for life, as if he regarded these ninjas as utterly insignificant. What is happening? Tobirama and Appo's pupils constricted in shock. This is bad. He has become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails. Hashirama's brow furrowed deeply. The glass shards began to descend slowly, while Obito surveyed his surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Why was he present on this battlefield? Hashirama spotted Obito in the distance, swiftly joining his hands in a prayer-like gesture. Bang! The divine gate plummeted from the heavens, followed by several more. Even though he had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, the divine gate should still be able to suppress him. Hashirama's expression darkened. A violent smoke began to surge from below. Soon, the divine gate emitted a series of cracking sounds. Bang! The divine gate shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. Flames erupted behind Obito, and his gaze grew ever colder. Simultaneously, the music shifted to a solemn tone. Umbu from the Mist Village. Goodness, with just a single blow, he sent Senju Hashirama's divine gate flying. Fourth Kazekage. Raza, this is a bit frightening. Water Shadow, Terumi Mei. At this time, Obito's strength must be the pinnacle of the ninja world, right? Otsutsuki Kenshiki, excluding the Otsutsuki clan. Indeed, Obito and Appo's strength during this period is unparalleled. Senju Tsunade, even my grandfather cannot best Obito? Senju Tobirama, the wicked Uchiha clan, my flying thunder god technique is ready. Uchiha Izuna. Ha! Worthless fool, who can you defeat besides ambushing? Senju Tobirama, do you know what color a watermelon is inside? Uchiha Izuna. The scene continues. revealing that he had escaped even the seal capable of restraining the Tintails. Sweat began to beat on Tobarama's forehead. What in the world is happening? Hisashi wore a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend the situation. The 5 flames burning behind Obito suddenly coalesced into a gigantic hand that tore apart the barrier and grasped it firmly. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their brows furrowed. Too stunned to breathe. How could this be possible? This is the 4 red Yang formation. Even the Tintails could be sealed within. Did Obito truly intend to rip apart this barrier? The ground quaked violently. The barrier emitted a piercing sound akin to shattering glass. Bang! The sudden and intense commotion instantly captured everyone in Appo's attention. Even Madara and Appo's expression soured at this moment. Senju Tobarama, Madara, why have you stopped smiling? Is it because you lack joy? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, ahem, Obito, if you have nothing better to do, please refrain from provoking Madara. Senju Tobarama, haha. Uchiha Madara is nothing but a mere chicken. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama, shall we have a little clash? Uchiha Izuna, brother, let us crush this Senju white-haired fool. Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, ahahaha. Obito, why are you so silent? Senju Tobarama, brother, could you possibly keep your mouth shut? The scene progressed, and the crowd was left in shock. Such a massive barrier had been torn apart by sheer brute force? Goodness, is this fellow truly that formidable? Everyone rallied, determination rising. They could not afford to lower their guard. The enemy who had claimed the Tintails as his own had appeared, and no one knew what he had done to breach the barrier. Within the Ninja Alliance, someone soon stepped forward to rally morale. From the smoke on the ground, a figure surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Obito stood atop the divine gate, his eyes emanating a chilling coldness. Halt, Obito! Minato, from a high vantage point, looked down upon Obito. Obito? His pupils constricted sharply as he whispered to himself. In the next instant, the 3 Hokage resurrected by Edo Tensei arrived at the battlefield swiftly. That guy is stronger than me. Hashirama and Appo's brow furrowed in concern. Regrettably, it seems to be true. Hisashi hesitated, his expression grave. Brother. Even your nearly dissipated clone cannot match him. Tobarama regarded the scene with a cold demeanor. I understand, but Hashirama's brow tightened further. Meanwhile, a black sphere rapidly materialized on the back of Obito and Appo's hand. While I relish the sight of the Hokage and Appo's fear and retreat, I can no longer wait. Madara observed closely from a distance. Obito has transformed to resemble the Sage of Six Paths. He may seize the initiative before I unleash my trump card. The scene shifted. In an instant, Obito extended his hands, instantly obliterating half of Hashirama and Tobarama's bodies. The spectators watching the video witnessed this spectacle, their pupils dilating in shock. Goodness, that speed is astonishing. Obito's expression remained cold, his gaze fixated on Naruto, oblivious to everyone else. 4th Hokage, Sarutobi, flee now. Senju Tobarama swiftly produced a multitude of explosive tags from his robe. Is this the 2nd Hokage's assault? Hisashi observed the explosives attached to Obito's body, his brow furrowing deeply. In the next moment, Hashirama manipulated his body, transforming into wood chips, quickly ensnaring Obito like a rope. Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously evacuated all living beings from the scene. Such an attack cannot truly annihilate him. The Edo Tensei technique is my invention, and I am aware of the corresponding tactics. Tobarama produced yet another batch of explosive tags from his robe. Here, taste this, mutual explosive seals. Bang, bang, bang. The formerly dim night was abruptly illuminated by a series of brilliant white explosions. Soon, a dense smoke rapidly enveloped everyone, shrouding them within its depths.